Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below. Thank you and enjoy the novel.
Chapter 151, Scarlet Hound. September 17, 1993, Hogwarts. It's been over 2 weeks since term started, and Harry still had no partner for his Ancient Runes project. He was probably going to agree with the first person who asked him because he couldn't be bothered asking around, but no one ever came up to him. It just didn't make any sense. Harry was known in the entire school as a magical prodigy. His skill when it came to any kind of practical magic was far above OWL students, at least as far as they knew, and partnering with him was a guarantee of getting a perfect grade. Harry wouldn't accept anything less. But for some reason, no one even tried. It was maddening, and it made Harry have to actually take time from his busy schedule and ask someone to be his partner. Not that it worked. He went through the entire Ravenclaw roster. Padma Patil was taken by Daphne, Sully by Lily Moon, Lisa Turpin by Pansy Parkinson, Morag McDougal by Tracy, Terry Boot by Blaze, Anthony Goldstein by Nott, Stephen Cornfoot with Malfoy, and the rest were Muggle-borns, which would make him a pariah in Slytherin if he publicly and voluntarily agreed to partner with one. He didn't care, but it would be troublesome in the long run. The only possible candidate left was Michael Corner, and Harry couldn't see the boy learning an extra runic language just for the sake of learning, especially considering how he dropped out of arithmancy so easily. And even if he decided to dumb things out for the boy's sake, Corner kept glaring at him all the time for some reason. Well, all the male Ravenclaws tended to glare at him. It was really weird, but it hadn't bothered him that much before. It was probably an inferiority complex of some kind because Harry was so much ahead of them academically, and academics were supposed to be the Ravenclaw thing. Yeah, that seemed the most likely explanation. He audibly groaned, making the people around him giggle at his misery. They were all eating breakfast in the Great Hall, and it was the day before the deadline to pick the partners. To say that Harry was worried would be an understatement. Tracy seemed to enjoy his misery. Still haven't found a partner, Harry? Piss off, Davis, he grumbled. Oh, he's calling you by your last name now. He must be very pissed, Blaze mocked. Daphne rolled her eyes. It's not like it's the end of the world. The worst thing that could happen is babbling saddling you with a random person who didn't have a partner. That sounds nice in the front, but imagine ending up with someone like Ron Weasley or Seamus Finnegan. I would either have killed them or have committed suicide by the time our first meeting started. That much stupidity could be contagious, you know. Blaze snorted. This would have been a nice burn if it wasn't for the fact that both Weasley and Finnegan actually have partners. I think they got together with 2 Hufflepuffs, Zachariah Smith and Ernie Macmillan, but I'm not sure. At least they took more morons with them. Good riddance, he said before stiffening. Oh, Merlin, I'm a worse prospect than Weasley and Smith. I think I'm going to be sick. I need to know who I could be saddled with. Do you know who still doesn't have a partner? Tracy scoffed. It's not like people have a sign over their head saying if they have a partner or not. However, I do know that in Slytherin, aside from you, Crabbe and Goyle still don't have partners, but that was unexpected. Ravenclaw is taken, I think. I don't really care about Gryffindors, but I know that Longbottom doesn't have a partner. He's been having a rough time in his house, I think. But with the rivalry, you won't really have a willing partner there. I think that your best bet is a Puff, but I'm not really following them. Funnily enough, out of all those choices, Harry would have been the least comfortable with Neville. It wasn't out of hatred or irritation, just caution. He agreed to be friendly with him on the train, but this year, the boy kept giving him longing looks whenever he thought Harry wasn't looking. It wasn't really harmful, and he would take it over the corridor fights, but it was just weird. If they're picked together, the Longbottom scion was probably going to try to turn their project into some kind of bonding moment, something that Harry really didn't want. He didn't really hate the boy who lived, but he had to admit that the boy was unstable. He had played his hand in this, and he felt guilty about it, and that also probably made him a horrible person, but he just couldn't handle spending more than a few minutes at a time with Neville. He had spoken a handful of times with the boy since their conversation on the Hogwarts Express, and he had come to discover an undeniable truth. The truth was that he didn't really like the other boy's personality. Neville was brash, had very little tact, and didn't think before speaking. He was proud, even if he had very few accomplishments, although slaying the basilisk was a little impressive. But the worst thing, the thing that made Harry want to tear his hair out, was the fact that he was just extremely selfish and narcissistic. Harry never noticed it since he barely paid any attention to the Longbottom scion, but the boy never cared about anything that didn't directly affect him. He saw the world as people who loved him and people who wanted him dead. Anyone who didn't get along with him was a Death Eater in the making. He was slowly growing out of that phase, but it was still irritating, and his constant neediness didn't help. All their conversations so far were mostly just Neville complaining about everything in his life, and that made Harry repress the urge to punch him out of annoyance. So, yes, even if he got saddled with Crabbe or Goyle, which was unlikely since they were in the same house, he could just do the project himself. This was far better than being forced to spend even more time with Neville. He agreed to start over and be slightly friendly, not being the boy's therapist or mind healer. Harry groaned, I can't believe that I'm in the same pile as Crabbe and Goyle of all people. I mean, they can be nice and all, but come on, they're not that bright when it comes to academia. I don't even know the names of the students in Hufflepuff. You lot are so lucky that you already knew everyone else before Hogwarts. Daphne gave him an odd expression. Where did you get that idea from? You've all formed the groups too fast for it to be the first time you spoke to each other. Yes, but I definitely didn't meet Patil before Hogwarts. It's called socializing. You would have known about it if you tried to have a conversation with anyone else outside of us, Blaise snarked. But I've never seen you speak with them. Tracy gave him an amused look. You spent the last year obsessed with your little chess game with Riddle. We do have lives of our own, you know. Harry grimaced. Yes, this wasn't his best moment. He didn't even consider what his friends were doing while he was fighting against Riddle for a whole school year. He did have a tendency to get tunnel vision whenever he had a project in front of him. Daphne snickered. Was the brilliant mind of Harry Potter beaten at last by the mighty challenge that is socializing? They all shared a laugh at that. Although Harry had to admit that she did have a point. Socializing definitely wasn't his strong suit, in this life and his previous one. He never really developed the social skills that came with developing deep relationships with people. Even his friendships with Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy were just so alien when he thought about it. He didn't even know when they started becoming friends. They sort of hung around until their friendship blossomed. He really needed to find a way to refine his pitiful social skills. It was unfortunate that there were no useful books on the matter. Not that any would help him now. With a flick of his wand, his eyes widened. Oh, crap. I'm going to run late for divination. Here's an idea. Why don't you divine your own partner then, mate? Blaise said. Very funny, Blaise, he answered with a deadpan voice. I have to go. I'll see you all later. Harry didn't have time to listen to their responses. He got up, preparing to leave, only to be stopped by a familiar girl. He knew her from afar since she was somewhat relevant politically, but he never really interacted with her. Objectively speaking, Susan Bones was a pretty attractive girl, with dark red hair worn in a long plait down her back and blue eyes. She was from an influential old family and was considered quite the catch from the mutterings he heard in the dormitory. Harry had no opinion of the girl since they barely interacted with one another. Yet, she sought him out for some reason. Potter, can I speak with you for a second? He simply shrugged. Sure, but make it fast. I'm late for class. The Hufflepuff nodded eagerly. Great. I just wanted to ask if you had a partner selected for your runes project yet. No, I don't. I'm actually looking for someone. She brightened. What a coincidence. So am I. Do you want to partner up? I left it to the last second and babbling would either saddle me with Crabbe, Goyle, or you. I chose to take the initiative. He grinned. Sure. I guess we're partners now. For some reason, the girl's face reddened slightly before she quickly mumbled, thank you. Bye, and she ran away to the Hufflepuff table. He spoke to himself, that was easier than I thought it would be. The last Potter turned to say goodbye to his friends, only to see Daphne and Tracy glaring at him. Giving them a confused look, he asked, what? You're a genius, Harry. You've proven that over the last few years. But sometimes, you can be such an idiot, Blaise remarked. I don't have time for this, I'm late for Trelawney's class. We'll talk about this later. Harry ran all the way to the divination class and arrived just seconds before the professor closed the trapdoor. He sat down while breathing heavily. He was just so tired. The last Potter sat down in the chair and got slightly dizzy. He really hated that cursed incense that Trelawney had. He could hear the professor prattling on about magical sensing, and he couldn't bother to pay attention. Slowly, his mind started to drift away, further and further, until he was back in the forest. It was strangely familiar, and it took a few seconds to realize it. Ah, yes, it was the forest from his dream. He ignored the weird trees, deciding to directly go to where the fire was supposed to be. It didn't take him long until he was back in Hogsmeade. It was the same as before. The air was filled with cries as people fled from the encroaching inferno. Quaint cottages stood engulfed in roaring flames, their wooden beams crackling and shattering as they surrendered to the fiery onslaught. Thick plumes of smoke ascended into the night sky, mingling with the silvery radiance of the full moon in a sick contrast of light and darkness. The shops were in ruins, the inns were razed to the ground. But Harry didn't try to think too much about it. He closed his eyes, and everything stilled. Slowly, he started to remove the distractions. The screams disappeared first, then the sound of destruction. The screaming victims disappeared, leaving him with only the frightening figure that was responsible for all the mayhem. He looked different this time, like his very presence was hollowed out. It just looked weird, wrong compared to the rest of the vision, like someone had painted over it somehow. He didn't like it. This vision was his, and his alone. He tried to pierce this veil hiding the perpetrator, only to find nothing. He could feel it in his gut that it was a bad idea, but he kept trying anyway. He tried again, and the pressure kept getting higher and higher until a sound stopped him. It was some crowing. He turned and saw a raven, cawing at him warningly somehow. He instinctively knew to listen to it. Then there was something else. Some kind of demented laughter coming closer and closer. He couldn't see where it was coming from. It was coming for him, he could tell. He ran towards the forest once more, then stiffened when he saw the victims he had silenced previously, not screaming. They were laughing, they were all just laughing. It wasn't even a happy laugh, just wrong, very, very wrong. No, they were laughing out of madness. Harry ran towards the trees, only to see faces carved in their barks laughing again. He heard the raven crow once more, and the laughter lowered slightly, but it didn't stop. It looked at him deep in the eyes, and he saw a symbol flash in his mind. It felt strangely recognizable, though he couldn't quite place its origin. It seemed like a puzzle piece from a distant memory, an intricate design that tugged at the fringes of his consciousness. Its intricate, winding lines and esoteric patterns held a mysterious allure, even as he struggled to recall where he had encountered it before. Oh, he remembered where he saw it. And just like that, he was pulled out of the vision, and he took a deep breath in the real world. Samhain. Why is it always Samhain? Chapter 152, Strategic Division. September 17, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry didn't pay attention for the rest of the divination lesson. It wasn't as if he was going to learn anything new. Trelawney kept prattling about magical sensing and its use in tea leaves reading, which was what they were going to do during their next session. Apparently, the tea itself wasn't anything special, but brewing it was. It involved some kind of self-hypnotic trance that allowed casters to unconsciously sense the currents of magic, which is used to change the leaves into different predetermined shapes. It was based on a harmless druidic ritual of some sort, that anyone with an adequate connection to the currents of the world could harness. But just as it was easy, it was just as imprecise. The shape of the leaves only gave a hint of the future, and that's if they're even read correctly. Even then, it took some time to master the skill. Divination really was a fascinating subject. But this wasn't the time to get distracted by useless trivia about an unreliable form of divination. He needed to think about his vision. He couldn't deny that this elective did help him make a lot of progress. Trelawney often stated that visions are often symbolic, an unconscious interpretation of the future. And that allowed him to have more control over the contents, removing the noise that could have distracted him. Hogsmeade was definitely going to be attacked, people were probably going to be hurt, but fire was not necessarily going to be the method of attack. Fire is a way the subconscious interprets destruction. It was a shame that he couldn't get a good look at whoever was responsible. It wasn't that he didn't pay attention, but the figure was now hidden. Whoever was responsible had noticed his vision somehow and put up a veil of his own. The thing just felt artificial, like it didn't belong. That was worrying because whoever was planning for this had to be very knowledgeable when it came to divination to spoof prophetic visions like this. This definitely raised the threat he posed. Looking back, trying to pierce the veil was a mistake. He was definitely going to be noticed while trying to brute force the protections of an undeniably knowledgeable foe, and that would have been a very bad idea. He was lucky that the raven stopped him. He felt some kind of kinship with the creature. It felt familiar. It did communicate directly with his mind. Was it his crest giving him a helping hand? It seemed very probable since it protected him from the maniacally laughing faces and gave him the only real information, even it was vital. It was the symbol of Samhain, he remembered seeing it in ritual books. The conclusion was very easy to make. The attack was going to be happening on Halloween, which meant that he had a little more than a month to make preparations, which sounded like it wasn't that much. Still, he was essentially fighting an unknown enemy that may or may not have subordinates, and he knew literally nothing about their capabilities. If only someone else could handle it. But the last Potter would look insane trying to convince anyone that an attack was going to happen on Halloween without any proof, or any sign of this mystery attacker in recent history. The only thing that might have raised their suspicions was that they still didn't know who attacked Azkaban. They blamed the whole thing on the vampires, and thus, there was a rise in vampire hunts in Britain. Not that there were a lot of vampires in the first place after the series of hunts in the 19th century, which prompted any survivors to move to Europe. Harry would be accused of fear-mongering if he spread that around, and that's not mentioning the target on his back for proving to be a seer if he was correct, and the public ridicule if he wasn't. As usual, he needed to handle it himself. He didn't really like that, but he did miss having a project with an active deadline. And the best way to defeat an unknown enemy is to be prepared. He already had the advantage of knowing the time and place. His only option was to set a trap of some sort. It had to be subtle enough that no one would see coming, even a competent wizard, and powerful enough to work, as well as not affect the residents of Hogsmeade. And wasn't that a tall order? He already had a few plans in mind, but he would need some help. 2 hours later, he walked back to the Slytherin table in the Great Hall and sat next to his friends. "We have a situation." Daphne straightened and looked like she wanted to say something but refrained herself. She just muttered something under her breath, but he couldn't hear it. Was she angry at him or something? He would talk to her later. Tracy was the one who answered with a groan. "Is it about Longbottom following you around? You said that he was harmless and that you would handle it on your own." Yes, he had complained to his friends about Neville constantly looking at him from a distance. If he wasn't sure that the boy was straight, he would have assumed that he had a crush on the last Potter. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. It wasn't hard to figure it out since it was as obvious as it was disturbing. The boy who lived was using his image of Harry as his pillar of support. He was a hair trigger away from losing it, and Harry didn't want to be the one pulling that trigger. The boy was an extrovert by nature and was abandoned by everyone in school. It made Harry uncomfortable, but as long as the Longbottom scion didn't actively bother him, he would bear with the discomfort since he did play a part in the boy's isolation. Harry shook his head. "No, we have a riddle situation." They all stiffened. Daphne's glare turned into a frown. Blaise started to pay attention to the conversation, losing his disinterested look, and Tracy paled. "We can't talk about it here," she said. "Let's go to the room." Harry nodded and quickly grabbed enough food for his lunch, and the four of them walked to the 7th floor. After entering the room of requirements, Daphne gave him a grave look. "What's going on, Harry?" He took a big breath and responded, "Hogsmeade is going to be attacked on Halloween. I don't know who will be responsible or why they're doing this, only that a lot of people are going to be hurt." "And how do you know that?" Blaise asked. "I had a vision." Tracy snorted hysterically. "Are you sure that it wasn't just a dream?" "Yes. I've been having this vision for months. It was kinda blurry at first, but they got a lot clearer in the divination classroom." Daphne spoke up this time. "We can't tell anyone about this." "Well, duh," Blaise mocked. "They'll think we're insane. But I don't see what we could do about it. We don't even know who is going to attack or their capabilities." "Yes, but we know when and where the attack will happen, and that gives up options. I had a couple of ideas that could help." Daphne gave him a pleading look. "Please don't tell me you're going to fight a mystery enemy again." He shook his head. "I'm not stupid, Daph. My idea of fighting an unknown enemy is to not even be on the battlefield." "So, traps?" Blaise asked with an incredulous look on his face. At Harry's confused look, Tracy sniggered. "Harry, no offense, but you're one of the smartest people I know. You strategized a way to hurt Dumbledore politically for the first time in decades. You fought and defeated the heir of Slytherin, a younger version of the Dark Lord, who also had a basilisk and a fucking divine beast on his side. You're learning magic at a pace that's so ludicrous that the professors would have strokes if you knew just how advanced you are. Hell, you're currently creating an entire field of magic with your space manipulation thing you have going on. And now that you have another enemy to fight, your only plan so far is to set up traps. Isn't that a little simple? It's something that the Weasley twins would come up with." Daphne interjected. "And how would trap protect the town in any way? They can be activated by normal civilians running around." Harry gave them a dry look. "Of course, I'm not planning on using normal traps. And just for your information, putting a curse on an object is technically a trap, and believe me, the countless dead cursebreakers would disagree with your disregard for traps. As for how I won't target the Hogsmeade residents, have you ever heard the tale of the Goblet Gambit?" They shook his head and he continued. "The story is long, but I'll try to make it brief. A princess was kidnapped by a cunning nobleman. A heroic rogue who desired to rescue the princess tracked them down. He knew that the nobleman had an inflated ego and a love for mind games. After he cornered them, they agreed to settle their differences in a battle of wits, where the stakes were life and death. The rogue proposed a puzzle, a chess match with only a single move. There were too many goblets, one of which contained a poison, and another was harmless, something that only the rogue knew. He offered the nobleman to choose which cup to drink while he would drink the other at the same time. The nobleman attempted to decipher which goblet held the poison by analyzing the reactions of the rogue. And finally, he made a choice, and drank one of the cups, the rogue drinking the others at the same time. "What happened?" Daphne asked. "Well, the nobleman died, of course. Both cups were poisoned, but the rogue had chosen a poison that he was resistant to. The entire game was rigged from the beginning. It was never a puzzle, but a scheme. The nobleman was arrogant, prideful, and so many things. But his biggest mistake wasn't any of this, it was that he accepted to play a game in the first place. In this battle of wits, the battlefield belonged to the rogue. He expected a fair fight, he got the exact opposite of that." They all stayed silent for a moment digesting the story, until Daphne exclaimed, "So, you're planning on marking the attacker's magic somehow and targeting them?" Daphne asked. Close, but no, that wouldn't work. I was thinking about marking the magic of the residents of Hogsmeade and on the day of the attack, making the trap only affect the unmarked people, which would be the attackers. And how are you going to mark the magic of an entire town? Harry responded, I was thinking about a proximity ward or something. As in putting an enchanted object near the most common structures that would make them and put in something that would act like borders. If they stay more than 12 hours there, then they're probably residents and are marked as so, which would make up most of the people in Hogsmeade. And since our traps don't have to be harmful, like a sleeping potion or a petrification charm, only visitors, which would include the attackers, would be affected. So, like a fog of sleeping potion that only affects people who don't have a certain mark on their magic. I could theoretically create a plant with my crest that would be able to turn a potion into a gaseous form, but we would need a lot of doses for the fog to be large enough to affect an entire town. It'll be tricky, but I think if I explore my crest, there might be something I could do, Daphne asked. No, a simple bubblehead charm would protect the attackers from any harmful gas. But the fog idea isn't bad. What about an obscuring fog that wouldn't let people see properly and saturate the air in magic, which would spoof any detection charms and let whatever trap we lay work without any issues? Do you think you could do that, Daph? The last Potter asked. Sure. I can set up a few plants around the village and it would work. But the potion you described is a little specific, and I've never heard about anything like it. She had a point. He hadn't learned about a potion with the effects he described. Theoretically speaking, it could be made. Peruvian instant darkness powder, if diluted, would drench an area in darkness. And adding in a few magically dense ingredients and stabilizers that he would saturate in concealment charms, the gas should be able to spoof magical senses and detection charms. Even a proficient sensor could be hexed in the back, and they wouldn't know about it before it's too late. I'll handle the potion, but Blaze, I need you to get me as much Peruvian instant darkness powder as you can. You got it, the dark-skinned boy responded. The main trap will be a ward, specifically, an unpowered ward which would petrify anyone without a specific mark on their magic. I'll personally design the rune, and will connect it to a magically saturated gem to power it remotely. Daph, I want you to design a plant that would hold an enchantment in the long term, and blend into the surroundings. The enchantment would add the mark to anyone near it, but you don't have to worry about that, I'll be the one designing it. The issue is that we'll need a lot of them, and we'll plant hundreds all over Hogsmeade. We'll also sneak out after I design the ward to carve the runes using your roots, surrounding all of Hogsmeade. Tracy, I want you to give me as many ways to surveil Hogsmeade from the castle, so we know when to activate the traps. Blaze, your responsibility is to smuggle any material we need, like the Peruvian powder, whatever materials Daphne needs for her plants, and whatever Tracy needs for her task. I'll handle the gold, so just get it done. I also need you to get me something from Borgin and Burke's, an artifact called the Hand of Glory. I'm going to see if I could replicate the enchantment on it so that we can see through the fog I'm planning to make. Does anyone here have any questions? They all shook their heads and Harry nodded. Great, let's get to work. And if you have any new ideas, let me know. Chapter 153 of Intrusive Beavers. September 18, 1993, Hogwarts. Susan Bones walked towards the Ancient Runes classroom, feeling a little more excited than she probably should have been, something that her best friend Hannah noticed immediately. What are you so happy about, Susan? Just excited about learning magic, I suppose, the redhead answered. Honestly, she would have confided to Hannah if it wasn't for the fact that the entire school would know about any words they shared by the end of the day. She loved her friend, she really did, but that girl could challenge Lavender Brown when it came to gossiping. Alright, she was exaggerating a bit. Lavender Brown was the undisputed gossip queen of the school. If Susan had organized a vote in the entirety of Hogwarts, even the Slytherins would agree about that fact. When it came to magic, the girl was mediocre. She could barely brew a potion, not that Snape was a good instructor, and the constantly shifting junior professors didn't help matters. It didn't take long for Susan to figure out that they were obviously obligated to teach to have access to the infamous Hogwarts library and left the moment their research was over. Lavender was a disaster in Transfiguration, somewhat decent in Charms, and disinterested in any other class to put in an effort. Except for Divination, she was weirdly obsessed with that elective. But the Gryffindor was very good when it came to maintaining her little information network. It probably had to do with her mother being a lesser-known reported in the Daily Prophet, but she was weirdly competent at it. Of course, information about Slytherins was very hard to come by, but the girl somehow was able to get a few precious nuggets of information. Nowadays, even the Weasley twins tended to ask her about their targets, and she always delivered. Lavender knew about Malfoy buying into the Quidditch team before a lot of Slytherins even knew about it. She knew that the Golden Trio was caught breaking into the Slytherin common room the day after it happened. She knew about Crabbe and Goyle leaving Draco Malfoy and joining Nott instead, and that Nott wasn't even happy about it. But she never found any secrets that had to do with Potter. The boy was very private and rarely spoke to anyone other than Greengrass, Davis, Zabini, and that weird blonde in Ravenclaw who was a second year. But a few things were still known about him. He was brilliant, he was above and beyond most upperclassmen in most magical fields, and best of all, he wasn't a braggart. That fascinated Susan immensely. She always liked a mystery, and the boy was pretty cute. Fine, she might have a tiny crush on him, but it was completely harmless. Still, when Lavender found out that he hadn't found a partner for their Ancient Runes class, she jumped at the chance. And he accepted, just like that. She kept encouraging herself to go over to him for half her lunch, and he just said yes. Thank Merlin he did, because she left that until the last possible moment to ask him, and if he had found another partner, she would have been saddled with either Longbottom, Crab or Goyle. He had practically given her at least a couple hours with him, just the two of them for their project. It wasn't even just his crush. Potter was really knowledgeable, and she would learn a lot from him. Her Aunt Amelia taught her that the people you hang out with tend to rub off on you. Her train of thought was interrupted by Hannah poking her. Sure, you are. And where was that excitement in our defense class? Hey, I just don't like Lupin that much. Auntie Amelia said to be careful around him. Didn't say why, only to be alone with him outside of class, and that Dumbledore only accepted him because there were no other options. And just by seeing how her friend's eyes lit up with the information, Susan knew that she made a mistake. It just slipped out of her mouth, and by the end of the day, the entire school would know. The fact that Dumbledore was having a hard time finding a defense professor wasn't surprising. Susan's aunt had never made a secret of the difficulties Hogwarts had in hiring someone for this ill-reputed job. Sure, it wasn't always fatal, but the many deaths, crippling injuries, and destroyed reputations didn't really make the position attractive, especially since the salary wasn't worth that suffering. It was literally a subject of mockery in all other international schools. Defense against the dark arts was something that no one even looked at anymore. Even her Aunt Amelia told her that she didn't expect much from anyone coming from Hogwarts when it came to defense. Even if a graduate had an outstanding, it didn't mean anything. Apparently, the ministry demanded that they lower the difficulties of the defense newt exams since people kept failing and they needed aurors. Privately, even the students of Hogwarts seemed to see the whole thing as some sort of joke. They had a betting pool on how professors would end up leaving and why. Even if they were contracted for just a year, they always suffered some kind of accident. Lockhart had literally confessed to being a fraud, which Blaise Zabini predicted somehow, even if the author was a pretty good teacher. People mostly thought that he would be petrified like the other victims. The dark-skinned boy had earned a lot of gold with just that bet. Quirrell flat out died. She didn't know who won that year's pool since she was too young to enter, but there were always weirdos who liked to bet that the professor would die. She still hasn't decided about what to bet on Lupin. Hannah shook her head. No, you're trying to weasel out of this by giving me some juicy gossip. You always do that. So, spill. Why are you so excited for runes? Now that I think about it, shouldn't you dread the whole thing since you refused any partnership that you got offered? Ah, that. She still hasn't told Hannah about her new partner, not that she didn't get enough offers. Practically half the students in her year asked her. Rune partnership was known to be one of the easiest ways to make connections outside your house, and Susan was probably going to be the next head of House Bones, and her aunt was very influential in the ministry, being the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That made the young Hufflepuff quite an attractive potential partner. People have been trying to suck up to her for years because of her aunt. She was used to it and had been taught to defend herself if they were forceful. Auntie Amelia knew the best curses. Susan refusing all offers was a proclamation that she either didn't find them worthy, or she already had a partner. Since Hannah was a blabbermouth, everyone assumed that it was the former, not the latter. Well, Hannah was going to find out eventually. I'll have you know that I actually have a partner. So, I'm not risking ending up with the two Slytherin trolls. It was a mean nickname to call Crabbe and Goyle, but the resemblance was uncanny. The Crabbe and Goyle families are known for being brutes with unusual physical strength and resistance to both magic and physical attacks, but apparently, it was at the expense of their mental prowess or something. They weren't dumb by any means, just below average when it came to raw intelligence. As she expected, Hannah latched onto that detail and didn't let go. Oh, is it a boy? I don't know who doesn't have a partner yet. Or maybe you were asked at the start, and you just kept it a secret. How could you? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Susan just gave her a cheeky grin and continued walking in silence, letting her blonde friend run after her. She still didn't say anything when they entered Professor Babbling's classroom. They sat down with Hannah glaring at her since they couldn't talk inside the classroom. The professor grinned. Good afternoon to you all. Now, today we'll continue studying the Elder Futhark alphabet and discuss some very common combinations. But before we get started, I'm going to discuss this year's project. Yes, this project will span both terms. The first one will be coming up with a runic matrix and carving it or drawing it using a medium of your choosing. This will also include a roll of parchment with all the details of your matrix and how you came up with it. You will be graded on both your ingenuity, the fact that your design works and is efficient, as well as how well the drawing would be made. You can use any runic language, and I even recommend that you use your time to learn a new one to set yourselves aside. Your second term would focus on fixing whatever errors you made and optimizing your designs, as well as powering it up. The entire class stayed silent, and the professor continued, I asked you last week to find a partner for your project. I'm going to call your name alphabetically and I want you to say whether or not you have a partner. Let's start with Abbott, Hannah. The blonde stiffened immediately, yes, I have a partner. Lavender Brown. It wasn't long until the professor called out her name. She just stood up and said, Harry Potter. She then sat down, ignoring the looks of surprise that everyone gave her. They did have a point, she never really interacted with the Potter scion. Even the professor had raised her eyebrows at this. Hannah was flat out gaping at her and her eyes were threatening her of bodily harm for not telling her at the same time. But that didn't even come close to two of the most disturbing reactions in the room. Daphne Greengrass glared at her like she wanted to set her on fire or something. It was somewhat understandable. She and Potter have been inseparable for years and the girl wasn't going to like any partner that he might have had. Susan would only admit to herself that the blonde intimidated her. They called her the Ice Queen for a reason because whenever anyone tried to talk to her that wasn't in her circle of friends, she tended to either snipe back at them or flat out hex them. Finnegan still shivered whenever she was around after the witch froze his bits. Potter and Greengrass were close. If it wasn't for the fact that Davis denied it last year, Susan would have assumed that they were a couple. Even with that knowledge, she still felt like she was intruding somehow. The other person who glared at her was surprisingly Longbottom. She never liked the boy. Sure, at first, she was curious about the hero of the magical world, the defeater of he who must not be named, but she ended up just being disappointed. He was a bully during his previous years in Hogwarts who used his popularity and the staff's obvious bias to terrorize anyone who didn't treat him like some kind of godly figure. He did mellow out after the rumors of his mental instability came to light. She thought it was the usual Rita Skeeter hogwash, but the boy sniped at anyone who tried to speak with him this year. She honestly wanted nothing to do with him. Now that she thought about it, Longbottom had always tried to come after Potter for some reason, but the Slytherin always deflected it. And now he was angry at her for some ungodly reason. That was of course, when he decided to stand up, and Neville Longbottom too. The professor looked confused. The rest of the classroom, Harry included, seemed to share that sentiment. Susan's gaze was directly on Harry, which immediately turned from surprise to understanding, then exasperation before finally settling on resignation. The Longbottom scion gave a piece of parchment to the professor. This is a permission slip from the headmaster saying that I could join any group for this project as long as all the members of the group agree. Since our class is made of an uneven number, a 3-person group is inevitable, and I got this permission since my situation is delicate and so that there wouldn't be any conflicts with any potential partner. The professor grabbed the small slip and read it. The boy was obviously telling the truth, and she didn't look happy with the headmaster's intervention. Potter, too, looked resigned. He wasn't happy either. But they both knew that they couldn't really refuse. There was a difference between actively avoiding Longbottom and humiliating him by refusing in front of the entire class. They were both stuck between a rock and a hard place and they knew it. The professor also seemed to know it since she gave them a pitying look. So, Mr. Potter, Ms. Bones, do you agree to let Mr. Longbottom join? They both looked at each other and nodded, yes, Professor. Yeah, this won't end well. Harry Potter better be worth the trouble. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, One Step at a Time. September 29, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry ducked as he dodged a white beam of light from his opponent, only to be faced with some large vines coming out of the ground like some kind of tentacles. He used a magic circle to banish himself away rather quickly and cast a wave of fire at the incoming plant, which turned into ash very quickly. He redirected a stunning charm that was coming his way to intercept one of the other beams of light, and with a slight change in the magic circle that he was maintaining on the ground, the gravity suddenly changed. Up was down and down was up. He had taken that one from a pretty old book in the forbidden section, that used some kind of golden mist to affect the direction of the gravitational force. It was a very specific spell, and it took a little tinkering for Harry to interpret it correctly and design a suitable magic circle to mimic the effect. Just as he expected, he heard noises of surprise, as his opponents finally found themselves standing on the roof, something that Harry took advantage of by sending a few stinging hexes at each of their faces and their chests. He snorted, always be ready for something unexpected. The groaning Blaze Zabini snorted, well, I'm sorry that my dueling instructors didn't account for the fact that someone might change the bloody gravity on a whim. The boy's shoulders were tense, probably readying some kind of surprise attack. His obvious over-reliance on his crest meant that it was probably going to be another light attack. He was proven correct when the dark-skinned boy waved his wand to create some kind of light slash, which carved through Harry easily. The boy had a panicked look on his face until he was hit with a bludgeoning hex on his chest, knocking him back. He groaned as he watched Harry's body disappear into motes of light, which showed that all he did was cast an illusion. Blaze's family magic was surprisingly potent in a fight. The boy was obviously a beginner, but those hard light constructs were very hard to stop. They tended to shatter most shields and could only really be dispelled by overwhelming the magic that gave the light form, turning it to a normal beam of light. The boy was obviously a beginner, but after analyzing the core of the magic with his arcane hearing, he realized that he was also barely scratching the surface of what he could do. Theoretically, advanced forms of this magic could turn into plasma, but that would need a tremendous amount of control to avoid killing everything in sight. That's not to mention how energy-intensive conjuring something like plasma would be. That magical crest was definitely overpowered, something that Harry would try to replicate in secret, especially considering how useful it was. His arcane hearing really wasn't fair to everyone else. While Harry was still pensive about Blaze's magic, he was still paying attention to his opponent. He ducked and bent to space to send himself away, avoiding a lot of roots that came out of the ground. With a flick of his wand, he returned the gravity, taking them by surprise again. Tracy was knocked out by a simple stunning charm that he sent at her in the air, using a cushioning charm to stop her from being hurt. Tracy didn't have any ancestry to fall back on, and even if that wasn't fair, that made her the weakest witch in the group. Daphne easily conjured a new tree that grabbed both her and Blaze, who remained in the fight. Harry, of course, sent another wave of flames at the base of the tree, disintegrating it by how hot it was, and unbalancing Daphne, causing her to lose control over her spell and fall alongside Blaze. You really should work on making your plants less flammable, Daph. Harry immediately stunned Daphne, not letting her respond. He was right, of course, one of the biggest issues to her firepower when it came to dueling. Her plants were far more vulnerable to fire than actual normal ones, and that put her at a huge disadvantage the moment anyone figured out this weakness. Even then, Daphne's magic was fascinating. Harry didn't know if he would ever be able to replicate it. Conjuring a tree was easy, but what Daphne did was communicate with nature, with the ambient magic somehow, and prompt it to grow a tree, which she then controlled with her magic. He didn't even know how to go about trying to replicate something like this. Of course, there was only a single opponent left, Blaze, who tried to send a bolt of light at his back that he dodged without even looking. The boy looked incensed, and he conjured what seemed like a blade of light coming out of his wand, trying to cleave Harry in two. The last Potter simply conjured a small filament of ice that he charmed with the exact opposite frequency as the boy's wave. That was pretty tricky to get, but his arcane hearing taught him that. The boy's eyes widened when he saw that small filament of ice redirect his attack, and he tried to do it once more, only for the blade of light to bend around Harry. He couldn't help but ask, how? Harry shrugged. Light travels in space, so bending space would bend light as well. You also have to be aware of your surroundings. Before the boy could respond, Harry pulled his wand and his previously inert filament of ice was pulled, revealing that he had subtly controlled it to surround the boy. Harry grinned at the incarcerated boy and stunned him. Just like that, his opponents were done. It wasn't a bad showing, really. Well, Tracy wasn't really a fighter, so he didn't expect anything from that front. She did know a few more curses thanks to joining the dueling club, and she had some good reflexes, but she wasn't passionate when it came to fighting, not like Blaze and Daphne were, whose crest also gave a far greater arsenal than she could hope to match. Speaking of the duo, they were not bad, but they still relied way too much on their crests. It wasn't bad since their family spells were obviously far more powerful than anything they learnt in school, but each of their magic had a cornerstone that, should anyone understand, could be countered with enough preparation. He should try to diversify their arsenal a bit. With a wave of his wand, Harry woke them up. How long did we last this time? Blaze asked. A little more than 2 minutes. Better than a week ago, Harry responded. Still as humiliating though. We're 3 against 1, and we still haven't hit you once. Hell, you were obviously playing with us the whole time. Harry gave her a reproachful look. You wouldn't last 10 seconds if I took you too seriously, and you wouldn't learn anything. The fact is that you're getting better at a very good rate compared to our classmates. Daph grumbled, I know that you think you're making us feel better, but you're really not. So please stop trying to comfort us. And stop giving us pointers in the middle of fights, it's demeaning. Hey, you're the one that asked for me to train you, the last Potter answered while raising his hands. They didn't respond because he was right. Harry wasn't even the one who made the suggestions, it was Tracy who did it. Daphne has been training with him for almost a year, but their 2 friends insisted on learning to not be left behind. They probably regretted it now. I would have thought twice about asking you if we knew you were so far ahead, Blaze said. Welcome to my life, Daphne complained, you get defeated like we're toddlers then lectured afterwards. Unfortunately, it's too useful and too exhilarating to stop. And you get used to the humiliating defeats after a while. I'm too tired for a lecture now. I need to have a shower, especially after our care class this morning. I swear, those buggers made me dirty on purpose. Care of magical creatures. It was an elective that was both disappointing and promising. the whole thing was about taking care of magical creatures, and so far, they only dealt with boring animals. He should have expected something like this since without Hagrid in charge, no one was mad enough to make the first lesson of the class about hippogriffs, a creature that while easily trained and docile, could easily injure a student. For example, the lesson earlier today was about the krupp. On parchment, this species was rated XXX, meaning that they can be adopted as pets. They were essentially dogs that were highly intelligent and loyal. The professor taught them how to feed them, they played with them a bit. Weasley ended up being bit a few times for trying to surprise them, but that was the only injury, and even then, it was superficial. However, Harry did notice that the krupps were very mischievous since they purposely jumped in the mud before leaping at students, and then running away. Tracy was one of their unfortunate victims. Like he said, it was disappointing, but there was promise that they would start working with more interesting creatures in the future. As for the Hogsmeade plan, things were going according to plan. Daphne was halfway through making her marking plans, which he enchanted. Harry had stuck to Hogsmeade to mark the boundaries for the ward. Blaise managed to get his hand on enough Peruvian instant darkness powder for their project, while Tracy found an old charm in the library which was probably used on omnioculars to record information, as well as an adaptation of the protean charm to transmit an image. It was more than enough for Harry to create the magical equivalent of cameras, but he was already swamped with work. He already finished the marking enchantment as well as the boundary, so they might be able to start planting Daphne's plant soon. The giant petrification rune was a bit harder since he had to use the magical mark as a sample to determine who not to affect, but he still managed to do it. He was still working on the darkness potion, which was far more challenging than he expected. His respect for Severus Snape grew immensely. Crafting a potion from scratch was still very complicated. He was getting close, he knew he was, but it still took a sizable portion of his free time. He was tempted to ask Luna for help since while she wasn't as knowledgeable about the subject as he was, she had some very interesting insights thanks to her clairvoyance. Harry took out his wand and muttered, "Tempus." His eyes widened when he realized that he was late for his runes project meeting. And wasn't that a clusterfuck of its own? Neville had literally gone to the professor and told her that he went over his head, just so that he would be in a group with Harry. And neither he nor Susan could really refuse him because doing so would be publicly humiliating him. Harry really wanted to avoid being in a group with the Longbottom scion. He tried being supportive to the boy, he really did, but he wanted none of the trouble that followed Neville. Susan seemed to have a similar train of thought and chose not to publicly humiliate someone who she would end up spending a lot of time with when they were adults. It was funny how childhood grudges could have long-term effects. He ran out of the room of requirements, and towards the library where their meetings were held. He cleaned his outfit with a wave of his wand and removed any sweat or smells. In a few seconds, he looked like his normal self. With that done, he walked nonchalantly into the library, finding his group partners very easily. They both looked irritated for some reason. Susan's burning glare turned towards him. "You're late." "I'm sorry. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. Then I met this fascinating painting called Sir Cadogan, who refused to let me go without a poetry battle. It was such a hard-fought battle that I forgot what I was doing. Then I came here." Chapter 155, Symbolic Dread. September 29, 1993, Hogwarts. Susan's burning glare turned towards him. "You're late." "I'm sorry. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. Then I met this fascinating painting called Sir Cadogan, who refused to let me go without a poetry battle. It was such a hard-fought battle that I forgot what I was doing. Then I came here." The two mages froze at Harry's response as if they were trying to process what was said and trying to make sense of it. He really repressed the urge to burst into laughter at their expressions. Susan just looked lost. They really hadn't spoken to each other ever, and she was very unused to his humor, especially when he was bored. Because that is what he was, bored. Group projects were theoretically useful. They promoted camaraderie, maybe even a little rivalry. That made students push themselves and learn more than what they were taught in class out of curiosity or to contribute to the group's effort. However, the whole thing became a mess after Dumbledore took over as headmaster. With him subtly promoting the house rivalries, Slytherins and Gryffindor pairings were very rare, even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw don't really get along. And with the professors only grading the project at the end of the semester, the whole thing turned into a single person doing the entire work, and the other members just not participating. Where before group projects could spark lifelong partnerships and friendships, now it was just a way for scions from other houses to partner with each other at the insistence of their parents. He refused that his group be the same way, so he was going to push them to work, whether they liked to or not. "So, what have you been up to so far?" Susan fidgeted slightly. "Nothing really, we've been waiting for you to start." He looked at Neville, who nodded. "All right, the both of you wanted to be in a group with me, so let me just tell you my ground rules. First things first, I don't want any fighting. We can disagree with each other, but if it starts getting violent or if you start yelling at each other, I will leave. The second is that for all of us to benefit, we will use a runic language that none of us understand, which in this case is hieroglyphs. Wait, why? Neville protested, we could just use what we learn in class. Because I have to get something out of this project too, and I already know Elder Futhark. You know runes, the only Hufflepuff in the room said with an incredulous tone. I get bored easily, he simply answered. Honestly, if we pick most other languages, I could have the project done in an hour or something. Hell, even with hieroglyphs, it would take me a couple of weeks to do it. Which is why the two of you will be the ones doing most of the work. I'll just verify and go over your work. Both of Harry's partners looked angry. You're going to saddle us with all the work. How is that fair? This is me being fair to you. It would be easy for me to finish the entire thing without any of your input. We'll all get an outstanding and we will all have time to focus on our other classes. Believe me, this is more work for me too. But this project is to design and understand how to use ancient runes in real life. This is a skill that you have to learn, which is why you'll get the most out of the project if you do it yourselves. Prove it, Susan stated. Excuse me, he answered with a confused tone. Prove to me that you know how to use runes. How would we know if you just don't want to do the work? Harry rolled his eyes. Fine. He grabbed a roll of parchment, took out his quill and drew a small combination of runes on it. It probably looked more complicated than it had a right to be. It was just 3 runes, one which was mandatory to regulate the power input, one to grow a flame and one to remove the heat. He waved his wand at the rune and a small purple flame appeared, floating in the air. Harry gave his 2 stupefied partners a smug look. You can touch it. It's not hot. Susan hesitantly put his hand near the flames and her expression gradually turned into an odd one as she touched the purple fire. How did you do that? Harry waved his wand and extinguished the flame. That was basic knowledge of runes. Like I said before, I will not be doing your project for you, so the 2 of you will be responsible for most of the work since you'll be the ones learning the most from it. Your first task for next week will be to look up a few runic schemes in the library that use hieroglyphs. Try to find a pattern and I want each of you to give me 3 ideas for a project. We will also start learning the basics about the Egyptian runic alphabet. You're giving us homework? Neville exclaimed. Yes. That's what a group project is. We give each other tasks to do individually and then we meet once a week to bring things together. The more you get used to it, and the more you understand how runes work, you will be more comfortable giving ideas and sharing your insights. If you don't like that I'm currently in charge, then learn enough about the runes to control the conversation. Make it so that listening to you is more important than listening to me. We barely even know anything about runes, Susan complained. How about I give you a little push? The professor immediately started talking about alphabets and properties without really going into how runes work, so I'll give you a little introduction, all right? They both nodded and he started. Ancient runes are old languages that somehow have magical properties. As the professor said, they're composed of alphabets, but instead of each letter being a sound, each letter is a concept, which babbling called properties. For example, the runic scheme that I just showed you is only made up of 3 letters. One that signified power, another that signified light or enlightenment, and one that signified heat and purification. The power rune accepted my magic and sent it to the rest of the matrix. When I suffused my magic, I channeled the intent of each rune separately. I wanted the light rune to mean fire, and wanted the heat rune to make it so that it doesn't burn. It accepted my commands and worked. Neville actually started taking notes, so we always need to channel our intent for each rune for it to work. Not really. Theoretically, someone could do all of this with just the power rune or the light rune, but that's if they're experienced and skilled enough to use singular runes with a complex intent. But on the other side, you could use arithmancy to calculate your intent. It's hard to put into words, but that magic that you're putting in can be translated into an arithmetic formula, which can be translated into very complex connections. With that, a single input of magic, without any intent, would power the entire runic scheme. But the runes would have to be unbelievably complex with a lot of connections, especially when the outcome is complicated. It's why we still have runesmiths to enchant objects for us. But that's something that we would learn in our enchanting elective after our OWLS. In our assignment, we will focus on the happy medium, since each of us will be graded on activating our runic matrix in the second term. The rest of the group session went that way with Harry essentially tutoring his 2 partners in runes. It really was a fascinating subject, especially when it came to Egyptian runes. While he didn't tell Susan and Neville about how ambitious learning this language was for a beginner, what they could benefit from learning this alphabet would affect them for the rest of their lives. Egyptian runes were extremely efficient. There was a reason why a lot of tombs still stood after thousands of years, and that was because even after so much time, the runes were still stable and working properly. Sure, the alphabet was mostly used in curses and warding, but there were very few magical artifacts from that era, and they were still extremely potent. For example, the scepter of Ra was still being studied, which was discovered a few decades back, but from preliminary analysis, it was filled with so much power that it baffled researchers around the world. With his obligations to his partners done with, he decided to go back to the room of requirements where his friends were probably still waiting for him. By his calculation, they still had a few good minutes before attending their defense class. Ever since he told them about the Hogsmeade attack, they've been very supportive. He really appreciated the efforts they were going through for what is basically a recurring dream he had. Of course, they weren't actually paying for anything, just with their time. Harry wouldn't let them risk their own pocket money on a hunch he had, even if it paid off. His assumptions about their timings were correct when he found them exiting the room on the 7th floor. Daphne was the first to notice him. "Harry, we didn't expect to see you before class. I finished a bit early, so I thought I'd go with you." "So, how was your first group session?" she asked without bothering to hide her irritation at the last part. "Fine, I guess. It ended up with me teaching them how runes worked, and I gave them some tasks to do for next week's session." Tracy snickered. "You gave them homework? How else are they going to learn?" he responded confused. "Well, I'm happy I'm not in your group," Blaise remarked. They continued bickering on their way to Lupin's classroom. The only piece of information he got was that Blaise got a letter for Borgin and Burks to reserve that Hand of Glory. It was a bit pricier than Harry thought it would be, and it would only be reserved for a week, but it would do. He really wanted to explore the enchantments on the thing, since it should be able to see through the fog he was creating. They finally arrived at their defense class soon after, only to groan once more, when they saw that the classroom resembled what it looked like during their first lesson. Lupin had a trend to switch his classroom depending on the type of lesson they had. During normal and theoretical lessons, the classroom looked like a standard classroom with desks, chairs, and a chalkboard. However, during practical lessons, the classroom turned into an expanded space that mirrored the natural habitat of the creatures that they were fighting. Sometimes it was a forest, sometimes it was a field. There was one time it was a lake, but after Seamus Finnegan almost drowned somehow, he couldn't see the professor having permission to do this again. In that particular session, the classroom took the form of a spooky dark forest. It was quite the feat of transfiguration and charms, and if he was completely honest, Harry thought that it was very useful for teaching defense. Of course, he still didn't trust Lupin one bit, whatever the fuck the man was. He definitely wasn't just a werewolf. Harry had stuck out of the castle just to analyze normal werewolves in Nocturne Alley while under his invisibility cloak. Their songs were slightly feral, but Lupin was just on another level. Whatever the defense professor was, he definitely wasn't just a werewolf. Unfortunately, the man was probably their best defense professor yet. He was deeply knowledgeable of the theory and was obviously experienced. If it wasn't for his mysterious nature and his unhealthy interest in Harry, he would have probably liked his classes. "Welcome, welcome. As you probably noticed, today will be a practical class. We're going to study a particular dark creature that's been very commonly referenced in the news and riddled with both real and fake information." With a wave of his wand, an illusion of a creature appeared, and people started to panic. Some of you recognize them. Today, we'll be talking about vampires. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Bloody Confessions. September 29, 1993, Hogwarts. Welcome, welcome. As you probably noticed, today will be a practical class. We're going to study a particular dark creature that's been very commonly referenced in the news and riddled with both real and fake information. With a wave of his wand, an illusion of a creature appeared, and people started to panic. Some of you recognize them. Today, we'll be talking about vampires. The response that the professor received was a wave of muttering, a mixture of fear and excitement, which was what anyone would expect from a class made up of Gryffindors and Slytherins. The werewolf raised his hands and they all stopped talking. "I know that this is a little beyond your purview as third years, but I think with the recent events, knowing about them, even if it's just the basics, could be very beneficial. The first thing you need to know about vampires is that there are different kinds, each having different weaknesses and skills. They are as varied as wizards and witches are, and so is their magic. We generally group vampires because it's easier to explain, but that's just us being lazy." He was right, of course. Harry knew that sales of books regarding vampires had risen considerably during the summer, causing them to become very expensive, and fake books to arise. Since vampires were driven out of the country a century back, information about the bloodsuckers was very sparse with the low demand, something that obviously hurt the citizens of magical Britain. Opportunists sold fake charms and enchanted garlic to prevent vampire attacks, but they were quickly stopped by the Aurors. If this trend continued, then proper education about vampires would be very helpful in the long run. The defense professor paused for a moment before continuing. "What you should know about vampires is that blood is their currency. Their hierarchy is built on the strength of their blood, and thus their blood magic. The main weakness they have is that the magic in the blood doesn't regenerate, hence why they feel the need to drink blood from magical beings, with wizards and witches being the most compatible. The more powerful the blood receives, the bigger the power boosts. That means that squibs and muggles aren't attractive targets for vampires. And vampires stay alive as long as the blood inside them has any magic. They will continue to regenerate until they run out. So, the stronger the vampire, the harder it is to kill them. Like I said before, the finite nature of their blood magic is their biggest weakness. Any creature with magic, even if they're not performing any magical feats, will exude a small amount of magic, which is quickly regenerated. But since vampires cannot regenerate magic without blood, a very powerful vampire named Drackle created a ritual for all his descendants to not exude any magic and have complete control over it. In exchange, their magic would go haywire if they were exposed to sunlight, meaning that they lose their magic very quickly if they go out during the day, hence their most known weaknesses. A few skilled blood mages took their control to another level, learning to manipulate shadows and basic hypnosis. It was evidently the best move since his clan grew and slaughtered all other vampires, their unnatural skill in blood magic giving them a very noticeable advantage. This is the source of the weaknesses we can see in vampires today. So, garlic doesn't burn them, a stake in the heart wouldn't kill them as long as they still had magic in their blood. Of course, decapitating them would kill them, since the magic necessary to regenerate an entire body would exceed whatever magic remained just in the head. Lily Moon raised her hands, but then why did those myths start to spread? A very good question. Those methods are in fact useless against most vampires but can work against vampire thralls. The Slytherin girl raised her hand again, but the professor interrupted. You were probably going to ask what thralls are, so I'll just explain. Something you need to know about vampires is that they are not born. They cannot reproduce. Every single one of them was a wizard at some point, that drunk vampire blood. We don't know who the first vampire was, but we theorize that it was a blood curse of some sort that mutated. The curse was probably meant to destroy a person's ability to wield magic since no vampire can use our magic, just their blood magic. However, the more magic a wizard had before having been turned, the more efficient his blood magic becomes. But if a muggle, a squib, or a very weak wizard or witch transform, then their blood magic is so weak that it constantly needs to be replaced, causing their bodies and mind to degenerate, and an extreme hunger for blood. These vampires are called thralls and are often created when powerful vampires need servants of some sort. These creatures adopt some feral trademarks making them wary of powerful scents, like garlic, and easily killed since the magic in their blood is minuscule. A wooden stake to the heart would suffice, hence the rumors. Neville Longbottom spoke up for the first time. You said that they had social structures. Ah, good catch, Mr. Longbottom. Yes, they have. A normal vampire, if they do not turn into a thrall, can learn to harness and hone their blood magic. After a few centuries, if they show mastery over a form of blood magic, like blood warding or blood rituals, they can attain the title of lord. A lord is then allowed to turn other people into vampires and have his own thralls. With every child they have, they get a small fraction of their power. After 1,000 years, if they have enough children to become vampire lords, so much so that they don't even need to feed anymore, getting all the magic they need from their connection to their children, even during daylight, then they become elder vampires. They can separate themselves from their coven and start a new one with their children. They're often very powerful, nearly unkillable, and very experienced. If you see one, just run. Apparate if you can, get as far away as possible from them. This will be your only hope to survive an encounter. The stars in the room flickered as if mirroring the professor's threat. A few students shivered and Harry could hear the wolf howl once more. Was Lupin experienced when it came to vampire hunting? The werewolf perked up immediately. All right, so we're going to have a small exercise. In the forest around you, there is a small horde of vampire thralls, who will start attacking in 5 minutes. Who could tell me a good way to fend them off? Theonot raised his hand, the Lumos charm. Close but no, Lupin answered. Lumos is artificial light. But you can use the Lumos solemn charm instead. It will not be close to being as effective as real sunlight, but that's a good suggestion. What else? Ron Weasley, surprisingly, answered this time. Well, what about dung bombs? An innovative solution. With their feral minds and sensitivity to smells, it could deter them. That's a very innovative solution, Mr. Weasley. Take 10 points to Gryffindor. Oh, wait, the first one came. Harry could tell that those were animated constructs, not real vampires, so the risk to the students would be minimal. Harry simply raised a shield focused against physical attacks and observed his classmates. Their improvement was noticeable compared to their first lesson. They were more proactive, even if they weren't fighting smartly. Gryffindors were at each other's backs trying to stop them, with Weasley throwing dung bombs that he probably got from his brothers. Neville was a lot better than Harry expected, surprisingly, casting massive beams of sunlight, practically protecting the Gryffindor girls on his own. Not that they were idle, simply a lot less active. The Slytherins had used the Gryffindors as a defense of some sort, only picking on any constructs that tried to sneak past. It was weird how well Gryffindors and Slytherins worked together, especially considering their rivalry. He had to admit that Lupin was a good teacher despite how much he unsettled Harry. They were still losing, probably because they couldn't aim their spells properly to hit the admittedly fast creatures. They took Lupin's word and stuck with it without trying anything else. Sighing in disappointment, Harry simply waved his wand while muttering, Lumos Solum Maxima. An explosion of sunlight in all directions occurred. He probably overpowered it a bit, since it was supposed to be a flash of light. It wasn't a spell that he read in a book, it was a simple combination of the Lumos Solemn Charm and the Lumos Maxima Charm to create a flash of sunlight instead of a beam. The vampire thralls were immediately sent far back by their weakening magic. It was probably a bit much, but it wasn't like people didn't already know how good he was at magic. Even using such a spell was really underplaying his skills. Lupin clapped. Very well done, Mr. Potter. See how he thought outside the box. Now, for our next class, I want each of you to give me 5 ways to fight attacking vampires while explaining why they would be effective. You're all dismissed, except you, Mr. Potter. I want to have a word with you. Harry froze and slowly walked towards the professor as everyone else left the classroom. To be perfectly honest, he was slightly nervous being alone with the werewolf. There was always the sixth sense that he had that the man was far more than he appeared, that every action he was taking was just a mask, every motion controlled tightly, lest the beast underneath kills everything in sight like it obviously craved to do. He readied his mind to cast a magic circle as fast as possible to destroy the men at the slightest aggressive move, yet the men just kept looking at him. Lupin wasn't using any magic. He just kept staring at him for what felt like hours. Harry refused to start speaking since it was the professor who wanted his conversation. The men seemed to realize this as he cleared his throat and spoke up. You know, when I first saw you, I just couldn't help but stare at you. You look so much like your father, but your eyes, they're exactly like your mother's. Harry didn't know what the man was getting at and just raised an eyebrow. That's a very creepy thing to say to a minor. The professor snorted, and that's something that James would say. I have to say that if they could both see you now, they would have been proud. All right, the young Slytherin answered with a shrug. That's all nice and everything, but why did you ask me to stay? The men stiffened in shock. You don't care at all about your parents, what they were like, what they liked, what they disliked. Their hopes, their dreams. Who were their friends and why they couldn't take care of you. I investigated how you were treated by your Aunt Petunia, and I have to say, I would have questions if I was in your place. The last Potter snorted. The dead don't care, so why should I? And why I never spoke to you before. People are selfish, they have their own lives. I don't care about why you never spoke to me, the truth is that you didn't. You are a stranger to me, and I don't like your obsession with me. The way you keep looking at me if we're in the same room, it's just creepy and I want you to stop. The defense professor gave Harry a complicated look. You know, don't you? You know that I'm a werewolf. You hate me because of it. Don't kid yourself, Lupin, Harry answered. I don't know what the fuck you are, but you're not a werewolf. I met werewolves before, and you're definitely not one. So, why don't you stop playing the concerned family friend and tell me what you want, or I'm walking out the door right now. And just like that, a switch flipped. The man's face turned cold, and he suddenly burst into laughter. You know, I should have expected it. You're a son after all. Chapter 157, Feral. September 29, 1993, Hogwarts. And just like that, a switch flipped. The man's face turned cold, and he suddenly burst into laughter. You know, I should have expected it. You're a son after all. Harry expected Lupin to have tried to bring up some kind of nostalgic feelings and unearth some kind of bond with his dead father. After all, Harry had snuck into Filch's old files before the squib left the castle, and he saw his father's detention records. It was mostly to satisfy his curiosity. You could learn a lot from the reasons people were punished. It was a pretty image, to say the least. He could understand why Snape would be salty after so long. If this was a high school in the United States, Harry would say that James Potter was the typical jock. He was popular because of his talent in Quidditch, and he didn't really take anything seriously. His grades were average. He was talented but barely made an effort. In fact, when it came to his pranks, they were surprisingly ingenious, even if they tended to be malicious in nature. He hated Slytherins with a passion, but it probably didn't have anything to do with the war, but politics. The Potter family was shunned ever since they were kicked out of the Sacred 28, and considering that his father, Charles, publicly opposed the frankly ridiculous proposals that the traditionalist faction sent to the Wisengamot, they didn't get any popular in the pureblood crowd, which as a boy, he easily grouped into the members of Slytherin House. His friendship with Sirius Black, which was probably built on their common hatred, was very toxic. Lupin and Pettigrew just followed them around, thinking that they were part of the crowd. Their pranks were rarely harmless, but he tended to target Severus Snape since he hung out with Lily Evans, whom he obviously had a crush on. Of course, once Charles and Doria Potter died from a Death Eater attack in his 6th year, James' irritation towards Slytherin turned into full-blown loathing, and the pranks turned into curses and actual harm. It was probably done at the request of the Black family, now that Harry thought about it, since the Black heir had run away from home and stayed with the Potters the previous summer. James Potter didn't know how to express his grief and would have gone into a downward spiral of self-destruction if it wasn't for Lily Evans. Harry didn't know if she took pity on him, and the only evidence of when their relationship began was when they were caught snogging in an empty classroom. Lily seemed to have some good influence on him. His grades got better, his pranks slowly faded away, and he graduated as one of the top students. Each grade, each detention, and each punishment was a clue that allowed Harry to easily model his father's behavior. But there were surprisingly few about his mother. All there was about Lily were her perfect grades, and a couple of detentions for hexing another student, even if she was never the instigator. There wasn't enough data to model her personality, and very few people actually cared about her. He sure as hell wasn't going to ask Snape about her. The fact that Lupin mentioned his mother and not his father did not correspond to the model he built of the men. He didn't like inconsistencies. The werewolf, or whatever the hell he was, seemed to enjoy seeing Harry think and figure out things on his own. And Harry was stringing things along as much as he could. But he needed more data and more facts to build his conclusions in this world of lies. Lupin's shift in attitude meant that the mask was lifted. The professor waited until Harry called him out on it. He knew that Harry figured out that he was a werewolf. He wanted to emotionally manipulate Harry to spend time with him, since refusing would mean that he was biased against werewolves. The man's condition was very easy to figure out if you thought about it in a theoretical manner. The faint scars and the hair were very obvious tells. His enhanced reflexes, his enhanced strength and speed. They were all clues to that fact. Clues that anyone who read about werewolves would have put together, and Harry's intelligence was hardly a secret, even if the extent wasn't something he shared. Lupin expected Harry to figure out that he was a werewolf, but purely on an academic standard, meaning that he didn't expect the young Slytherin to have met other werewolves to make the comparison. Hence his slight surprise and the unscripted part of the conversation. Conclusion: Lupin was also in uncharted territory. He didn't plan out this part of the conversation. Bringing up his mother meant they knew each other more than the model alluded. A distraction so that he would think of a better way to convince Harry to spend more time with him alone. However, the reason was unknown. Most favorable action: don't give him enough time to think of a plan. Make the conversation engaging enough that he has to focus completely on it by being unexpected. All of this happened in a fraction of a second in Harry's brain, and he responded, "So, you didn't say what the hell you were." Lupin seemed to freeze once more. He obviously expected a question about Harry's mother. That's a very complicated situation. There isn't really a name for what I am. I am a unique existence in a way. Harry grinned slightly. You're not a werewolf, but the similarities between the two conditions are very similar. Enhanced body, feral reflexes, one belonging to a canine specifically. It would be too unlikely for them to not be related in some way. Is it a mutated form of lycanthropy? No, you have too few scars. That means that you have regeneration capabilities, but ones that weren't there at the beginning. Did they kick in later? No, it wouldn't make sense. So you were a werewolf, but something happened. Something changed you, your condition. How close am I getting? The defense professor's eyes widened with every prediction. He definitely wasn't expecting Harry to bite back from the looks of it. You're very right. I used to be a normal werewolf and now I am not. It wasn't an easy or short process, but a dear friend of mine that researched my curse crafted a dangerous ritual to merge slightly more with my inner wolf, in exchange for more control over my transformation, and the fact that I can't transmit my curse anymore. That was groundbreaking. The idea that someone could essentially defund the werewolf population by making the curse unable to be transmitted would change the world, but the fact that it would strengthen the werewolves would disturb the delicate balance of power in magical Britain, and maybe even the entire world. There wouldn't be a reason why werewolves couldn't be accepted in Hogwarts. There wouldn't be a reason why they wouldn't be allowed in shops. Hell, the entire population of werewolves would just die out in a few generations. It was a solution that was too revolutionary, and people didn't like change. The professor chuckled. I can see your train of thought. You're right. We tried to present the research to any guild, but we were either laughed out, or people just weren't interested even if the arithmancy was logical. I was the first proof of concept, a prototype so that we wouldn't be ignored anymore. Harry's mind paced, coming to another conclusion. My mother is the one who came up with it, didn't she? It's why you spoke to her that much. Lupin nodded without a hint of shame. Lily was a very complicated person, but her most defining feature was her mind. She was a genius with a grasp on magic that I've never seen the like before, one that did her best to hide it since she understood that purebloods would never allow someone with her potential to grow into a credible threat. You remind me of her very much. You might look exactly like James, but you're all Lily, except you don't even try to pretend that you care about other people, outside your friends that is. Lily didn't have the luxury of your last name. She fought for every scrap of knowledge, for every privilege. She would have changed the world. She did change the world with me. In my 5th year, she told me that she figured out what I was years back and she was working on a way of helping me. After we graduated, she delivered. Even when no one would fund her research, she still went through with it and gave me the closest thing there is to a cure for my condition. James was my best friend. Harry, but my loyalty to him was nothing compared to my loyalty to my mother. She was even prepared to refine the ritual and offer it to other werewolves for free. As fascinating as this is, Harry couldn't trust a word of it. As interesting as this is, why don't you tell me why you never tried to see me before? My residence was public knowledge. The ritual was slow, Lupin responded after releasing a deep sigh. It was a battle. At first, a constant fight between me and the wolf to decide who would stay dominant. It took years for me to wake up properly, having stayed in a half-feral state for years. I was too dangerous to stay near society, especially near children. Considering that we performed the ritual shortly before Lily's marriage and I disappeared afterwards, everyone thought that I was either a traitor or a coward. I woke up with the only hope for my race dead in a freak fire, with my friends gone, and the war stopped. I wasn't welcome in Britain, and everyone made sure that I knew that. I joined a few werewolf packs, trying to convince them to make a stable society of our own, but they didn't like it. In the end, I became a bounty hunter of sorts, taking out high-profile criminals in the continents for gold, and doing a few businesses in the Muggle world like Lily always dreamed, to help her parents' finances. Even now, I am not safe to stay around. I live in a constant fight that if I lose, the wolf will take over. It's not an easy life to lead, but at least I have a fighting chance to stay human. Harry didn't know if this was all bullshit, but he also didn't really care. He would investigate the whole thing on his own. He just needed to keep the upper hand in the conversation. If you're so dangerous, why did you even come to Hogwarts? I can tell that Dumbledore doesn't want you here, hell most of the professors don't. And if you're always close to becoming an uncontrollable monster, then staying near children isn't an ideal thing to do. For you, of course. I'm here to see you. I was curious about how you turned out. You're the child of two of my dearest friends, the only remnant I have of my younger years. Wouldn't you be curious if you were in my place? And that's to mention the rumors that you were a genius, and I thought that maybe you've inherited some of your mother's mind. You could have just sent a letter, the last Potter remarked. It's easier than moving back to a country that you seem to dislike. And Harry had a point. Lupin really could have sent a letter. There had to be something else, something that the men wouldn't share. The defense professor snorted, "You're not very trusting, are you?" Everybody lies, Harry simply responds. It's not a bad thing, a world of only truth would result in chaos. Even the way we see the world is a lie. It's in our bodies. Our brains process sounds faster than light, yet light travels faster than sound. Our brain is constantly shifting our reality so that it would make sense. Only if something happens in a radius of 25 meters that we see and hear the world exactly as it is when our brain, sound, and light are in harmony. The rest of the time we live in a world of lies. Essentially, lies are what let the world make sense to us. What's your point? Harry grinned. The point is that everyone is in this world for themselves. In a primal way, we always prioritize ourselves. We lie so that the world would align with us. You say that you want to spend time with me, but the timing is too suspicious. You come here, in this school, in a place where we'll have to interact, where I'm never too far away. Because there's something you want. Something you need me to do. I'm involved, I know I am, but the question is, involved in what? If it was something reasonable, I wouldn't have minded. So, it's something that I wouldn't accept immediately. If you lose control of the castle, then your entire species will be hunted down like the vampires were 100 years ago. So, it has to be something worth the risk. You've given me a lot to think about, Mr. Lupin. I'll see you next week. Harry turned and left the room. He pretended not to have heard the man's inner wolf howl in rage and frustration using his arcane hearing. Well, that was an enlightening conversation. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Looming Death. October 15, 1993, Britain. As he did every day, Augustus Rookwood woke up in pain, hating having to serve the madman who had saved his life, and what a miserable life it was. He was one of the most reputed unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, the one who let nothing stand in his way in the name of progress. Every single project he had taken was a resounding success, and he was on his track to become the head of the department. People had no idea what happened in that department, and it was better that way. Unspeakables were the epitome of what mages were supposed to be. They recruited not the most powerful wizards and witches in magical Britain, but those who showed the most curiosity, and the desire to go the extra mile to see the possibilities. Unspeakables honed their magic and advanced their fields as much as possible, no matter the cost. There were many subdepartments that you could rotate to as much as you wanted until you found your specialized field. Rookwood had tried out most of them, from the study of ancient artifacts and enchantments to alchemy, and even divination. He even spent a year learning necromancy for a while, but he had no talent in the field and found it tasteless. They weren't always useful. The study of time and death were dead ends, even if the odd unspeakable would try their hands every once in a while, but the possibilities were endless. Augustus found his place in the curse room. He always had an affinity for them, coming up with diverse ways to discreetly cast a curse and even incorporate them into other fields. It's not like curses were always that harmful. They were charms that were designed to leave traces of the magic and could directly affect the magical channels of the victim, often in negative ways. But Augustus did make headways in using curses to combat other curses. There was even the possibility of weakening or even neutralizing lycanthropy using it, and a lot of uses in magical healing. It was the project that would have made his rise as department head an inevitability. Alas, things did not always go according to plan. Albus Dumbledore ended up spearheading a bill to limit the inhuman experimentations in the Department of Mysteries. Sure, there was a point to the fact that some of the things done there were distasteful, but every single subject was either a criminal who would have been on a one-way trip to Azkaban or a volunteer. And without any subjects, the department came to a halt. Augustus' research was deemed unsafe, and it was like everything he had done for years had never happened. Saul Croker, the traitor who was the head of the department at the time, accepted the decision of the Wisengamot, and Dumbledore sunk his claws into the department, the only place that was untouched by his constant desire to halt magical progress and experimentation. It was why Augustus even joined the Dark Lord. He didn't care about blood purity, it was a useless concept. In this world, only legacy and power mattered, and if just had one of them, you became important. The idea that half-bloods were lesser was meaningless, even if Muggle-borns rarely ever reached the power requirements to make any sort of contribution to their society. Although, they could be useful as a working force, nothing more. He could also tell that the Dark Lord didn't believe it either. He just wanted to gain power, to topple Dumbledore. Augustus wasn't really convinced until the men offered to swear an unbreakable vow. Now, generally, this was a bad idea. These vows were barely used before the statute to make sure that the terms of surrender after a battlefield would remain. If you broke them, you died. There were no warnings, no second chances, nothing. Even unspeakables didn't use them to guarantee their secrecy. The Dark Lord vowed to make him the head of the department and to remove all the bills that Dumbledore made regarding the department, within a year after he defeated Gellert Grindelwald. In return, Augustus vowed to give him any knowledge he had in the Department of Mysteries as long as he was asked by the Dark Lord personally. That was a risky move on his part too, but there was still enough wiggle room. For example, if Augustus ran away and disappeared, then he wouldn't have to do anything. He even had a plan ready in case the Dark Lord would try to cheat their agreement in some way, but Lord Voldemort was a man of his word. Oh, the man was unstable, and his condition worsened over the years. He couldn't tell what was causing it because of the frankly ridiculous number of rituals that the man put himself through just to achieve this kind of power. A bad interaction between rituals was very likely. Still, the Dark Lord respected him and his knowledge. He rarely asked for his knowledge and did not abuse his vow. Even if he took his rage on his other incompetent followers, Rookwood remained safe. Plus, he only participated in raids while masked, so his position in the Department of Mysteries was safe, until the man's defeat at the hand of the Longbottom Whelp, where his fellow Death Eaters started to turn on one another. Whatever happened in Longbottom Manor was unexpected, but it was theorized that the killing curse could be blocked or even redirected by a shield that was designed to resist the spell's magical neutralizing agent. It was probably some kind of energy that wasn't magic, considering the circumstances, some kind of manifestation of the soul using an alchemy-based ritual performed by one of the boy's parents. He didn't think something like this would work without blowing up in someone's face, but that was the most logical explanation. But the aftermath of Lord Voldemort's defeat was simple. Rookwood's secrecy was now in the air, and he was ambushed by Aurus after someone tattled. He did put up a good fight, a good dozen of his attackers died, but there were just too many and his magic was getting strained. He didn't say anything during his trial, accepting the life sentence to Azkaban because he knew something that they didn't. The Dark Lord was still alive. He could still sense their vow and he had researched the dark mark the moment he was branded to find a way to escape it. It was possible, but it would be very expensive and risky. His lord was weakened but he would not go willing to that good night. So, he waited in Azkaban for his lord to return. In a way, that was lucky. He was a high-profile target and thus was turned into Azkaban. The Department of Mysteries did not suffer traitors. Before Dumbledore's reforms, his fate wouldn't have been just death but turned into an experimental subject in a project. Death was just so wasteful. Days turned to months, and months turned to years. He was starting to lose hope. His mental exercises resisted the Dementor's influence at first, but he could tell that he was withering away. There were just too many Dementors all the time. They relished breaking him, but he did not succumb to madness like the others did even if it was close. He knew that his lord would be back one day, and he would be free once more. The Azkaban was destroyed. He was rescued by a person that even more unstable than his old master. He didn't even know that if it was a man or a woman. Their voice was soft enough to be either. It was obviously fake, so as to not reveal any clues. Rise and shine, rookie. Today is a very important day, the aggravating voice sang like it did every morning. He really wanted to curse the thing. It was possible. He wasn't chained like he was when he came to this disgusting Muggle home. He even had his wand with him. The former unspeakable looked at it for a fraction of a second, but it seemed like his captor saw his intent, but was quickly slapped in the face. Now. That's no way to treat a gracious host. Remember what happened to poor Rosier when he tried to escape. It would be such a bother for it to also happen to you. Augustus winced at the memory. Evan Rosier was still prideful after Azkaban, even if he was half mad. While Augustus chose to analyze his captor's psyche, Rosier tried to escape the moment he had his wand. He was even successful for a couple of hours when the thing wasn't there to watch them. However, it wasn't soon after that they all learned that their captor's madness didn't mean that they weren't any less dangerous. The thing easily found their fellow Death Eater. Evan's death was slow and quite painful, considering the man's screams. His decapitated head was still under display in the living room. He and Dolohov decided not to aggravate the thing holding them hostage. They learned to fear the masked freak. Dolohov tried to be subtle and add a few delayed curses on things their captor touched, yet nothing came of it. Whatever their captor was, they had some kind of magical resistance, and that made them a lot more dangerous than he thought they were. My apologies. I am not a morning person, Augustus slowly responded. Oh, that's fine. It's expected that pets try to piss on the rug every once in a while. You just have to remind them not to do it again. The former unspeakable gulped and nodded. He really didn't know what this freak of nature was. His captor started to giggle. Oh, silly me. I forgot why I woke you up so early. Today, you and Dolohov can finally leave the house. Isn't that exciting? The former unspeakable simply nodded and followed after his captor towards the living room. It was quite quaint for a loathsome Muggle residence, but it was better than a cell. Dolohov was already here, looking slightly more excited. The former dueling champion was probably looking forward to leaving this place, not that he blamed him. But Rookwood knew that the sadistic thing keeping them captive wasn't letting them go to their benefit. So, like I told you, today is your lucky day. You're finally going to see the outside world after over a decade. Unfortunately, this will be for business, not pleasure. But there's no reason that you can't have fun too. He. Augustus repressed the urge to shiver at the thing's giggle. What do you want? I want an army, the thing simply responded. I want you two to get the band back together. Get a few of your Death Eater buddies together for a little attack that I'm planning. They don't have to be strong or anything, just some grunts. Bring Greyback and his pack if you can. I wouldn't betray my lord and my comrades like that. I didn't do it after years in Azkaban, why would I do it to you? Dolohov exclaimed. What a foolish move. Rookwood prepared to see his former comrade lose his head, but their captor snickered. I could say that I would torture you slowly over days, leaving you begging for the sweet release of death, but I like the fact that you haven't done something stupid yet. And I can be very generous when rewarding my nice little itty-bitty captives. So why don't I sweeten the pot a little? If you do this, I will tell you where to find your little Dark Lord you love so much, and I'll even set you free. Dolohov was clearly surprised by that fact, but the masked freak must have noticed that it wasn't the case with Augustus. Oh, did little Rookie already know about it? How naughty, you didn't tell your pals in prison to give them a little ickle bit of hope. What a smart cookie you are. Antonin gave him a betrayed expression, but the former unspeakable ignored it. Your request will be difficult even with that knowledge. Oh, so you need some incentive, do you? Well, how about this? If you fail for some reason, then I will find you and I will skin you. Both captives shivered slightly. And when do you need these men? Well, there's something poetic about Halloween. He nodded, and as they made their way out to do their task, they heard the voice of their tormentor once more. Oh, and don't get any ideas about running away. Believe me, I will find you and the results won't be pretty. Rookwood turned to face his captor, only to find the room empty. He murmured to himself slightly, fucking hell. They were going to need all the help they could get. Chapter 159, Rebellion. October 31st, 1993, Hogsmeade. It was Samhain, the day he dreaded for over 2 months. The weather was rather good for a late October day, which contrasted starkly with the ominous knowledge that had been gnawing at Harry. He looked out at the bustling streets of Hogsmeade, the quaint village that lay in the shadow of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it was as if he was seeing it through a different lens. The shops, brimming with students and villagers, painted a picture of normalcy, with children laughing and playing, and the general atmosphere exuded cheerfulness that usually enveloped the village during this time of year. However, Harry knew that this would all change soon. They had taken the carriage to the village at early in the morning to put up some finishing touches on their plans for the incoming Hogsmeade attack. There were a few good ideas and modifications that they implemented at the last minute. For example, they now marked any underage wizard or witch the moment they entered the village, as well as any student or staff members. It was Daphne's idea, and he kicked himself to not have thought about it himself. Although, it was odd to travel to the village openly in the school carriages, every time he visited Hogsmeade, he went there using one of the secret passages. Not walking for an hour to get to the village was far more relaxing. They spent a couple of hours adding their modifications to their arrays. It wasn't really that difficult, just time-consuming. They were done by the time other students started to come. Everything was in place. Harry managed to create his magically infused darkness fog potion, and Daphne was easily able to adapt her plants to distribute his potion. It worked splendidly during their testing in the room of requirements. Blaze ended up procuring the Hand of Glory, a loathsome little artifact that probably had a horrible history. As far as he could tell, it was made up of the hand of an old centaur that some blood mage used to be able to have a limited form of clairvoyance. It allowed you to see through illusions and in the dark. Harry wasn't able to replicate the enchantment on it because it was fueled by some kind of blood magic that he had no experience in. What he was able to do was allow other items to absorb its properties using jewel craft. It was temporary and needed to be recharged every couple of days, but he was able to charm the modified omnioculars that Tracy was able to trace so that they could see through the darkness potion. It was also why they had to come to the village to set them up. The omnioculars were connected to an enchanted mirror that would display the image seen using a high-frequency protean charm. It wasn't perfect, it looked like a low-resolution video that updated 5 times a second since the enchantments of the omnioculars and the revealing charms tended to contradict themselves and the protean charm could only send enough information. Still, it was enough to get an overview of what happened in the village. Harry also gave everyone a small bracelet with the Hand of Glory charm on them to let them see in case they had to go to the village for any reason. The attack was going to happen at night, but he wanted to be thorough. The petrification rune and the marking enchantment were ready and working. The only issue was the fact that the rune took a little while to charge up fully. It wasn't something he could avoid. He needed to use roots to build the rune and they could only hold that much magic without it being dispersed, so he couldn't store the magic in the rune itself. He ended up buying a lot of gems to act as a power source, but the magic needed to be evenly distributed around the rune before it was activated, which took some time. He made calculations to make that time as small as possible, and he got it down to a couple of minutes. But in a battle, 2 minutes was a long time. Thankfully, the darkness potion should mitigate the damage of the attackers. Harry had run drills with his friends using the room of requirements as a basis. The magic would work, but things were rarely certain in life. It was nice to finally make plans with his friends, even if they weren't taking things seriously. Oh, they made the effort to humor him, but Harry could tell that they were just doing this as a favor to him, not because they believed in his visions. Which was why it was so frustrating to see them ignore his warning so easily. Guys, this is a bad idea. We should head out now. Tracy gave him a pointed look. Harry, we did what you asked. Everything is going to be fine. And your vision was at night, wasn't it? We're already here and it's the first time that all 3 of us are here together. So, relax, and let us have some fun already. She had a point, in a way, even if he didn't like it. His vision was during the night, but he didn't like pushing it for no reason. He could understand their perspective. They haven't really spent time to have fun this school year, with Harry focused on protecting Hogsmeade. He could understand their hesitation, but did they really have to do it on the day he predicted an attack would occur? Still, he tried to look to Daphne for support, but she just looked away. He turned to Blaze who shrugged. We've been doing things your way for months, we're due a free day and we're already here anyway. We literally spent every evening where we were not studying, planning for your vision. I'm not saying that it didn't help us, because it did, but we deserve a day of rest. Tracy is having a lot of fun with those omniocular mirrors you enchanted, and your requests, odd as they might be, are really helping me with my smuggling network. I don't know why you're even doing any of this stuff. It's really weird, Harry said. Blaze's response was to roll his eyes. We all need the court to announce us as candidates and my smuggling network and Tracy's information network are good ways to guarantee this. Daphne's family is influential enough in Britain to be recruited immediately, and you're the ward of Arcturus Black, so your candidature is a given. But why do we need to join the court in the first place? If you look past the formalities, it's just a school club. Tracy rolled her eyes. It's just a school club where anyone remarkable is joined. Countless generations of Slytherins have joined this club and it's a point of pride. People will take you more seriously if you are a member, and the connections you make there could last a lifetime. It's also a good way to make connections with influential upper years since we don't tend to socialize much outside our year. Blaze scoffed. Save your words, Tracy, he's not going to get it. Harry's retort was interrupted by Blaze. Look, we're not blaming you or anything, but the truth of the matter is that my future and Tracy's aren't as certain as yours. We need to build connections to rise. We're not magical prodigies like you, Harry, which could guarantee they would listen to your words like gospel. We don't have influential families in Britain, like you and Daphne. And before you protest the fact that the Potter family isn't that impressive, you have the backing of the Black family head and let's not kid ourselves, he's probably going to leave everything to you. Tracy is just a normal half-blood and the Zabini family used to be influential in Italy before my father died and my mother liquidated everything he owned. As far as the world knows, I'm the son of the woman who they think is a serial killer. They're always going to distrust me. The truth of the matter is that we don't have the same advantages that you two have and we have to do things we don't like to make our way. Damn, he must have been holding this for a while, hasn't he? Tracy responded by holding his hand to comfort him, but both Harry's and Daphne's eyes widened. Harry looked down. I'm sorry, Blaze. I don't know how much things have been for you too. And I can understand why you would want to join the court of Slytherin, but this doesn't change the fact that us staying here is a bad idea. Blaze glared at Harry, and he made his way to retort, only for Daphne to speak up instead. Come on, Harry, we all deserve a little break. And didn't you already drill us for plans in case we're here during the attack? We practiced dozens of times. We're ready, so can you let go? Please. His first instinct was to deny it, but the blonde gave him a look that told him that he would regret if he tried to push things further. Damn it, Daphne was supposed to be on his side. He could tell that it was a bad idea. Every instinct Harry had was telling him to get back to the castle. He was tempted to just do it and leave them out of spite, but unfortunately, they were his friends. They were obviously frustrated with him and the fact that he's been essentially in charge for 2 months. Was this what teenage rebellion is supposed to be like? No wonder parents often suppress the urge to scream at their faces at that age. Harry definitely thought about just stunning them and bringing them back to the castle, but after Blaze's outburst, he didn't know how they would react to it. It was maddening just how illogical their decision was. They could sneak to Hogsmeade any time. There were other opportunities to have fun, but all it would take was a stray spell for them to lose their life. If they were these rebellious kids, was it his role to be the logical parent so that they wouldn't get themselves killed? Blaze's and Tracy's expressions did remind him of stubborn students who wouldn't take no for an answer. Hell, if he had forced the issue, he could see them sneak out of the castle at night out of stubbornness. Alas, they were his friends, and he wanted them to be safe, and so, he just released a deep sigh. Fine, but I reserve to gloat and say that I told you so if we end up getting attacked. Tracy hooped and pulled Blaze towards the 3 broomsticks. Harry rolled his eyes only for Daphne to give him a soft smile. Thank you for not pushing. I still think this is stupid. I know. I think this is unnecessary, he continued. I know. But it was big of you to let go. I know that this isn't really your strong suit, she responded. You're buying though, he said. She rolled her eyes. You're the business tycoon, but fine. It's on me. They kept walking slowly towards the entrance of the 3 broomsticks. So, how's your sister? The blonde looked down, still as hyper as ever, but her episodes are just as bad. She's still on a heavy potion regimen. The last Potter didn't like seeing that look on his friend. You know, the Room of Hidden Things has been the dumping ground for students ever since the school was founded. She gave him a confused look. Where are you going with this? Well, one of the biggest reasons you don't know much about your sister's condition is because knowledge of blood magic and curses isn't really around anymore, and if the very few times that might remain aren't public knowledge. But what if you had a repository of knowledge coming back 1,000 years in the past, a place where no headmaster could remove the books? Like a place where lost things end up. You think there might be books on blood magic in the room? Harry shrugged. I've seen my share of old tomes in this place. What might be considered to be forbidden knowledge now wasn't always the case. If you want, you could come with me, after this whole mess with the attack is over. We could end up finding something that might help your sister in some way. The possibility is slim, but it's better than doing nothing. The hug he received easily meant that she liked the idea. Thank you. Daphne was a complicated girl, but her motivation was simple. The truth is that she feels utterly helpless until she's allowed to start her healing training, which would take years to do anything. Harry gave her hope, something to busy her hand that might also help her sister would make her feel useful. After all, hope is a powerful thing. They ended up joining Blaze and Tracy in the 3 broomsticks, and for the first time in months, they didn't talk about attacks or teenage Dark Lords. They just hung out and had fun, even if there was the constant threat of death looming over Harry's head. And that was, of course, when things went to hell. At first, it was the screams and the spell fire. Harry grabbed his friends and ran out of the inn. He conjured a wall in front of him and stunned one of the attackers. Having taken a good look around, he saw dozens of men in Death Eater regalia sending blasting curses around and attacking anything that moved. Harry simply waved his wand and sent the activation pulse to start both the petrification rune and the darkness fog. The effects weren't immediate, but slowly, the morning sun started to get darker. He turned towards his friends and Tracy glared at him. Don't you dare say it. He still said it. I fucking told you so. See, this is what happens when you don't listen to me. How long till the runes are charged up? Blaze yelled at him. A couple of minutes at most. The place should be completely dark in a few seconds, so channel some magic in your bracelet. We're getting out of here. Which exit? Daphne asked. The Shrieking Shack, he replied. There are too many of them near Hogsmeade. In less than 10 seconds, not a single spark of light was lit in the entire village of Hogsmeade, yet Harry and his friends could easily see their way forward. They could hear the attackers desperately scrambling their wands to light their wands to no avail. By the time they arrived at the Shrieking Shack, the petrifications had obviously started. People were yelling that they couldn't move and then stayed silent soon after. His plan seemed to have worked so far. He only hoped that not too many people were hurt during the 2 minutes it took for the petrification ward to work. Chapter 160, Demon's Run. October 31, 1993, Hogsmeade. Augustus Rookwood stood a distance away from Hogsmeade, looking down at the bustling village. It felt strange to him how, despite the time that had passed since his days at Hogwarts, some things, like the crisp fall weather of October, remained the same. The afternoon sun hung in the sky, bright and strong, lighting up the village in a way that almost made it sparkle. The air was cool but not too cold, just how he remembered autumn days to be, perfect for a thick jumper and a walk around the village. The streets of Hogsmeade were busy with folks going about their business. Students from the school wandered in groups, probably enjoying their weekend freedom, laughing and joking around with each other. Shopkeepers stood in their doorways, chatting with neighbors or calling out to potential customers. Rookwood noted the cozy, busy scenes with a bit of a cold detachment. He had done his best for years to strive towards knowledge, to understand the world around him, and all it had brought him was misery and death. Perhaps the old saying was correct, ignorance is bliss. They all looked unconcerned, so content with their lives, unknowing of the dangers that were lurking near, that their peace was coming to an end. It was as pitiable as it was fascinating. He had to admit that the view was spectacular. The leaves in the village had turned, showing off oranges, reds, and yellows, making the whole place look like it was part of an old painting. However, while lesser men would have marveled at the beauty, he was too busy planning on vulnerable areas to attack with his limited forces. As much as he hated to admit it, his recruitment efforts bore very little fruit in the last couple of weeks. The deadline was just too steep, and without the Dark Lord being there, guaranteeing that they would not suffer any consequences, his former comrades preferred not to risk their safety on just promises alone. Only the Dark Lord's most zealot followers agreed to join their attack. Only Walden McNair agreed to join from the old crowd, but that was out of bloodlust rather than any kind of loyalty. He did get some gold from not to hire a dozen or so mercenaries, but his benefactor was obviously not that invested in the outcome. At least Lucius would have contributed, may he rest in peace. Even if he was a prick, the Malfoy Patriarch obviously had a vision of what was important. Fortunately, Dolohov was more successful in his recruitment. Greyback and a good part of his pack agreed to participate in the attack. Fortunately, that was enough to make sure that their numbers were enough to validate as a significant threat. His only hesitation was his captor, the Smiling Killer. He thought that it was an apt name if anything else. He didn't know about it until he researched Lucius Killer, and what he found made him even more terrified of them. The former Unspeakable was currently at the power of a serial killer who had dozens of victims under their belt, who they had mutilated to make a mockery of a smile, probably even tortured as they died. It took a while to digest that the threat to skin them alive wasn't a mere threat. He stopped all pretense of rebellion then and there. Dolohov seemed to have come to the same conclusion. He could only hope that the thing would leave them alone after that attack. He stood there in silence, unknowing of what awaited him, only to be joined by Dolohov. It's very peaceful. It is, the former Unspeakable responded. When is our dear Smiling Killer coming? He's not, Augustus simply said. I don't like this, Augustus. Neither do I, Antonin. The men took a deep breath. You do understand what that means, don't you? That we're a distraction, Augustus scoffed. Of course, I did. Azkaban might have been a hellish experience, but my mind is still as sharp as ever. And so is your arrogance, it seems, he joked back before steeling himself. This monster wants to weaponize our Lord's name, to distract the work and use us as bait so that he would do something. Yes, Rookwood had also come to the same conclusion. The monster in human skin wanted something. There was a method, a reason, behind its madness, he could tell. There was a reason why it insisted on the attack targeting Hogsmeade instead of something popular like Diagon Alley. There was a reason why the attack was occurring so early in the day, not the dead of night like they did for their lord. There was a reason why the attack was on Samhain, not because it was a sacred day, but because it's widely known to be a Hogsmeade weekend. Hogwarts, it all came down to Hogwarts in the end. The Smiling Killer wanted something in the school. They wanted the students to be in danger, for the professors to come running, leaving the school undefended. That thing wanted something from the castle, either kill a student or torture them. Their ability to go through wards would have let them be discreet and kill anyone without an issue. But they wanted a bang, they wanted attention. For what, he did not know, and yet he dreaded the answer. Even the Dark Lord did not dare attack the school, not because of Dumbledore, but because it was simply foolish to attack a place where the next generation of wizards and witches lived. No one wanted to be the King of the Ashes, after all. This attack gave him a bad feeling. Unfortunately, Antonin, we don't really have a choice in the matter. His fellow Death Eater shrugged. I know. I just wanted to ask if we had any guarantee that they wouldn't go back on their word and give us the Dark Lord's location. They already gave it to me, in an enchanted piece of parchment. It would reveal itself tomorrow morning. And you didn't try to dispel it because they would know. Rookwood nodded in confirmation. He really liked Antonin, he was one of the few smart ones and his professionalism was very appreciated. The men continued, and if they lied? Are you really willing to take that risk and confront them? Dolohov looked away in shame and Augustus suppressed the urge to smirk. The former dueling champion was as terrified of the smiling killer as he was. It's getting late. We need to begin soon. I have to say that I missed this, and I do have a lot of pent-up frustration to release. Rookwood shared that sentiment. There was something satisfying in terrifying people, in gaining complete power over their life and death, especially after being powerless for so long. He hadn't really liked the raiding at first, it was just a means to an end. But he had grown to like it. The former unspeakable could see why people partook in it, even if it was just senseless violence. In silence, both Death Eaters put on their masks, once a mark of pride as servants of the Dark Lord, now a mark of shame for using them for something unworthy. They put on the masks to change the world, not terrify a few school children to bait their teachers out of their castle. The other attackers took that as a sign to suit up, and they all used invisibility cloaks to sneak into the village. It didn't take long for Greyback and his brood to lose control and start attacking recklessly. It was expected. Werewolves tended to be impulsive and eager for violence, but Greyback's pack reveled in violence. They purposely liked to let their inner wolf have more control than it was necessary, and while this enhanced their bodies, their minds were affected all the time. They had been active so long that Greyback's name alone could make people stiffen in fear. Greyback's pack didn't seem particularly terrifying now. The savages just kept sending blasting curses at various establishments, probably attacking the students as well. He could tell that people started to realize what was happening by the screams. Someone started to yell out, "Greyback! Greyback is here," and that's when the real panic set in. Of course, that was when people fled, or they would have if it weren't for the anti-apparition ward that the mercenaries put up. Everyone seemed to revel in the chaos, except for Rookwood and Dolohov who just walked slowly, sending curses at anyone who attacked them. His heart wasn't into it, and he could tell that Dolohov's wasn't either. There was no rightful cause that they were spreading, just senseless violence and death. There wasn't any challenge in fighting civilians. They would just wait for the professors to arrive to confront them. They continued on, ignoring the spell fire and the chaos around them. Augustus and Dolohov were in no hurry. Their mission was to lure the professors and bolt, nothing more, and until then, they needed to conserve their energy. Whatever resistance they encountered was feeble at best. Dolohov sounded upset. This is pathetic. Yes, it was. Rookwood didn't know if he was talking about their actions or how the residents of Hogsmeade were faring, but it was both. This was an insult of their skills, but the defenders were just useless. When he was younger, he learned in school the basics of how to defend himself. No one was even putting on a shield charm. His fellow attackers weren't even using unforgivable curses. Instead, the students, easily recognizable from their robes, were ducking and weaving, trying to avoid the fray. Some of the older ones threw a couple of spells, but that was it, and they were quickly overwhelmed. What was Hogwarts reduced to? How did magical Britain become this pathetic in just a decade? Where was the heart? Where was the survival instinct? To be a mage was to walk with death. This was literally Augustus' worst nightmare. He was the one attacking, yet he felt like he lost the most. The attack had barely started for less than a minute and there was practically no sign of resistance left. Until the black fog came. Honestly, Augustus had never seen anything like it before. It appeared slowly, darkening any light source around. In 10 seconds, it looked like it was night. At 20, they could barely see anything. His fellow attackers tried to light their wands but no light came. "What the hell is going on?" one of the mercenaries yelled. Rookwood didn't really know, but he could theorize. Sound was slowly being muffled as well, and any attempts at creating light were gone, Peruvian darkness powder and a lot of it too. Probably modified somehow. Dolohov yelled, "This is not the time for experimentation, Rookwood." "What do we do?" "We leave," he simply stated. "Like hell we are," Greyback sneered. "I didn't take you as a coward, Rookwood. We will finish what we started." "It's obviously a trap," he insisted. "If it was a trap, then it's a ship one. Use your scent. You can smell the fear of our prey. You are my pack and are we scared of the dark?" They yelled out, "No." "Then get back to work," he yelled. The mercenaries didn't seem to agree with him. "Fuck this, I'm out of here." They obviously tried to apparate but weren't able to. Shit. Something messed with our apparition wards. We need to get to the borders and leave. Rookwood simply said, "Agreed." He waved his wand and muttered, "Point me, north." His wand turned towards a direction. He could feel where it was turned and proceeded to follow his wand's direction. Everything was going fine for a minute until it started. McNair yelled, "What the fuck? What is it?" "I can't move my arms," he yelled back. He walked towards the man's voice and examined him. He suppressed the urge to curse. The man's hands were petrified. Was he cursed somehow? Further examinations showed that he wasn't. He tried to dispel it and it only worked for a fraction of a second before being petrified once more. Shit. It's a ward. We need to get out of here now before we get petrified too. Run. And that was when they all started to run. Rookwood did his best to cast a curse on himself and Dolohov that would nullify any foreign attribute. Curses were nifty like that, not that anyone would care since the first thing they thought was that it was dark magic and ran away in fear. Not the time, Augustus. This was so not the time. It was a draining spell that would only last as long as there was magic in it, magic that was being quickly depleted by the petrification ward. It would buy them some time but not enough. He heard the mercenaries yell as they fell, their legs probably petrified. That was unlucky. Rookwood and Dolohov seemed to have outrun the Peruvian darkness powder fog since he could see slightly. He was hopeful for a fraction of a second until his partner yelled and fell, seemingly having tripped. He ran towards him and saw that his leg was petrified. He tried to do anything to stop it, only to meet with some kind of resistance. The fog was coming towards them, and he cursed, "Fuck." Dolohov gave him a pitying look. "Go." "I can't. I'm petrified too. We don't even know where the border of the ward is." The former unspeakable looked at the coming fog and whispered, "It wasn't supposed to be this way." Fighting as much as he could against the petrification, he grabbed the piece of parchment that the smiling killer gave him and opened it for the first time. The ministry wasn't going to be lenient with them, that's for sure. He looked at it and started to laugh. It wasn't a pretty laugh, that's for sure, filled with desperation and madness. And as his movement became stiffer and he lost the ability to move, as the darkness fog overwhelmed him, he continued to laugh, until he couldn't move anymore. Because on that piece of parchment was a familiar smiling face drawn in blood. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, A Goodman Goes to War. October 31, 1993, Hogsmeade. The Shrieking Shack, once rumored to be the most haunted dwelling in Britain, stood shrouded in the gathering dusk, its windows like blind eyes watching over the chaos that had engulfed Hogsmeade. The aged wooden exterior, weather-beaten and warped, groaned mournfully as the wind whistled through its cracks and crevices, an ominous accompaniment to the dire situation at hand. Harry and his friends, their breaths forming ghostly plumes in the chill air, hesitated for only a moment before plunging into the shack's dubious shelter. Once inside, they were greeted by the thick dust that danced lazily in the shafts of dim light piercing the boarded-up windows. The floorboards, uneven and rotten, creaked underfoot, a constant reminder of the decrepit nature of their hideout. The walls, peeling and discolored, bore the scars of the countless stories and tragedies they had silently witnessed over the years. Shadows pooled in the corners of the room and draped the ceiling in darkness, while the scant furniture, a broken chair, a splintered table, looked like skeletal remains of a bygone era. The air was musty, heavy with the scent of mold and decay, and every sound seemed amplified in the hollowness of the shack. The whispers of movement, the rustle of fabric, the soft clink of the wand against wand as they prepared for what was to come. This place, once a refuge for Remus Lupin during his transformations, now stood as their temporary hideaway against Hogsmeade's attackers. The petrification ward that Harry had crafted was a masterpiece of defensive magic. Targeted protection over a large settlement, especially a public one, wasn't something common nowadays. It was something that Death Eaters commonly used in their attacks. It was easier to mark an apparition ward to allow only certain people to apparate, imprisoning their hostages. Harry, expecting this, had turned it around on them, the rune also adding a general apparition ward, preventing even the attackers from apparating away in fear. And the best thing was that the moment the magic ran out, the roots that were used to shape the runes would dissolve, and with them the marking plants and the ones that released the darkness fog. No one would know who was responsible, only that the perpetrators would come. If it was any other attack, he would have relaxed, but he still remembered the figure leading the fire and its aura. It was terrible but it was powerful, and he definitely didn't think that things would be this easy. He was hopeful, but he should prepare for the best. Blaze was the first to speak up, "Are we safe here?" "No, we need to get to the castle. The wards will protect us there and we can observe things better using our mirrors. Follow me, quickly." "What's the hurry?" Tracy complained, "We already escaped, didn't we?" Harry shook his head, "Something is wrong." He wasn't bluffing. There was something wrong. He could feel it in his soul. His arcane hearing was giving him mixed signals, something that was muffling the other melodies. It was coming closer. They needed to get out of here and quickly. Tracy looked like she was about to protest but Harry was having none of it. "Look, I can understand you being a little rebellious and I more than indulged that today. But I swear to every fucking deity on the planet if you don't follow me out of the castle quickly, I will stun you and bring you there myself. I already told you that it was a bad idea for us to stay there with the possibility of an attack. So, for once on this cursed day, just shut up and listen to what I have to say." All three of them nodded, looking nervous. He took a deep breath. "Good. Now, follow me. We don't have much time. They all walked down to a very dusty room. Paper was peeling from the walls, there were stains all over the floor, every piece of furniture was broken as though somebody had smashed it. The windows were also barred shut. This must have been where Lupin came to transform. Harry looked around and saw a small trapdoor underneath some of the dust. He cleared the dust with a flick of his wand and the door opened with a loud creak. Get in here. There's a secret tunnel to the castle, specifically the Whomping Willow. If you poke the knot in the trunk the tree will be paralyzed, and you can go through. What about you? Daphne asked worriedly. I'll be right behind you. A soft voice from the pack exclaimed, No, you won't. Harry and his friends jumped at the voice and turned with their wands waved, only to stiffen the moment they saw him. The last Potter couldn't blame them. The intruder was wearing baggy torn robes that looked at least a decade old. They were also wearing a simple mask with a smiling face on it, painted in blood. He was also holding a very sharp knife that was definitely enchanted in some way and dripping blood ominously. But what terrified Harry wasn't his look, but what he could tell from his arcane hearing. This particular skill allowed him to hear magic, at least interpret magic using his hearing. Every object had a melody, even if it was minuscule. Everything but the being in front of him. The intruder was a void in magic, muffling anything that came near him. It was wrong, no, it was monstrous. That was the only way to describe the thing's presence. Tracy was shaking. You're the smiling killer. 10 points to Slytherin, the monster responded. It's not a very intimidating name, is it? But I think I made it work. They could have called me the silent killer, or the mad killer. I would have been fine with them even calling me a ghost, but isn't it curious that people chose to pick smiling as my defining feature? I think that confused them the most. The killer who leaves smiles on the faces of their victims. Well, carved smiles on the faces of their victims. I wonder what magnificent faces you're going to make. Harry's friends gulped in fear, yet raised their wands, ready to fight at a moment's notice. They were shaking though, as the smiling killer slowly walked closer, his knife glinting ominously in the dim light. The sound of his laughter was like a discordant melody, out of tune with the usual whispers of magic that Harry could see and hear. It didn't take long for them to come to the conclusion that they were in grave danger. Blaze was the one who cast first, sending a volley of beams of light towards their opponents who dodged them with unnatural grace. Daphne tried to summon Roots to stop it, only for him to jump through the small gaps that would allow them. Tracy wasn't making any difference with the curses that she was using. Harry, though, wasn't attacking. Instead, he was working on a plan, while analyzing their opponent. He catalogued the enhanced speed and reflexes in the back of his mind, as he readied his spell. The smiling killer leapt in the air, with his knife drawn towards Daphne, and Harry released the grip he had on his magic, expanding the space between them, making the monster in human skin miss. The killer stopped, definitely not expecting this move, allowing Harry time to plan. He waved towards the trapdoor, enlarging it and urged, Go now. I'll handle this. His voice was calm, but his mind was racing with plans and contingencies. No. Daphne exclaimed, We're not leaving you. Then, I'm sorry for this, he retorted. Before they could process his reply, Harry waved his wand, and his friends were pushed towards the enlarged trapdoor. They were yelling and gave him betrayed looks as they fell into the tunnel, and the trapdoor closed, melting into the floor. He turned towards his attacker who was clapping slowly while tilting their head with a chilling imitation of curiosity. Oh, you're a brace one, aren't you? The monster mocked, brave like your father before you. Alas, bravery did not save him, and it won't save you either. Harry circled the intruder warily, noting every detail. The man's clothes were at least a decade old, either his own or from an old victim of his. His mask, though simple, was unnerving, and the knife was unlike anything Harry had seen before, humming with an enchantment that sang of indestructibility. The metal was definitely adamantine, and there was a soft noise whenever it moved, as the knife cut the air. So, it was also unnaturally sharp. The smiling killer advanced suddenly with an unnatural speed, yet Harry expected this to happen somehow. He could tell the angle that the knife would come at, and instinctively dodged it before the monster even started. He suppressed his surprise when the monster attacked exactly as he saw it and the dodge worked. The smiling killer froze in surprise at first, only to start attacking once more. Harry was sure that if the man's face wasn't hidden by a mask, he would have seen a feral grin underneath considering the enthusiasm the man was attacking with. As they danced this macabre waltz, Harry's mind worked furiously. He made a very quick plan. He saw the killer attack and he planned it. Obscure his attacker's vision with a small flash of light, extend the space between them for the monster to be unbalanced and miss his thrust. Conjure ice spikes to pin his feet to the floor. Bludgeoning curse to the knees, aggravating the wound further. Conjure ice chains to restrain incoming strikes from the knife-wielding arm. Create a gravity magic circle to pin him down. Summon a bolt of lightning to end the fight. Conclusion, spikes through his feet, tied hands, dislocated knees, body pinned to the ground with possible nerve damage. It worked at first. The flash of light blinded him, allowing Harry to extend to space between them. He conjured ice spikes to pin him down, and the monster's scream was disturbingly satisfying. He sent the bludgeoning curses at the knees and conjured the ice chains, only for the unthinkable to happen. The man's hand moved through the chains and the knife was coming disturbingly close towards Harry. He did his best to dodge and lashed out with a conjured ice dagger. Then, by reflex, expanded the space between them once more. Harry had never heard of any kind of magic that allowed people to move through them. He knew that it wasn't an illusion since he could hear the void using his arcane hearing. He felt some stinging in his cheek and he touched it to see that his finger was bloody. "What are you?" he couldn't help but ask. The smiling killer started to laugh. "I guess you could call me a ghost from the past. You can't use magic, can you?" The monster stiffened. "You're a clever one, aren't you? But not clever enough." Looking at his opponent, Harry realized that the monster did not come out unscathed either. Outside his injured feet, Harry seemed to have hit his shoulder with his desperate attack. So the phasing had to be done at will and was not a reflex. The monster obviously couldn't phase and hit him at the same time, a limitation that Harry would do his best to exploit. "I won't let you pass," he stated, trying to buy some time. "Oh, I'm not interested in passing," the killer retorted with a slimy voice. "You, Harry Potter, are my target. Always have been. You've been very gracious to come directly to me. I dread how many children I would have killed just to find you. In a way, you saved many lives by coming here. It's a shame, really. You're the most interesting fight I've had in a very long time. You could have been so entertaining. Alas, fate has other ideas. It's nothing personal, kid." "How is killing me not personal?" "Don't blame me. Blame your bitch of a mother. She's the one who cursed you with this. I have to say that I will enjoy watching her eyes lose their light at my hand. I'm done playing. So, goodbye, Harry Potter, may you find your peace in death." The smiling killer leapt towards him, his knife drawn once more but with far more speed. Harry sent multiple icicles at him, but the killer phased through them as if they weren't even there. The knife was getting disturbingly closer to his face, only for the knife to, in turn, pass through Harry, who turned out to be an illusion. Before the monster could process what happened, he was hit with a blasting curse to the head from the side. The killer must have had some kind of magical protection since their head was not blasted into pieces, even if their body was sent flying away. One thing was missing though. When Harry peered towards his downed opponent, he froze as he recognized their unmasked face looking back at him. Chapter 162, Unmasked. October 31, 1993, Hogsmeade. One thing was missing though. When Harry peered towards his downed opponent, he froze as he recognized their unmasked face looking back at him. It was hard to describe what was beneath the killer's mask outside of it being monstrous. The twisted face that Harry now stared at was a mix of horror and, strangely enough, familiarity, a blend that sent a chill down his spine. The left side of the attacker's face could have been considered handsome, obviously, a male face, with sharp cheekbones and a strong jawline that spoke of noble heritage, marred only by a single scar that cut a thin white line across the olive skin. However, the right side was a stark, nightmarish contrast. It was a ravaged landscape of flesh that spoke of dark curses and deeper pains. The skin, if one could still call it that, resembled the remnants of parchment left too long in a fierce flame, edges curled and blackened, but held together by some eldritch force. It seemed to writhe and twitch with a life of its own as if the ash was struggling to flee the monster it was a part of. This damaged skin, or what replaced skin, seemed to pulse faintly with a sickly glow, giving the impression of embers that refused to die. His eye on the affected side was a pale, lifeless orb, milky in appearance, and stared forward with an unsettling emptiness, providing no hint of vision or soul. It was surrounded by what looked like fissures, where the skin had split and folded, creating valleys and ridges that seemed to mock the very concept of human anatomy. A few strands of what was once hair clung to the scarred scalp, brittle and ashen, like remnants of a scorched tapestry. The other eye, the one not ravaged by whatever malevolence had befallen him, was a stark and haunting gray. It was a whirlpool of storms, the kind that had seen too much and forgotten nothing. There was just something strangely familiar about those eyes. Below that dichotomy of eyes lay a nose that seemed to have been broken and poorly reset multiple times, giving it a crooked and jagged appearance, only adding to the asymmetry of his features. His lips were uneven, the one on the undamaged side curved in what could have been a smirk in another life, while the other was a stretched taut line, barely containing the teeth that seemed too white, too sharp. His breath came in ragged gasps, and even that seemed a miracle that such a desecrated body could hold life. There was just something familiar about the men, something that Harry couldn't put his finger on. The men giggled in madness, seemingly happy with Harry's speechlessness. Unsettling, isn't it? There is a reason I wear a mask. There's something familiar about you. Who are you? That seemed to amuse the men further, a shard of the past, a forgotten remnant of a tragic era. What the fuck happened to you? You were human once, I can tell, not whatever abomination you became. The men started to giggle. What happened to me, you say? Why your bitch of a mother happened to me? He was growling by the end of the sentence. What the fuck is with you guys and my mother? First Lupin and now, you. The deranged man stopped laughing when he heard Lupin's name, stiffening in surprise, until he forced himself into that persona again, because Lily was at the center of it all. Who would have thought that perfect little Lily Evans, the girl who stood up to purebloods far more influential than she ever could be with a spine of steel, the girl who wrapped half her professors around her fingers by her first years, the girl who fought against injustice, would have been a monster all along. It was all a mask, just like mine. She had everything she could have ever wanted lined up, but she chose to become a monster, to betray everyone. Betray who? The Order, her friends, her husband, the cause, everyone. What she did in Godric's Hollow was so monstrous that I doubt the darkest wizards would ever do anything like it. A realization came across Harry's mind. You were there. You were at Godric's Hollow that night. You're looking at the only survivor of your mother's flames, boy. I am the only one who knows about what she really did that day. How does it feel to have a mass murderer as a mother? Your mother spilt more blood that day than Voldemort ever did. Harry simply shrugged. I don't really care, to be perfectly honest. That seemed to take the wind out of the sails of the downed men. You don't care. Your mother massacred thousands of innocents, muggles and mages alike. She destroyed even more lives, made orphans of children, and widowers of husbands and wives, because of her selfishness. And you're not ashamed to have someone like that as a mother? Why would I be? Why would I care about some dead woman's actions? They're not mine and they don't affect me. At least, they didn't until you came. And for all your outrage against her, for all your anger and hatred, you don't care about the victims either. Everything you're doing is personal. You feel betrayed. You feel wronged. You knew her, or at least, you thought you knew her, and she failed you. You must have been close, very close for that betrayal to hurt you so much. With every one of Harry's words, the killer was getting progressively more furious. The visual cues were very easy now that he was unmasked, and Harry could easily read his expressions to see if his guesses were correct or not. He kept on going until the men simply couldn't handle it anymore and threw his enchanted knife at Harry's head. This knife was enchanted and cursed with enough magic that could go through most magical shields, even physical ones, yet Harry was unconcerned. With a flick of his wand, space bent around him, making the knife literally go around him instead of hitting him. It was a variation of the expansion charm that he adapted into a shield. It wasn't perfect and it was very draining, but it was a spell that Harry was proud of. The man's miss seemed to dishearten him even further, and Harry just went with the kill. Isn't that right, Sirius Black? It was easy to deduce his identity from the clues. The anger was too raw, too outraged. Adding in the familiar color of the man's eyes, it was elementary. The monster in human skin looked back at Harry and burst into laughter. It wasn't pretty, it was just deranged. Isn't that cute? Little Potty finally figured it out. Do you like what you see? Do you like what your mother turned your dear old godfather into? I can't say that it's your best look, Harry replied, with a dry humor that felt oddly misplaced in the grim setting. He knew enough about Sirius Black's personality to know that this was the best way to get answers. Sirius' face, even in its grotesque state, seemed to twist into a crazier grin if that was possible. His good eye sparkled with that same stormy gray, a hurricane of fury and glee. Sirius's posture changed. He sat up straighter as if the revelation had breathed new life into his mangled body. You're funnier than I thought you would be. That's me, your godfather, in the flesh. Well, what's left of it anyway? Look, I know that my mother hurt you. You think this is about me, Harry? Sirius' voice was a growl, a sound that seemed to scrape the edges of the chaos within him and spread it into the air. You think I'm just a man scorned? You have no idea. Your mother. He spat the words out like venom. I trusted her. We all trusted her. We were fighting side by side for years, and when Death Eaters attacked Godric's Hollow, we all fought together as we always did. We knew that we were probably going to die that night. There were just too many of them, practically whatever remnant there was of Voldemort's army that wasn't already arrested. It was just me, your mother, and your father against 100 wizards and witches, and dozens of werewolves. We were fighting with everything. Bellatrix had just summoned some kind of uncontrollable fiend fire. We were ready to shield against it, but imagine my shock when your mother just took a ritual knife and stabbed James in the heart. The ashes around his face seemed to agitate the more he spoke. He was my brother, my best friend, and he was betrayed by a woman he loved over everything. The worst thing was that a ritual like hers had to be prepared. She planned on killing James to power a ritual before they were even attacked. A betrayed love is a very powerful catalyst for any magic. And she killed him, just like that. His love for her was so grand, so powerful, that it literally blew the fiend fire away and razed the entire village to the ground. She did all of that for you. What a joke. Harry's mind was still processing this. It wouldn't make any sense to take the obviously deranged man's word for it. Instead, he simply asked, and how did you survive? Sirius' laughter this time was a crescendo of madness, starting low and building up into a howling cackle. Who said anything about me surviving? I died, just like the rest, I just didn't stay dead. At that moment, I hated your mother so much that I refused to leave. I fought with every fiber of my body trying to get back at the bitch who killed my brother. I vowed to take away everything that she loved, just as she did to me. Harry hummed, so, you're essentially a ghost, but instead of leaving traces of your personality, your very soul was stuck somewhere. Whatever my mother had done must have made it possible somehow, a weird form of soul magic that allows you to project yourself into reality. So that's how you're phasing through things, that's why you have no magic, you're a portal to something, a place without magic that sucks everything in, hence the magical resistance. A different plane of existence, perhaps, where you can only materialize in a single plane at once. I didn't think that was possible. Sirius snorted bitterly, look at you. You sound just like her. You don't care, do you? About what happened. It took me some time to learn that I wasn't a ghost. I saw a lot. I saw Dumbledore's lies, that the world he spoke about was just a scam to lure people in. That's when I realized that they're all the same. Dumbledore, Voldemort, your mother. You. All of you speak pretty words, promises of better futures, of better lives, and make people follow you. For the first time in my life, my eyes were opened, and I vowed to change it, to burn every remnant of you monsters from the world. I will be the one to reset the balance, to tip the scales so that justice can truly be served. The Silent Guardian, the Dark Knight, killing the schemers like you, like Dumbledore, like Lily. And what about the causalities of your little crusade? What about the people that will oppose you? They will burn, just as I burned, and they'll see the truth just as I did. The man's eyes were manic in excitement, which made the young Slytherin uncomfortable. Harry regarded Sirius with clinical coldness, the way one might study an interesting but dangerous specimen behind protective glass. You're insane. His statement was clinical and factual, which didn't leave any room for compromise. Sirius leaned forward, the charred skin of his face cracking with the movement. His expression turned to that of a very disturbed grin. You're just getting that now. Harry stood unflinchingly as Sirius' laugh, jagged and broken, filled the room again. He needed to understand the complete picture, to see where the puzzle pieces fit, and for that, he had to let Sirius talk. So, that's it. That's your grand plan. Kill enough people and just watch the world burn. You don't really expect that to work, do you? Maybe not, Sirius said, a grotesque smile spreading across the half of his mouth still capable of it. But it's better than letting this grotesque world exist. The world is sick, poisoned by power and lies. It's in dire need of correction. I'll burn it all down, and maybe, from the ashes, a new world will rise. One without lies, without masks. Harry's expression didn't waver, though inside, his mind was racing. He had to keep Sirius talking, keep him from realizing that Harry was analyzing his every word, every gesture. And if nothing happens? If the next world is not up to your standards? What if there isn't a next world at all? What if all that's left is just ashes? Sirius' eye flared, and his voice was a venomous hiss. Then I'll burn it again and again until I get the world I want. And if that's impossible, then maybe the world deserves to be destroyed. There was something profoundly tragic about the men before Harry. A man reduced to a twisted shadow, driven by the pain of betrayal and loss, warped into something unrecognizable, something inhuman. The question that comes to mind now is, how does killing me help with any of that? Harry simply questioned. You're the key, Lily's backup plan. Before the men could continue, an exploding spell hit Sirius in the head, sending him flying away. That's enough, Padfoot. Harry turned and saw the familiar figure of Remus Lupin looking far more feral than he ever was in class, his wolf howling in the night. Sirius quickly got up with a snarl. Moony. I've been meaning to give you a visit. How nice of you to spare me the effort. Chapter 163, Reunion. October 31st, 1993, Hogsmeade. Sirius quickly got up with a snarl. Moony. I've been meaning to give you a visit. How nice of you to spare me the effort. Harry decided not to involve himself as the two marauders met for the first time in over a decade. It was useful data. Emotions tend to get people to reveal information that they would rather keep close to their chests. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were mysteries that he wanted to solve and that provided him with an opportunity. Black didn't finish speaking about the real reason why he was hunting Harry, a reason that Lupin seemed to recognize and not want him to divulge. It must have something to do with Lupin's plans in Hogwarts. The werewolf stood there, with an intimidating posture, glaring at his former comrade. You're not the only one who changed, Sirius. Yes, I can see her disgusting taint on you. Were you always her pet, or did that only happen after graduating? The gray-eyed man responded with a disturbing smirk on his face. Lily saved me, healed me. I don't need to transform anymore. Can't you see how amazing this is? Sirius growled in response. So, during all our time together, you really were a little follower. You knew what she was, and you let James marry this monster. She could have saved my entire race, cured lycanthropy. If everyone went through what I did, we would have died out in a generation or two, and the ones suffering like me wouldn't be discriminated against. We would be free. Can't you see that? That fact seemed to have surprised Sirius slightly. Well, it only cost you every positive relationship you ever had. I hope it was worth it. Did you even mourn James when he died? Did you mourn me? Or did you just not care about anything except your chance at curing your condition? Lupin looked down. I didn't know that she was going to kill James. But you did know that she didn't love him, not like he did her. Looking back, I could have seen it, the small expressions of disgust and exasperation on her face when she thought no one was looking. I knew that she married him because she wanted something. I assumed it was some kind of knowledge. That's what she really cared for in Hogwarts. She always liked to say that with enough knowledge we could save the world. I didn't know that she would do what she did. I didn't expect the fire. I don't think she did either. Whatever happened in Godric's Hollow wasn't her design. Black scoffed. Of course, it wasn't. She thought she was safe under the Fidley's charm. She might not have expected the attack, but she did plan on killing off James, of using her son for her own ends. I saw it. I saw her, and believe me, I remember. She just didn't expect the fiend fire. She did it in a hurry and paid the price for it. I lived with my sins, Sirius. Did even try anything else before resorting to mass murder. The dog Animagus burst into laughter. My entire life was me trying. I did my best to fight every impulse I had. And for what? To be stabbed in the back by someone I trusted. For Dumbledore to use me as a pawn, just as he used you, just as he used all of us. Yeah, I tried enough. In death, I will do what had to be done and get rid of the monsters. So, you killed all those people. Some of them we had fought side by side with, some of whom were our classmates. Lupin responded. They were poisoning the world that I fought for. That James fought for. People who committed atrocities for Dumbledore, for Voldemort. And you know what? I watched them scream in agony as I carved their faces, and it was beautiful. It was redemptive. As far as I'm concerned, these animals got what they deserved. And isn't that what we all talked about in school, saving the world, one smile at a time? Sirius, do you seriously think that James would approve of what you're doing, approve of you trying to kill his own son? He's dead. Sirius yelled before calming down slightly, and that's the only good thing about death, Moony. The dead don't care. I can't let you kill him, the werewolf suddenly said after a few seconds of silence. Your opinion stopped mattering a long time ago, Remus. You know what he is. It's the only way. Lupin seemed undeterred. You'll have to go through me. The who could have been Harry's godfather let out a mad giggle. Oh, Moony. I was already planning on doing that. The tension between the two former friends was palpable. The very air seemed to shudder with anticipation. Harry couldn't help but observe with a morbid curiosity how this clash would unfold. He had to admit that Lupin's transformation was fascinating. His body seemed to control, expand, and reshape itself into an imposing feral creature. Muscles bulged and fur sprouted, a thick, silver-tinged coat that seemed to glow oddly. His face elongated, the jaw snapping and stretching into a muzzle bristling with needle-sharp teeth, while his eyes, those human windows to the soul, now reflected only the primal rage of his inner wolf. This was not what a werewolf was supposed to look like. He was too large, too muscular instead of lean. Harry realized that if Lupin's earlier were true, his mother had helped him with the aim of creating a living weapon, not curing lycanthropy. The changes made Remus the ultimate werewolf that couldn't infect anyone and that wasn't forced to change. It did not suppress that change. There was something awe-inspiring about it, if Harry was completely honest. Black's change, on the other hand, was far more natural. The duality of his nature seemed to also translate into canine form. One side of his face took the shape of a massive black dog, with thick fur and eyes gleaming with madness. The other side, however, was the stuff of nightmares, a charred and ashen mockery of his canine form with skin flaking away into ash, revealing the raw, smoldering flesh beneath. It was more akin to a hellhound in Greek mythology than an actual dog. And from this twisted maw, the Animagus snarled in a challenging manner, something that the werewolf seemed to understand and return. Initially, their clash was a cacophony of growls and snapping jaws as they collided with a force that seemed to shake the floor beneath them. Harry had a hard time following it, not because of the destruction, but because they were just so fast. Lupin was a whirlwind of destruction, his claws seeking Black's flesh, yet each strike met only air as the dog Animagus phased through them and attacked the surprised werewolf from the back. But every single wound was also healed in seconds. Lupin's regeneration was just on another level. They seemed locked in a stalemate of some sort, neither of them doing any sort of damage. That was until the dog Animagus leapt towards his opponent and phased completely through him, planning to attack him from the back, only to be taken by surprise by Lupin, who unleashed an odd howl. From the maw of the werewolf, a sound that was more than sound took on some kind of silver sheen, which blasted the dog animagus away, towards his enchanted knife. The smiling killer reverted to his human form, Lupin seemingly following his lead. Even in their human forms, they were still glaring at each other. We're in a stalemate, Padfoot. I can't touch you, and you can't harm me. There's no scenario where you could lay a finger on Harry. Sirius's laughter in response was unhinged. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is all useless. However, before the professor could react, the dog animagus reached into his cloak, his movement swift and precise despite his injuries, and flung a handful of gleaming, silver dust towards Remus's face. It was an old trick, a dirty one, but effective. Lupin really shouldn't have let his guard down. Perhaps he thought that Black would just leave. The werewolf howled in pain as he clutched his eyes. Then again, maybe you're wrong. Silver still seems to hurt you, Moony. Not as effective as before, but seemed to be enough for it to matter. I knew that this would come in handy. You always said that I fight dirty. I guess you were right. Blinded but not defeated, Lupin staggered, trying to attack his opponent somehow. If Harry had to describe what he saw, it would be that the dust acted more like pepper spray than anything else. Black didn't let him have time to recover and stabbed him with his knife. The enchanted knife must have contained a silver alloy of some sort, as the wound didn't seem to heal as quickly. Deciding to not take any chances, he threw more silver dust into the wound, making the werewolf howl in pain. An interesting solution. Harry was more partial to liquid since they stayed more than just powder or a knife. The effect stayed for longer than whey. Although the powder to the eyes was a nice touch. Harry could see uses for it. Don't worry, Moony, I'm not going to kill you now. We'll still have a lot of fun. After all, there's a lot of questions I need answered about Lily. He then turned towards Harry with a mad grin on his face. Well, with that distraction out of the way, let's get back to our business. Where were we? Ah, right, I was about to get you. Is that so? Harry responded with a bored tone. I distinctly remember kicking your ass. Oh, little lickle potty, I was just playing with you. You got one shot by surprise, and you didn't do much. I have to say I'm looking forward to seeing the desperation in your eyes, your terror, as the light leaves your eyes. It's always been the best part. I would have rather watched your mother bite the bullet, but you're a close second. After all, you have her eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint, but that's not going to happen, Harry stated with a clinical bored tone. All right, I'm curious. How are you going to stop me then? I guess you'll just have to find out. The mass murderer leapt towards Harry, who dodged and released his hold on the spell he's been preparing during his attacker's fight with Lupin. Harry gave him a small grin. Do you know what heat is, Sirius Black? Before he could realize what was happening, Harry took a step forward. What the monster didn't expect was for an entire side of his body to freeze the moment it happened. Before the man could turn intangible, Harry sent an exploding charm at the frozen body, sending him away in pieces. Heat is how we measure how fast molecules move around. And well, cold just means that they're not moving. You can try to phase through it all you want, but you won't be able to do anything to me without touching me, without materializing yourself, in which you'll be frozen into nothing. Black's missing part's body seemed to reform very slowly into ash. He didn't really see that coming. Actual chunks of flesh turned to ash and returned to the man's body. Even the injured Flash returned as ash, giving him a more monstrous nature. Even then, the ash seemed to darken and turn into darkened flesh similar to the destroyed side of his face. Would he be able to return to his previous state? What was the limit of this regeneration? He had never regeneration like this ever. Most magical creatures capable of healing missing limbs would regrow them over time. It wasn't anywhere near this fast. Looking at him in slight awe, Harry couldn't help but ask, "What are you?" Black declined to answer and leapt at Harry, trying to get one cheap shot, only for Harry to extend the range of his ice spell and blast him once more with his wand. Harry didn't want to show it, but maintaining the spell took a lot out of him. Even though the dog animagus was completely disintegrated, his remains turned to ash and started to reform, slowly taking a humanoid form. Harry could finally see just how inhuman the man who could have been his godfather became as he floated at the border of Harry's ice spell. The monster whispered in a monstrous tone, "I'll be back," before flying away with a screech. Harry slumped in relief, unlocked the tunnel to Hogsmeade once more, and levitated his groaning professor through it. It was time to go back to the castle. Chapter 164, Dark Wings. November 1st, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry woke up from his bed and realized that it was later than his usual waking time. He was genuinely just exhausted by the time he had gotten to bed, and he would have loved to sleep in. Alas, it was Monday and they still had classes. How unfair was that? He literally saved an entire village from an attack, and he had to go to class the next day. Things were tense when he joined his friends back while levitating an unconscious Lupin but his clothes. He tried levitating the werewolf by himself, but his magic resistance was on another level. It was strangely reminiscent of how people described Dragonhide. Neither Blaze, Tracy, nor Daphne said a word to him on their way back to their common room. They were obviously pissed with him, but he was too exhausted emotionally to care. He simply summoned all of the silver from the unconscious werewolf's body, allowing his wounds to heal unnaturally quickly. He did an experiment discreetly to see how silver interacted with him. Unlike other werewolves, it didn't burn him at the touch, but it seemed to skip any magical protection he had. To normal werewolves, silver was more akin to acid, and it was one of the biggest reasons why they put up with the way the Ministry treated them. Such a well-known weakness, that affected them even outside their transformation, made killing them very easy. However, in Lupin's case, the silver severely burned his eyes like pepper spray and weakened him when it entered his body. Theoretically, if a serum containing silver entered his bloodstream, it would be very easy to kill him. However, with the melting point of silver being extremely high and the fact that researchers discovered that altering silver in any way, like using silver nitrate, or enchanting the silver in any way rendered whatever property it had that worked so well against werewolves useless, those avenues were very slim. The measure would be to get the men to breathe silver powder. It would be very hard to remove it, and Lupin would be very weakened until the silver left his system, which could take a long time. He would think of another measure later, but the data he had so far was extremely useful. Still, he left the werewolf on the school grounds where he was visibly healing and would probably have regained his consciousness soon after. When Harry went down to the common room, he was met with an uncomfortable silence. He took his time to actually notice how his friends were looking, and while Blaze and Tracy seemed angry, Daphne looked more hurt for some reason. Harry expected them to start some kind of confrontation but was thankful that they didn't. He had warned them about the common room being bugged by the court of Slytherin, and honestly, he was just too worn out to start a confrontation without even having a chance to drink his morning coffee. After they silently went up to the Great Hall for their breakfast, they saw that while the Great Hall buzzed with the usual morning chatter, there was an undercurrent of unease permeating every table. Tracy seemed to beat Harry to the punch and asked one of the prefects, whose name Harry simply didn't bother memorizing, "What's going on?" The prefect gave her an incredulous look. "You're joking, right? McGonagall just announced that classes are cancelled today. It probably has something to do with whatever happened in Hogsmeade yesterday." "What happened yesterday?" "We left early since Harry wasn't feeling well. Lucky timing, I guess. Apparently, Hogsmeade was attacked last night. But this weird black fog came, and when it disappeared, the attackers were petrified. Half of the house had spent last night answering questions from the Ministry. We still don't know who the petrified people were since they wore masks, but the DMLE grabbed them for interrogations." Tracy and Blaze stared wide-eyed at Harry, while Daphne chose to end the conversation with the prefect. "Thanks for answering our questions." The boy just shrugged and went back to speaking to his friends. Seeing his friends about to explode, he waved his wand to cast a small privacy bubble around them. He did it just in time, since Tracy whispered, "Morgana, it bloody worked." Harry scoffed. "Of course, it worked. However, I am curious about how the Ministry is going to spin this. I think they'll pretend it was their idea all along or something." "But they didn't do anything," Tracy exclaimed. "They didn't, but people need to trust their government. That's not to mention that Fudge's approval rates are lower than they've ever been. People just don't feel safe ever since Azkaban was destroyed. This is an easy way to get people to re-elect him in the next turn." Daphne nodded. "Any politician would have done the same. It's a fairly common tactic, but the beneficent often pays whoever was responsible, but since we want to stay anonymous, it's a free win for the Ministry." Their theory was proven to be correct when they say the first page of the Daily Prophet. "Triumph over darkness, Fudge's Ministry prevails in Hogsmeade." By Rita Skeeter. In a stunning display of courage and cunning, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE, under the commendable leadership of our esteemed minister, Cornelius Fudge, successfully thwarted a heinous attack on Hogsmeade this past weekend. In what could have been one of the darkest days in our recent history, the brave witches and wizards of the DMLE captured all the attackers, which included all the remaining Azkaban escapees, Fenrir Greyback and his infamous werewolf pack, and several mercenaries. Surprisingly, Walden McNair, a Ministry employee, was found wearing a mask and participating in the attack. The Ministry has promised a thorough investigation into McNair's involvement, ensuring that justice will be served. The attack, characterized by nefarious dark magic and chaos, was quickly met with a new magical technique that summoned some kind of black fog that blinded everyone and temporarily petrified the attackers. Sources say that the magic was developed by a collaboration between the Department of Mysteries and the DMLE, as a response to Azkaban's destruction earlier this summer. This reporter can do nothing but praise the result of this collaboration, which captured every single attacker without a single casualty. Minister Fudge, in a statement to the Prophet, expressed his unwavering resolve. "Let this victory be a testament to the strength and resilience of the Ministry. Let it be said that in these dark times, our main priority is to guarantee the safety of the citizens of magical Britain, and today was a monumental success in making our glorious nation safe once more. We stand united against any force that dares to threaten our peace and prosperity." The minister's decisive actions and strategic foresight have been lauded by many in the wizarding community, causing a dramatic rise in his approval ratings. In the wake of this triumph, the streets of Hogsmeade remain calm, with citizens expressing their gratitude and relief. "We owe our safety to the ministry," said one relieved shopkeeper. "Without their swift response, who knows what horrors could have befallen our village. As the ministry continues to uphold law and order, we sleep a little sounder, knowing that under its vigilant watch, the darkness will always be kept at bay." For more information about the Hogsmeade attack, view pages 2 to 3. For more information about Fenrir Greyback, view page 4. For more information about the escaped inmates, view page 5. For more information about Minister Fudge's leadership, view pages 6 to 8. Blaze's face turned stormy. "I can't believe they're taking all the credit. It's better for everyone in the long run. The minister has been trying to engage Magical Britain in an international way. But with what happened to Azkaban, he was starting to lose sponsorships for the Quidditch World Cup, and that would have been a disaster. You can't blame a starving man for eating any meal that comes before him," Harry responded calmly. "You always have an answer, don't you?" he answered while sneering. "I know that you're angry at me." Harry started. But he was interrupted by Tracy. "You treated us like children. We made that plan with you, we worked our asses off for you. You didn't even say what happened with the freak with the knife. He didn't even have a wand, but you sent us away like we were less than you. In my defense, you were acting like children. I told you that we should leave, but you refused. I indulged you because you deserved the break and I recognized that, but you promised me that you would follow my orders if there was an attack, and not to second-guess me. You went back on that promise. And just for your information, the smiling killer wasn't just some freak with a knife. Did you see what happened to Lupin? He tried to intervene in our fight. He lasted less than 2 minutes. And while I was able to drive him off, I didn't really hurt him." "So, it's a man?" Daphne asked. "Yes, it was. Or at least, he used to be a man. It's very hard to call him human after what he became. But that's not the point. The truth is that for all your talks of joining me, you still don't trust me. And until that happens, I just can't trust you to do something without questioning it first. And if I hadn't forced you into that tunnel, you would have died. There's no way around it." "We would." Tracy protested. "I'm not saying you're not good. You're very talented for your age. But the four of you together wouldn't be able to land a hit on Lupin, let alone the thing that almost killed him. And I know for a fact that I made the right decision." "How would you know?" Blaze asked with a frown. "I know because I was his target. He wanted to kill me. Look, you're the ones who agreed to follow me. I didn't ask you to do it, but it was your decision, not mine. I wasn't sure that I should have, but I brought you into the big leagues, nonetheless, assuming that you would trust me to make the right choice. I didn't ask any of you to join me, and yet you did. I didn't ask to be the target of a fucking serial killer, and yet I am. I didn't ask for that fucking monster in human skin to be my godfather who was supposed to be dead, but he is, and he fucking wants to kill me. I didn't ask for my mother to be some kind of dark witch that killed my own fucking father, yet she did. I have a lot more on my mind than to listen to you whining about not being treated like adults when I have literally trusted you with the defense of an entire village." Harry took a deep breath and continued, "If I treated you like children, I wouldn't have trusted you with my visions. I wouldn't have asked you to contribute to Hogsmeade's defense. And I definitely wouldn't have been training you to hold your ground. I have so much on my plate and I'm tired. I guess I just expected my friends to support it with me instead of piling on even more." The words hung heavily in the air, and Harry could feel the weight of his friends' hurt and frustration. They looked down with a mix of shame and anger. Daphne's eyes were red, which made Harry really regret his words. He was just tired. The last Potter could understand that they felt betrayed when he trapped them in that tunnel. He would have been as well. But they had to understand that this was the only way to keep them safe. He would have been distracted if he had tried to protect them, and Sirius would have definitely taken advantage of that. He just didn't want to see them hurt. He had a lot to figure out, and quickly. Black would return and he didn't know when. Hogwarts Ward will not stop him. The castle walls will not keep Harry safe. He needed to start planning for that inevitability. Luckily, he had an idea about how to get started. Chapter 165, Amends. November 1st, 1993, Hogwarts. Daphne watched as her best friend got up and left the Great Hall out of obvious frustration over their words and felt a mixture of guilt and shame. This wasn't how she wanted things to go, but even if they had done it badly, they had put their point across. It had completely backfired, and the blonde couldn't help but wish that they hadn't confronted him like they had. Tracy, Blaze, and she did talk the previous night after Harry had gotten to sleep about how he was treating them, but whatever calm manner they decided on to broach the issue completely went out of the window. It wasn't like this issue was a new thing. It was always there in the background, brewing, and her two friends exploded out of frustration more than anything. They had been trying to push the line as much as they could. And even if Daphne disapproved, a part of her wished to do the same. Their complaints might be valid, but the way they expressed themselves simply wasn't, and Daphne was really afraid that they might have damaged their friendship with Harry. They needed some damage control. We need to apologize to him. Blaze scoffed. For what? He's the one who's being unreasonable. Really? We're the ones who spun this up on him after he fought off a serial killer and found out it was his supposed dead godfather. He's probably frustrated and angry. We just added more fuel to the fire. Do you really think he would have acted differently if that wasn't the case? Tracy asked. I don't know, but that's the point. We don't know what happened to being reasonably calm and collected, and not ambushing him. He's smart enough to handle it, Blaze responded. You're joking, right? Daphne said with a deadpan tone. Intellectually, you're right. Harry is a genius. He can make wonders of magic that I've never even heard of, and discuss theories that masters probably struggle with. But when it comes to social events and relationships, he's an idiot and you know it. He's going through a lot and all we did was pile on him. He's not some fragile bird that we need to worry about scaring off. Don't underestimate him. Just because you have a crush on him doesn't mean that you have to be on his side, Tracy retorted. The blonde froze at her friend's statement. It was right, in a way. Daphne did have a crush on Harry, and it did tend to cloud her vision a bit when it came to him. And in a way, she was right. The betrayed look Harry gave her when she didn't take his side made her heart ache, yet she chose to stay her ground and support her friends to present a united front. For Tracy to throw her crush in her face despite that, was a very low blow. She suppressed the urge to get angry and took a deep breath. Trace, I'm not saying that he's blameless, but we shouldn't have pushed so much in Hogsmeade, and you know it. He's treating us like we're children, like he's better than us, she exclaimed back. He is better than us, Tracy. He's always been better than us. Are you seriously going to tell me that you're as good with a wand as he is? Do you think he could have done better against Riddle, against a basilisk, against a bloody divine beast? Harry has proven for years that he knew what he was doing. You're the ones who told him that you wanted to join, just like I did. That's why I have always followed his lead. I trust him. All we wanted was for Harry to give us more responsibility, and to trust us more, but we chose to tell him that horribly. It was supposed to be a calm conversation, but you literally exploded the moment we broached the subject. All we achieved was show him that he really shouldn't trust us. Blaze raised his hand in frustration. He shouldn't have sent us away the moment he could. I don't like the fact that he left us behind any more than you do, but now that I think about it, it was the logical move. If you remove the emotional aspect from the story, I know why Harry chose to do it. We weren't ready for this fight. You saw what happened to Lupin. He's a super werewolf for crying out loud, and he would wipe the floor with our entire year if he wanted to, except Harry, that is. But Harry kept us safe, where we couldn't hinder him, and we couldn't get hurt. Fighting Black would have been stupid, just like we didn't trust him enough to believe his visions and not go to a village where we knew it was about to be attacked. All that did was make us look even more childish than he assumed we were. Tracy just looked down. We just wanted to be taken seriously. We wanted him to trust us. I know, and we could have just told him that. But this passive-aggressive crap isn't going to do it. I didn't say anything because your issues were understandable, but he was well on his way to trusting us. We did the tasks he assigned us without any issues, and he liked that. He likes competence. And look what happened when we followed his plan. We literally caught all the remaining Azkaban escapees, caught Fenrir Bloody Greyback, who the DMLE have been trying to find for the better part of a decade, alongside his entire pack. You're complaining about doing something that the DMLE couldn't even do. And if we had just listened to Harry a little more, he would have gained the trust that we wanted. His trust in us as his friends and his trust as mages are very difficult things. Sure, he's always been condescending, looking down on us, but when have we really proved him wrong? Honestly, she could understand Harry's point. They had come very close to dying that night. She had seen the Potter Scion shield and redirect stray spells that were fired in the darkness. She saw his eyes the moment the smiling killer came for them. Harry could have fought him off with them there, but he actively made the decision to go to the tunnel because he knew that he was the only one who stood a chance against that thing. He was afraid until she saw him lock the tunnel. In his eyes, she didn't see any fear, only relief and determination. Harry knew for a certainty that they would die should they try to fight alongside him, and the worst thing was that he was right. Daphne hated that feeling of uselessness that came with that realization. She had decided to work her ass off until one day, she would be good enough that Harry wouldn't be worried about her in a fight. That he would trust her to have his back. Both Tracy and Blaze looked suitably ashamed and looked down. We need to apologize to him. The blonde released a sigh of relief. Yes, we do. I'm glad you see that. We'll do it in the common room tonight. I'll try to catch up with Harry. I think he needs someone to talk to. She prepared to stand up, only to be interrupted by a girl that she learned to loathe over the last few weeks. Greengrass, good morning. Did you hear about what happened to Hogsmeade? I think that the entire school knows about Hogsmeade, Bones, the blonde retorted, trying to suppress any venom from her tone. She really hated Susan Bones. She didn't know much about her before the start of the semester, only that she was a Hufflepuff and the niece of the current head of the DMLE, but that was it. Unfortunately, the redhead decided to ask Harry to be his partner for her runes project alongside Longbottom. Every week, they spent a few hours together, working on their project, time that the Hufflepuff always used to flirt with him as much as possible. Luckily, Harry seemed oblivious to the redhead's advances. However, Daphne was not. The Hufflepuff girl smiled. I was actually in the village when it happened. It was scary at first until that weird black fog came and I couldn't see or hear anything. Even my wand didn't light up. It only took half an hour until the entire thing was gone, and there were petrified people all over the place. The Aurors arrested the ones wearing masks. I was lucky. Greyback was just a few yards away from me when he was petrified. Were you there? The girl shuddered at the end, and Daphne felt relieved that she was all right. She didn't wish Greyback on anyone, not even Bones. We left before the attack, thankfully. So, why did you want to speak with me? Oh, right. Do you know where Harry just went? Since we don't have classes today, I wanted to see if he would be willing to have our project meeting earlier. Daphne shook her head. No, I'm afraid not. Good luck though. Thank you. If you see him, let him know that I want to speak with him. And just like that, the Hufflepuff returned to her table and Daphne unclenched her hand. As I said, I need to find Harry. I need to make sure he doesn't do anything foolish. Tracy giggled at her. Is that what we're calling Bones now? You're not funny, Tracy, the blonde grumbled before leaving. She had a friend to find, after all. Far away in an empty Muggle neighborhood, what looked like a pile of ash materialized inside one of the empty homes. It took some time, but slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the ashes began to stir. They swirled in a haunting dance, coalescing into a more solid form, a painful rebirth from the remnants of destruction. His name was once Sirius Black, the white sheep of the Black family. It was a nice pun that James came up with. He tried to remember the men that he once called his brother to distract himself from the immense pain he was in. It was excruciating, having nerve endings slowly build back, allowing the parts of his body that used to be made of flesh to return to their natural state. The process was slow, excruciatingly so, as flesh and bone knit themselves together. It must have taken hours, but finally, his form gradually took shape, lying sprawled on the dusty floor. The pain faded away slightly as he paused his regeneration, leaving only the one he was constantly familiar with since the fire that took his brother from him. He was still just a pile of ash in a humanoid form, but at least he had a face now. His last attack was a really foolish move. He should have controlled himself better. Alas, the anger at Lily Spawn clouded his judgment. He wanted to curse Lily Spawn for his pain, but he was the one who tried to overpower magic that he was unfamiliar with. Still, there was something nice about the fact that he was hit in a fight. Perhaps, it meant that there was still something human in him. He wasn't sure. He should have expected the boy to be like his mother. He even fought like her, using clever tricks with some kinds of obscure magic instead of the usual dueling tactics. Deciding to regenerate his flesh once more, he gritted his teeth as his pain flared anew. He really hated how his body regenerated. He tried to remember the good old days to distract himself from the pain. It was always a good tactic. Alas, his only untainted memories were of James. The others had betrayed him. It might have taken hours, but he finally returned to his previous state, with only half his body decayed once more. He couldn't heal any more than that. Magic always had a price, and he paid it to materialize himself into the physical world once more. He took a deep breath which sounded like a ragged gasp than anything, but it was good to have lungs once more. He giggled madly. Fuck. Losing to a fucking teenager. How pathetic am I? Now, don't be so pessimistic, Mr. Black. You fought against someone with unknown capabilities. You shouldn't have been surprised that the boy had a few cards up his sleeve. He turned, surprised that someone else was there. He was prepared to fight once more, only to freeze to see who was sitting calmly on the couch in his room. You. The men grinned. Me. You're a hard man to find, Mr. Black. I told you that I wanted nothing to do with you. Oh, don't be like that. Shouldn't you be a little thankful for me? After all, if it wasn't for me, you would have still been stuck on the other side. You wouldn't have been able to fulfill your glorious mission. The dog Animagus growled. You know how that went. Yes, how disappointing, losing a child. After all this time, you're still making the same mistakes you made in your youth. You truly are an impulsive man. The former Black Scion simply glared, refusing to answer. The man, expecting this, continued. You said that you were an agent of chaos, anarchy personified. And you threw it all away the moment you saw the boy. Alas, I do have a soft heart. It's a weakness of mine that I inherited from a very old friend. So, I'm here offering you a hand of friendship once more. Sirius prepared himself to tell the bastard to go fuck himself, only to be interrupted once more. There's no need to be so stubborn and refuse outright. I'm just like you, an aggrieved victim of Dumbledore's crimes, one of the secrets he kept buried away. Do you still wish to destroy Dumbledore's world, remove his taint from his existence? Do you still wish to destroy Lily Evans' legacy? Of course, I am. Sirius answered hotly. Luckily, it seems like your goals align, for now, at least. The issue was that while your ambitions were admirable, but your methods were faulty. At my side, you will have me to assist you, to personally help you plan your path for vengeance, and I promise you that in the end, you'll get to watch the world burn just like you want to. Sirius couldn't help but giggle at the absurdity of the offer, but it wasn't like he had a better alternative, for the greater good. Exactly. When the men told Sirius his plans, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a mad, mad world. Chapter 166, Fresh Perspective. November 1, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry's walk after his spat with his friends did help relax him. There were just so many things swimming around in his head that he needed to really stop and think about what he was doing. He didn't want to go to the room of requirements, since his friends might try to follow him there, and he didn't want to stay alone. The truth was that this year just made him feel stifled. He tried to ignore it by jumping towards the next crisis for him to solve, but it was hard to ignore the constant gazes on his person. His most trusted teachers were always keeping an eye on him during class, his classmates were always giving him wary looks whenever he was around, and even the paintings were always observing him silently. Oh, they weren't good at it at all since they tried to be overly sneaky, but it was the principle of the matter. However, Harry did have to stifle a laugh when he saw a painting literally hiding behind some furniture to take some discreet glances. But at the end of the day, the conclusion was evident. Dumbledore's plan in Harry's guardianship hearing had partially worked. People were wary of him and looked at him like he was some kind of jungle animal that was a few seconds away from dropping any pretense of civility and just killing them all. The last Potter did expect that losing his control against Dumbledore in the trial was going to bite him in the ass. After all, the chief warlock had lost a lot of support with Harry's revelation. A lot of progressive houses stopped following Dumbledore's lead during Wisingamot meetings, and there was talk from the ministry about removing his position as the Supreme Mugwump and Ambassador of Magical Britain. His spot as chief warlock would have been the same if it wasn't for the fact that the man was literally rebuilding a new magical prison for the ministry, and there was no need for the current administration to antagonize the man who was saving them a fortune. People did grumble slightly about him being trusted enough to build a new wizarding prison, but these voices quickly shut up when the ministry revealed how much the project was going to cost if they hired teams of professional magical builders and warders to create a prison that would probably be worse than whatever the headmaster came up with. Harry didn't trust the men to not slip a few secret entrances here and there, but he didn't really have an opinion on the matter. In the end, officially, Dumbledore only lost a bit of influence, but Harry's most proud achievement was the fact that he shook the faith that the general populace had on Dumbledore. The ministry did its best to bury the records of the meeting, but there were a few leaks and there was no going back after that. The Potter scion had been waiting for any sign of reprisal from the men, who seemingly had just decided to stay in his tower and ask everyone he had authority over to observe Harry. Sure, it was stifling, but his invisibility cloak was just on another level. The men probably knew about his meetings with his friends in the room of requirements, but Harry always made sure to add a password with every room, like a small keyword at the end of his requirement to stop anyone else from reproducing his rooms and alter them in any way. Yet, currently, he didn't care if the paintings observed him and whispered loudly to themselves. He was just going on a walk around the castle to clear his mind. Without even realizing it, he found himself near the entrance hall, once more. He looked outside to see the sun shining brightly in the cloudless sky. The weather did not reflect Harry's mood, but it was too good a day to not go outside. He walked subconsciously towards the Black Lake and started skipping stones. He was throwing with everything he had for what felt like hours, trying to release the aggression he had on them. It was strangely working. His godfather's actions stopped feeling so enraging. The reveal that his mother had killed his father, her own husband, and massacred thousands of people, stopped making his heart ache. He knew that his anger at them wasn't logical. His mother was dead. She had been dead for over a decade, and she was a virtual stranger to him. Yet her actions still affect him today, first with Lupin's obvious obsession over him, and Black trying to kill him. The werewolf definitely had some designs for Harry, ones that he didn't want the young Slytherin to know about, meaning that they weren't good for his health. It probably had to do with him being the key, whatever that meant. And Black's motivation to just kill him didn't have to be spoken. It was tragic, in a way, to see a man reduced to this, to see the madness in his eyes as he turned into a monster in human form. Perhaps there were grains of truths about the Black madness. Something that he would have to discuss with Arcturus. The head of the Black family was just another pile on top of the crap that he had to deal with. He didn't know if he should tell him about Sirius' fate. Sirius' death to save his friends was an honorable one. To see his grandson reduced to whatever the smiling killer was, it would break Arcturus' heart, and that's not to mention how the men would react. Either the man would be heartbroken, or he would try to save his grandson, and talk him out of his actions, something that Harry couldn't see going well. Yet, not telling Arcturus about it would be a betrayal of some sort. The man was his guardian. He had literally made sure that Harry would be well taken care of, that he wouldn't be under the headmaster's control. Harry didn't want to give him information that would cause the man nothing but pain, but perhaps some false hope, that would hurt him a lot more in the long run. No, he couldn't manipulate him like this. He had to tell Arcturus about his grandson and trust the men to not do anything foolish. Lying and hiding hard truths had done nothing but cause grief in the long run. With that out of the way, he needed to think about how to deal with Black the next time he came. From his deductions during their fight, Harry came to the conclusion that his former godfather was switching between two dimensions, materializing in either, ending up with some kind of astral form in the other, which explained his intangibility. Perhaps banishing to the other plane would work. He didn't know anything about dimension magic, and he needed to research it. It was definitely something very obscure and not publicly available, but he could probably find a starting point in the forbidden section of the library, or maybe even the room of hidden things, but he would have to search a lot to find any useful information. Maybe he could use something that would translate into the alternate plane, like some kind of sonic attack or flashbang. It would be a temporary thing at best, but it was better than nothing since his Ice Age spell was just too draining to be used in the long term. Harry kept brainstorming ideas, as he threw one pebble after another into the Black Lake. That was until his arcane hearing picked up someone approaching. He didn't bother turning his head, since their song didn't seem inclined to attack, and just threw another pebble, making it skip around half a dozen times on the surface of the lake. "I didn't know you could do that without magic," a recognizable voice commented. Harry replied without even turning his head, "It has to do with the shape of the pebble you're throwing. The surface has to hit the water at once to disperse the force and the angle you throw it at, as well as the spin matter a lot. There's this sweet spot that makes the pebble push down the water a little but makes the water act like a solid for a fraction of a second, which makes the pebble skip across. There is magic in it. But you're not interested in that, Neville. So, tell me, why are you here?" The Slytherin turned towards the boy who lived and raised an eyebrow, making the boy shuffle awkwardly. "Crazy, what happened in Hogsmeade, I mean, huh?" "Yes. But things worked out in the end. At least my grandmother will stop worrying so much about me. She barely let me out of the house last summer." Harry rolled his eyes. Her only grandson was in danger from Azkaban escapees that followed the men who killed her son and his wife. What a surprise that she was slightly overbearing. "Oh, come off it. I was miserable during the entire summer. She didn't even sign my Hogsmeade form. Maybe I have a chance at convincing her, now that Dolohov and Rookwood are back in custody. Did you know that the minister is pushing for them to get the kiss? Greyback too." The last Potter stiffened at that. The Dementor's kiss was serious business. Literally, no one has been sentenced to the kiss since Grindelwald's war, and these were people who committed crimes against humanity. Very few people actually researched about what happened during a Dementor's kiss, because staying close to them for an extended period of time was just torture and helped induce madness. The only person who studied them extensively was the dark wizard Ecrositis in the 15th century, who often used them as weapons. He was known to be utterly mad, and not in a good way, but he did say that a Dementor's kiss sucked the soul out of the victim. Harry didn't know if that was the truth, but it wasn't really worth the risk. Killing them would have been far more merciful and would have achieved the exact same thing for society. His guess would be that it was used as a way to appease and control the Dementors, and Fudge was probably doing the same since the monsters had just lost their feeding grounds. Yet, the conclusion was that Harry's plan was going to either kill people or get their souls sucked out. He had literally handed them like lambs to slaughter. They were awful people, yet Harry couldn't help but feel his stomach sink at the realization. He didn't trust himself to say anything back to Neville, who just changed the subject. "Oh, Susan and I were wondering if we could have our rune session early today since we don't have any classes. It's just that we've been learning so much, and you're so much better than Professor Babbling at getting the point across." "I'm not in the mood for runes, Neville," Harry simply answered back. "Ah, yes, your spat with Greengrass, Zabini, and Davis. People have been talking about it. I have to ask, are the rumors true?" "What rumors? Why are there even rumors? It hasn't even been a day." Neville let out a cheeky grin. "It's Hogwarts, mate. So, did you get into a fight because your friends refused to become your followers in your rise as the next Dark Lord?" Harry almost choked out a laugh at that but calmed himself. "Seriously? Of course not. Apparently, I am condescending, and I treat them like children, and they didn't like that." The boy who lived tilted his head. "But you sort of are. The way you looked down on me was one of the main reasons why I was always mad at you. It's very aggravating, I'll tell you that." Harry stiffened slightly. "I guess I've always felt responsible for them. And you probably acted like their supervisors. We're all teenagers, we hate supervision. It feels stifling." I guess what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't be surprised that they tried to toe the line as much as possible and ended up lashing out. You need to let go first, and they'll be satisfied. So, I have to let them do whatever they want. Neville winced. It doesn't sound good. But you trust them, right? Of course, I do. Then give them a chance. If they blow it, then you're justified to do whatever you want. If they don't, then you were afraid for nothing. Harry raised an eyebrow. Where is this wisdom coming from? Neville stiffened slightly before relaxing. It would have been natural, if it wasn't for the way his song immediately shifted to panic before relaxing into a wary state, like a snake ready to bite an attacker. I guess I've really grown during the summer. At least, that's what my grandmother said. Now, enough gloomy nonsense. Why don't you teach me how to do that rock-bouncing thing? They spent the rest of the day just skipping pebbles. It was strangely relaxing not doing it alone. He still observed the boy slightly, but he got nothing else from his arcane hearing. Perhaps, he had misheard it. By the time they had gone back to the castle, the sun was setting, and he had a clear idea about what he should do regarding his friends. When he arrived in the common room, he saw Daphne sitting around nervously. She brightened up the moment she saw him. Harry, we're so sorry. He simply raised his hand to calm her down. Don't worry about it, Daph. I get it. What? She simply uttered, looking slightly bewildered. You're all growing up and I have been acting like the adult for so long in the group. I've been doing my things on my own for years. I guess it was hard for me to let go a bit. So, yes, I don't mind trusting you with a bit more. But I do have some concessions. You can't do anything like what happened yesterday. I expect the exact same trust from you in case any of you are really over your heads. Sirius would have killed you all without hesitation and you wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. I want you to go talk with Blaze and Tracy and see if you can agree to that. If you don't, then I just won't involve you in anything I consider dangerous, but if you do agree, then we can move forward. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, New Resolutions. November 5, 1993, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and contemplated the happenings of the recent attack on Hogsmeade. It was a perplexing issue, whose outcome was not one he would have expected. He knew that a few inmates had to have escaped. They would have found the bodies by now if they had perished in the attack. Some of the inmates with small sentences actually willingly surrendered to the Ministry, who offered them either reduced sentences or outright pardoned them if their crimes were minor. It wasn't something the DMLE wanted, but they had quickly run out of space in their holding cells. As for the rest, Amelia Bones had done a good job leading her department in tracking them over the months and had discreetly arrested every prisoner that was unaccounted for. Except for 3. Rosier, Rookwood, and Dolohov. These were 3 high-priority prisoners who were amongst Voldemort's inner circle and had committed heinous crimes in his name. Albus expected them to get impatient and move to Albania to help their precious lord, but they decided to attack one of the most famous settlements in magical Britain. Those 3 men were amongst the smartest of Lord Voldemort's inner circle. Dolohov was a dueling champion, patient and with a tactical mind, and Rookwood was a former unspeakable for Merlin's sake. He expected that behavior from Rosier, who often acted like a brute during the last war. Yet the man was the only one who hadn't participated in the attack, and his fate was still unknown. For Rookwood and Dolohov to attack a settlement like Hogsmeade just didn't make sense. Diagon Alley was less protected and would have ended with more damage. There were more people and thus the possibility of more victims. It didn't make sense at all. In his office, he pondered the issue with a few colleagues. Alastor Moody stood there, his eyes constantly looking frantically for one spell or another. Severus Snape sat down with his usual scowl of his, and so was his deputy headmistress. On the other side was Amelia Bones, who was there as a liaison to the Ministry as well as giving him the results of her department's investigations about the attack. They stood silent until Alastor seemingly lost patience. Are we getting started or what? Albus pretended to be surprised. Yes. My apologies. My mind was slightly distracted. As we said before, we're here to speak about the attack on Hogsmeade that occurred a few days ago. While I am glad that the final inmates have finally been captured, I can't help but feel that we don't have the full picture of their motivations or goals for the attack. Bones was the one to speak up this time. The only people who talked didn't know anything. They were either mercenaries or members of Greyback's pack. They were hired using gold, which we have no idea how Rookwood and Dolohov got their hands on. Greyback didn't do anything except for making threats and growling. Rookwood just kept giggling for some reason, and Dolohov, who seemed to be the only one to keep his sanity, refused to say anything out of fear. The only relevant thing that we got out of it was that Evan Rosier was dead. Did you try Verita Serum? Severus asked while sneering at her. We're not incompetent, Snape. We know that it's not admissible in court, but we do have a batch ready for cases like this. It's how we verified the confessions of the mercenaries. Greyback was able to resist it fully, something that was unprecedented. We knew that werewolves had an innate resistance to mind-altering potions, but their effects were always diluted, not fully negated. Greyback seems to be some kind of exception. Rookwood was useless, whatever happened to him completely warped his mind, and Dolohov wasn't any better. All we got from him was a deep fear of not ending up like Rosier, which overwhelmed the potion. I've never seen anything like it. Severus' eyes widened and he hummed. There were theories that intense emotions could warp the subconscious enough to create blockades of some sort that could affect the faint hypnotic trance that comes with Veridiserum, but to see concrete proof of it. How interesting. I don't care if it's interesting, Alastair growled, all I'm hearing is that we don't have shit. There's no need to be crass, Moody, the head of the DMLE answered back, but yes, we don't have shit, other than that they had a benefactor of some sort. Not that we'll be able to speak with them anytime soon, with Fudge being so insistent that we give them the kiss. He also has been trying to get McNair released on the Imperia's defense again, since he wants no talk of the Ministry harboring Death Eater sympathizers. But I personally think he's planning something to get rid of him quietly later. Ah, yes. The capture of the last few inmates was great news to Cornelius, who actually seemed like a competent leader. If one ignored the fact that he literally did nothing, that is. The men capitulated on the situation as soon as he could and refused to entertain the idea that there might be any additional danger out there. Now that all Azkaban inmates were accounted for and even Greyback's pack was finally in their custody, all that remained was for a new prison to be built and the Dementors to be appeased. Offering them Dolohov, Greyback, and Rookwood would be enough for them to wait until Albus finally finished building their new feeding ground. The project was far more expensive than he thought it would be, and that was mostly because of the raw materials he needed to add in the enchantments necessary so that no magic could affect them afterwards. Every brick had to have those enchantments and the price added up to an insane degree. But in the end, it would be worth it. Fudge had literally given him command over Britain's wizarding prison, which he could add anything he wanted to it. He had so many ideas. Alas, it was not the time to think about that, he had other problems to handle. What about the fog and the petrifications? Did you have any leads? Not really. The fog had lifted by the time we arrived, so we didn't get a sample, and the petrifications didn't have any magical signature. We thought that it was some kind of ward, but there were no signs of anchors. Considering that a few innocent visitors to the village were also petrified. We think it was some kind of large-scale spell that attacked everyone who wasn't a resident of Hogsmeade or a student. We're not sure how they managed it, but it seemed to have worked. But that would also mean that whoever it was knew that the attack was coming and prepared for it. Concerning. As for the fog, I think it was some kind of aerial potion. From people's descriptions, I think that it resembles the properties of instant darkness powder from Peru. Check if there have been any large imports to Britain, even if I think whoever was responsible wouldn't have made such a careless error. Alastair nodded. I'll talk to a few smuggler friends of mine. Fletcher might finally be of some use. Now, onto our most pressing matter, the identity of the attacker's benefactor. This attack must have had a purpose of some sort. Even if it was halted in its track, there had to be some sort of hidden motive. And how do you know that Dumbledore? Bones asked briskly. Well, for one, our esteemed defense professor was found half dead on the school grounds, wounds that our resident Mediwitch recognized to be made using a silver blade. It didn't take long for the head of the DMLE to make the connection. You employed a werewolf in your school. Don't worry, my dear, I have followed the ministry regulations and filed the paperwork. Remus Lupin is on the Wolfsbane potion, and during his transformation, he stays far away from any students. No one is in any danger. But the fact remains, he was attacked by someone who knew he was a werewolf and was prepared for it. Considering that he ended up on the castle grounds, I believe that the ultimate purpose of the Hogsmeade attack involved the school in some way. Thankfully, the men just woke up before this meeting, and I have asked him to come here. And how can we trust that the beast wasn't just part of the attack? Severus answered while sneering. Because I would have been petrified like the others, not end up half dead trying to protect my students, a voice at the back of the room spoke up. Just like that, the entire room shifted in one motion towards the men who just entered. He was obviously limping and had bandages around his gut, an unexpected sight of the men who always dressed sharply. His hair was shaggy, making Albus reminiscent of how he looked as a teenager, only with more expensive robes. Snape's eyes narrowed suspiciously as Lupin approached, but it was Amelia Bones who spoke first in a professional voice. Professor Lupin, can you tell us exactly what happened during the attack? I was in the Shrieking Shack, Lupin began, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. As you all know, the full moon approaches, and I was reinforcing the wards for my transformation. It's a precaution I take each month to ensure no harm comes to others, or myself. There was a palpable tension in the room as he paused, gathering his thoughts. That's when I encountered the intruder. He was trying to navigate through the secret passage that leads to the Whomping Willow. He called himself the Smiling Killer, so understandable, I was on guard immediately. Amelia Bones immediately stiffened. The Smiling Killer, the serial killer that killed dozens of wizards and witches in their home. He was the one behind the attack. I assume so. He said that it was some kind of distraction. I caught him trying to access the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. I did my best to fight him off and did manage to drive him away, but I didn't really come out of our encounter unscathed. He was quite the infuriating opponent, I must say. Severus Snape's expression turned into one of disbelief, his sneer more pronounced. A smiling killer. Lupin, do you expect us to believe such a fanciful tale? You and your friends did always have a history of bending the truth. Lupin's gaze met Severus, unwavering. I understand your skepticism, Severus, but this is not a schoolyard scuffle anymore. I am responsible for ensuring that my students are safe, as are you, in fact. I would not jeopardize their safety on some made-up tale about a fight that almost took my life. Don't tell me that the Butcher of Frankfurt is scared of a single wizard, the potion master asked while sneering. Ah, that was a low blow on Severus' part. What happened in Frankfurt, and the rumors about Remus' actions especially, were horrific. Remus Lupin had earned his title as a butcher that night, and the werewolf's brutality was one of the main reasons Albus was very hesitant to hire him. Lupin didn't seem to appreciate the comment, do not speak of things that you do not understand, Severus. And yes, I have fought many men in my time but there was very little humanity in my opponent a few nights ago. Amelia Bones, her expression a mix of concern and excitement, leaned forward. Can you provide a description of the smiling killer? I can't give you much, I'm afraid. He wore a mask with a smiling face drawn on it with what I assume is blood. He was wearing old and tattered robes. He had a soft voice, almost androgynous, probably designed that way to hide his gender. During our struggle, I felt his physique. It was definitely a man, though with polyjuice potion being a thing, one can never know for sure. He paused, a frown creasing his forehead. The most peculiar aspect was his fighting style. He didn't use magic. Instead, he had enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes. He wielded a knife, but what was most alarming was his ability to phase through attacks. I think it's how he ignores wards, but I'm not sure. The biggest weakness he had was the fact that he had to anticipate them to phase. I had to literally let him stab me to take him by surprise. This was news of Albus. He had never heard of such magic, but he had learned long ago that very few things were impossible. He could tell that while this was not the full story, Remus seemed to tell the truth for the most part. There was definitely more than the men shared, but he had all the time in the world to get the men to slip up. Thank you, Remus. You should return to the infirmary to rest. As the door to Dumbledore's office closed behind Lupin, Moody exclaimed, Are you really taking him at his word, Albus? You do remember how he abandoned you during the war, right? While his tale is fanciful, I believe that he was truthful for the most part. Still, we will need to verify these claims, and I will personally research the abilities of the smiling killer. That monster being interested in the school is a worrying prospect, especially if his ability could in fact go through the castle wards unimpeded. That and the fact that Albus couldn't really verify using legilimency. It wasn't like Remus was a skilled occlumens, but ever since he left the school, the man's mind just worked in such an alien manner that the headmaster simply couldn't translate properly. The only person who had a similar condition was Fenrir Greyback, and even then, his mind wasn't as alien as young Remus. There was a reason that Albus didn't even try to trust Remus Lupin after his return, after all. Amelia Bones adjusted her spectacles, her tone measured. This is the first lead we had on the smiling killer. We can't dismiss his testimony, and we can have something to pressure Rookwood and Dolohov with. Yes, and I will personally see if there are any protections, I might add, that would circumvent such issues. My priority will always be the safety of my students. Before she could leave, he asked, By the way, is Cornelius still pushing for the Triwizard Tournament to be reinstated? Yes. Crouch's idea was already ambitious, but the minister wanted to make it the event of the century like we didn't have already so much on our plate with the Quidditch match. He wants to rebrand it to the European Tournament. I have to say that the finance department was looking very nervous after he presented a few of his ideas. Why do you ask? There was an idea he had, an idea that he scrapped because he wasn't really certain that the ministry would be stable enough for the Triwizard Tournament to actually take place. But with how things were stabilized so quickly, it was feasible. The school needed more gold, and well, he needed more gold. The building of the new wizarding prison had cost him a fortune, even if it helped him get a lot of goodwill from the residents of magical Britain. He was sure without this project, the scandal during the Potter Brats hearing would have genuinely hurt his standing. Well, I was thinking about making a smaller school tournament to fine-tune the selection of champions, let's say from third years and above, shall we? It would help distract the populace about what happened, assure that our inevitable champion will get some practice, and it would be a good way to raise some gold for more scholarships. I will design the tasks myself to make sure that there won't be any true danger of the students getting hurt. I was thinking about asking Cornelius to help sponsor the project to generate some good publicity for the European tournament. It's just an idea, for now, but it could be very fruitful in the long run. And it could also help get more information about the Potter Brat. Lupin was obviously obsessed with the boy for some reason, and Albus did have to repay him for what happened in that courtroom a few months back. After all, he had a very long memory, and if there is something he did not lack in his old age, it would be patience. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, of Uncomfortable Giants. November 15, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry Potter woke up earlier than usual and decided to walk by the Black Lake to clear his head. He had gone down without even actively thinking about it, but he found himself treasuring his solitude after the argument he had with his friends. It had been his fault, after all. He had forgotten that they were children, teenagers mostly, and he had pushed them a little too much. Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne had asked him to treat them as equals, without even realizing what it meant for him to actually receive that, and Harry had trusted their judgment. They were not ready for the responsibility and didn't have the maturity needed to prioritize a few tasks instead of goofing off. It was his fault, really. He had expected too much from them. Daphne definitely had the maturity required, but she had her share of issues with Astoria, and that piling up on them needlessly was just cruel. The blonde had shaped her entire life around the goal of saving her sister, a noble endeavor, but with the very real possibility that she wouldn't survive. It was very risky. She would end up as a shattered shell as her very purpose withers in front of her. Harry was going to help her get started on healing. He was interested in the subject, but not enough to invest his time and money as he prioritized controlling his magical crest and developing his magic circle, which ended up far more of a hassle than he predicted. For whatever reason, whoever designed this crest did not add in the perks that he saw Daphne and Blaise having. While there were programmed spells to call in at a single thought, there were very few and were unlocked at a very low pace as he figured them out. While that did make him a better wizard, the progress was far slower than he liked it to be. Every type of spell he figured out using magic circles unlocked a small arsenal of saved circles that he could use as bases to create his own spells. It was slow and time-consuming, but very rewarding since he could sometimes come up with spells on the fly. Back to the issue regarding his friends, he decided to stop giving them excuses to rebel. He could see that Daphne was often distracted with her sister around. Blaise and Tracy were showing the signs of textbook teenage rebellion. They didn't really want to join him, not really, and he didn't blame them. It was just too much for wizards and witches of their age to handle. They were just seduced by Harry's attitude towards them that they must have mistaken to be condescending. The solution was evident: to stop acting condescendingly towards them and not involve them in his most sensitive endeavors. Their attitude during the Hogsmeade attack and their constant second-guessing and protesting his orders meant that they just didn't have the maturity needed to be of any help in a sensitive situation. They had lost the trust he had in them, to not cause him problems or impede him during a sensitive situation. He could still ask Tracy to tell him rumors, and he could still ask Blaise to sneak things into the castle, but outside their training sessions, he wouldn't involve them in anything else. During the Hogsmeade attack, they were more of a liability than a help because of their attitude. It was a shame since Blaise was very good at smuggling. He hadn't even ordered the Peruvian instant darkness powder to Britain, but he did it to his friends in Italy that he discreetly shipped in a magically enlarged bag to the castle. The ministry just couldn't ask other countries for details about their imports, so that made the purchase essentially untraceable. Perhaps he should ask Luna. She always provided a different perspective to most situations, and she had this inherent maturity that she probably got with her clairvoyance. Harry hasn't really interacted with her during this school year and promised himself that he would fix that. 15 days had passed since the Hogsmeade attack, yet its consequences kept appearing. Fudge trying to capitalize on the capture of the attackers was bordering on propaganda, and people were buying it. Except for the students who had been in Hogsmeade that day, they weren't really convinced by the minister's promises of safety after their experience. Sure, the attack had lasted less than a minute, but it seemed to have traumatized them enough to always walk in groups, and the sale of wand holsters and defense books have risen tremendously. The ministry, under Fudge's guidance, had been using the capture of notorious Azkaban escapees like Rookwood and Dolohov as evidence of their efficiency and commitment to public safety. Every Daily Prophet headline seemed to scream a new victory for the ministry, a new assurance that the dark times were over. Honestly, it wasn't Dolohov's or Rookwood's capture that had affected the populace, but Greybacks. Harry underestimated how much the werewolf's presence affected the general populace. He had instilled a visceral fear in the heart of the wizarding community, and his capture, alongside his entire pack, did make a huge difference. Even Lupin seemed to be extremely happy with the news when Harry saw the injured men in the Great Hall. If Harry had thought that the werewolf was obsessed with him previously, then it paled to how he acted now. Every time they were in the same room, Lupin kept staring at him with an expression that Harry couldn't quite decipher, like a mixture of hope and longing. His inner wolf's constant howling was just so loud and didn't help matters at all. Honestly, to say that Harry was uncomfortable would be an understatement. Speaking of his professors, they were acting oddly, as if they were distracted by something, perhaps even preoccupied by a matter that they didn't discuss with the student body. He wasn't the only one who noticed it, since the number of school fights and pranks did rise dramatically since the chance of getting caught was lower. Harry's thoughts were interrupted when a few sparks illuminated the morning sky, followed by a loud noise. Curious, he walked towards the source of the disturbance, which happened to be Hagrid's shack. He never really interacted with the groundskeeper. The man was too loud for him and did have a tendency to do foolish things. Sure, Hagrid was a genius when it came to magical creatures, but outside of that, he was obviously not as bright as the common man, and that was Harry trying to be kind about it. There was nothing wrong with that, but the last Potter could only dumb down a conversation so much before getting frustrated, so he never really tried. Don't get him wrong, he didn't dislike Hagrid at all, he just never really went out of his way to speak to the half-giant. Curious to see what he was up to, Harry made his way forward and saw the man struggling with casting an enlargement charm on the pumpkins. The man was obviously overpowering the spells, causing the outside shell of the pumpkin to grow faster than the inside, causing it to implode. Harry would have left him alone if it wasn't for the fact that the man didn't seem to be getting better. After almost 10 minutes of watching the groundskeeper struggle with a simple charm, he decided to intervene. "You're doing it wrong," he simply commented. The half-giant's situational awareness must have been disappointing since Harry had made no attempts at being discreet in approaching the man. Instead of just turning, the man just sent a blast of pure magic from his frankly ridiculously large wand, and no, that wasn't a dirty joke no matter how it sounded. Damn, Tracy really has corrupted him. Harry simply redirected the magic with a flick of his wand, and raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the groundskeeper, who looked sheepish. "Blimey, sorry about the, Potter. Ya gave me a bit of a scare, ya did." "Don't worry about it," Harry responded with a shrug, "I wasn't in any real danger. The worst you would have done was push me back slightly. Still, it's my fault, attacking a student like that. No wonder they weren't too keen on me being a professor." The last Potter couldn't help but feel surprised at this admission. The position as a Hogwarts professor was a very prestigious one. It wasn't lucrative, but there were still traces of the wizarding culture before Dumbledore took over. In a society where magical research was treasured, educators were the best of the best. Wizarding families wouldn't have taken anything other than the best for their children's education, to carry out their family legacy. Choosing to comfort the simple man instead of being needlessly cruel, Harry said, "You were applying for the Care of Magical Creature class, right? I don't think that it's your lack of knowledge that stopped Dumbledore from hiring you. As far as I know, you're probably more familiar with magical creatures than most experts. I think it has more to do with the fact that you don't have a newt or even an OWL on the subject. It would set a very bad precedent if a headmaster could hire anyone without any official qualifications. And considering that enlarging charms are part of the OWL curriculum, I think you're on your way to remedy that." The man's eyes grew teary. "You really think I've got a shot at it?" "If you pass, yes. But you'll need to curb your impulsivity slightly. There's more to teaching than understanding your subject, after all." "Like what?" Harry simply shrugged, "Like making sure that the creatures you're studying are safe for the students, or even how to command respect and discipline those who will not listen. I believe Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall have mastered that particular skill. Don't get me wrong, if I have a problem with a magical beast, I'd ask you about it and would trust your opinion on the matter, but if I'm completely honest, I wouldn't have hired you as a professor, at least not as you currently are." Hagrid looked down, "Didn't think that, did I? There's nothing wrong with that. People often underestimate the skills needed for teaching. At least now you know how you should grow, and what you should focus on learning if you want to one day get that position. I'm assuming you're studying for your OWLs. Yeah. Need a newt in charms and care magical creatures for being a magizoologist. I know me creatures well enough, but charms. Never been my strong suit, . Harry simply shrugged, "I can help you if you want. Of course, I know that I need all the help I can get. All right, show me what you got." Happily, the half-giant waved his wand once more. The movements were smooth and correct, yet the spell was overpowered. By the time the charm traveled to the middle of the pumpkin, it had already started to grow the shell, and the sudden change in pressure caused it to implode. It didn't really make any sense. Charms were designed in a way that only a small quantity of magic used would work. Harry did know the arithmetic formula of that particular spell. It was hard-coded since the control wasn't something that everyone had, and the results could be disastrous if this spell was overpowered. He quickly came to a conclusion, but he didn't know how Hagrid was going to take it. He resolved to test that theory before saying anything about it. I believe I know why this particular spell isn't going to work, and it won't get any better with practice because you're not doing it wrong. Try to make the downward flick a bit slower. It won't be that intuitive since you've memorized wand movements over the years." The half-giant seemed perplexed for a moment before trying again, only for the pumpkin to double in size. "Blimey. I did it, I really did. Was that all it was? I've been racking my brains over it for ages." "Thanks, Potter. Do you know what the trouble was, then?" "Yes, but I think it's a sensitive matter." "How so?" the groundskeeper asked without even trying. Harry was tempted to just tell him, but he knew that hybrids, or half-breeds as the wizarding world liked to call them, were disliked from both sides. Hagrid must have been exposed to a lot of insults regarding his ancestry, and the fact that his magical channels being larger than usual due to his giant blood would cause him issues with a few spells wouldn't be welcome news. Charms needing controlled magic meant that the men would keep having trouble until he realizes the issue. They were strangers, and Harry, knowing about his heritage and being a Slytherin to boot, could get the men to overreact. Choosing not to force the men to reveal any uncomfortable secret, he said, "Never mind, it's not that important. You know what, you can send me an owl if you need help with any more spells. I might have more modifications to help you with them. You're a nice boy, Harry Potter. A lot kinder than those rumors say about you." Harry snorted. "This is Hogwarts, people will always try to make a mountain out of an anthill. I learned to ignore them a long time ago. In the end, it's not the opinions of strangers that matter, but that of the people close to you, your friends, your family." The half-giant sniffed once more, and Harry didn't want him to start crying. "Now, I believe I must be going. I woke up early today to say hello to a dear friend of mine, one that I didn't have time to see in the last few months." "Who's that?" "A quite large dog. One with 3 heads. We used to meet during the clearing last year." The distraction must have worked since the men had forgotten his previous mood. "Fluffy. You've been visiting him last year? No wonder he's been down for months. He must have taken a liking to you." Harry snorted. "I'd like to think so. You're the one who raised him, right? How was he as a pup?" The conversation quickly turned jovial as the half-giant started talking about magical creatures. The men really knew his stuff. In the end, Harry had to leave the men to actually go see Fluffy. He wasn't lying when he said that he wanted to go see his good friend. And with that, Harry entered the Forbidden Forest once more. Chapter 169, of Hounds and Wolves. November 15, 1993, Hogwarts. In the end, Harry had to leave the men to actually go see Fluffy. He wasn't lying when he said that he wanted to go see his good friend. And with that, Harry entered the Forbidden Forest once more. The change in atmosphere the moment he entered the Forbidden Forest was very noticeable. The air immediately grew denser, a mix of earthy scents and the subtle, underlying tang of magic. The towering trees, ancient and gnarled, seemed to watch him with silent, knowing eyes, their branches intertwining above to form a canopy that veiled the sky. The forest was not a static entity, it was a living, breathing labyrinth, its paths and territories shifting as if they had a will of their own, which mirrored the state of the magical creatures living within. Harry had ventured here before, but each journey felt like a first exploration. The Acromantula territory, Aragog's domain, was a place of eerie stillness. Harry could see signs of thick webs draped between the trees like ghostly curtains and tried to avoid them as much as possible. While he could technically fight off an Acromantula horde, it would be very difficult to explain why half the forest was razed to the ground afterwards. This specific part of the forest was inhospitable to most magical creatures. There was a noticeable absence of smaller wildlife, leaving the spiders, large or small, as the only residents, constantly trying to spread their territory to feed. Hagrid really didn't think about what it would mean to release a creature that could feed on practically anything and had a very quick reproductive cycle into a fragile ecosystem. Speaking of the half-giant, Harry's conversation with him was enlightening. Oh, the man was objectively unintelligent, but there was a certain charm to him. He was a simple man with simple desires, which was to take care of magical creatures, and he had a simple dream of becoming a professor. He did know his stuff when it came to magical creatures, like small details that books would miss but could be useful to an expert. There wasn't a violent bone in his body, and he did always say what was on his mind. There were no double meanings in his words, just honest conversation. Truthfully, Harry could get used to speaking to the men. The contrast compared to the Slytherin common room, especially now that the court of Slytherin was starting to select its candidate. Resisting the Acromantula's expansion were the centaurs. Their territory was a stark contrast to the oppressive denseness of Aragog's domain. The trees stood further apart, allowing shafts of moonlight to dapple the forest floor. The air was fresher, filled with the scents of wildflowers and damp earth. It was there that most magical creatures resided. Unicorns, thestral, and many more coexisted, predators and prey alike. The centaurs, guardians of their realm, had nurtured this part of the forest, imbuing it with a sense of peace and harmony, but were very defensive when it came to outsiders. After all, Hagrid's little mess-up had very far-reaching consequences for the stability of the forest. The fact that students liked to practice their spells, specifically their curses on magical creatures in the forest, thinking that there would be no consequences, did not help matters. Oh, Harry did read a lot about the forest out of curiosity, and it was far more magical and complex than the rest of the school body assumed. There were rumors of other territories, and even a small lake, with even more magical creatures, but none who ever ventured there ever returned. The forest was definitely larger and more mysterious than it appeared. As for the reason for his walk, his Cerberus friend was very considerate in the fact that he chose to live by a clearing that was at the borders of centaur territory. Fluffy was strong enough to hold his own against the spiders, and his privacy was respected by the centaurs. And just like he expected, he saw the Cerberus lying down in the center of his clearing, which had a small stream that the hound obviously used to clean himself. Speaking of fluffy, he was looking just as enormous as he remembered. The creature was enormous, its fur matted and its eyes closed in slumber. Each head was distinct, with its own expression and demeanor, yet they moved in unison. Harry approached slowly, careful not to startle him, and slowly started to hum the melody of the magic surrounding the clearing. It was a subtle song. Each note was a breath of wind through the branches, a soft murmur of a stream, the distant call of a bird. As he hummed along, the forest seemed to respond. The wind carried his tune, weaving it through the trees, spreading it across the clearing. The birds joined in, their calls adding to the symphony, a chorus of life amidst the grandeur of the forest. As he came close, one of Fluffy's heads stirred, his eyes opening to gaze at Harry, only to stiffen as he recognized him. The giant hound literally jumped up and ran towards the young Slytherin, licking him from head to toe. "Damn it, Fluffy. You know how hard it is to explain this mess to the elves for laundry." The dog didn't seem apologetic since his other heads still showed their affection. Harry couldn't help but giggle. "Yeah, I missed you too, bud. How have you been?" The dog growled at him, making him raise his hands. "I'm sorry, I know I should have visited you sooner. I just had a few things on my mind. I promise not to do it again." The dog heads huffed, to which Harry responded, "Come on, it's not my fault that someone tried to kill me. Again." The Cerberus didn't seem impressed. "Come on, it's not even my fault now. It's a complete clusterfuck. My godfather, who's probably insane and a fucking serial killer, is trying to kill me out of revenge against my mother because she killed my father. What a fucking clusterfuck." The hound looked thunderous slightly, to which Harry snorted, "I know, right? It's not my fucking fault that my mother was some kind of dark witch. I haven't even met the woman. And to make things worse, I have a professor who's obsessed with her or something, trying to cozy up to me for some reason. It's freaking me out. It's just not fair," the last Potter exclaimed. "When I came to Hogwarts, I promised myself that I wouldn't let whatever my parents did in life stop me from becoming my own person. They died and I've never met them. They shouldn't have a say in my life, but people keep trying to push it. Black with his stupid vendetta, Lupin with his insistence. And to make it worse, my friends all decided to start their teenage rebellion early and started to have authority issues, which apparently included me. I guess I'm just tired of it all. All I want is to live safely, with my friends, and learn magic." The hound's three heads gave him a dubious look and he raised his hands in surrender. "I know I made some questionable choices, but it was always for this goal. Something threatened my friends, and I did my best to remove that threat. I told you once about my dream. I want to be remembered, and to make my mark in the world, but not as a warrior or a leader. I want to be remembered for my magic, my skills, my research. I want to have a peaceful life, with someone I could trust implicitly, like another half. I wish I could have children to pass on my legacy, to nurture like I wish I was nurtured. Does that make me a bad person?" The dog seemed to give him a sympathetic look and each of his head gave him a lick, but still looked miffed slightly. Harry groaned. "Fine, I'm sorry. I'll come to see you a lot more. I'll even bring a juicy steak just for you, how about that?" Two of the three heads perked up, but another didn't seem convinced. "Who knows? I could even convince Luna to come with me." And just like that, the third head reluctantly grinned at him. It was weird seeing a dog smile for the first time, but he had grown used to it. The hound knelt slightly to let Harry rub his ears and neck, and the young Slytherin acquiesced the unspoken request with fervor. After a while, Harry simply sat down, leaning on his friend, and spoke up. "You're a good friend, Fluffy. I'm sorry for the rant, but I needed to get it out somehow." And just like that, they both just enjoyed each other's company, listening to the music of the forest that Harry hummed for Fluffy's benefit. It didn't take long for the Cerberus to drift off to the sound of music, and for the first time since he met Sirius Black, Harry was finally at peace. Of course, this peace wasn't to be, since he was interrupted by a familiar song of a howling beast coming closer, making him stiffen. Choosing not to distress his sleeping friend, Harry calmed himself down and stood up, awaiting the arrival of Remus Lupin. As he expected, a couple of minutes later, the werewolf arrived, with his wand drawn, only to relax the moment he saw his student. "Ah, Harry. You do know that the forest is forbidden, right? Is it? Must be a mistake on my part then. The Forbidden Forest being forbidden. What a strange coincidence that it was named like that," Harry answered with an airy tone. "Who is that behind you?" the professor asked, sighing. "Why, it's my friend, Fluffy. I would recommend getting on his bad side though, and he is rather attached to me." "I'm not here to cause a scene," Lupin answered while holstering his wand. "I just wanted to talk." "What's there to talk about?" Harry asked. "The shack, Harry. Sirius trying to kill you. Do I really have to spell it out for you? I've been trying to talk to you for weeks. And you took the fact that I resisted being in your presence to mean that you should track me down during the weekend instead of understanding that I don't actually want to speak with you." The werewolf sighed. "I know you don't trust me, but I am not your enemy, Sirius is." Sirius Black is my enemy, but the fact that he also wants to kill you doesn't mean that I'm going to trust you, especially considering what he revealed about my mother and your involvement with her crap. Your mother might have done a few questionable things, but she was a good person. Harry raised an eyebrow. She killed her own husband to power a spell. And I'm sure that if she had any other choice, she wouldn't have done it. I wonder if you're trying to convince me, or to convince yourself. That seemed to stop the werewolf in his track. He paused for a few seconds, but they felt like long minutes. Sometimes you have to do bad things for good reasons. Sometimes the ends really do justify the means. And sometimes being focused on the ends makes you forget about means and the damages that come with it. But that's a philosophical debate that very few people would be concerned about. You know, I'm quite well known in certain circles. There is a reason why Dumbledore is so wary of me. And when you do what I do and survive long enough, you get titles. Mine was the Butcher of Frankfurt. I'm not really proud of it. I was hired to hunt down a pack of werewolves that were targeting the residents of Frankfurt and almost broke the statute of secrecy many times. At first, I came to them as kin, asking for them to peacefully stop and move away. I tried, I really did. But this particular pack had grown under the leadership of a savage alpha. They wanted to turn as many people as possible into werewolves and craved the taste of blood. Even the children were raised on it. I gave them a week to pack their bags and leave. They didn't, and the bodies I buried there, the blood that I spilled could fill a small lake. They were my people, yet I killed them all, men, women, even the children. It wasn't their fault, they were just raised that way, raised to be more like feral beasts than men. Their faces still haunt me, but Frankfurt didn't have any werewolf attacks afterwards. I did a horrible thing, but it was necessary, and it was right. And the blood on my hands will never wash away. So, believe me, Potter, I don't regret joining Lily, and she was a good person. Harry was taken aback by the story but tried to look as interested as possible. He would research it at a later date. As interesting as this is, all I have is your word and I don't particularly trust you, so. Lupin growled slightly. Lily would have been sad to hear that her son thinks so badly of her. The dead don't care. That's one of the perks of being dead. When I entered the wizarding world, I promised myself to be my own man, and not be beholden to my parents' actions. This means that I don't give a flying fuck what she did or why she did it. I don't care until someone tries to make it my problem. Someone like Sirius. Someone like you. We don't choose our destinies. Harry snorted. This has nothing to do with fate. But let me throw you a bone. During your fight with Black, he said that I was the key, whatever the fuck that means. You understood what he was saying. So, tell me, Remus Lupin, what am I the key to? Why did you come here? And finally, why now? The werewolf looked to the side but stayed silent, and Harry chuckled. See, this is why I don't trust you, and I have no desire to even attempt to do so. After all, how do you trust someone who doesn't have your best interest at heart? Don't worry though, I'll figure it out, eventually. It's getting late, Professor. I must go. Don't you know? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. And with that said, he turned and walked back to the castle, leaving a sleeping hound and a pensive wolf. Chapter 170, of Precious Findings. November 27, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry had woken up late once more, something that was becoming a trend in the last few weeks. He had been up all night in the forbidden section of the library, trying to find any magic that manipulated different dimensions, in a way that would help Harry actually defeat the madman hunting him down in a permanent manner. However, things weren't going well on that front. Sure, the colt was a guarantee that things would go well on that front, but Harry didn't want to risk wasting a bullet on Sirius Black of all people, a normal wizard with above-average talent at best, who suffered an accident to turn him into the serial killer that he was now. From what Black said, whatever in Godric's Hollow caused Black him to somehow be trapped in another dimension, at least partially, and able to project himself into the material world through the nature of souls. From the sound of it, Harry needed to hit him in both dimensions at once for a wound to be vital. However, this was a half-baked theory at best, from the mouth of a monster, so he had to take it with a grain of salt. Alas, he had no other theory for the man's phasing. Wards only affect people in physical planes, and Sirius could just ignore them, something that should be impossible. The only thing similar was how Harry was undetected by magic using his invisibility cloak and could phase through spells at a great magical cost. He didn't feel like phasing really, more like stepping outside of reality and inside for a fraction of a second. Unfortunately, the cloak was still a blind spot to his arcane hearing and not a single detection spell helped in any way. The clue lay in his magical crest, who stayed stubbornly silent on the matter. The plan was simple, to understand enough about multidimensional magic to confirm his hypothesis, and if it is true, create a spell that would somehow kill Sirius Black in both dimensions, like his Colt but more concentrated. The Colt was powerful in a way that it hit every dimension at once by using the inherent properties of souls to target them, and it was just overkill and needlessly wasteful to use on something like Black. Alas, things weren't going well on that front. It wasn't because of the lack of books on the subject, but the fact that his search method was very inefficient. Harry used a spell of his own design to search books for certain words. It was very useful, especially in the restricted section where the books were far more disorganized than in the rest of the library. Unfortunately, the words dimension, universe and plane were very commonly used in a multitude of subjects and had different meanings. There were too many results and the last Potter had to look up the subject the hard way, and it was exhausting. How did people do this all the time? Still, he woke up in a foul mood, which was very common recently, and it was only his daily meditation occlumency exercises that helped him center himself and get through the day without hexing someone by frustration. He sat in the common room, reading the only book on the subject of dimensions, which was superficial at best. It was a recent publication, so Harry didn't expect much, especially with what Dumbledore had done to the European research facilities. The unspeakable poached anyone who showed any sign of curiosity but did not publish the results of their experiments. So, the only people remaining were either curious with mediocre talent, or very talented but actively hindered by the efforts of the Department of Mysteries if they refused to join them. And from the quality of the work, it was probably the former. Whoever Arthur Foley was had basically summarized what was available publicly to the general public. Well, Harry wasn't really fair to the men, but still, it didn't have any details of the magic, just theories and general ideas, which weren't worth much without decades of experimentation. The book did confirm that alternate planes of existence existed and that they could be accessed and even used as sources of power. Fiendfire was such a spell that relied solely on the power coming from that dimension to cause damage. Foley postulated that apparition was essentially just a microscopic portal that goes through different dimensions to return, but that was proven incorrect because he found out how apparition worked, and it made a lot more sense to Harry than his previous theory did. Portkeys and apparition did not open portals to different locations. It didn't make sense that honestly mediocre wizards and witches could open portals in a fraction of a second with only destination, determination, and deliberation. No, instantaneous travel was more like a giant system that the Ministry operated. Whenever a person wanted to apparate, they would be using their wands as a beacon, which would also have the destination in mind. The system would open a portal there, as small as possible to not waste any energy, and the person would temporarily be transfigured into a slim form to go through before they're transfigured back. Everything is calculated by the system, the wizard or witch only had to call the beacon, similar to how the night bus worked. Foley didn't say who maintained the system or how it was powered, but Harry postulated that it was something the Ministry would have to involve themselves in, and it was also probably powered by ley lines. The magic involved wouldn't work with anything else. The beacon was taught to everyone at Hogwarts in their 6th year, to be exact, which taught students to hypnotize themselves to trigger the apparition beacon. It was quite ingenious, and portkeys were the same, but with an international system instead of a local one, hence the restriction in spells. That did comfort Harry in a way that meant that making portals was actually possible and that they wouldn't be stopped by most wards. Anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards were designed in a way to stop a place from being used as a starting point or as an endpoint to an apparition. It was the system that was stopped, not the actual space warping. Which also explained how Death Eaters had such an easier time attacking people. A couple of bribes to whoever was maintaining the system would create the illusion that Lord Voldemort could just ignore apparition wards. It certainly explained the lack of space manipulation that Harry sensed when he set up the ward scheme for the Hogsmeade attack. Then again, creating a ward that stopped space from warping was very unrealistic. After all, he knew that matter warped the very fabric of space and time. Harry sighed as he looked at a list of spells that were postulated to use outside dimensions. They were too dangerous to use with people around. They always presented a danger to the caster, and they were extremely hard to control. Fiendfire was just a spell. Other researchers modified it to other dimensions. One of which caused a perpetual land of winter in Canada which was contained and warded, another resulted in the creation of a shadow realm in the depths of the Amazon, a place where light struggled to penetrate and where shadows moved with minds of their own. Apparently, lethofolds originated from this area, which was also closed down for everyone's safety. The last Potter never expected that Fiendfire would have been one of the more stable spells of that nature. Of course, there weren't any instructions for the spells in the book, just examples of spells and their danger. And ever since the Statute of Secrecy, perhaps even before, people who publicly dabbled in this kind of magic just disappeared one day without a trace. They were hunted down, and Harry could see why. They presented not just a danger to themselves but the countless others with a single mistake. Harry huffed and closed the book. He had gotten the most out of that particular book, and he was going to put it in his own collection. After all, it was just a copy he made in the library the previous night. He stiffened when he heard a voice ask him, "Didn't find what you were looking for, huh?" He turned and saw Daphne. "Yes, it's pretty frustrating." She let out a grin that was obviously very forced and asked, "Can we talk privately?" Harry nodded, having an idea of what it was she wanted to talk about. He nodded and followed her out of the common room. He didn't want the court of Slytherin to snoop, after all. They walked side by side to an empty classroom and he set up a few privacy wards for the conversation. He looked at his friend and saw her hesitating. What did you want to talk about, Daff? Please don't abandon us, Harry, she exclaimed with watery eyes. Well, that was surprising. Why would I ever abandon you? You're my friends. I know you better than you think. You said pretty words to Blaze and Tracy, and they might not have understood what you were saying, but you're cutting us off from what you deem to be dangerous, which is pretty much everything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to agree with them. I just wanted things to go back the way they were and for them to stop being so bitter. She kept on babbling until Harry raised his hands. Daff, I didn't stop involving you in my affairs because of what you said. I did it because whether they wanted to say it or not, Blaze and Tracy weren't happy with it. They didn't trust me and wanted to just enjoy their childhood, and there's nothing wrong with that. The court selection is near, and they deserve to have some time to make connections with the upper years, in the hope of being chosen. As for you, I'm not mad at all. I know that you just wanted all of us to get along, but the truth is that you've been distracted ever since your sister came here. The blonde's eyes widened. It's just. I always knew that she was sick, but having her with me, without my parents around. It's been a lot harder than I thought it would be. I guess I've been feeling a little responsible for her. How has she been doing? The Greengrass scion smiled slightly. She's been doing very well. She made a few friends. Top of her class too. Although she almost collapsed right after Samhain, Madame Pomfrey was able to stop it from being serious. Having her almost get hurt with me being so close. I guess I just felt useless. Ah, so it was a mixture of guilt. One at not being able to help of sister and the prospect of not helping him as she did before to focus on her healing. Harry gave her a slight smile. You know, there's no shame in starting to prepare yourself for your sister now. What about Black? Let me worry about Black. And you don't have to start with proper healing, although asking Madame Pomfrey for recommendations or even tutoring might help you. But I haven't really focused on curses, and I know you haven't. It would be a good idea for us to start out together. What do you think? She looked vulnerable for a fraction of a second. What about your runes project? Wouldn't that take up a lot of your time? Not really. I taught myself a lot about ancient Egyptian runes, enough to do the project in a couple of days by myself. I just go there to make sure that Bones and Longbottom actually learn how to use runes. Although, our resident celebrity is strangely good at them. Daphne looked ponderous for a second. He's been good in almost all of our classes. It's strange seeing him get grades like that after 2 years of pure mediocrity. Maybe what happened in the chamber made him take his schoolwork seriously. Yes, maybe. Ah, so long story short, I don't mind really skimping out on a few runes meetings. You're a lot more important to me. The blonde threw herself in Harry's arms. Thank you so much. All right, give me a few days to make a rough curriculum for us to follow. Common curses and counter curses and the like. They walked together to the Great Hall, speaking animatedly like they used to before Samhain. The only remarkable thing was McGonagall announcing that there would be a feast for dinner which would be mandatory to attend. Apparently, they had a few announcements to make as well as celebrating the capture of the threats that were the Azkaban escapees. It was a shallow thing, but the student body seemed more excited than anything. Did that have to do with the fact that the staff has been looking more exhausted than they used to be before Samhain? Harry didn't particularly care. They would find out anyway in a few hours. The staff was probably setting up a Yule Ball or something ridiculous, anyway. But it did keep Lupin busy enough to not try to speak to Harry again. Damn, that guy was very persistent. After breakfast, Harry decided to try something he rarely did out of desperation, and that was asking the room of requirements for help. Upon reaching the room, he walked past its entrance 3 times, clearly focusing on his need for knowledge about multidimensional magic. The door appeared, and Harry stepped into a room that was entirely bare, outside of a single, small pedestal in a clear space, illuminated by a shaft of light that seemed to come from nowhere. On it lay a single, dusty tome. The book looked ancient, its cover worn and its pages yellowed with age and obviously fragile pages, even with obvious magic holding it together. The title was obviously in Greek, probably an ancient variant since Harry's translation spell wouldn't work. It didn't have an author and Harry genuinely had no idea what it said. Of course, he didn't dare touch the book, in fear of it being cursed, but it's not like he could use the book anyway. But at last, Harry had found a lead. He only needed to learn and translate a book in a dead language. Chapter 171, of Dystopian Declarations. November 27, 1993, Hogwarts. Finding a translation spell for ancient Greek was oddly difficult. Harry did not doubt that there would be such a spell in Greece, or at the disposal of cursebreakers, and there was probably a spell in the library somewhere, but finding it would just be time-consuming. It was far simpler to simply use a generalized translation matrix for the job. He was easily able to find and copy an ancient Greek dictionary in the library and used a copy of the new book to simply map translations to every word in the book and create a new book in English. Sadly, it was very hard to understand even with the text in English. Ancient Greek had a lot of nuances, and a lot of expressions that did not translate well, and that's not even talking about the grammar. Normal translation spells were far more extensive than Harry's own, and it was understandable. Translation spells were very complex. They were created with a spell matrix that learned dynamically using already translated texts, understanding the nuances of each language, which released a very complex arithmetic formula. The resulting formula is then used to create accurate translations of the text. However, those formulas are often too large, and turning them into a spell was just impractical since they would take too long to cast. Hence, they're often used to enchant artifacts, especially glasses, that would be able to translate any text it sees. Harry had researched the subject in his first year after being disappointed with a book he translated from ancient English. Still, even if the process took over 2 hours, the resulting book was comprehensible enough for Harry to deduce the meaning. Progress would be slow, but it was still progress. And it did work, since the title of the new tome was now, Tales of the Great Cataclysm. It wasn't a spell book or anything seemingly useful. No, it was a storybook, probably one of the oldest in history. It described some kind of extinction event, called the Great Cataclysm, with great poetry. It spoke of the sun being devoured, the skies being as dark during the day as it was during the night. Stars collided and worlds were ripped open, letting wonders and horrors into the world. Dragons as tall as mountains roamed the skies, and the sea was filled with monstrosities that were as large as islands. Chaos ensued. The world was unprepared for such an onslaught. Kingdoms fell, great forests burned, and the seas churned with fury. It was a time of despair, a time when the very earth seemed to weep for the loss of its innocence. Monsters hunted down whatever was left of humanity until the gods fought them off. And when the gods ascended after creating order out of the chaotic, their children, the heroes, finished the job. They gave humanity the gift of magic with the hope that they would learn to protect themselves and rebuild their civilization once more. It was complete nonsense, of course, a very old tale, a myth about how magic originated, something the researchers actually proved. Magic couldn't be given or taken, it was outside of space and time, a source of power that appeared at the beginning of the universe itself. Of course, there was also the fact that it was horribly romanticized. But there had to be a use for it if the Room of Requirements gave Harry this book when he asked to understand multidimensional magic. Maybe there was an actual magical extinction event in the far past, something that might have involved multiple dimensions somehow. It was still a very far-off theory, but it was the only explanation he had. He was going to finish the book and see where it was going. Harry left the Room of Requirements with his new book in hand, so as to not be late for the feast. He arrived exactly just as it began and sat down next to his friends, still focused on his book. It was probably going to be far more interesting than whatever Dumbledore was going to say anyway. Speaking of the headmaster, he looked far more tired than he used to be previously, yet there was something that made Harry feel uncomfortable, some kind of triumphant gleam in his eyes. The defeater of Grindelwald had barely been seen in the castle this school year, probably busy juggling being the chief warlock of the Wizengamot and building the new British magical prison for free. Harry knew that the cost of building such a prison was enormous. The last time someone built something like this from scratch was Grindelwald when he built Nurmengard, which he used as a base of operations and a prison during the Great War, only to be imprisoned there himself after his defeat. Harry didn't really like the idea of a single person building the prison which would be used to hold all the inmates in magical Britain. It was just too easy for him to slip something, or add an extra back door, with no one being the wiser. Alas, Dumbledore had a very solid reputation and the gold he helped the Ministry save made people stop questioning his charity in fear of his pulling out. Instead of seeing a threat to national security, Cornelius Fudge chose to announce his plans for a European magical tournament next year. They were still making plans, but generally speaking, it would be a good way to stop Britain's tendency for isolation from the rest of Europe and help the economy grow. People were excited at the prospect, but Harry knew that Britain was very likely to be embarrassed by the quality of the average Hogwarts graduate. Harry didn't know why Dumbledore was pushing for it, since all it would do was prove to the world that his meddling was actively stopping students from reaching their full magical potential. The headmaster stood up and the entire hall stopped speaking. The men smiled. "Good evening. I know many of you are wondering why I decided to throw such an impromptu feast, but we have reason to celebrate, and I personally have a few announcements to make. First of all, we are celebrating the capture of the last Azkaban escapee. The inmates have been all accounted for, and even Fenrir Greyback and his pack are now in captivity. I have personally worked for months to build the new magical prison, and I am glad to say that it should be fully operational by the end of your winter holiday, meaning that we will be able to fully put these dark few months behind us. And isn't that a worthy cause to celebrate?" The entire room seemed to agree with the torrent of applause and cheers of approval, especially coming from the Gryffindor table. Harry rolled his eyes, seeing as the men had literally nothing to do with the capture of Greyback and the Azkaban escapees and was just making it sound like it was his achievement somehow. Ahem, now, as for my announcement, it is far more formal. As some of you know by now, Minister Fudge has announced that next year Hogwarts will be hosting the first European school tournament, a successor of the Triwizard Tournament, in celebration of the final stability of magical Britain. It will be a collaboration between the British Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. While the details haven't been ironed out yet, we do know that each participating school will have one or multiple champions and will perform dangerous tasks for their name to be immortalized as legends. Fame and fortune are a given, should you win the tournament for your institution. Magical houses were created, and orders of Merlin were awarded to the winners of the Triwizard Tournament, and I can't see any reason why it would not be any different. Great positions in the most prestigious magical guilds are almost guaranteed. This is the fate of the winner of the European School Tournament. The Great Hall was filled with excited murmurs at every table. Dumbledore was hitting all the right notes, showing the opportunity that the tournament presented, without presenting the downsides, mainly the death and maiming. The elderly headmaster raised his hand and the hall questioned once more, "Let me be clear, this tournament will be dangerous, with many deadly dangers." And so, after speaking with Mr. Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sport, and Minister Fudge, we have agreed to give you a small glimpse of what you might face in the tournament, in an effort to prepare. We will do this by holding a small contest of our own, specifically 3 different tasks organized by our staff to present a challenge for all participants. Do not despair, for there will be very little danger in these challenges, but they will test your reactions to the unknown and how to deal with them. Each task will be witnessed by esteemed guests from the wizarding world, including potential sponsors and employers, who are eager to see the talents of our young witches and wizards. The first task, Dumbledore continued, his voice steady and clear, will be an intricate obstacle course designed to test your agility, quick thinking, and magical prowess. He paused, surveying the sea of eager faces, their eyes alight with a mixture of excitement and nervous anticipation. The second task will be a dueling tournament. This will not only test your skill in combat but also your ability to think under pressure and use a variety of spells effectively. The matches will be supervised to ensure fairness and safety for all participants. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he moved on to the final task. The third task, my dear students, will remain a mystery until the day it is to take place. I assure you, it will be a challenge unlike any other you have faced in your time at Hogwarts. It will require not just magical skill, but wit, courage, and perhaps a touch of creativity. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. The headmaster was being needlessly dramatic about it. After all, it was just a school tournament, nothing really exciting. The winner of each task will be awarded 400 galleons, Dumbledore announced, causing a stir of excitement to ripple through the hall. Additionally, the best-scoring student for each school year will be awarded an extra 100 galleons, 200 house points, as well as an increase in a single grade of your choosing, and yes, that includes OWL and Newt grades. This tournament is open to all students from 3rd year to 7th year, and participation is mandatory. It is a unique opportunity to showcase your abilities, to learn, and to grow as witches and wizards. And that was when Harry really stiffened. He stopped reading his book and turned towards the headmaster for the first time, who seemed to eye him the moment he said that participation was mandatory. Seriously, who thought it was a good idea to force teenagers to do anything? And that's not mentioning the pushback from parents who had children with mediocre talent. The entirety of Slytherin House stopped looking cheery and looked at each other. They had all gotten what the men slipped by so quickly. Everyone was going to be forced to enter this fucking tournament, whether they liked it or not, and they would need to have an adequate showing since the headmaster was going to invite influential people to see the students showing. Doing badly or refusing to do anything could heavily affect people's career prospects. He had done a good job in bribing the OWL and Newt students and had cowed the rest of the students with the risk of ridicule and perhaps even putting their future at risk. Harry would be especially affected by that. No matter what he did, he would still lose. Dumbledore made sure of that the moment he compared Harry to Voldemort in his guardianship hearing. So far, people have only had Dumbledore's word for it, and that uncertainty did help Harry slightly. It was certainly possible that he was just a gifted student like many others over the years. But if he does well in the competitions, people would take it as confirmation of Dumbledore's words and think that the men had a point in trying to keep Harry in the light. But if he does poorly, then people will mock him, his house, and Arcturus' house, and he won't be taken seriously for most social gatherings. It would literally cut out any connections Harry hoped to make in the future since Dumbledore would invite any influential person in the country. There were no good outcomes. Even if he held back, Harry would have to fight 7th-year students, and while he could defeat them, without really straining himself, it was still far above what a normal 3rd-year student is supposed to be capable of. Was this how Dumbledore was going to prepare the Hogwarts students and make sure that they wouldn't embarrass the school in the European tournament this year? Or was this a trap specifically designed with Harry in mind? No matter the reason for the decision, Dumbledore was going to get a lot of pushback and protest at his decision. Finally, Dumbledore's expression turned solemn. But let me remind you, while the tasks in our tournament are designed to be less dangerous than those in the European tournament, they are not without their challenges. I urge you to take them seriously, prepare diligently, and support one another in the spirit of camaraderie and fair play. Now, let the feast begin. He clapped his hands and food appeared on the table. Harry had lost his appetite and he noticed that a lot of his housemates shared this fact. Daphne, Blaze, and Tracy looked at him as if expecting some sort of retort. When they noticed that he wasn't saying anything, Daphne asked, "What are we going to do, Harry?" "I don't know," he simply replied. He really didn't. He had a lot to think about, and a lot to plan about. Damn it, he already had a fucking serial killer on his head. And Dumbledore was definitely planning something that had to do with him. That man must be very petty to do something like this just because Harry hurt his position in the Wisengamot during his guardianship hearing. This entire thing was a trap in the making and Harry felt like a fly caught in a web. The tournament, the spectators, the stakes, it all felt like an elaborate setup. He was being maneuvered into a corner, and he really didn't like it. Chapter 172, Chaotic Retribution. November 28, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry sat in his common room, mindlessly reading his new translated tome. Alas, his spirit just wasn't in it. He wasn't even paying attention to the words on the page he had been looking at for the better part of an hour, his mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous night. Dumbledore's announcement changed things and Harry was never fond of change. There had always been something soothing about having a routine of some sort. Of course, Harry's routine in the past few years was far from average. He met an enemy, studied them, prepared some kind of counterplan, defeated them without getting too much recognition, and went on with his life. The last Potter was fully prepared for his future conflict with Sirius Black to follow the trend and he was perfectly fine with that. The lack of recognition never really bothered him. Harry never understood people's obsession with fame. Fortune, he could get. After all, gold provided some kind of financial security for your family and descendants, but fame. It was just too cumbersome. Who would want to have their every move constantly watched? Who would want to be bothered constantly with what society expects of them, of how they should behave, even in private? What Harry craved was not fame and recognition, it was to be remembered. To leave a mark in the world that even thousands of years later, people would still remember his name. He didn't want to be a Dark Lord or a Light Lord, there were too many of those. No, Harry wanted to change the world, change how people would think of magic. It wasn't an easy dream to have, but what value would dreams have if they were easy to achieve? So, being recognized as the next Dark Lord or the next Light Lord did not appeal to Harry in any way, and yet it was what Dumbledore was pushing him to become. The men must have puzzled that Harry liked his privacy and decided to shine a light on him. It was an easy deduction to make that Harry would have no interest in joining the European school tournament the following year and had made a move to forcibly drag Harry to the spotlight. There were no logical reasons as to why he made the school tournament mandatory, and why he specifically chose to include third-year students or older. All right, after some ponderation, he would admit to seeing a point as to why he made the participation mandatory since barely more than a couple of students per year would join. A contest with barely 10 contestants wouldn't have been entertaining enough to sell tickets, making the event profitable for the school. The man was obviously banking on parents coming to watch their children compete. But he should have left it at OWL students and up because a dueling championship between a third year and a seventh year would definitely not be entertaining to watch. If he had to guess, Dumbledore was going to group each task by school year to make it competitive enough to be entertaining, even if a dueling match between Ron Weasley and Vincent Crabbe would be anything but entertaining to watch. The only reason Harry could see the headmaster choosing that particular year would be either because he was making plans regarding Harry or plans regarding Longbottom. Maybe it could even be both and wasn't that a disturbing thought. Furthermore, the headmaster could technically justify holding the contest for the upper years in the guise of finding talented wizards and witches to push into being the school champions the following year. That's not to mention that people couldn't possibly think that a task that a seventh year could achieve could technically be done by students 4 years their junior. Either the tasks will be too easy for the upper years, or they'll be too hard for the lower years. Finding a middle ground just wasn't a feasible idea, and Harry wondered how the headmaster planned to address those concerns. Harry's contemplation was broken when his friend sat down next to him, looking just as troubled as the rest of the house. Yes, the previous night, the members of House Slytherin returned to their common room with frowns on their faces, looking perturbed at the idea of being forced to participate in a school tournament that might severely impact their futures. A few idiots were happy at the opportunity to showcase their skills, and OWL and Newt students would fight tooth and nail for the chance at a higher grade. Technically, the winner of the 3 tasks could raise a failing grade into an outstanding one, something that Harry just couldn't see the Department of Magical Education agreeing with. Perhaps, they could only raise 1 grade in a single subject. There had to be some kind of caveat. Back to his friends, Blaze was looking at him with a frown on his face. So, what are we going to do? Harry shrugged, I do not know. I can't make a plan without knowing the full details of the competition. Like what would happen if one were to not compete, or if one could forfeit. There are just too many unknowns to make any concrete decision. And wasn't that the truth? Harry literally had no idea about what he should do, because there was no information about what he could do. Oh, he had come up with enough plans to fill a book, but they were all based on his own deductions of the tournament's rules. Tracy wasn't convinced, so we'll just follow along the headmaster's wishes like good little ducklings. I never said that. We need to learn more about the tournament's rules before making a decision. Daphne gave him a hesitant look. We could just not compete. Harry shrugged. If that was an option, Dumbledore wouldn't have said that it was mandatory. I think he's planning on removing most of the Hogwarts privileges and giving very long detentions to people who just choose not to participate. That's not mentioning the fact that he'll probably bank on upper years pushing younger students to do it by adding some severe house point penalties if you don't show up, which would guarantee that their house would lose the House Cup, which is an easy way to get 4th and 6th years to target you. And outside of our year, people will probably want to participate in the tournament anyway. Why is that? Tracy asked. Well, for the 7th years, it's a good way to present their strength and get noticed by some important people. For 6th years and 4th years, they'll want to get the highest scores possible for their house to win the House Cup, since they'll be the ones to benefit the most from that next year. The 5th years would be able to get an extra OWL grade per task, which is a very attractive offer. The only ones without any true reason to participate would be our year, but most of them are too tempted by the gold prize since they'll only technically have to compete with their year mates. And to be perfectly honest, the 3 of you don't have much to fear in this tournament, not like me, at least. And why is that? Blaise asked while frowning. People will not watch you expecting something. I don't mean that as an insult, but the fact is that you're in your 3rd year, and every single person here will forget all about your performance as long as it's not too good or too bad. You don't have that much to lose by participating, not like I do. People did listen to what Dumbledore said last summer, whether I like it or not. They're either expecting me to dominate the competition or be an average student. In both outcomes, they will remember me, either in fear since I would have confirmed what Dumbledore proclaimed in my hearing, or in disappointment, which will linger in their minds for years after I graduate. Either way, I lose. His friend's eyes widened in shock. I didn't think of it that way. Not that it matters, I just heard from Higgs that the court will decide on their nominations depending on our performance during the tournament. Harry snorted. Well, that's just being lazy. Tracy chuckled. Call it whatever you like, but we still have a lot to lose if they don't pick us. The last Potter rolled his eyes. He could tell where things were going. You want me to train you? We have never asked you for much, mate, Blaise responded, and you do owe us for Hogsmeade. Harry gritted his teeth at the reminder of the Battle of Hogsmeade. He would have agreed either way since they were his friends, but pushing this as a favor, when they were the ones who asked to join him the previous year, was just distasteful. That's not to mention that Tracy and Blaise's behavior during the Hogsmeade attack rubbed him the wrong way. He would have been fine if they had just refused when he asked them for help in the preparation for the attack. Still, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Damn, teenagers were infuriating to deal with sometimes. Fine. We'll go to the room tonight after dinner. I'll prepare the 3 of you for the tournament. Blaise and Tracy's faces brightened, and they hugged him. Thank you, Harry. When they let go, Tracy's stomach grumbled, and she excused herself to get her breakfast, Blaise quickly following after her. The moment they left the common room, Daphne looked at him with a frown on her face. They're taking advantage of you. Harry shrugged. Not an untrue statement, but a bit over the top, don't you think? I can't believe they brought up Hogsmeade. They're not being thoughtful, that's for sure, but their actions are not malicious in nature. They're a bit bratty, but as I understand, it's a common thing for people their age. Daphne gave him a puzzled look. I don't act like that, and neither do you. We don't because we know better, because we have experienced more of the world than they have. I had that until I knew about your sister. Your behavior puzzled me. You were too mature, too controlled. People who experience the darkness of the world, who have a concrete goal that they would be willing to sacrifice nearly anything to achieve, well, they don't take things for granted. The situation with your sister is tragic, do not doubt that. But without it, you wouldn't have been the person you are now. You forged your entire core around the idea that you don't want to watch your sister suffer anymore. It's a beautiful purpose, pure. Blaise and Tracy have wanted to join the court of Slytherin ever since they even knew it existed. But what is a glorified school club compared to your dream, your ambition, of seeing your sister safe and sound? That's what makes you different, Daphne Greengrass. What about you, Harry? She asked with teary eyes. I was alone for most of my life. If I needed to learn something, I taught myself. If I needed money, I got it myself. If I needed to eat, I cooked for myself. I used to watch people, trying to understand their ambitions, their goals and dreams. And when I was very young, I discovered that most of them were just so boring. They wanted more wealth, more prestige, more recognition. It was also pointless, compared to what they already had, and I decided that I won't settle for something so ordinary, so boring when I dream. And what is your dream? She couldn't help but ask. The last Potter gave her a cheeky grin. Spoilers. She hit his shoulder in frustration. Come on, Harry. I told you about Astoria. Harry's grin faded slightly. Perhaps, one day I'll tell you, but not today. But let's talk about something a bit more interesting. I was starting to research for our lessons about curses. Do you want to get to the library before dinner to make a curriculum together? Daphne brightened at his suggestion, of course. As they walked out of the room, she frowned slightly. Harry, you're not really helpless against Dumbledore's tournament, are you? You're going to find a way out, right? Harry smiled at the faith she had in him. Of course I have a plan. I always have a plan. There is only one thing you can do when you're forced to do something against your will. When you have no other move but to do what you're told, you have to do it in a way that would hurt your enemies more than yourself. And how is that? Tell me, Daph. Have you ever heard of malicious compliance? Chapter 173, Chapter 173, of Evil and Death. December 15, 1993, Nurmengard. Sirius Black woke with a start. He had another nightmare. It wasn't really a surprise, and the nightmare was always the same. They were surrounded by countless Death Eaters and mercenaries, realizing that Wormtail had betrayed them. 4 members of the Dark Lord's inner circle were there, 3 that he knew well, and 1 that he did not expect. Bellatrix was as mad as ever, laughing with glee as she killed any muggle or opposing wizard in sight. Her husband and his brother were no different, like wild animals killing people for the sake of just killing, enjoying the power it gave them. They did not share Bellatrix's madness, just her bloodlust. Back then, the dog Animagus pitied her as much as he hated her. The black madness was very real, especially for those whose family magic is especially strong. Alas, madness and greatness are 2 sides of the same coin. It was a common saying in their family that every time a new Black was born, the gods tossed a coin in the air and the world held its breath to see how it landed. Sirius had always prided himself in the fact that his coin did not land on madness. How wrong he was. It was not the battle that broke him. James dying in a fight would have hurt, severely, but seeing Lily Potter with a neutral expression on her face, as if it was carved out of ice, taking out a knife and stabbing James, her own husband, in the back. She betrayed her own husband, a man who worshipped the ground that she walked on, a man who had fathered her own son, and did it from the back. It was anguish like someone had burned him from the inside out. In a way, she had. He didn't really have time to process this, since everything quickly turned into flames afterwards. All he remembered was his pain, and he used his anger to distract himself from it all. It was hard to describe what happened to him except that he was on the other side. He knew that he was in a very different place, where he could be consumed at any time if he was just distracted for a moment. It was to think, on the other side. But for James, he persisted. It felt like an eternity, but slowly but surely, one day, he saw the world that he was in, if only for just a moment. He was barely more than a specter, but someone had tracked him down. He didn't recognize him at first. He was older than the last photo ever taken of him, but there was no denying who he was. Gellert Grindelwald was there, and for some reason, deigned to help him. Sirius didn't know what happened next, only that sometime later, he had a body. Oh, the pain from the other side was still there, permanently present, but not as severe. And just like that, he decided to leave without saying a word. He would not be another man's weapon. It was easy to slip between worlds for just a moment, ignoring wards. And after looking around, he realized that it took him years to return, and what he was met with disgusted him. People forgot about James, about Lily's betrayal. Hell, she was celebrated as a war hero. Dumbledore had chosen Frank's brat as a propaganda machine to spread his agenda. Wormtail, the traitor, had disappeared, and there was no news of Moony, who had left them just after graduation. He had learned that the headmaster had knowingly let the Potters and Longbottom's locations be leaked in an effort to fulfill some mad prophecy. It was probably then that his madness started. At least, he hoped it did. He was already unstable by the constant pain, but to see his friend, the brother that he had chosen, disregarded like this, and the world that he fought for did not change in any way, it broke him. He realized that day, that Dumbledore, Voldemort, Death Eaters, they were all diseases, infecting the world, diseases that infected the world that James fought for. And so, he kept curbing the disease, one person at a time. He was largely successful for years until he realized that Harry Potter had come to Hogwarts. The dog Animagus didn't know what to make of him. At first, was he James' son, or Lily's? He tried to stay away, to spare himself the pain of remembering his friend or his betrayer. That was until he saw him. He looked so much like his father. Alas, the moment he glanced at his eyes, he restrained the urge to throttle him. He had her eyes. He did not mean the color, but what hid underneath. James' eyes were warm, always playful and mischievous. Lily's were always cold. Her smiles never reached them, and her son seemed to share that. He wanted to kill the boy, to prevent another Lily. To prevent the death of another James. Alas, he didn't think he could hurt James' son. But all thoughts of sparing the boy were moot when he recognized what the boy was. What she had turned him into. Oh, he never expected Lily Evans to be that much of a bitch. Alas, the boy was a threat, one that he needed to neutralize. He would have killed him on the spot, but there were too many people. And it's not like Sirius would have been able to kill the boy if he had to constantly phase to dodge spells. Also, there were going to be too many innocent deaths, and James wouldn't like that, would he? He was already planning on how to kill the boy when he heard the news, whispers of chambers of secrets being opened, of someone stealing his kill. It didn't take long to track down who was responsible. Bella had always complained about her precious Dark Lord entrusting Lucius Malfoy with an artifact like the one she guarded in the bank. The Malfoy head had bragged about it to her one day. Lucius had tried to kill James' son. No one was allowed to do it but him. In the end, an opportunity presented itself when Azkaban was destroyed. He could easily have his distraction using Rookwood and Dolohov. They were scum anyway. And by doing this, he made sure that the innocent bystanders, the children of Hogwarts, would not be hurt in a fight between him and the defenders of the castle. This meant that he could just kill the boy, relish as his eyes lost their light, as Lily's eyes lost their light. James would have been sad at the loss of his son, at the end of his bloodline, but it was necessary. Alas, he was distracted by an old friend returning. He underestimated the brat. And he paid the price for it. He was too angry, he was too rash to care, too close to his goal to pay attention, and it had cost him dearly. He had to go to the other place to heal, and he had forgotten how much it hurt. He never really recovered his flesh with every healing. And now, he was barely more than a pile of ash. At least he was when he shook hands with Grindelwald and agreed to join him. He doesn't remember much after that. He got up and marveled at the flawless skin that wasn't there previously. It wasn't a true body, he knew it definitely wasn't. The constant place of the other place was still there. His mind was clearer than it had for a very long time, but he knew that the madness was still there, in the back of his head, like a tiger ready to pounce. "Enjoying your new form?" a familiar voice asked with an amused tone. He turned to see Gellert Grindelwald smiling at him. "This is different from last time. I had time to finish the ritual. You're still barely more than a specter, your soul anchored to the dimension Lily Potter accidentally banished you in. This is a projection like your first body, only healthier. The more damage you'll receive, the more you'll turn back into your form of ash, or worse, back to the other side. You will not be able to cast magic, and I still do not recommend getting hurt needlessly. It takes a substantial amount of resources to heal you. I can only hope that you would be worth the investment." The dog Animagus looked away, unsure of what the Dark Lord was getting at. "I know, I owe you and everything." "Oh, don't be like that, young Sirius. I did not save you so that you might owe me. I saved you to show you the truth." "What truth? You want to conquer another continent or something?" The Dark Lord snorted. "My dear child, conquering the world meant very little to me. Power means very little to me. It's so utterly meaningless. I wanted to save the world. With mass murder?" Sirius asked with an incredulous tone, not that he was any different. Except that he had the excuse of being mad. "I was 11 years old when I killed my first man. He was just some muggle that was trying to force himself on my mother. I remember the look on his face when the light went out behind his eyes. Such a sudden change, almost imperceptible between life and death. I felt ashamed. I had stolen from this man the most precious gift of all, life. But I also felt something else, pride. Because I had killed someone who had sought to do unspeakable things to my family. And then, I realized that what I had done was necessary. You see, I had replaced evil with death, and that is the base of everything I worked for. I have killed thousands of people since then, and the world is better off for it. You wanted to kill off all muggles." Grindelwald shook his head. "They were building weapons of mass destruction, weapons that would kill all of us, the moment they knew of our existence. I'm a seer, you know, and I saw what they were going to lead the world into, what they would create. And I can see it now, what they turned the world into, that the greens of our lands were turning into the gray of their steel. One day, they will find us, and there will be a war, unlike anything we would have seen before. I wanted to get rid of them permanently, to save our world." Albus liked the softer approach, a temporary measure at best, by having wizards near every weapon of mass destruction, stopping the muggles from destroying us all in a fit of madness. It has worked so far, but all it takes is a single mistake, and we all die burning and screaming. But that is the past, and now we must think of the future. "What future?" Sirius asked. "Yours. Do you still feel guilt at your friend's death?" And just like that, Sirius felt his anger and madness resurge once more, urging him to kill everyone in sight in his rage. After all, none of this would have happened if he hadn't convinced James to trust the rat, or even suggested that he ask out Lily after he had given up in his 7th year. It was all his fault. No. It was the bitch's fault. It was the brat's fault. He needed to kill them all, burn them, and watch them writhe in agony. He suppressed the impulse and spoke truthfully. "My anger outweighs my guilt." And wasn't that an understatement? The Dark Lord shook his head sadly. "You have learned to bury your guilt with anger and madness. I will teach you to confront it and face the truth. You know how to spread terror, I will teach you how to become fear itself. You have learned to spread chaos, I will teach you how to truly become unpredictable. You have killed many people, I will teach you to become death itself. The dog Animagus listened, animated by the Dark Lord's speech, before peering out of the window, and he saw him enshackled asking for mercy. Who is he? He simply asked. Grindelwald walked to see him. Ah, a blood mage from Romania, I believe. He sacrificed an entire village of muggles in the vain hope of summoning a demon to this plane. Now, he is a prisoner in this prison, my prison, I suppose. What will happen to him? He will die. Some magics, and some crimes, are simply too vile to be allowed to do. With magic comes responsibilities. You have lived your life in the light, in the public. I am giving you a glimpse of the side that Albus liked to ignore. Monsters thrive in the indulgence of society's understanding. After he defeated me, I was lost, until I found a purpose, to protect the magical world from the shadows, prolonging our inevitable war against muggles, hoping that someone would come up with something to save our race. Sirius stood silent at that proclamation, to which Grindelwald answered with a small grin, James Potter's death was not your fault, young Sirius. It was his own. How dare he? How dare he disrespect James? His brother, his friend, his pillar. He didn't think twice about it when he lunged at the Dark Lord with a scream of rage, who seemingly vanished into thin air, making him stumble towards the wall. The Dark Lord mocked, anger does not change the fact that he was blind to his wife's ambitions, to her nature. Or even worse, perhaps he knew, but never chose to act. She was his wife. He protested when he gritted his teeth. And were you willfully blind to your mother's nature when you ran away from your home? I knew that my mother was a bitch. The man's eyes were still merciless. Knowledge is meaningless without the will to act on it. The will to act is far more important than anything. You had that. Your friend did not. With another snarl, he leapt towards the Dark Lord once more, whose eyes looked pitying. You're stronger than your friend. You didn't know him, Sirius simply said. Yes, but I know the rage that drives you. That impossible anger and madness strangling the grief until the memory of your loved ones just becomes poison in your veins. And one day, you catch yourself wishing that the person you loved had never existed just to spare yourself the pain. Sirius calmed down after that. Grindelwald had never looked so human. Instead of lashing out, he chose to calmly give him a questioning look, to which the Dark Lord chuckled. I wasn't always a Dark Lord. I have experienced love only to lose it. Like you, I have learned that those without decency must be fought without hesitation, without pity. Your anger gives you great power. But if you let it, it will destroy you, just as it almost did me. What stopped it? A higher purpose, something to strive towards. I took my vengeance long ago and it has left me empty. I am not letting the brat live. Not after what his mother had done. Not after the risk that he is, Sirius snarled back. I am not telling you to give up on your vengeance. And in time, the boy will die. But killing a boy is not a true purpose, at least not one to base your life around. What I am offering you is something better, something more. Albus Dumbledore failed you. How would you feel about destroying everything that he has ever worked for, the fake world that he is trying to build? How? The Dark Lord smirked. That's not for today. First, you must learn. I have a lot to teach you after all. Chapter 174, of Cheeky Emeralds. December 19, 1993, Hogwarts. Tracy huffed as she dodged another animated rope and used a cutting charm to cut through a swarm of others. When I asked you to train us, Harry, I didn't think it would involve this. Harry stifled a chuckle and waved his wand in response. The ground beneath her started to tremble and she instinctively yelled, Ascendio. The ascension charm was cast perfectly, and she flew in the air just as the ground gave up under her. She stabilized herself using an arresto momentum or the slowing charm. It was a nice combination that Harry taught her and his friends for the first task. Just as she was about to celebrate, the ground beneath her turned to ice, causing her to slip. She was quickly able to counter it using a carpe retractum on the end of the path, which got her to glide across the ice, an inventive solution, but one that was very risky. Harry proved that by using his wand to make a wall of ice appear out of nowhere. She was barely able to stop in time with the slowing charm, but that allowed him to charm a wall to create a strong gust of air, which knocked off the course. Harry gave her a smug look, and now you lost. The girl groaned, you utter bastard. Now, Trace. That was very uncalled for. I go out of my way to train you and Blaze and that's how you repay me. Why do I have such cruel friends? Harry replied with a mocking tone. Fuck off, Potter, the still groaning Blaze, who had gone through the obstacle course previously, bit out. Harry stifled the urge to laugh at their misery. There was something cathartic in beating up your friends when they've been acting like arseholes. He would never admit to them that he was being an ass on purpose and making his obstacle courses easy enough to look doable, only to become increasingly difficult the more they progress. Blaze wasn't even allowed to use his family magic, since no one was stupid enough to reveal their ancestral magics over a school tournament of all things. They couldn't even complain too seriously since they were getting better with every session. Physical activity wasn't really Daphne's strong suit, nor his own, to be perfectly honest. But Tracy and Blaze seemed to thrive in it. He suppressed a smile as Daphne used some of the bruise bombs that they made together to heal her. "You're getting better. Not good enough to beat your stupid course," she muttered. "Of course, you're not. I am in control over the course and you're the only one running. I am completely focused on you. You're a lot faster than before and your reactions are good enough. I think you'll be able to complete it in a few sessions, and we could finally move on from the mountain course. I've been working with Daphne at a forest course, then we'll finish with magical creatures. We should be completely done by the time the first task comes around after the holidays." Blaze and Tracy shivered at Harry's statement, the idea of a new obstacle course terrifying them to the core. Harry spent the past month or so coming up with an obstacle course every week, each with a different theme. They had started out with a plains course, where they had to work on their agility and endurance, but he would admit that the volcano course was slightly overkill. Sure, there wasn't any real lava and instead of fire, they were attacked by warm bluebell flames that were cursed with a stinging hex. The animated constructs and the surprise change in the environment did help them, and Harry and Daphne did get more practice with curses, especially with different uses that they didn't think were possible. Cursing was such a vast subject, one that has been vilified for ages. A curse is not really defined by the intent but by the inclusion of a lasting remnant once it runs its course. Even after the magic has run out, there will always be a trace left, one that was bound to either the magic, body, or sometimes even soul of a subject. This could be done by adding an emotional component to the spell, which was very common before the subject was researched properly. A burst of magic in anger and wishing for something bad to happen to their enemy might leave a trace of this will, one as strong as the magic released. They were often harmless and too inefficient to be of some use unless the emotion was extremely intense or the wizard casting it extremely powerful. Alas, it was very inefficient, and researchers discovered that the results were too unpredictable to standardize, until, that is, they realized that it wasn't only emotions that left lasting effects. The Patronus charm was highly based on an emotional component, specifically happiness, hope, and joy, which makes it a very unreliable spell unless the person mastered his emotions or hypnotized himself to feel it at will. The effect of the spells and their general strength was very hard to estimate because of the emotional component, and these sorts of spells were ones that arithmencers and researchers really disliked, hence their other methods to reliably cast curses. Harry couldn't find the exact theory, but there was an arithmancy component in every curse that allowed their effect to linger. Harry wanted to explore it further but there were just too many books on the subject, and he still spent most of his time researching magic involving other planes of existence. He was mostly helping Daphne out of curiosity than anything, even if the subject turned out to be more fascinating than he expected. Alas, the blonde was certain that it might help her sister's curse in some way. Harry honestly didn't know, they hadn't gone to blood curses yet. In a way, she might be right. Counter curses were just curses that literally released the exact opposite effect that the original curse held, negating both effects. However, blood curses were very old and likely not performed with a wand. They were probably either made with just pure anger, but most likely using some kind of ritual, probably a sacrificial one if its effect lasted for so long. It would be a long way coming, but Daphne was resilient on the matter. She even tried to pester Madame Pomfrey to teach her healing, to no avail. A formal education in healing required an unbreakable oath to not use the spells for any sort of harm, an oath that could only be sworn by someone with fully matured magic. Although Daphne was able to wrangle a few public texts that had enough basic healing charms to be useful. Healers really were a private lot, but they probably had the biggest repository of magical knowledge in the world, especially when it came to unsavory spells. The blonde was satisfied for now, but it did not help that she was practically a prodigy when it came to healing. It would not take long for her to finish the books the resident Mediwitch gave her, which would drive her mad since she wouldn't be bussing herself. Hopefully, it would be after the first task since he was already wasting enough time training Blaze and Tracy in their weird attempt to impress the court of Slytherin. Speaking of the duo, they were being fussed over by Daphne, who has been slightly overbearing since she started up on learning how to heal. Harry slipped past them and left the room of requirements on his own. He had a lot on his mind, and he felt like a walk would be appropriate. Most of his thoughts were about the book he translated, which contained what seemed to be very old fairy tales. Or at least, they would have been, if it wasn't for the fact that he recognized one of them. It was a tale about a staff of legends, about a pearl of wisdom, and about a mantle of mysteries. Their names were different, but it was just so similar to the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. This was centuries before the Peverils even came to be, before Ignotus, before Cadmus, before Antioch. The tale was different. There weren't any brothers meeting death, just a very old wise mage that condensed a shard of the magic of Yggdrasil, the world tree in a single branch, that put his knowledge in a gem and put the veil between life and death into his mantle. He gave those weapons to give humanity hope against the monsters who would wish to destroy it. To protect the world from something. The rest of the story wasn't written in ancient Greek for some reason, and Harry couldn't find any other language to match the text. It was the very last story in the book, and he could feel it in his bones that it was important. It was a story about his family, about his legacy. How did the Peverils even connect to this story? Was he supposed to look for the stone? He hadn't even mastered the cloak fully yet, especially the phasing aspect of it. He had tried to activate it many times, out of curiosity, but it seemed resistant for some reason. As for the stone, he wasn't sure he would be able to get past Voldemort's defenses and dispel the curse on the ring. But wouldn't it be fine to destroy another of the asshole's Horcruxes? What were the Deathly Hallows, really? He needed to know. He needed to understand. He needed to get up. Wait, when had he fallen down? He stood up quickly, raising his wand, only to see a familiar golden mane of hair. He almost mistook her for Daphne for a second but realized that it was just Astoria, her sister. He hadn't really spent time with the girl, which was weird since he felt like he knew her well enough because of how much Daphne liked to brag about her. Astoria got up just as quickly as him and grinned at him, head in the cloud, Potter. He smiled back, I suppose that it must look like that for a shorty like you. She tried to send a stinging hex at him, which he simply redirected towards the ceiling. She followed up with a familiar ice spell that Daphne often used in their first year whenever someone tried to harass her. He smirked, that's a familiar spell. So, Daph used it on you. Not successfully, no. So, what's a firstie like you doing in a place like this, he asked. She raised her eyebrow, how is that any of your business? Well, it is my duty as your upper year and your sister's friend to make sure that my little youngling is well. And being alone in a deserted part of the castle isn't a good sign. Stop calling me that, she exclaimed, but Harry stood his ground and just raised an eyebrow. The girl quickly deflated afterwards, I was trying to practice a spell, all right. The last Potter just smiled at her kindly, which one? A summoning charm, she muttered. Well, that was surprising, why on earth would you want to master a spell that is taught to 4th years? Samuel Fawley challenged me to it. And you accepted because? She gritted her teeth, because he said that since I went to the hospital wing so much, then I should just go home and not bother to learn magic after all. It's not like I would use it for long. Ah, Harry exclaimed, so, you let him bait you into an unfair challenge. He had no right to say that, she yelled. He did not. But that does not change the fact that accepting a challenge like this was a bad choice. You are more than your illness and you need to accept that. Easy for you to say. You don't understand. Harry interrupted her, of course, I don't understand. No one will ever understand what it feels like to live with a countdown on your life. But it wouldn't really be living if all you do is be scared and angry at the sword on your head. I'm not telling you what to do, only that you will enjoy life a lot more if you stop focusing on the death part and choose to experience life instead. Astoria looked down and Harry raised her chin slightly, now, why don't we work on that summoning charm of yours? What? Come on. Don't tell me that you don't want to see that boy's stupid face when you do a summoning charm in front of him. The blinding smile that Astoria gave him made him feel oddly nice. In the end, it took them 3 hours for the girl to get the spell down. She didn't even come close to mastering it. She had to know exactly where the object was, but it was more than impressive enough for a first year. He went to his dormitory with a smile on his face, feeling more at ease than he had for over a month. Chapter 175, Winter Charm. January 5, 1994, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore fell on his seat with a loud sigh. Finally, after 9 hours, the Wizengamot finally decided on standardized cauldron thickness for their regulation to pass their bills. Sometimes, the elderly headmaster wondered why he didn't just grab power after he defeated Grindelwald, all those years ago. People's time wouldn't have been wasted on such trivial matters. It was very sad how quickly the Wizengamot turned back to the inefficient council it used to be. If there was any positive to Azkaban's destruction, it would be that it made people finally realize that their issues were just so small and stop being purposely petty. The issue with the cauldron's thickness was the fact that many of the members of the Wizengamot had invested a lot of gold in potions shops. Cauldrons were generally expensive since they often required a lot of magically inert materials, which were crafted in a way that wouldn't absorb any ambient magic to affect the potion. Well, some idiot in Nocturne Alley decided to make thinner cauldrons and sell them for less. People who didn't think twice about the price just bought them, and the material just didn't provide enough isolation and caused a lot of accidents. Hence why the headmaster of Hogwarts, the champion of light, the defeater of Grindelwald, ended up spending hours listening to idiots arguing on an issue as boring as cauldron's thickness. Ministry regulators wanted to dramatically increase the thickness, while people who had gold invested in the cauldron market wanted to dismiss the idea altogether or make it so small that it wouldn't matter. They ended up just choosing somewhere in the middle, which honestly didn't change a single thing. Desperate people in Nocturne Alley will keep skimping on costs, and desperate people who can't afford a normal cauldron will buy them. People will still continue to brew in normal cauldrons which will have the same price as before. As he said, it was one of the most boring topics ever discussed in a Weisengamot meeting. It was a miracle he just didn't fall asleep, especially with how much it was taking out of him every day to finish his prison. He would have to think of an appropriate name for it. While time-consuming, this prison gave him a frankly ridiculous level of influence over the country. He had enough backdoors installed to put or remove anyone from their cells, without anyone realizing it. He could get his followers to take riskier missions, especially since they would only have very little risk. No wonder Voldemort was confident in the war. But that was not the time to think about this dark period, but the time to finally relax. His faithful companion, Fawkes, flew towards him and crooned slightly. The sound alleviated his worries, and he could feel his tense shoulder relax as he started to caress the mythical bird. Ah, Fawkes, one of his most treasured friends. Even now, he had a hard time believing that the Phoenix had chosen to stay with him. Fawkes wasn't his familiar, but they were friendly enough. There was something eternal, something more, in Fawkes, that made it seem like phoenixes were just more than magical creatures. A magical bond with something this eternal, this complex, would surely result in the madness of a wizard. The truth was that there was very little known about phoenixes. He had never heard anything about a phoenix egg, or their gender. They appeared in history, completely randomly, and chose companions. Some were good, some were evil men, but one thing was certain, whoever they chose was immortalized in the annals of history. Albus thought that Fawkes' presence was proof that his path was correct, that his ambitions were true. It took some time to warp the current understanding mages had of phoenixes, but it was known and considered in the whole world that the mythical bird symbolized all that is good and light in the world. As the evening turned into night, Albus unwittingly started to think about his current political position. He had lost one of his posts after the fiasco that was the Potter guardianship hearing. He did gain enough goodwill after rebuilding the current wizarding prison, but it paled compared to what he could have had should the truth about his sister not have been revealed. He heard them all, even his own allies, whisper Kinslayer behind his back. There was just something fundamental about the trust the people had in him that had disappeared, and he would likely never get it back. How could it go wrong so fast, Fawkes, the headmaster asked the magnificent creature just a few feet away from his desk. Unfortunately, he didn't think that Fawkes had the ability to discern the complex political maneuvers that he had found himself in. Since no one was in his office, apart from Fawkes and the paintings of past headmasters that were bound to not reveal any of his secrets while he still drew breath, he scowled and slammed his fist on his desk, letting odd knickknacks and small artifacts fall to the ground. It was a sight that he would have never shown to the public. Albus Dumbledore did not get angry, after all. He growled, even after saving them almost 1,000,000 galleons for that blasted prison, I still lost my influence. I need something. Something to put himself back into his good graces. He needed another Grindelwald. If this had been revealed during the war, people wouldn't have cared. He was the only one opposing Voldemort, their only chance at life. He needs another Voldemort, or maybe for the original to return. He needs to be the light in their darkness, the hope to their terror, only then would he be able to gain enough influence to achieve his goal. It was a simple idea. To replace freedom with security. Magic was dangerous, magical experimentation more so. Hence, he made sure that it would fade away. He was slowly limiting the number of spells taught, the number of spells available, removing vital books from the Hogwarts library, and he had made sure the lower access to the restricted section. Students, even if they had a pass, were not able to take out more than a single book and were not allowed to stay more than a few minutes there every day, which added to the fact that the books were not sorted anymore, making most books impossible to find. He had already refused most of the researchers coming to the castle for access to the books, apart from the junior professors, who he made sure were not advanced enough to truly benefit from the tomes in the library. He had pushed his influence to do the same all across Europe, and while a few headmasters were swayed by his way of thinking, others did oppose him, though he silenced those oppositions rather quickly. Sometimes a firm hand was needed after all. The current headmasters were fully not under his thumb. Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons had grown with her predecessor's reform, which was a follower of his, hence following his footsteps, even if the pace was smaller. However, Igor Karkaroff was fully his creature. Albus made a deal to make him headmaster and make sure that he would not be convicted to Azkaban, in exchange for following his instructions regarding the administration of the school. In the end, with every generation, fewer spells would be taught. Magic would remain harmless, and there would be peace. The magical world would finally be free of war, of famine, of violence, of the darkness. He did not want the European tournament to take hold, especially not in Hogwarts. Alas, Barty Crouch and Fudge had taken him by surprise by announcing it to the ICW, who ended up approving it. He tried to stop it as his role as the Supreme Mugwump, but he had made too many reforms in the years before the announcement, making him exhaust some of his favors in the international scene. Hogwarts was just too ahead of his plans, and the other schools would probably decimate them. He needed to train the students, to pick the most promising of them, and make acceptable champions to represent the school a year later. It was why he proposed the school tournament this year. It would help him recuperate some of the gold he invested in the prison, but also see the current level of his students. He had already the first task prepared, an obstacle course, filled with creatures, small dangers, and a few enchantments. It was likely far easier the real tournament would be, but Albus could make the excuse that younger students would be involved. He was planning on holding a race for each school year, and a final one, with a different obstacle course which will have the best 3 students for each year. He was being petty, he knew, but he wanted to get back at the Potter boy with that maneuver. Albus had presented the boy to be Voldemort's successor, a child of prodigious talent that presented a danger to the status quo. If the boy won, then people would start fearing him, in fear of another Dark Lord. They would not do business with him, and always be wary of his influence. If the boy failed, in front of spectators filled with very influential people, then people would mock him. No one would ever take him seriously, and Albus would make sure to publicize this with his connections to the Daily Prophet. In the end, Albus Dumbledore always won. It was time for the Potter boy to realize that he bit off a lot more than he could chew. Although, Albus was excited for the Longbottom boy's performance. According to his teachers, the boy's progress was noteworthy. It seemed like young Neville had finally moved on from the tragic loss of Hermione Granger and the slander campaign against him. He had tried to stop it, but it wasn't truly worth the effort, or the favors needed to go through with it, and he had to deal with the aftermath of Azkaban at the time. This was very reassuring. It wouldn't do for his weapon to dull with grief after all. Young Neville's value was always as the prophecy child. When Voldemort inevitably returned and was defeated once more, the victor will have enough influence to do it. Albus had originally planned on either letting the boy be a martyr to his cause, but he could be a good subordinate if he survived. The influence he would wield alongside the boy would be enough to hammer the last of his plan, for his dream to fully become a reality. He only needed Voldemort to be tempted enough to move towards the rest of Europe. Pureblood supremacy was a surprisingly powerful cause to follow. As for the rest of the world, Asia was already isolated and ignored anything occurring outside. Australia and its surrounding islands had already joined the ICW, as did half of South America. Only North America was stubborn to his influence, and even then, their magical society was relatively new, and came mostly from Europe. The original residents of the continents were wiped out by the invaders centuries ago, their magics lost to time. As for Africa, it barely counted, especially with the countless warlords trying to get more territories every decade or so. The only stable governments were already part of the ICW, but the rest were on the brink of collapse, and the ICW was one move away from forcefully invading their magical society or even just wiping it off the ground at the chance of the statute of secrecy being broken. People did not understand just how important the statute was. Albus did. He read texts written by one of the casters. It was the day the true Order of Merlin died, leaving only a pale shadow that became the ICW. They died for a great cause, for the greater good of the world. The statute could not be broken, and he would rather kill every single Muggle born in the world than let that happen. Thankfully, the ICW followed his lead, although fearing a war with the Muggles, not the true horrors that would await them. War was the only way forward. War for peace, what an oxymoron. Hopefully, more old families would perish and their cursed crests with them. His magic would reign supreme. Voldemort's war should be the end. But if it isn't, there was always the Potter boy. After all, he made one Dark Lord, what was another? If the boy would not be useful as a pawn, then he could be useful as an enemy. He was already sowing the seed. It was for the greater good, after all. Chapter 176, Tasking Course. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat with the rest of his yearmates, looking unconcerned as he waited for the first task in the school tournament. Funnily enough, it seemed like this task helped unite students from all 4 houses, than anything else. It was mostly out of fear and panic. This was literally the first time that the students would ever display their magical prowess, and they were all forced into it. If anything, Harry was impressed with the speed of the organization of the first task. The logistics must have been a nightmare on such short notice. Dumbledore announced the whole thing just a couple of months previously, and yet the stadium looked full when he briefly glimpsed it before he and his classmates were forced into a tent. Even the students with more pride than sense started to panic then. A couple of poor Hufflepuffs were hyperventilating. Poor Ernie Macmillan was being comforted by Susan Bones, who looked abnormally pale. Ravenclaws weren't any better, with most of them just muttering lists of spells, similar to how Hermione did just before her sorting. At the thought of the Gryffindor girl, Harry couldn't help but feel guilty for a fraction of a second before steeling himself. This was not the time to wallow in pity about what could have been. As for the rest of the students, Gryffindors looked just as pale, except for Neville, that is, who looked eerily calm. Harry attributed it to the constant dangers the boy had been in and being in the spotlight since he was a boy for defeating the Dark Lord. The members of Harry's house weren't any better. Not look calm, but he could tell that the boy was panicking but was barely controlling his expressions to not appear cowardly. His new followers seemed to admire him but didn't share his facial control. Draco Malfoy even looked paler than he usually was. Members of the House of Snakes had a lot more at stake since it was an unspoken rule that the court would pick the most impressive showings in the school tournament. The only ones not panicking were Harry's friends, and that was because he had trained them to the point of absurdity. They probably think that the task would be a relief since they wouldn't have to go through the frankly over-the-top obstacle courses that he made in the room of requirements. Harry knew that no one was going to be disappointed with their performance, no matter what they met. After all, he did stay in the castle for Christmas and encouraged them to do the same, for the sake of training. Well, it was mostly a justification, a reason to stay and not go back home, back to Arcturus. He had promised himself that he was going to tell the Black Patriarch about Sirius' fate the moment he saw him. The information was too sensitive for an OWL, he justified to himself. No, he just wanted to tell him in person to stop him from doing anything rash. And the tournament did provide another excuse to not meet him, since staying in Hogwarts for Christmas would have been a good opportunity to train for it. It was all lies and excuses. He was delaying the inevitable. Harry didn't know how Arcturus would react. In the end, Harry was afraid and cursed softly to himself, coward. And he was a coward for telling him. Perhaps it was for the best that the Black Patriarch would not know about Sirius' fate. No, Arcturus had to know. It was his right to know what happened to his grandson, even if it would break his heart. Harry resigned himself to tell him after the first task. The Black Patriarch did send a letter telling him that he was looking forward to his performance. He would ask Arcturus to speak in private and tell him about Hogsmeade, about what truly happened. He owed the men that much. Daphne seemed to have heard his curse. "Are you all right?" Harry forced a smile to his face. "Yes, it's nothing." "What are those two up to?" He was, of course, talking about Tracy and Blaise, who seemed to be pointing their wands at a mirror for some reason. He could have probably figured it out with his arcane hearing, but he wanted to change the subject. It worked since the blonde gave him a sly grin. "It's something they've been working on since they announced that the upper years were going first. Do you remember the omnioculars that you modified to show what was happening on a mirror for Hogsmeade?" Harry nodded and Daphne continued, "Well, Blaise and Tracy have been working on charming them to be controlled from far away. They asked Flitwick for help and everything." The last Potter couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. "That's some very advanced charm work. Why didn't they just ask me?" They thought that they could do it on their own. And from the looks of it, they did it. "Here, let's go see what they're doing." The two young Slytherins slowly walked up to their friends and Harry was able to take a look at what Tracy and Blaise were doing. The idea was simple. They have anchored an omniocular to the mirror in a way that every charm cast on the mirror would be affected by the omniocular from afar. Of course, it wasn't exactly efficient since the omniocular would use a limited amount of magic that was added when the anchoring charm was cast. Luckily for them, Harry had used some jewel craft to add a small power source to all omnioculars when he modified them, so it could hold up. Harry had also isolated the artifacts to stop ambient magic from modifying them, something that stopped the mirror from exploding from the constant spells that they were adding to them. Still, for third years, it was very impressive. Blaise hooped slightly when they approached them, and Harry couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. "You know that a lot of people would call what you're doing to be cheating. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. You taught us that," Tracy replied. Harry snorted in return. "My own friends, using my own words against me, what has the world come to?" Blaise chortled, "It's not technically cheating. The rules were very clear. We can only enter the arena with our wands and our tourney clothes, and we can't leave this tent until it's our turn. They said nothing about doing some reconnaissance before the task even starts. I suppose that's true. We wouldn't really be Slytherins without trying to find loopholes," Daphne said. "Exactly," Blaise and Tracy replied at once. Harry didn't really think about doing that. He already had a plan, and it should work no matter what was in the first task. Suddenly, Tracy shushed them. "Stop talking. It looks like the fifth years are starting." "Who is the idiot in the Quidditch robes?" Blaise asked. "I know him. My father has complained about him a lot," Daphne responded. "His name is Ludo Bagman. He used to be some big-shot Quidditch player years ago, and he's now the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. A complete buffoon, according to Dad, and he has a gambling problem, but he is charismatic enough to make enough friends to keep his position." Tracy snorted. "Well, he's certainly let himself go." She was right. Perhaps, years ago, the man was an athlete, but it must have been a long time ago, considering how out of shape the man looked. He was really on his way to becoming truly obese, and his old Quidditch robes did emphasize his gained weight. The men looked to be speaking, and from the crowd's reactions, they seemed to like what he was saying. And just like that, the students took places at the starting line, and a few were in a running stance, a stupid idea especially considering that the finishing line was on the other side of the black lake which looked partially frozen over. There were a few floating wooden platforms near the starting line, where the lake wasn't frozen yet. A couple of brave students, or was it stupidity, decided to run forward and leap towards the wooden platforms. Most of them slipped or just didn't land their jump and fell into the cold water. They tried to get up to the platform. A few succeeded, and a few just gave up and released some red sparks into the air, forfeiting the task. The truly unlucky ones were attacked by grindillos, small green water demons, that like to overwhelm trespassers with their numbers. A few savvy ones used a revulsion jinx to break their grips and ascending charm to get out of the water. Furthermore, the Weasley twins, who were still at the start, had the obvious idea of summoning the platforms towards them at first and simply used a wind charm to propel themselves away. Of course, the rest followed their lead without even thinking twice. The idiots did not expect to be bombarded with pranking spells the moment they left the shore. Of course, they weren't able to reach the other side of the lake as a gigantic tentacle rose from the lake and attacked their makeshift raft. The twins were able to evade it with two well-placed banishing charms, which made the tentacle move away, but the impact was more than enough to make their platform flip over. Is that the giant squid? Harry shook his head. Maybe, but I think it's some kind of construct. The squid isn't really tamed, and they can't train him to be part of a school competition, especially with Dumbledore saying that it would be harmless. Not that I know a lot about giant squids. Tracy shushed them again. Shut up. Let's just focus on the task. Harry's theory made more sense, especially with the giant whales that appeared out of nowhere to attack the other students as well by blowing water underneath their platforms. These were probably conjured creatures or something similar. It would be very unconventional to train whales to do that. Thankfully, the Weasley twins were somehow able to tangle two tentacles together and get up onto another platform, while shivering in cold. They were the first to arrive at the second part of the task, where the lake had frozen over. After a quick heating charm, they tried to walk towards the ice which happened to be very slippery. Alas, the two boys seemed ingenious as they transfigured their wooden platform into two pairs of skates and moved towards the finishing line. Of course, it wasn't that simple. There seemed to be some kind of curse on the ice, as their skates seemed stuck, for the lack of a better word. The twins were able to right themselves and stop tripping, only for a giant storm to appear out of nowhere, with wind powerful enough to send them flying back. The two Gryffindors countered with a shield charm, which came dangerously close to breaking as it was peppered with small shards of ice at high speeds. It took almost 10 minutes for the two of them to finally go through this obstacle, only to find themselves in some kind of freak fog. The omniocular couldn't see inside, and from the looks of it, the Weasley twins shared the same issue. Tracy turned to Harry. Didn't you enchant the omnioculars to see through the Peruvian darkness powder? Yes, but it can't see through things. Like it or not, the fog is something material. It's not dark, just obscured. We'll have to wait for them to get out. It took 5 minutes, but the twins seemed to have figured it out by creating a vortex of wind to suck up the fog slightly. Harry noticed that they looked more bruised than they came in but didn't really say anything. Finally, after almost half an hour, they finished the obstacle course and came in first place, at least for their year, that is. Daphne looked pensive. This wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. We've been brainwashed by Harry's insane training. It will be hard for the rest, trust me, Blaise remarked with a dry tone, even if he looked slightly less tense than before. Alas, the boy had a point. Harry did train his friends a bit too much, but this task was not designed for third years. A lot of the spells and transfiguration that would be useful were taught at the end of this year or the next one. He couldn't see a way for his classmates to not embarrass themselves during the task. Daphne seemed to have a similar train of thought and asked hesitantly, "Do you think we should tell the rest?" Before Tracy and Blaise could protest, she continued, "You said it yourself. It's very unlikely that we would lose thanks to Harry's training. We won't lose much by helping them, will we? Just look at them." The duo looked at their shivering and pale classmates and released a sigh. "Fine, but we're not telling them about the omnioculars. At least we might make some connections with this." Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Sometimes, Tracy and Blaise took all that Court of Slytherin nonsense way too seriously. When Professor McGonagall came to get them around 30 minutes later, the room was far more relaxed than it was just an hour previously. The idea that the worst they could get was a few bruises and fall into the freezing lake was more than enough to calm the students, who thought that they were going to fight a dragon or something as ridiculous. Who would make 13-year-old wizards and witches fight dragons of all things? If anything, from the grateful looks that their classmates gave them, the four of them made a lot of friends then, or at least, gained a lot of favors they could cash out later. Chapter 177, Race Against Destiny. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom stood in the freezing weather doing his best not to appear nervous. The warming charm he had applied to his tournament clothes was barely able to stop him from shivering constantly. The boy who lived really wanted to punch Dumbledore in the face for sending them out on the Black Lake in the middle of winter. He didn't know what Dumbledore expected by making the first task at this time of year. The weather and the rest of the climatic conditions were typical of the Scottish winters at Hogwarts, which meant that the sky was grey with no sun. The wind was very strong, with a horrible bite that sometimes even overcame Neville's warming charm. Just like Sabini and Davis stated, only the second half of the lake looked frozen, while the first one was still liquid with various wooden platforms there to stand on. It was surprising that the Slytherins told them what they knew about the task. Apparently, they were able to communicate with someone from the outside or something. Neville didn't really believe it, they were too descriptive about the task. However, while he was curious, Harry's friends were going out of their way to be helpful, and that was enough. Students in his year didn't understand just how unfair this was for them. They were going through the same trials as students 4 years older than them, and with far more magical experience. No matter how much they would like to deny it, the spectators would be making comparisons. At least, that was the reason that Sabini stated when he told them about the task. And the information was surprisingly helpful. They would not be taken by surprise, even if the course would still be more than challenging enough for most of his classmates. But this was still an opportunity. An opportunity for the world to see how good he has become. To forget about the shame of his breakdown last year and focus on his magical prowess. For Harry to see how much he improved, that Neville would not hold him down. To be perfectly honest, Harry was one of the main reasons Neville didn't have another breakdown in the previous semester. Their rune sessions with Susan Bones were the highlight of his weeks. He was just so alone all the time and his mind tended to wander towards dangerous places. They have ever since he unlocked his magical crest. Ever since that day, he had been outwardly calmer, but he knew that inside, he was constantly raging. There was this voice in the back of his head, constantly telling him to destroy everything, to kill everyone who ever insulted him. Even now, he was suppressing the urge to burn every single classmate of his, who abandoned him when he needed them, for the whispers of madness they utter behind his back. He shook his head and suppressed his rage once more. He had to focus on the task at hand, focus on winning. At the announcement seat, Neville recognized Ludo Bagman sitting in his ridiculously undersized Quidditch robes. He had looked up to the man, once. A Quidditch player that rose high in the ministry, at least until his grandmother told him that the man was a buffoon that was friendly and corrupt enough to rise in the ministry in a frankly useless department that barely did anything but manage the British Quidditch League. The former beater's voice was loud and grating. Good. Good. The third-year students are all in attendance, meaning that we can begin our last race before the finals. And wasn't that a joyful ride? We have seen wonderful feats of magic, of athleticism, of ingenuity and trickery. We have seen wonders that would make Merlin himself sit up and take notice. And now, it's the turn of the third years, the youngest of our competitors, but no less skilled for their youth. Among them is Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, a name that needs no introduction. Remember, everything is allowed except dark magic, and it's all about the speed. The first three who make it across the icy depths of the Black Lake, navigating through the slippery obstacles and chilling waters, will earn their spot in the final showdown. The crowd roared in approval, and for the first time, Neville looked at the spectators. There were hundreds if not thousands of faces just looking down at them from the stands at the edge of the lake. He stifled his nervousness and looked towards Harry, scared. Potter. The young Slytherin simply shrugged, not really. Outside of getting cold or wet, public embarrassment is the worst that could happen. Their expectations are probably low after the 4th years. They aren't really the brightest students in Hogwarts, and that's me being respectful. McLaggen alone lowers the intelligence of anyone around him by his mere presence. Neville suppressed a snort. Thanks, you know, for telling us about the task. Believe it or not, it was all Tracy and Blaze. They're the ones who figured it out by themselves and they were the ones to tell you. We've all been saddled in this together. I'm sorry about that, by the way. Harry gave him a questioning look. Why are you sorry exactly? Well, they probably included our year because of me. The publicity about the boy who lived competing would have increased ticket sales by a very large margin. There were even demands that our Quidditch matches be available for the public, but Dumbledore said that it would be an unsafe environment for the students. Harry chuckled. Unsafe environment? Is he seriously talking about the same school that had a Cerberus, an army of Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, a troll attack, a possessed professor, and a series of serial petrifications? I suppose it does sound ridiculous. But don't feel guilty about it. All you did was survive an attack when you were a baby. No one could blame you for that. So, just try to do your best. See you on the other side, Potter, he responded. Who knows, I might even beat you to the finish line. The last Potter gave him a sly grin. In your dreams, Longbottom, before returning to a conversation with Greengrass. And a few seconds later, he was ambushed by his housemates, specifically Ron Weasley, his former friend. What were you talking to Potter about? Just said thank you for the help before the task. The redhead grumbled. I still don't trust them. They could be lying to get ahead. Ahead of what? They said that it was an obstacle course in the Black Lake and that the first half was water and the second one in ice. Potter even taught us the ice walking spell. It could be a fake spell to slow us down, he protested. You know what? I'm tired of this. Do what you like, Ron, but I have better things to worry about than your paranoia about anything to do with Slytherins. He did not have time to hear the redhead's retort because the cannon fired signaling the start of the task. Neville ran forward and saw one of the wooden platforms at the end of the lake. He pointed his wand at one of them and bellowed, "Accio." The summoning charm was a fourth-year spell, but his grandmother had drilled him with useful spells ever since he returned for the winter holidays. Apparently, she wanted to make sure that he wouldn't embarrass the Longbottom name or something. She taught him common spells that could be useful for obstacle courses, like the push and pull spell, the slowing charm, the ascending charm and a lot more. Neville's skill in magic did progress very well since he awakened his family crest. It was weird, and not something he ever heard about. Every new spell felt more like he was relearning a new skill than anything else. It was even the same with runes. Neville did learn hieroglyphs far quicker than he thought it would, and he had to visibly restrain himself, lest the project end quickly, and Harry would stop spending time with him. Perhaps it was something that everyone with the crest shared. As far as he knew, most people unlocked their crests around their 11th birthday. They rarely do have a magical education that they could compare their progress to, but if that was the standard, then perhaps Harry's proficiency in magic did make sense. And that was even outside the spells in his magical crest. Back to the task, Neville quickly jumped towards the fast-moving platform and muttered a temporary sticking cham to not fall over. Just as quickly, he pointed his wand on the still-moving platform and rotated it in an anti-clockwise direction while muttering, "Reverso momentum." The platform stopped midway for a fraction of a second, before reversing in the opposite direction. It was a nice dueling spell that he learned in the library, a variation of the slowing and the freezing charms, but still very useful. Neville suppressed a snort when he saw Ron trying to jump on his platform, only to miss it and fall into the freezing water. He saw a spell coming at him from the corner of his eye, from Not of all people, which he barely dodged, and retaliated with a banishing charm, which sent him and a lot of his friends flying away, probably into the water. From a glance, the Longbottom scion saw that Zabini, Davis, and Greengrass were casting wind charms from their platforms to move around, a good idea that he emulated very quickly. They were ahead of him, but it was still very close. He was still in the race. He gaped when he saw giant tentacles attack the Slytherins, but it did provide an opportunity. They were probably going to be fine anyway. Neville increased his speed, only for his platform to hit something and almost topple over. He was barely able to grip the wooden platform in time. He tried to cast another wind charm, but he still did not move. He definitely didn't have time to react to the giant push of water that sent him flying up into the air. He knew that landing would hurt, and he was probably going to be out of the race. That was unacceptable. In a desperate attempt, he pointed his wand and cast Ascendio. The Ascension charm was a very useful spell that could only be used if you were touching some kind of surface. Just like that, Neville was propelled even further in the air, and he pointed his wand at the surface of the ice while yelling, "Carpe retractum." The seize and pull charm could be often used to pull the castor towards a stationary target. Neville was flying down towards the surface of the ice, and yelled, "Arresto momentum," just before reaching the ground. He stopped just a foot above the frozen portion of the lake and fell down with a thud. Everything hurt, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Neville slowly got up, limping slightly. He looked down and saw a small shard of wood sticking from his leg. It wasn't severe in any way, and he ripped it out quickly, but it still stung. He quickly used Harry's charm to not slip on the ice and ran forward. He was going to win this fucking race. He was halfway through the ice when the storm appeared, practically out of nowhere. The icy wind was making walking very difficult, enough for Neville to need the use of a shield charm. Of course, that was when the icicle started to petter his shield. Honestly, if he was a lesser person, he would have given up then and there. However, for all his faults, Neville was stubborn to a fault. He had something to prove, and he would not stop at any time. Every time his shield broke, he cast another one. Every time, an icicle managed to break through, and he started bleeding, he simply walked even quicker. And just like that, the storm disappeared, leaving only a trail of fog between him and the finish line, just like Zabini said it would be. He pointed his wand towards the end goal and marked the direction with his wand. He then muttered, "Point me." He would not get lost in the fog with the wand acting as his guide. Sometimes, he would get pushed around, something would hit it, and he would try to curse it, but, in the end, he still carried on, one step at a time towards the vaunted finishing line. He didn't know how long it took for him to get there, but he finally did it. He ran towards the finishing line, and as expected, the spectators roared in approval. He had won. Finally, he had shown the world what he could do, that he was more than just a title than a lucky child that survived a curse, that he wasn't insane. Of course, that was what he thought before he saw Potter, standing unconcerned with a broom on his shoulders. Where Neville was bruised, Potter looked like he just had a lovely stroll around. And from the brooms, he realized just what he had done. The bastard flew over the fucking obstacles, somehow. Neville thought they weren't allowed anything other than their wands. And to put more salt into the injury, Zabini, Davis, and Greengrass were also there, although far more bruised and exhausted. He had come fifth. Fucking fifth. Harry Potter gave him a cheeky grin. Well, it seems I won our little race. Don't be sad, though, fifth place isn't bad. It was very hard to silence the voice in the back of his head that wanted to see the world burn. At least he passed out before he could do anything rash. Chapter 178, The Frozen Side. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry raised an eyebrow as Neville Longbottom passed out in front of him, before being rushed by Hogwarts resident Mediwitch, Madame Pomfrey. It was concerning just how chaotic the boy's emotions became the moment he saw him and his friends. The pure rage that he was feeling just for losing a race was just too wild, too extreme of an emotion to be natural. It honestly sounded like drums of war to his arcane hearing. Harry thought that Neville was getting better, that he was moving on from what happened the previous year, but this made him doubt that even more. What could have possibly made the boy so angry that he was one step from attacking them in broad daylight? Maybe it was just because of how hurt he was. It wasn't anything serious. Neville looked to have a few bruises, a couple of broken ribs, cracked bones, and a few cuts, although the one in his thigh was pretty serious, all things considered. All in all, it would take Madame Pomfrey less than 10 minutes to heal him fully. The last Potter shook his head. He would need to help the boy address his issues later. His friends seemingly thought that he was shaking his head in disappointment, and Blaise gave him a frown. He's done a lot better than I thought he would, to be perfectly honest. And he was right. He had been pleasantly surprised by the boy who lived's performance. He came barely a couple of minutes after Daphne, who came fourth. She was never the athletic type, and neither was Harry, who preferred to stay indoors with a good book than to start running like some kind of jock. There was a reason why he never really tried to join the Quidditch team, despite his skill on a broom. Even if he disliked the sport, it would have been a good backup plan after graduating. Alas, the mere thought of running every morning at dawn at Flint's behest made him shudder. Yeah, no athleticism for him. Even during dueling, Harry never really tried to physically tire himself, choosing to use counters to incoming spells and relying on his arcane hearing to barely dodge any spells. Tracy, on the other hand, came second, her endurance training for her ambition to become a famous duelist, helping her barely defeat Blaise, who didn't seem that broken up about it. He was probably glad to be part of the finals, which would be proof enough of his prowess to the court of Slytherin. But Neville Longbottom pleasantly surprised him with his prowess. If Harry hadn't trained his friends with a different biome obstacle course every week, the boy would have been second. Unfortunately for Neville, Harry's friends did their best to find spells to counter his obstacle course after every failure. They learned spells to keep warm, spells to move quickly in water, spells to alter their movements in the air, spells to glide on the ice, wind spells to remove fog in a certain area, and so much more. Harry may have gone a little overboard with his training, but his friends scored better than most 60-years, and even then, they lost because they were simply smaller and could not run as fast as they did. Their execution was very close to perfection, and from the impressed looks on the professors' faces, they seemed to share that sentiment. And yet, Neville Longbottom's performance was nothing to scoff at. He had completed the course quicker than most fifth-year students, which was an achievement in itself. The boy had been improving rapidly in the previous school year, which truly impressed Harry. The young Slytherin gave his friend a shrug. He did well. I am simply worried about his temperament. Daphne scoffed. He did more than well. If you hadn't trained us, he could have beaten us. He probably would have, yes. But the past is written and the ink is dry. I did train you, and he did not beat you. Revel in that victory. Tracy snorted. Our house must be happy. We dominated our year's race. Do you have any idea about what the final is going to be? Not a single one. Just remember what I taught you and do your best. No one will be able to say anything against you. You already proved to everyone about what you could do. She gave him a warm smile and went back to speak with Blaise, leaving Harry to watch his remaining classmates trying to finish the obstacle course on the illusionary screen in front of him. Padma Patil was at the helm, doing very well. She was coming towards the fog with what he recognized to be a physical resistance shield charm helping her stand up to the barrage of icicles. The girl was doing very well while relying on charms for most of the race. She used a bit of transfiguration on her wooden platform to make a small turbine and an animation charm to make it spin, allowing her to breeze past the lake portion, except when she was taken by surprise by the giant squid. Funnily enough, Susan Bones was a close second using runes of all things. Harry did teach her a lot during their project sessions, and she was doing a good job at it, at least according to the excited form of Professor Babbling. On the stands, she did. Harry barely taught her how to power rune matrices, choosing not to do anything advanced like partial activations or intent-driven modifications mid-activation. That limited her to a single slow speed on her wooden platform and carving the runes once more when she fell off the platform each time, since she didn't have full control over her runes. She was doing quite well all things considered. The rest, sadly, were not. Most of the students had given up and raised red sparks into the air after being attacked by grindillows. The rest just fell prey to the storm near the second part of the task. Only Faye Dunbar and Dean Thomas from Gryffindor even got to this part of the task, and Faye was the only one who was still in the race. From Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott were the only ones standing, which they achieved by surprisingly working together. They just got past the storm, with one using what seemed to be a weather-specific shield charm and another shielding against physical attacks. Hufflepuff seemed to have the same line of thinking of working together, but they all tried to do it at once, and the mistakes they made cost them. Hannah Abbott was working with Susan at first but chose to give up immediately after falling into the freezing cold lake. Ravenclaws were a sad lot since they were attacked the moment they received a spell. So far, only Padma Patil and Terry Boot were still in the race, even if Boot was still in the first part of the task. All things considered, they were doing about what was expected from students their age. It showed that choosing the same task for Newt students and third-year students was just unfair for both. The scores were very clear on that. Seventh-year students finished the course in around 15 minutes, while the fourth years averaged around 45 minutes. Keeping all years separate was a good move on Dumbledore's part to give the illusion of competition, but at the end of the day, students with the most magical education did the best, while those who had been in Hogwarts the least did the worst. Speaking of the headmaster, he was walking at Harry with a visible frown on his face, which he hid in very quickly. He was quickly followed by McGonagall and Snape, as well as Ludo Bagman. Harry made sure not to react or look intimidated in any way. "How may I help you, lady and gentleman?" Dumbledore gave him a small smile. "Well, it has to do with the manner finished your task, young Harry." "How so?" McGonagall's face turned red at his dismissing tone. "You brought your broom into the task and made a mockery of this school for an easy win." Harry simply shrugged. There was nothing in the rules against summoning something from outside the arena, only that we enter with only our wand. I followed the rules to the letter. The Transfiguration Mistress looked towards Bagman with a glare that made him flinch. "The lad is right, I'm afraid. It's not technically against the rules. Yet, they are against the competitive spirit of the task," Dumbledore protested. "Spirit is all well and good, but it doesn't change that I did win a nice bit of gold. Unless, of course, you wish to go back on your word, to change the rules after the competition." "Talk about making a mockery of the tournament," Harry responded while humming. "Oh, that must have stung the headmaster. You could still be penalized for messing with the enchantments around the arena which stopped anything from getting in or out of it." "I didn't know that there were any enchantments." "Are you sure you cast them correctly?" Harry knew fully well about the wards around the arena. They were pretty basic since the task wasn't all that dangerous, and Harry did modify his summoning charm on the fly to make sure that the broom would be considered part of the task. Of course, this meant that Dumbledore knew that Harry did circumvent the wards somehow but couldn't admit publicly that a 13-year-old student could get past his protection since it could be taken as evidence of his incompetence. The headmaster must have realized it too since he took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Congratulations, young Harry, for winning your race. Take heed that summoning something from outside the arena will be barred in the finals. I look forward to seeing you compete." The adults turned and left, although Harry could see an imperceptible gleam of pride on Snape's face and a fond exasperation on McGonagall's. Harry had no doubts that they were seeing his parents in him. The moment they left, Harry heard a howling laughter, one that he had never heard before. He turned and saw the amused face of his guardian, Arcturus Black, doing his best to control himself, only to howl into laughter before. Harry calmly took the Black Patriarch to a quiet corner and put on a few privacy wards. "Are you all right?" "All right. Lad, this is the most fun I've had in years. I haven't seen Dumbledore this pissed since the time your grandfather voted against him in a bill in the Wisingamot. It was literally the swinging vote. Oh, Charles and I had such a laugh that night." Harry wanted to say something, but his guardian continued, "Oh, your father would have loved this. Making a mockery of a school event like this and getting away with it. Sirius would have been so proud of you. Sometimes, I regret that the two of you never met. I'd like to think that you would have gone along." No, they really wouldn't. And just like that Sirius name made Harry remember why he was avoiding this man for months. The Black Patriarch might be reminiscing about old times and looked much more relaxed than he ever did, but he had to know the truth. Harry felt cruel for telling him, for ruining the man's good mood, which he rarely saw, in contrast to the regret that suffocated him most of the time. Alas, it would have been crueler to not tell him. The men deserved to know, and Harry knew that if he pushed telling him now, he would keep pushing. He would keep finding excuses. No, he was going to do this. He turned towards Arcturus and spoke with a serious tone. "We need to talk." The men must have noticed the seriousness of Harry's tone because he steeled himself. "What about? Do you remember what happened last Samhain?" The Black Patriarch snorted. "Of course, I do. The Hogsmeade attack happened." His eyes widened slightly. "That was you." Harry nodded. "Yes, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. During the attack, something happened. Something that I need to tell you about." Chapter 179, Chapter 179, His Final Trick. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Susan Bones sat in the stands waiting for the finals for the first task of the tournament to begin, still shivering from her impromptu ice bath during her own task. The preliminaries were a lot more difficult than she thought they would be, but it wasn't really that bad. Susan had done her best to finish the task and ended up finishing 7th, one of the few rare ones who finished the race from her year, and the only one who finished from her house. She did her best to get through the task and never gave up, and it worked. She mainly relied on runes, and her knowledge of the subject was put to the test plenty of times. Honestly, if it wasn't for Harry's lessons during their group project sessions, she would have probably failed the task. She was slow, but she was able to carve runes on the wooden platform to move forward, another rune to make a basic protection against the weather, and a rune to not slip on the ice. She had barely gotten started with powering runes, but that and a few charms did the trick, and she finished her task with her head held high. Her auntie Amelia swiped her up into the air, telling her how proud she was of Susan. Apparently, her performance was better than many of upper-year students, and that was more than enough to impress the spectators. Susan had no idea what they did and hoped that people had omnioculars that recorded the event for sale. Susan didn't come first, of course. That honor belonged to Harry, who apparently just summoned a broom and flew to the finish line in less than 2 minutes. She wished that she would have thought of that. It seemed obvious now that she thought about it. His friends and housemates, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, and Daphne Greengrass, had obviously also impressed everyone by literally breezing through the obstacles as if they weren't there. Harry did tell her that he had been helping them train ever since the task was announced, and it showed. Susan wished that she would have asked him the same, but even after an entire semester working together, they were still not close enough for her to ask him for something like that. Of course, she lamented that fact, but she would not be deterred. Speaking of Harry, she saw him, and the rest of the contestants stand in a circle around some raised platform. Each contestant looked like they had a designated platform. It took a couple of minutes for everyone to take their place and for Ludo Bagman to start speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, what an evening this was. We saw wonders of magic, feats of skill and athleticism that awed every single one of us. Yes, me included. And it all leads to this, the grand finale of this task. Who will be crowned as the champion of the school? Will it be a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, or perhaps even a Raven or a Badger might win? Will it be a Newt student, or perhaps even an underdog? I don't know, but I'm eager to find out. We only have 15 contestants remaining, 3 for each school year, ready to prove themselves as the best of this prestigious school. The entire stadium roared in approval, and Susan was swept up by the excitement as well. It was far better to see it from above than anything else. The head of the Department of Magical Mages and Sports continued, "I'm glad to see that you're all just as eager to see what will happen next, and the final task will not disappoint you. You see, the rules are simple. The first students to open a chest in the middle of the platform and grab the artifact inside will be crowned as the victor of the first task. The contestants are only allowed to have their wands on them and cannot summon anything from outside the arena." The crowd burst into laughter, probably remembering Harry's trick in the preliminary task. The boy himself looked bored out of his mind and wasn't even looking up at the announcer. Susan suppressed the urge to giggle. This was typical Harry. Her aunt seemed to have noticed where her eyes wandered and chuckled. "So, the Potter boy, huh?" She blushed. "What are you talking about, Auntie?" "I'm not judging. His father was a good catch back in the day. If he was a bit older, I might have tried him out a bit." The redhead's blush intensified. "I don't want to know about that. Let's just focus on the task." "Whatever you say, Susie." "Oh, you're growing up so fast." The young Hufflepuff did her best to ignore her aunt's teasing and focused on Bagman's voice once more, who had begun to explain the task. "Seems easy, doesn't it? Alas, if things were easy, then our champion wouldn't really feel deserving of the title. And after such an impressive showing on the obstacle course. So, of course, there must be obstacles in front of our dear contestants. They will first need to retrieve the key to open the chest, which will be in the possession of one of the obstacles." And just like that, almost 100 gigantic ice statues were conjured out of nowhere, each holding a giant weapon. They were over 2 stories tall, probably around the size of a giant, and wearing gladiator armor. Their presence was definitely intimidating. The crowd roared in excitement, but Susan couldn't help but feel fear towards her year mates. They really weren't equipped to deal with things like that. Each statue will have a medallion. It can either be empty, or it can hold the key to the chest, the key to victory. Find the key, open the chest, and you will win. There will be Northwest prizes from second place, only the winner, and you are allowed to duel your opponent, as long as no dark magic is used. Of course, there will be other obstacles in your way. But you didn't come here to listen to me talk, let's just get this task started." And just like before, a cannon fired, and the contestants ran towards the giant ice soldiers. Cedric Diggory, a 6th year, immediately stunned Zabini and Davis, who happened to be near the older Hufflepuff. He looked for Harry for a fraction of a second before running towards an ice statue. The older boy probably thought that he was being kind since other students wouldn't have been as nice as him about eliminating them. Losing to a third year would have been very shameful. A few upper-year Gryffindors or even Slytherins would have just blasted them away or maybe even cursed them. Percy Weasley, a seventh year, defeated the first statue by sending some kind of enchanted fire at their legs, melting through the charms and keeping the statues together. Alas, the whole thing seemed to tire him immensely since he was heaving, and he barely reacted when Gemma Farley stunned him from the back, only to frown when she noticed that the statue didn't have a key. The Slytherin girl dodged a curse from the redhead's girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw, who seemed angry at the attack. Farley was able to quickly counter the attack and said some cheeky reply that seemed to incense the Ravenclaw even further. The duel that followed was obviously in the Slytherin's favor. Clearwater was not that experienced in wizarding fights, at least not like Farley was. Perhaps the rumors were true. Slytherin did have an underground dueling ring for just the members of their house. Everyone was watching the duel with fascination, but were distracted once more by Bagman's booming voice, Merlin's beard. Potter's got it. Potter's got the key. Susan could feel that everyone's neck turned at the exact same time to see Harry, who had used the remains of a downed statue to trip another one and steal the necklace. He was holding a glowing gold key in his hand, while gliding through the ice, with the grace of a figure skater. On the other side, Farley used the distraction to knock out the Ravenclaw head girl before quickly running towards the gliding third year. Harry was smiling unconcerned and dodged 2 hexes with an acrobatic move in the middle of the air, landing like a gymnast. The Weasley twins were the first to reach him and sent some of their infamous prank spells at the Potter scion. Harry, though, just ducked, while still gliding, and turned sharply to the left. The twins lost their balance slightly and did not see Cho Chang, a very pretty fourth year, just behind them. The girl was able to quickly take out the twins, meaning that every Weasley was officially out of the race. The Asian girl ran towards Harry, who had an infuriating smile on his face as he dodged every single attack. Susan heard her Aunt Amelia snickering slightly and murmur, "Impressive. I didn't know he could dodge spells like that." The head of the DMLE shook her head. "That's not it. I won't spoil the surprise after all." Susan suppressed the urge to pout and turned back to the competition, only to see Harry turn sharply, leading the Chong girl into the path of a still intact ice statue, which was swinging a mace at Harry. The Ravenclaw took the damage head-on and flew away, knocked out, probably with a trip to the hospital wing. Still, the girl was a Quidditch player. She must have been used to getting injured. Harry bowed to the audience, only to be attacked in the back by Cedric Diggory, who sent him flying back. The crowd booed and cheered. Cedric was the pride of Hufflepuff House. He was by far one of the most talented students in the school, definitely the most popular with the ladies. He was very helpful whenever anyone asked anything of him. He liked to tutor first eyes in his free time and was adored by everyone in the House of Badgers. Yet, at this moment, Susan was furious at him. Still, while Harry was good, he was probably not powerful enough to handle a Newt student in a straight fight. It was not logical to think that her crush had a chance at winning. The sixth year said something to the downed Harry before stunning him and taking the key. The Hufflepuffs in the stands roared in approval. He was immediately attacked by Gemma Farley, who had just eliminated the remaining sixth years with ease. There were just 2 students standing, Gemma Farley and Cedric Diggory, who were by far the students who showed the most talent during the whole competition. The duel that followed was fierce. Cedric seemed to favor transfiguration, conjuring animals to attack his opponent. Farley favored charms and curses. The duel took a lot longer than anyone expected it would. Both students were evenly matched. It ended with Cedric gaining the upper hand when a very strong gust of air sent both of them flying away. Farley was unlucky enough to land near one of the animated statues and used a shield charm by reflex, which Cedric took advantage of and stunned her in the back. A limping Cedric Diggory dispelled the storm with a wave of his wand and transfigured some snow into a sleigh which he charmed to move forward. It was then that 8 gigantic ice tentacles spawned from the ground and tried to attack him. The Hufflepuff dodged the first one and made some very quick work of the tentacles by conjuring chains that started to bind the tentacles together. In the end, an exhausted Cedric Diggory limped victoriously to the middle platform which held a giant chest. He raised the glowing key up into the air, in a dramatic way, and tried to open the chest. The entire stadium was silent, waiting for the boy to finally reveal the prize within. Only to see the boy frowning as the key wasn't opening the chest. He had a confused expression on his face as the ice gave out from under him and he fell into the frozen lake. No one seemed to know what was happening. Ludo Bagman was speechless for the first time since the task began. Of course, that's when a bored Harry Potter revealed himself from underneath a pillar of snow, which hid his form. The body where the boy was supposed to be stunned was deformed, showing a rock in a humanoid shape, with a rune matrix glowing in the middle. It was an illusion all this time. No wonder Harry was able to make impossible dodges. The Slytherin must have been controlling it from afar and got caught on purpose, to make whoever won drop his guard. She turned towards her aunt, who was visibly giggling, with an accusative tone. "You knew." "Of course, I knew. the shadow didn't match the illusion. You'd have needed to be looking for it to notice. More than a few criminals tried to pull this off in front of me, so I'm always looking for illusions. The boy must have transfigured a fake key and charmed it to glow as a distraction too. Very impressive. Susan looked flabbergasted as Harry Potter walked slowly towards the platform, holding the real key in his hand. He bowed to the audience once more, this time with his real body. He put the key in the chest and opened it, releasing a golden trophy from inside, which he raised up into the air. The crowd roared in approval and still confusion. What a way to end the task. Chapter 180, The Black Swan. January 15, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry returned to the third-year tent with a frown, sighing after finishing the first task. He won, of course, not that he ever doubted that he could. What he did doubt was the fact that Harry didn't want to reveal anything in his capabilities that might frighten the general public. The idea was simple enough. He simply transfigured some ice into a white blanket and hid outside, while animating an illusion that was anchored to a pile of rocks through runes. It was a simple enough thing that any fourth-year student who had taken the runes elective would have been able to perform. Harry was also able to immediately sense where the key was, using his arcane hearing. There was this extra noise near the ice statue that made him find it before the task even started. He used a discreet summoning charm that he designed to ignore the specific defenses around the key and just transfigured a new key that he used as a decoy, held by his illusion. The rest was essentially just showmanship. The gliding, the dodging, tricking the students with the illusion to take themselves out, until Diggory, probably the most competent student in school, was able to defeat Harry and grab the key. In the end, he just waited until Diggory finished the task, had his guard lowered, and just took out the boy. And just like that, with minimal effort, he had won the task, without using a single offensive spell or advanced magic. The glare that Dumbledore had during the entire ceremony made him have the urge to burst into giggles. Of course, Harry was able to restrain himself, and just go through the entire thing with a fake smile on his face. He really hated that stuff. Still, the Daily Prophet took a few photos and did a few interviews, where he explained what he had done. Harry had obviously made a mockery of Dumbledore's event, and the public loved it. Still, there was one thing that made the entire thing taste bitter in his mouth. His victory was shallow, and that was because of his conversation with Arcturus Black. He had steeled himself after the first portion of the task and told Arcturus the truth about the Hogsmeade attack. He tried not to look at the men as he retold the story and the fate of his grandson. All the while, the Black Patriarch just stayed silent with a neutral expression on his face. Even with Harry's arcane hearing, the men did not have any change in emotion at all. It was just weird. Everyone's emotions shifted slightly, even if they were just lying around. He didn't have the opportunity to see the men react to the story, since the announcer said that the finalists should make their way to their tents for the task to begin. Arcturus had calmly told him to just go and that they would continue their conversation later. When did he mean by later? Harry had no idea. He just grumbled and changed back to his normal clothes. Those tawny clothes were really itchy, and the enchantment woven into them to glow in case there was any tampering in them or any magic effect or item that was not a wand when exposed to a certain ward, was very uncomfortable. It was like having a small buzzer in his clothes that kept making noise to his arcane hearing. He hated it with a passion. He threw his little trophy without a care, it's not like it meant anything, anyway. The last Potter just grabbed his hair in frustration. Should he have kept his mouth shut? Should he have just let Arcturus stay ignorant? What a fucking shit show, he grumbled. It is, isn't it? A familiar voice replied from behind him. It was Arcturus, his guardian. Harry grimaced as he turned to meet the man's gaze. Well, I don't have a better word for it. The older man chortled, yeah, you're right. Good job messing with Dumbledore, by the way. He looked like he sucked a real lemon instead of those sugar monstrosities he has in his office. Have you ever tried one out? Yeah, one of the sweetest things I've ever tasted. There was barely any lemon in them. I tasted one from the Muggle world, just out of curiosity, and they weren't as sweet. Harry suppressed the urge to snicker before steeling himself. So, you're here to finish our conversation. The Black Patriarch nodded grimly, yes. So, Sirius is really alive, huh? Harry's answer was only a grimace. He slowly reached into his pocket and took out a familiar knife. It was the exact same weapon that Sirius Black had used in an attempt to kill him during the Hogsmeade attack. Arcturus obviously recognized the knife since his expression fell even further. I know that knife. I gave it and its twin to Sirius and Regulus for their 13th birthday. It's a bit of a tradition to give a bladed weapon to a Black. Bellatrix used to love her own. She slept with it under her pillow and everything. His reminiscing look turned into a sad frown. I guess that my grandson is a serial killer now, huh? A monster that hunts wizards and witches in the comforts of their homes, to kill them where they are most vulnerable, a monster that can't even use magic anymore. I'm sorry, he simply said. It's not your fault, lad. Your mother might have had something to do with it, but I can't really blame a baby for what happened that day in Godric's Hollow. Melania would probably have come back to life just to kick my sorry arse if I ever did that. My life always loved children. You should have seen how much she doted on Sirius when he was younger. Of course, that bitch Walburga didn't let her meet the boy too many times, something about not coddling him. We never should have agreed to her wishes. Seems foolish, now that I think about it. The laughter that followed that admission was bitter. Oh, Melania would be so heartbroken. I'm glad that she's not here to see this. And look at that, my legacy. Of my 3 granddaughters, one was mad and died, one is a widow that's a pale imitation of the brilliant young woman she used to be, and one is married to a muggle-born and wants nothing to do with her family, something that she passed on to her daughter. Of my 2 grandsons, one died in the service of a madman, and the other is an insane serial killer who's more monster than men and had lost his ability to use magic in any way. You'd think I would be relieved to see that one of my descendants would be still alive. Alas, the world is cruel, isn't it? The world rarely cares for our wishes, Arcturus, Harry admitted, but that doesn't mean that we should give up. It would be too easy to do so, instead of fighting to gain our own small slice of the world. I guess you're right, lad, the older man admitted. I have a question, though. Why did you wait so long to tell me? Samhain was almost 3 months ago. Harry looked down. I was scared, I guess. It's hard to say. I didn't know how you were going to react. You've always sounded so proud of Sirius, for standing up to his mother, for fighting what he truly believed in, instead of being swept up by the bloodlust like Bellatrix. I didn't want to hurt you, but I knew that you deserved to know. I knew that the moment we'd be anywhere just the 2 of us, I'd cave and just tell you, so I avoided you. And now that your favored grandson is trying to kill your own ward, you thought that I would pick him over you? Arcturus continued with an incredulous tone. It wasn't logical, all right. I had just heard that my own mother killed my father in the back, just to power some kind of ritual. I heard that she was some manipulative bitch whose demise had probably made the world a better place. You're the first adult that's ever given a shit about me, Arcturus. The risk wasn't worth it, even if I knew deep down that you would never pick that monster. That's more like an imitation of your grandson anyway. Harry was telling the truth in this. In both his lifetimes, not a single adult cared about his well-being. If they did, they would have noticed his utter lack of social skills, and how that would have impacted him. He had practically raised himself twice, and while he was better off in this life, he was still a far cry from a mentally healthy boy. Arcturus shook his head. When I made you my ward, I made a promise on my dead sister's grave that I would take care of you. I will not abandon you for something like this. You are my charge, my ward, and I will never hurt you. I might have contacted you because of your ability, because of your intelligence, and potential for a child of yours to become the next Black Patriarch or Matriarch, but I have grown to care for you. You should have trusted me, Harry. Harry just looked down, and the man continued, as smart as you are, I guess I forgot that you're still a child at heart and I should have noticed your insecurities. This a failing on both my side and yours. I thought that you learned during your Wisengamot hearing that you should trust me, kid. The last Potter looked down. I'm sorry. Sorry implies that you're going to learn this lesson. You might be young, but you still betrayed the trust one gave you because of your maturity. What if Sirius came after me, huh? What if you died and the smiling killer's identity disappeared with you? What if I put wards that would protect against people of black blood, or used curses that can't target my bloodline? Your intentions were pure, in the attempt to spare me some pain, but haven't I proven to you again and again that you could trust me? Harry nodded, of course. The Black Patriarch interrupted him, let me finish. I went above and beyond for you, kid. I was there when you used me to stop Dumbledore from getting control over you outside the castle. I was there when Dumbledore tried to paint you as some kind of Dark Lord, ready to help you. I was there when I made sure that your Firebolt business wasn't sunk into the ground by the Nimbus Corporation, not that you know about it. I was there when I greased a few palms to make sure that the new laws targeting your company aren't created, even using some of my blackmail material to make sure you succeed and rebuild the Potter treasury. Hell, I even helped you get some goblin silver for that cult of yours, and I haven't asked you about how you knew about Regulus Locket. I did all of this, not because I wanted to curry some favor from you, or even use you in any way, but because you're my sister's blood, and I can see that you could change the world. Believe it or not, I am your biggest supporter, your greatest ally, and all I'm asking is for you to trust me enough, to respect me enough, to return some of the trust and respect that I have for you. Is that too much to ask? Harry stood there, frozen by the man's rant. Did he really dismiss Arcturus this much? He hadn't known that the Black Patriarch was helping him from the shadows. The words were familiar. Hadn't he uttered those same words to Tracy and Blaze when they complained right after the Hogsmeade attack? Were his actions similar to theirs? Did they look petty as Tracy and Blaze's teenage rebellion? He really should have told Arcturus from the start, I'm genuinely sorry, Arcturus. I'll do my best to include you in anything serious from now on. Good, the man simply answered, I will hold you to that. Now, with that out of the way, how have you been? You know, besides Sirius trying to kill you and everything, we didn't have time to talk since the summer. Harry's posture gradually relaxed as he spent more time with his guardian. By the end of it, they were both laughing merrily, with Sirius Black's survival, not quite forgotten, but in the background. Chapter 181, The Lemon Tree. January 26, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom sat alone for breakfast while clenching his goblet full of juice tightly, remembering the events of the first task of the school tournament. Things hadn't gone to plan at all. It had been almost 2 weeks since he had completed the task, and yet he was still the pariah of Gryffindor House. He had trained very hard for this, to make his performance as memorable as possible. He had learned spells that were far above his year, run every day like his old Quidditch days, before he got banned, to build up his stamina, and damn it, he had delivered. He was so far above most of his year, hell even above a few the fourth years, in terms of competence, that people should have noticed that he was different. Hermione would have been so proud of him. No, don't think about Hermione. Don't think about Hermione. He repeated this sentence in his head. It was something that he did almost every day, as he thought about his bushy-haired friend and remembered her fate. It was always there, in the background. He would think of a lesson and imagine Hermione studying it. He would see the Weasley twins playing pranks and imagine Hermione's face, a mix of exasperated fondness and disapproval at their behavior. Because Hermione would have stayed by his side. She would have supported him and helped him become the best wizard possible. She would have been proud of him. It just wasn't fair. The Bones girl was celebrated in Hufflepuff for her ingenious thinking and usage of rune. Even Babbling was giving her preferential treatment during class. Hell, even Padma Patil received impressed looks from her house, and he hated it. He hated it. He hated it. He hated it. For a fraction of a second, a small voice in the back of his head was urging him to burn everything, to make them recognize his greatness or suffer. He suppressed it as much as he did. That small voice has been getting more persistent after the task. So much so that he asked his grandmother to give him a couple of meditation exercises to prevent himself from ever succumbing to it as he did right after the task. After a couple of deep breaths, Neville was calm once more and his mind was clear. As far as his grandmother was concerned, he was just starting out learning a few exercises for clemency, which she would start to teach him during the following summer. He hadn't had the heart to tell her about the voice. Would she think that he was unworthy of his family crest, that it was the crest trying to remove a user that he deemed insufficient, unworthy? Would she think that he was actually just as unstable and insane as those articles made him up to be? Would she renounce him as her grandson? No, he didn't want to continue this line of thinking. He was in control of himself now, and nothing was ever going to change that. He was just sad and angry about the task and was just projecting that into another problem that he had. Why didn't the Gryffindors just celebrate his courage? He was smart when he summoned the platforms to him. He was fearless when he was sent into the air by that whale and righted himself in the air. He had braved himself and walked through the ice platform, attacked by a storm and was smart enough to bypass the fog. He was the only Gryffindor to finish the damn obstacle course. Why didn't they care? An owl ducked down and sent today's issue of the Daily Prophet down on him. At the sight of the article, he suppressed the urge to snarl in anger. The Hogwarts School Tournament, a farce or an exhibition of magical skill. By Rita Skeeter. It's the talk of the magical community, the Hogwarts School Tournament of 1993, a competition that promised to showcase the brightest young minds in magic from the 3rd to the 7th year of their magical education. However, the events that have unfolded beg the question, is it a true test of magical prowess, or merely a farce wrapped in the glamour of competition? The tournament, exclusive to Hogwarts students, commenced with a riveting start. The first task was a 2-part challenge, a preliminary task and a perilous obstacle course across the half-frozen Black Lake. The second part involved the best 3 performers from each year retrieving a key from animated ice statue warriors to unlock a chest containing their victory. But controversy erupted when Harry Potter, a Slytherin 3rd year, emerged victorious in both tasks. Potter, demonstrating a cunning approach, summoned his broom and breezed over the obstacle course, completely sidestepping the physical challenges. In the second task, he resorted to trickery, transfiguring a fake key and creating an illusion of defeat to catch his competitor, Cedric Diggory, off guard. Opinions within Hogwarts are sharply divided. Some claim Potter has made a mockery of the event, employing dirty tricks rather than showcasing his magical skills. Another faction, however, argues that Potter's cleverness is a skill in its own right. They point out the inherent imbalance in pitting students with varying levels of magical education against one another, suggesting that such disparities inevitably lead to unconventional strategies. The next task, a dueling tournament set for mid-February, promises to offer a stark contrast. Here, raw magical skill and quick reflexes will reign supreme over cunning and guile. This upcoming event may well be the crucible that determines the true nature of this competition. As the dust settles on the previous tasks, one question lingers: who is Harry Potter? Is he the nascent Dark Lord, as some in hushed tones suggest, echoing the concerns of Albus Dumbledore? Or is he simply a resourceful student, compelled to rely on his wits in a tournament seemingly stacked against him? In the end, the verdict stands: Harry Potter has won the task. But the true measure of his character, and the essence of this tournament, will undoubtedly be revealed in the upcoming dueling challenge. One thing is certain: the wizarding world watches with bated breath. For more information about the Hogwarts tournament, view pages 2. For more information about Harry Potter and Dumbledore's accusations of him, view page 3. Neville couldn't help but wonder why they were still talking about the damn tournament. It was old news, and similar articles were published the previous week. Was there really no other news in magical Britain that they have to rely on old news to create controversy? And the worst thing was the fact that Neville wasn't even mentioned once in any of the articles. One of the main selling points of the tournament was people getting to see him perform. The articles from the previous year might have affected his popularity, but he was still the boy who lived. He was still politically important, and people did care when they heard his name. And yet, it wasn't the case now. The truth was, everyone was now obsessed with Harry, and the school was essentially pulling on his unorthodox solving the first task to sell more tickets for the dueling tournament. He knew that it wasn't Harry's fault, that if he had the idea, Neville would have done the exact same thing. But it just wasn't fair. He couldn't help but feel bitter, like Harry was somehow replacing him, and his position in the wizarding world. And his housemates really weren't helping. Gryffindor got trounced by the competition. Aside from the Weasley twins and Percy Weasley, not a single Gryffindor made it to the finals, and those three were eliminated rather quickly. He was the only Gryffindor third year to finish the preliminary task. Out of the fourth years, Katie Bell was the only one to finish, even if she didn't do particularly well. Cormac McLaggen had finally shut his trap and stopped bragging like he did before the task. This task was made with bravery in mind. As long as you didn't give up, you should have, at least, finished the race given time. It was tailor-made for Gryffindor House, the House of the Brave. You didn't need to know any advanced magic or any difficult theorems. And yet they had lost. Yeah, that was a blow to their Gryffindor pride. And they blamed Neville of all people for it. It didn't make any sense. Most of them didn't even finish the race, and they had the gall to say that he should have beaten Harry since they were both third years, when he outsmarted them all during the finals. He started to see why Harry always looked at him with disdain during their first 2 years in Hogwarts. Was he like them back then? Before he was an outcast, did he judge people without any thought? Was he as foolish as they were? He didn't like the idea. He must have been better, right? Perhaps he wasn't. But now he was better. He was blind and now he could see, and he would show the world what he was capable of. Neville clenched his goblet tighter, the juice sloshing dangerously close to the rim. This was his chance to prove himself, to demonstrate his growth, his skill, and his worth. The dueling tournament was his opportunity to show everyone, to silence the whispers and the doubts. He would no longer be the Neville Longbottom they thought they knew. He would no longer be a boy who rode on the fame of a magical accident when he was a baby. He would show them about who they kept dismissing. He would train harder than ever, refine his spells, and hone his reflexes. Dueling required a blend of strategy, skill, and agility. It was a platform where he could excel, where he could outshine his peers and reclaim his place in the wizarding world. He had already learned the basics thanks to his grandmother, and he could easily go from there. Unfortunately, he hadn't joined the dueling club. Instead, he had chosen to focus on Quidditch, which turned out to be a mistake considering the fact that he was banned from the sport the previous year, and the rumors of his mental instability stopped Oliver Wood from offering him the position once more, his skills as a seeker not being enough to face the uproar that would come with him rejoining the team. At least Wood was honest about it. He respected his former captain even more with that move. He really should have joined another club instead of hoping the Wood would ask him to join back. It would have been a good opportunity to fine-tune his dueling skills. The dueling club was led by Professor Flitwick. The half-goblin was a well-known dueling champion a few decades back before retiring. His insight would have been invaluable. Alas, with the task publicly announced to be a dueling tournament, the charms professor was faced with innumerable requests to join the club. He refused them all, saying that you could only join the club at the beginning of the year. The voices of his housemates, the taunts and the jeers, faded into the background. What mattered now was the future, the upcoming duel, and the opportunity to redefine himself. As he stood up, leaving the Great Hall with a newfound resolve, Neville knew one thing for certain: he would show them all in the dueling tournament. No one would underestimate him again. No one would ignore him again. They would all come to respect him. He would no longer be overshadowed by legends and expectations. He would be his own legend, a wizard of formidable skill and undeniable power. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In that moment of solitude, he made a silent vow to himself. He would rise above them all, no matter the cost. People will never dismiss him ever again. And for a fleeting instant, as he opened his eyes and continued on his path, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible change. In the depths of his eyes, a faint red glow flickered and vanished as quickly as it appeared. Neville didn't notice it, and neither did his housemates. And just like that, the long-bottomed scion got up and left for the library to research more dueling spells. He had a lot of work to do after all. Chapter 182, The Serpent Awakens. January 30th, 1994, Hogwarts. Sometimes, Draco Malfoy was jealous of Harry Potter. It had started in his first year when he was able to befriend Greengrass, Davis, and Zabini without any effort. Those were the only Slytherin students in his year whose families weren't under his father's sphere of influence. Draco had planned on gaining their trust and ruling over Slytherin House as its king, as his father did before him. Of course, that was when Potter decided to ruin everything without even trying. He had dismissed the green-eyed boy when he was sorted in his house, on the basis of his blood status. He was just some half-blood orphan whose name was synonymous with one of the greatest disasters in recent history, his legacy tainted by the magical blood that was spilt that day on Godric's Hollow, of which he was the only survivor. It was a pressure point like his father taught him, that would make people sing to his tunes. He really should have listened to his father more when he was younger. He would have said that the boy was obviously different, and in many ways, unnatural. He was just too good at magic, too calm, too mature for it to be normal. But people ate it all up, and he hated it. And so, he kept challenging him, in the hopes that he would shrivel when his pressure point was pressed. He didn't. And Draco paid the price. He lost his status in the house, he was looked down on by everyone. Draco tried, he really did. Even in potions, which his godfather had tutored him for years, he ended up getting beaten handily by the half-blood. He was such an idiot, he focused on Potter not being under his influence, of the half-blood having friends and making connections, that he didn't think of confirming the ones that he did possess. Not obviously didn't like him, but did so on the orders of his father, whom even Draco's own father thought to be a distasteful and sadistic man. And the young Malfoy paid the price for it. Lucius Malfoy had perished, and with him, most of the house's influence. Oh, they were still very rich and had contacts, but the leadership of the traditionalist faction was immediately swept away and taken over by the Knott family. The Knott patriarch did a good job of getting rid of any remnants of the Malfoy influence, and Draco's mother wasn't interested in fighting him, doing her best not to end up under someone's thumb in the chaos. Knott had even managed to get a new law voted in, saying that minors would not gain access to their parents' full vaults if the vault had more than 1,000,000 galleons in them, destroying any hope Draco's mother had to return to politics. She only had her personal vault for their expenses, but she never really cared about them, meaning that whatever was inside wouldn't be enough to support them and their lifestyle for 5 years. Thankfully, Narcissa was able to contact her paternal grandfather, Arcturus Black, who agreed to give her a sizable stipend until Draco's majority, which would give him access to the entirety of the Malfoy fortune. The previous summer was filled with boring events, people coming up to Draco and his mother with a fake expression of mourning, trying to take advantage of them. Of course, all of this stopped when Knott passed the bill, and there was no family fortune to steal anymore. He had thought that school would have been a good reprieve from the somber atmosphere that was at home. His mother had taken her husband's passing very badly, not that Draco was any better. Damn that smiling killer to hell. Alas, he came back to the castle, eager for a distraction, any kind really. He would even take Longbottom pranking him or anything, just so he would stop thinking about his father again. He missed having childish spats with other students, maybe even dueling them in the corridor. Hell, he even missed playing Quidditch. However, it was all for naught. No one cared about him anymore. Crabbe and Goyle left him like they hadn't been friends for years, just to follow Knott. Pansy barely paid him any attention. Even Millicent stopped trying to get his attention. The realization hit Draco Malfoy like a bludgeon to the chest. His name, once whispered in both fear and respect, now seemed to hold as much weight as a feather. The corridors of Hogwarts, which once parted like the Red Sea at his approach, now closed in on him, indifferent and cold. His isolation was not just social but emotional as well. He longed for the days when his biggest worry was outshining Potter in potions or getting one over Longbottom. Now, his concerns were far graver, the preservation of his family's legacy, the survival of their dwindling influence, and the crushing weight of his father's absence. The Slytherin common room, once his sanctuary, had become a lion's den. Whispers followed him as he walked past his housemates, their eyes filled with a curious mix of pity and disdain. The Slytherin throne, which he once occupied with such ease, now belonged to Theodore Knott, who lounged in his seat looking just as miserable as Draco felt. It was then that Draco realized that the only special thing about him was his father, and without him in the background making people terrified of his reprisal, he would have been all alone. No, he was all alone. He sat in the common room, in the corner where no one would bother him, and pondered about what his life meant, what his ancestors' legacy meant. He was playing chess against a very old, animated chessboard, one that learned from the magic of dozens of Malfoys before him. He almost lost every time, but not without leaving with a lesson. The blonde boy barely noticed when someone else sat in front of him, right as he lost his 5th game in the afternoon. "Mind if I join you for a game?" Draco looked up and saw the impassive face of Theodore not looking down at him. "Suit yourself." And just like that, the chessboard started to rearrange itself once more and he asked, "Not black or white?" "I always prefer to play in black," the other boy responded. "I guess I'll go first, then." "Pawn to e4" the blonde stated. The game continued, no one saying anything but their moves, but Draco could tell that he was winning. It was a shame. He thought that Not would at least be challenging to play against. Perhaps it was the fault of his magical crest. Ah, yes, during the stress of summer and the realization during school that he was all alone, Draco's crest finally activated, and with it, the spells that his ancestors had perfected over the course of centuries. Most of the spells were the mental variety. It wasn't exactly the mind arts hidden by the mind healers who were constrained with so many oaths that it was a wonder they could function at all. No, they were centered around thought acceleration, memory partition, and emotional control. It was a very underrated skill set, especially during dueling. He was planning on taking advantage of it during the upcoming dueling championship. Alas, the thought partitioning made chess games a little boring since he could see so many steps ahead of his opponents that he might as well be bullying them. Of course, the Malfoy chess set was designed to make it as challenging as possible and train this skill, but poor Not did not have this luxury. It didn't take long for Draco to wipe the floor with Not, who had an odd gleam in his eyes when they were done. "You're very good at this." "Everyone ought to be good at something," the blonde simply replied. "Yeah, I can see that. You're different than you used to be." "Less of a brat, you mean," Draco replied with a scoff. "It comes with the whole dead father thing. No wonder Potter always acted so high and mighty. Everyone thought that you were a spoiled brat, Malfoy, even the people who pretended to be your friend to curry a favor with the next Malfoy patriarch. You don't have to twist the knife, Not. You win." "Win what, exactly? Do you think I like having people with fake smiles pretend to laugh at stuff that I didn't even mean as jokes? I barely have any time to myself anymore. No, believe me, I didn't come here to gloat. I came here with an offer, one that would benefit the both of us." "Like what?" "Join the rest of the house and brown nose." Not interrupted him. "For fuck's sake, why are you making things so hard? I want us to be friends." "Is that so hard?" Draco was taken aback slightly, but Not continued before he could say anything. "Do you remember the first task? We're the only ones other than Potter's gang in Slytherin to finish the obstacle course, and we did it because we worked together. We made a great team, didn't we?" Draco thought back and couldn't help but smile slightly. "I guess we did." It was the most alive he had felt since his father's passing. He was able to use his thought partitioning to make a plan and followed through with it alongside Not. He doesn't even remember how they came to join each other, only that they refused to fail the task. They braved the unknown together and did far better than anyone expected. Draco's strategies and Not's skill and charms worked so well together, enough for him to forget, for a few precious minutes, about his father, about his mother's grieving, about the state of his house, about his own loneliness. Not then insisted, "Come on. Don't you need a partner to train for the dueling tournament? It's less than a month away, remember?" Draco hesitated, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He had not expected this, an offer of friendship from Theodore Not, the very person who had usurped his place in Slytherin. But a memory of the task, of how free he felt on that day, lingered in the back of his head. "All right, Not," Draco found himself saying, the words almost foreign in his mouth. "Let's start this as just training for the tournament, and we'll see where it goes." The boy's hopeful expression bloomed into the first true smile that he had never seen on Not's face. Was every smile before a fake? Now that Draco thought about it, he never really smiled, just a polite upward twist of his lips or a smug smirk, never really anything else. Did he feel as he did, alone in a world of strangers? Would it be so bad to have a true friend for once, someone who wouldn't want him for his family fortune or political influence, someone Draco could rely on to have his back in this pit of vipers? Intellectually, he knew that it was probably a mistake. Their friendship would be taken as a sign of the Malfoy family finally submitting to the Not supremacy. But he didn't care. For once in his life, Draco decided to make a decision for himself and took a leap of faith. He raised his hand, which Not met without hesitation. "Partners. Partners." And just like that, Draco felt a weight being dropped from his shoulders. He stared at Not, who looked just as relieved as he felt. The moment was broken as two envelopes with the familiar green seal of House Slytherin floated towards them. From Not's widened eyes, he too understood what those letters meant. The court of Slytherin summoned them, and at this time of year, it could mean one thing: they had started to recruit people to join their ranks. He didn't care that Potter and all of his friends also received similar invitations, nor did he feel any jealousy against Not, who was staring at his own envelope without even opening it. Draco's heart raced as he took the envelope, the weight of its significance heavy in his hands. This was more than an invitation, it was proof that the Malfoy name still meant something, that not all was lost. Beside him, Not's expression mirrored his own, a mixture of surprise and determination. This was the chance he had waited for, the chance to forge a new legacy, independent of the shadows of the past, independent of his father. Chapter 183, A Trace of Mischief. January 30, 1994, Hogwarts. Sometimes, Tracy was jealous of her friends. Oh, it had nothing to do with their magical abilities. Sure, they had some bullshit family crests that pretty much allowed them to cheat through the education of one or multiple fields of magic. Like honestly, Daphne's plant control was bullshit, Blaze's light magic was so overpowered it didn't feel right in the hand of a 13-year-old, but it was Harry who honestly drove her mad. Whatever the magical circle thing he had going on was just bullshit. Being able to use them to cast wandlessly just took the cake. No, what made Harry truly bullshit was his weird ability to just get magic. He could just see a spell once and replicate it. Hell, he could even modify it on the fly to suit his needs, something that arithmencers needed weeks to do for each spell. It really wasn't fair that they all had to spend hours learning complicated spells, only for him to just get them without even bothering with incantations or wand movement, then replicate it using his bullshit magic circles. Yeah, she said bullshit a lot. But it was the most apt description of what Harry is capable of. This made her wonder if this was what Dumbledore's housemates felt when they looked at him, because Tracy couldn't imagine anyone being like Harry. And yet Tracy wasn't jealous of him for that. Well, maybe just a little. Who wouldn't really? She once asked him how he could do the things he did. The answer still confused her today: you're treating magic like a tool, and while it can work, I see it differently. Magic is like music, and school teaches us how to be musicians. Each spell is a song, a symphony of some sort, one that we learn through repetition and muscle memory. Arithmencers are composers, trying to use old arrangements to create new ones. But constraining music into a list of songs is just not right. You have to learn how it works when a note is incorrect, instinctively. You need to listen, and once you understand, once the magic is more than a list of notes but more akin to a language to speak, then you'll be able to do what I do. She hadn't really understood what the boy meant by that. She did look into the library and couldn't find anything about it. After a few months, she just gave up and continued as she did. And yet, the words just wouldn't leave her head. Harry could be infuriatingly cryptic sometimes. Now, back to her friends, her jealousy mostly came with the fact that they knew exactly what they wanted in life. Harry always moved with purpose, and he excelled in anything he wanted with the barest effort. Guilds will probably be fighting over him before he graduates. Daphne obviously wanted to be a healer, as a reflex for her sister's condition. Blaze was just as lost as her, but had far more options, with the connection his mother had as well as the fortune she accumulated over the years. Tracy was the daughter of a pureblood mother and a muggle-born. And even then, her mother was a recent pureblood, meaning that she didn't have a fancy crest or magical secrets. She was a literal nobody who worked in the Ministry of Magic, who fell in love with a muggle-born in school and had her. The only good thing she had was when her maternal grandfather saved Daphne's maternal grandfather during Grindelwald's war. To pay back the debt, he had taken them under his protection, raised Tracy's mother as his ward alongside his daughter, and they have been friends ever since. It was because of Daphne's grandfather that Tracy's mother even got the position. But that was it. This was the most they would rise. Tracy just couldn't accept that. She wanted to be more than a mindless ministry drone. She wanted to stand out. There was a reason why she was sorted in Slytherin, after all. Unfortunately, she wasn't like Daphne, who could manipulate most situations to her advantage, except when they came to Harry. The girl was hopeless when it came to him, and it wasn't like the boy was any better. Harry spent a year wearing this ridiculous fedora hat that Daphne had given him, which he enchanted with an expansion charm. The enchantment was pretty cool, all things considered, but he looked like a miniature gangster from the movies her father made her watch when she was younger. She didn't have Blaze's charisma. She didn't have Harry's bullshit magic and weird ability to make a fucking fortune on a whim. Seriously, how the fuck did he make so much gold in a year? He literally took a non-entity and made it one of the most demanded brooms in the market. She loved her friends, but they just didn't understand. Even Blaze pretended to understand for her sake. She liked him, and he obviously liked her too. For some reason, the dark-skinned boy just wouldn't work up the courage to ask her out. She would probably ask him out after the second task if he didn't say anything by then. Alas, her friends just didn't understand how hard it was to start at the bottom of the ladder, to work very hard for the opportunity to just rise a single step. She needed to stand out. The tournament was a good start and people finally started to take notice. They finally started to realize that she was more than the local gossip queen. Tracy had used the equipment from the Hogsmeade attack to observe the most interesting places in the castle, which gave her more than enough information to act as some kind of broker. Even Blaze started to smuggle stuff into the castle, especially ones that weren't allowed in. Hell, one of her most recurring customers was Pansy Parkinson, who wanted blackmail material on anyone who disagreed with her about anything. Alas, Tracy knew that she had reached the best she could achieve on her own. She had risen as much as she could, being Harry and Daphne's friend, and the local information broker. She needed something more to get higher up on the ladder. She needed to Court of Slytherin. It was more than a school club, Harry always liked to say. It was a guaranteed path to a good job in the ministry, and maybe even more. You gained connections there, as well as information that only members had access to. It would be the ticket to Tracy's ambition. It angered her just how much Harry just dismissed the court. For him, it might be something childish, or even nonsensical, but for her, it was the only opportunity she had. When she said that she wanted to present his modified omnioculars to the court in an effort to be recruited, he had just laughed at her face. He called it a silly idea to waste such a precious resource on a club of pompous teenagers who pretended to be adults. Sometimes, he could really be patronizing sometimes, and that angered her. She probably shouldn't have acted like a brat during the Hogsmeade attack, but she just wanted to undermine him. She should have trusted him when he said that he dreamt of Hogsmeade being attacked. She should have followed his lead and not act like a bitch the next day. She was just afraid. Tracy had never been in any sort of mortal danger before. She had heard of Harry's adventures and believed them. But it was always so abstract. Being in true danger just freaked her out, and she lashed out, with Blaise following her lead. She regretted that. It had cost her Harry's trust, even if she was relieved that he obviously was never going to involve her in his antics again. It was her fault. She should have never taken that stupid bean. However, that didn't matter anymore. According to the letter in her hand, her performance in the first task was enough to get an invitation to their rank, alongside Harry, Blaise, and Daphne. She was worried that she didn't have as much on the table as the others since she didn't come from an old family, but her worries were laid to rest the moment the letter arrived. After curfew, they entered a secret corridor with a giant stone door with moving serpents. Inside was a room that looked more like an amphitheater, filled with people wearing green wooden masks of various magical snakes. This was it, the Court of Slytherin. The men sitting at the helm nodded at them in approval, and Tracy looked around for the first time. There were 6 candidates. She and her friends, as well as Nott and Malfoy. Nott was expected, all things considered. His father was in charge of a third of the Wisengamot, after all. But Malfoy wasn't. After his father's death, his house's influence had waned considerably. He would bring nothing of interest to the table until his majority, so that was an odd choice. Tracy looked around and saw 3 empty seats. Wait a minute, only 3. Oh, she started to suspect what was going to happen. The men in the helm slammed a gavel and spoke up first. The court is now in session. The entire hall fell quiet, and the king of the court held everyone's attention. Today, we celebrate the final candidates to join our prestigious ranks. For centuries, this organization has watched over Slytherin House, enforcing the unwritten rules of the house, and protecting the younger members from those who seek to hurt them. Countless influential people have been members of the club, and I challenge you to find any noteworthy Slytherin graduate who wasn't a member at some point. The 6 of you have a chance to join a legacy, to be immortalized amongst the legends of our house, and to wield influence far above that of any other student in this school. Alas, as you have probably noticed, we only have 3 available slots and there are 6 of you. The 6 third-years turned around looking at one another, seeing where this was going. Well, Harry looked infuriatingly bored out of his mind. And wasn't that just typical Harry? The men continued. Normally, as per our traditions, the 6 of you would duel and the victors would join our ranks. Thankfully, we won't have to do any of this, since there will be a dueling tournament in a few weeks. So, this ruling council decided on a far simpler solution. The best performances in the tournament will join our ranks, and the rest will spend the rest of their years in Hogwarts knowing that they were one small step away from joining us, from becoming more, and yet fell short, in the end. Look to your left and your right. Half of you will never see this room again. Half of you will never be members of this prestigious organization. So, make sure you do your best. Good luck and may the odds be ever in your favor. Thank you. Was that it? Tracy saw the other candidates just look around in confusion before slowly going back the way they felt. Did they really have to be dramatic about it? They could have just put that in the letter instead of summoning them at almost midnight just to tell them that. Was that what Harry was talking about when he dismissed the court so easily? It didn't matter, anyway. Even if it was just posturing, the court was her way into magical upper society. She would make invaluable connections there and maybe get a favor or two, which she would cash in after she graduated. And her chances were very good at getting in. Harry obviously wasn't interested and would reject the offer anyway. Daphne didn't really care about it but would probably accept if she won. Blaise would lose if she asked him to. He only wanted to join the court to support her, anyway. The only ones who truly cared were her, Draco and Nott. If she played her cards right and did well enough in the dueling tournament, she could easily become a new member of the court. Determined and focused, Tracy stepped out into the cool night, her resolve solidifying with each step as she envisioned her future among the elite of Slytherin. She had some dueling training to do. Chapter 184, Rumbling Depths. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the spectators' lounge as a pathetic duel between Seamus Finnegan against Marietta Edgecombe occurred on the platform below him. Next to him, Daphne looked befuddled at the sight. I know we're the youngest competitors in the tournament, but is it really that bad? Harry shrugged. It's not really fair to compare them to you. They don't have a crest helping them, and they never really trained to duel before. This is probably their first time fighting an actual opponent. I have to admit that Edgecombe is particularly bad, all things considered. She's the one with more magical education and Finnegan isn't a strong opponent to bridge that gap. The last Potter repressed a wince as the Gryffindor just threw explosions around like a madman with a sick grin on his face. Come on. Even you have to say that Finnegan has a knack when it comes to explosives, Daphne commented with a smirk. I never said anything else. Although it's a very specific skill. His magic might be naturally inclined to explosions, which would be extremely rare for someone without a long family history in pyrotechnic magic. I'm not really familiar with Irish old families. Neither am I, to be honest. They're very secretive with their magic. Finnegan's mother might be one, for all I know. Or he could just enjoy watching things blow up. Harry snorted. He blew things up without even using proper spells. Remember our first year, where he literally caused explosions whenever he failed a charm or a transfiguration? You might have a point there. Oh, the match is over. Harry peered to the platform and suppressed the urge to cackle as the fifth-year Ravenclaw was groaning while lying back outside the platform, having been caught in one of Finnegan's explosions. I can't believe Finnegan of all people is going to the next round. The structure of the tournament was fairly standardized. There were two main brackets, one containing the 6th and 7th years, and one containing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years. The lots were chosen randomly to have relatively fair duels. Or at least, that was what Dumbledore spouted to the media. Harry was sure that Dumbledore had something in mind for him, for his duel which should be in a couple of hours. The winner of each duel went to the next round, which should occur a couple of days later, and the loser was eliminated immediately. After 3 rounds for the younger bracket and 2 rounds for the older one, the remaining winners of each bracket faced against one another randomly, ignoring their age entirely. It was somewhat unfair to have wizards having attained their majority potentially fighting against 3rd years, but the normal dueling tournaments weren't all that much better. The under-17 brackets were very much the same and people didn't really complain about it. Harry shrugged at her. At least they didn't start the task with this duel. You have to admit that the duel between Diggory and Clearwater was an exciting one. It's a shame that Clearwater was eliminated this quickly. She's one of the most talented Muggleborns to come out of this place in the past couple of years. She deserved her opportunity to shine. She shined plenty in the first task, and people will remember this duel. I think Dumbledore did her a favor since everyone was going to watch that first duel and she definitely impressed a lot of people. I guess, Harry admitted, before looking to his left, where Tracy and Blaise were in a deep conversation, discussing dueling tactics with one another. I've never seen them so focused on anything. They didn't even take the whole Hogsmeade thing as seriously as this. Daphne's answer was a purly laughter, a sound that he had learned to enjoy over the years. You don't know Tracy like I do. Ever since my mother told her about the court of Slytherin, and how much it helped her when she set up her import business by calling in a favor or two, she's been dreaming about it. Really? That long? Does she want to open a business too or something? The blonde shrugged. I have no idea. But Tracy is an ambitious girl. She's been like that for ages. She probably has her designs on a higher-up position in the ministry or something. Complete opposite of her mother, surprisingly. Really, she never spoke about her parents. What's to tell? Her mother is a recent pureblood. Her grandfather helped mine during the war or something, and he raised her and my mother as if they were sisters. But Tracy's mother never really amounted to much. She just chose to have a cushy job in the ministry and fell in love with a Muggleborn when they were in Hogwarts. Her father was heartbroken when she told him about her engagement. Apparently, he wished for her to strive for more. Harry gave her a slight smile. Some people like the peace that comes with a simple life. Not everyone wants to rule the world. There's a certain purity to it, I suppose. And Blaise, what's his deal? Daphne's answer was just to give him a dry look, which he didn't get. Why are you looking at me like that? You're joking, right? The blonde said with an incredulous tone. What do you mean, I'm joking? I asked a simple question. Harry didn't really hear what she said in response. She muttered to herself something about morons and boys. Before he could ask her more about it, she looked at him with a deadpan expression. Blaise has a huge crush on Tracy. He has for years. Do you seriously think that he cares one bit about joining the court of Slytherin? He's doing it for her, as well as all this dueling stuff. Not that Tracy is any better, swooning around in our dormitory like some love-struck maiden. I bet they'll be dating by the end of the year. Huh, that made a lot of sense. Blaze was always relatively apathetic to whatever happened around him. They were a lot closer in their first year, after which, they just kinda drifted apart slightly, with Harry being distracted with the riddle thing. He must have gotten closer to Tracy at the time. The last Potter released a deep sigh. I'm horrible at that kind of stuff. Yeah, I noticed. What's that supposed to mean? She shook her head. Nothing. Just ignore it. Hey, looks like your opponent was announced. Choosing not to press further, Harry let her change the conversation. He turned and saw a floating piece of parchment with his name on it. He turned it over and grumbled, no bias my arse. What is it? Daphne asked. My opponent is Lucien Bowl. You know, that 5th year from our house, the beater in the Quidditch team. The blonde grimaced. You mean the same one that Flitwick kicked out of the dueling club for being too brutal and joined the Quidditch team instead? Harry simply nodded. It was a well-known fact. Around a couple of years back, when Harry was still a first year, Bowl was a member of Flitwick's dueling club. He was a pretty promising student, if a little too brutal in his takedowns. That was until he ended up almost blowing up one of his opponents to pieces after he had disarmed him. Flitwick was apparently enraged and kicked him out, causing the boy to just go to Flint and ask him for a position in the Quidditch team. The boy still entered dueling tournaments during the summer and had apparently gotten a tutor to help him whenever he wasn't in the castle. He didn't perform particularly well in the tournaments, but it was more than enough to put him above most of the students in the castle, who probably never fought a real opponent in their lives. The green-eyed boy wasn't very concerned about it. Yeah. I guess Dumbledore decided to stop trying to be subtle. Daphne raised an eyebrow. You do realize that you're probably going to have to show off a lot more than you planned, right? Don't worry, I have a plan. He didn't elaborate on what that plan was, but he didn't really need to. Over the years, Daphne learned to start trusting his decisions. It was one of the things he appreciated the most about her. She rarely ever doubted him and knew when to ask questions, and when to just follow along when he had no time to explain. Because Harry loved explaining things. It was a bit of a flaw of his, maybe a way to show off his knowledge, or a remnant of his time in his first life as a teacher. This first life has been starting to fade away slightly. It didn't feel forced, but more like the natural way people forgot about stuff that happened 15 years before. He could still remember, when he looked specifically for it, and most of his skills weren't affected. He wasn't particularly bothered though. Harry's previous life was one filled with hopelessness and misery. He much preferred to think about his current one, his true one. But that was enough reminiscing of bad memories. He had a duel to win, after all. After watching a few disappointing duels, it was time for Harry to prepare for his own. He walked down to the competitor's room and put on the tournament uniform provided for him. He made sure, of course, that it wasn't sabotaged in any way using his arcane hearing. He patiently waited for his turn when Professor Flitwick came to get him. The half-goblin looked slightly hesitant when he spoke to him. Are you worried, Potter? Not really. The charms professor didn't look appeased by his answer. He probably knew that Dumbledore was planning something. Alas, this was the headmaster's castle, his domain, and Flitwick was just an employee here. Don't underestimate Bowl. Before removing him from the club, I taught him myself. He was a very talented student and could easily take you off guard. With a shrug, Harry replied, thank you. The half-goblin looked like he wanted to say something, but simply replied by saying, good luck. When he stepped through the doorway, he found himself in the familiar dueling platform. It was far more crowded than it looked from the outside, and it was definitely a lot louder. From the other side, Lucien was looking at him with a threatening smile, which Harry ignored entirely. They slowly walked to the middle of the platform. The scene must have been comical to the spectators. To the normal observer, Bowl was intimidating. He was broad-shouldered, with a muscular build that spoke of rigorous training. His height, easily surpassing Harry's, allowed him to peer down with an air of superiority. His face, sharp and angular, was framed by slick, dark hair, neatly combed back to accentuate his steely gray eyes. The professional dueling robes he wore clung to his form, enhancing his athletic physique. Were they even allowed to wear anything but the tournament robes? None of the other contestants wore something else. Bowl's robes, a deep emerald green embroidered with silver threads, shimmered under the bright lights of the arena, reflecting his house colors with pride. The older boy looked at Harry with a fake pitying expression. Sorry about what happening, little Potter. I would have liked to see you progress, but you know, I don't want to lose. I'll try not to hurt you too much. Harry gave him a blank look before stiffening. Did you say something? The older boy's face reddened at the response. He obviously wanted to say something but was interrupted by the announcer, Ludo Bagman, ladies and gentlemen. What a day we've had, and it's about to get even better. For our next match, we have Lucien Bowl, a fifth-year Slytherin, and a known competitor in the under-17 National Dueling Tournament. He will go against his younger housemate, Harry Potter, a third year, and the winner of the previous task of his tournament. Will Potter be able to use one of his tricks to win this tournament as well, or will Bowl's experience prevail? We'll find that out now. Both duelers bowed to each other before turning back and raising their wands. Harry looked at his competitor's stance. Unsurprisingly attacking, which made sense considering his reputation. He probably wanted to end the duel quickly. From the look of the stance, it was probably a bone-breaking curse, but that was a guess at best. Harry felt something change in the boy's magic using his arcane hearing. They were legal but pretty frowned upon. Oh, isn't that interesting? He's shaping his magic to prepare a spell, definitely a bone breaker, to be released without any wand movements. Harry was impressed. It was a pretty advanced dueling trick. From the wand's position, he was probably aiming at Harry's chest. Why this hex, though? Oh, it's part of a famous spell chain that stopped counterattacks by shielding right after with a protego. A good first bout, one that would take out most inexperienced opponents. Too bad for him, Harry wasn't inexperienced. As Bagman announced the start of a duel, Harry tilted to the left to dodge the impromptu bonebreaker and retaliated immediately, stupefy. To Bowl, it probably looked like Harry was somewhat experienced, and he continued his chain to continue his shield charm. Of course, Harry's spell surprisingly broke the shield as if it weren't there, and the older boy found himself unconscious from a single spell. The crowd was silent in shock at the bout. Harry suppressed a smug grin and bowed to his unconscious opponent before leaving the room. No one really expected the variation of the stunning charm, specifically designed to bypass the shield charm. It wasn't even an illegal spell, only not used since it was designed to break a standard protego and had a weaker effect overall. Harry ignored the loud cheers as he passed by the gobsmacked charmed professor and said, "I told you I wasn't worried." Alright, this was the first part of the dueling tournament. I wanted to ask your opinion about how I handled it so far, and if you had any suggestions. Chapter 185, Spectating Echoes. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. After finishing the duel, Harry found himself sitting in his previous seat in the stands, ignoring the stares and whispers that surrounded him. He could somewhat understand the reasoning. None of the other duels were as quick or ended up in such an overwhelming victory. Harry had literally cast a single spell and had used it to defeat Bowl, nothing more nothing less. It was the way Harry chose to respond to Dumbledore's little trap. Defeating an upperclassman without demonstrating a single sign of his abilities was the theme he had chosen to use for the duration of the tournament. After all, it had served him well in the first task. People probably had no idea what he had done. Perhaps, they thought that he overpowered Bowl's shield, which would be ridiculous. To the trained eye, overpowering a shield and using a shield-breaking charm had completely different effects. The first literally disintegrated the shield, while the second broke it akin to a bullet hitting a glass window. It was more precise and more efficient. The biggest issue would have been its limited diversity. In higher-level duels, incantations and wand movements meant very little. In fact, people often used incorrect wand movements to throw off their opponents. Considering that shield breakers only worked for a single shield, and were completely useless in any other setting, they were considered to be interesting but relatively useless pieces of magic. Which was why no one saw them coming. People didn't have Harry's arcane hearing. They couldn't hear the magic, understand it as he does, and recognize their chosen shields before they're even cast. And they couldn't really ban it, at least, without causing some real controversy while looking like hypocrites. After all, modified versions of allowed spells are something that was commonly seen in dueling tournaments. One of the more standard dueling tactics was to use modified variants of spells that travel at different speeds, or sometimes even have different accelerations altogether. And this was just a single aspect. Banning spells modified to include shield breakers would mean that any variation of spells that didn't even include any dark magic would be possible. And with that, dueling would turn into two mages just flinging curses at each other without any tactics. Speaking of dark magic, more than a few spectators kept murmuring about it while looking at him. It was honestly hilarious. Oh, Harry knew more than a few dark spells, but he could only use the variants relying on the mysterious outside source of magic that made its effects more pronounced. But he never could muster the hatred or rage necessary to take those spells to new heights. He could probably simulate the magic with his arcane hearing, but it would be time-consuming. It also didn't feel right to do it this way, like it would be a very inefficient endeavor. Harry had learned that during his research on curses with Daphne. Oh, he was great when it came to dispelling curses, but not at casting them. He was just average. Honestly, it made Harry slightly wary of people who excelled in this type of magic. He could find two types of them from the top of his head. There were the insane mages who were so full of hate and anger that they would lash at the world at every second like Bellatrix Lestrange used to be before she died. And there were the calm mages with ironclad control over their emotions like Harry's guardian, Arcturus Black. While the first type was worrying, the second was far more terrifying to face. So, when people accused him of using dark magic behind his back, Harry couldn't help but find it amusing. They had literally chosen the field of magic that he excelled at the least, and they still tried to accuse him of using it because it sounded bad. His meager skills in alchemy could probably cause more damage than most curses anyway. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Ludo Bagman's loud but aggravating voice announcing the start of Daphne's duel. She was pitted against Eddie Carmichael, a somewhat intelligent Ravenclaw that was a year above them. He didn't know much about the boy, only that he was the one challenging Cho Chang for the top spot in his year and that he was stunned immediately after the start of his first task and didn't get to continue. He turned towards his friend's location and saw her looking up to see him. She looked cool from the outside, but Harry could tell that it was a front and that she was nervous. He gave her a confident smile, and she relaxed slightly. Both competitors bowed in the center of the field, bowed and returned back to their side, with their stance positions. Carmichael obviously read a bit about dueling, but his stand was slightly off. Oh, he was an academic then. Harry could respect that. Some people just didn't enjoy fighting. Daphne must have noticed it as well since her expression turned into a smug grin that seemed to infuriate her opponent. And just like that, the duel started. The first thing Harry noticed was that Carmichael did not speak when casting a spell. Non-verbal casting, being a 6th-year skill, did make this achievement pretty impressive for a 4th year, and it would have made for a wonderful surprise. Unfortunately for him, Daphne was used to dueling Harry, who rarely ever voiced his spells. She went immediately into normal combat mode and shielded herself against the boy's stunning charm. The duel progressed easily enough, both duelers looking evenly matched from the outside. The spectators just didn't know how much Daphne was holding back since she obviously didn't want to show her trump cards. It was a shame that they couldn't use any meaningful curses. Daphne was getting disturbingly good with them, and the gleam in her eyes when she used them sometimes scared the crap out of him. Still, Carmichael ended up falling for a basic trap Harry had taught the blonde. It was a rudimentary lesson on using her surroundings, where Harry cast a spell that seemingly had missed minutes before, and ended up changing the environment in some way, only to be caught in them after forgetting about it. Daphne cast a small transfiguration spell that didn't change the shape of an object, just its materials into some kind of very strong glue. Carmichael had probably forgotten about it because minutes later, his leg got stuck in it, and it cost him a couple of seconds of concentration that Daphne used to stun him. It was probably one of the more entertaining duels in the younger tournament bracket, and the audience just started to cheer and applaud them both. Daphne helped her competitor up and gave him a respectful nod, before looking up at Har's face. The approving smile he had given her made her visibly preen, not that most people would be able to tell. The blonde, then, proudly turned and left the dueling platform. And she was right to be proud. Her performance would get her a lot of points and recognition in their house. Unfortunately, Harry wouldn't get the same treatment, not that he really cared about it. It wasn't exactly a secret that Lucien Bull was one of the court's rooks. His brutality is dealing with those who broke the unwritten rules of Slytherin, or against members of other houses that go too far, was very well known. Harry made himself very few friends by beating him in such a humiliating way. Unfortunately for the older boy, Harry would rather face his anger than fall into Dumbledore's trap. If Harry had even performed half as well as Daphne, the prophet would have been ranting and raving about Dumbledore being right about him all along, the following day. A few minutes later, Daphne walked gracefully to her former seat next to him, and whispered, "So, how did I do?" "Splendidly, Daph. You handled yourself very well. I'm proud of you." The blonde reddened slightly and hit him in the shoulder. "You didn't have to humiliate Bull like this. I know that you don't want to show off, but you kinda did. I got lucky." "Sure, you got lucky by casting a spell that was specifically designed against the shield he put up, a spell that you cast before he even put up the shield, remember?" Her tone was dry, but Harry could tell that it had a hint of amusement hidden in it. Harry simply shrugged. "Hey, I just took a gamble and won. The spell isn't that hard to learn." "Oh, shut up. When are Tracy and Blaze's duels, by the way?" "I barely had time to speak with them when they were preparing. They probably left just before you came back to the stands." The last Potter looked at the board and saw his friends' names. "I didn't see them on the way. Tracy's duel is in 10 minutes against Crabbe." "Well, she has that in the bag. Blaze is the one after her against Katie Bell. The chaser in the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "Yeah. Don't know much about her dueling or even her spell work." "Harry, don't take this the wrong way," Daphne said with a chuckle, "but you're not a social creature. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that you don't know the names of our yearmates." The young man gave her a smug grin that made his friend hit him in the shoulder again. "Violent woman." "Just keeping you in line, dear," the blonde joked back. Her voice then turned reminiscent slightly. "I wish they didn't do the task on Valentine's Day." "I have to agree with that. It's very rare that we have good weather in February." "A trip in Hogsmeade would have been nice," he replied. Daphne turned to him with her eyes widened. "You want to go to Hogsmeade?" "I've been meaning the visit. We haven't really been there since the attack. And with the ministry investing more into the area as well as well-wishers joining in, I heard that the place looks a lot different." Daphne's expression fell slightly, for a fraction of a second before going back to normal. "Yeah, I heard that Bones insisted on awarding the bounties on Greyback and his pack to the village. They renovated a lot. There were even more stores that opened up. Do you want to sneak there after the dueling tournament? It would be fun. Before Harry could respond, he heard cheers from the entire crowd, as well as Ludo Bagman yelling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have had some spectacular duels today, and now it's time for one of the most anticipated matches. The boy who lived, Neville Longbottom, will face off against the formidable Slytherin, Cassius Warrington." While Warrington is 2 years his senior, Longbottom did raise a few eyebrows during his performance in the first task, even if he was not qualified. So, who will win? Experience or bravery? Now, enough talk, let's see the duel unfold. May the best wizard win. The excitement in the air, and the cheers that Bagman got after his introduction, were far higher than that of the other duels. Neville was right when he said that most people came here to see him. As both duelers took their stance, Harry couldn't help but feel a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. He had seen that look in Neville's eye before, right as he finished the first task. To his arcane hearing, the boy's magic was wild and chaotic, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice, craving for it, in fact. There was a desperation for recognition, for victory. There was anger, bubbling deep down, barely repressed. This could very easily just go wrong. As Neville and Warrington faced each other, wands drawn, the arena hushed in anticipation. Moments later, the duelists locked eyes and cast their first spells. Chapter 186, Circular Reasoning. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Cassius Warrington would admit without any shame that he wasn't the most talented student in Hogwarts. He wasn't even the most talented wizard in his year. But he was probably one of the most hard-working students in his house. He wouldn't really say it out loud, but he thought it hard enough. Most of the students in his house were spoiled rotten and barely had a bad day in their lives. It showed, really, when it came to how petty they could be at the sign of something they considered to be a slight. It was proof that people would always have something to complain about, no matter how comfortable their lives were. Cassius wasn't like them. He had to earn everything he ever got. After all, he was the son of a squib, who happened to be a descendant of some healer who received an order of Merlin a couple of centuries back. His mother, a French witch who had recognized the name, married his father, with dreams of wealth and prestige. She didn't find any. While they couldn't be considered to be poor in the broad definition of the term, the Warrington family wasn't drowning in gold, like she hoped. It took her years to find that out, keeping out hope that there was some hidden treasure that her husband didn't tell her about. There wasn't. When she finally lost hope, she divorced his father without a second's thought, taking most of the meager fortune that Cassius' grandfather left them, and didn't even look back as she moved to France once more. She didn't even leave enough for Cassius' own Hogwarts education. He was 10 at the time. His sister, Ivy, was 2 years old and hadn't really realized what had happened. The only thing they had left was their family home, something that they couldn't sell without the rest of magical Britain knowing about it, something that would ruin his and his sister's chances in their world. Status and heritage mattered a lot in their society, and selling a family home was one of the most shameful events that a magical family could suffer. It meant that they officially lost their status and Cassius would jeopardize his sister's future just for a couple of years of comfort. Cassius' father worked himself to the bone in the Muggle world to buy their clothes and groceries. They couldn't really exchange it to galleons and Cassius sometimes wished that he was a Muggle-born. Things would have been a lot easier if they could exchange pounds for wizarding currency. So, to buy his school supplies, Cassius volunteered in shops, which were upgraded to part-time positions during the summer. He did it under an alias, of course, and he was easily able to save enough gold to be self-reliant. Of course, when he realized that he was very good at potions, Cassius made even more gold by selling potions under the table to the students during his school year. It was enough for Ivy to grow with magic. He bought her magical toys, magic books, and even a small training broom. He even had enough gold left over to buy himself a broom. It wasn't a fancy one, but it was more than enough to try out getting into the Quidditch team, something that he achieved, until that brat Malfoy got his father to buy Flint 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms, and bought himself into the team, kicking Cassius out. He really hated the brat since then, although his anger lessened when his father was killed the previous summer. The long story was that these spoiled children didn't know how to do anything without someone holding their hands. They never worked a day in their lives. They never had to even make an effort to do anything. Cassius worked his ass off in school and his other activities. He rose southwest much that the court had personally invited him. It took him 2 years to progress from a pawn to a knight, and he had gained much from it. But he had also ended up with a lot of expectations on his shoulders. Expectations that he was coming to regret, now that he had started to face Longbottom. It was a no-win situation, much like how the Potter boy had to deal with in this tournament. Slytherins weren't blind. They knew that there was something between Dumbledore and Potter. It was one of the biggest reasons why no one tried to ally themselves with the boy, who obviously was one of the most talented students in school. No one wanted to get into the headmaster's bad side, especially while staying in his castle. Potter did hide himself pretty well, staying in the background as a talented student, nothing more, until Dumbledore just proclaimed that he could be the second coming of the Dark Lord without a single speck of evidence. It was obviously nonsense, but people started to pay attention to Harry Potter, and the boy did not disappoint. The entire tournament was a bad thing for Potter. He couldn't use anything too advanced, which would prove Dumbledore right, and he couldn't afford to lose, which would make him the mockery of magical Britain. Cassius needed to impress people for the opportunity to be invited into a guild, or for an apprenticeship. He could be offered internships, and maybe even actual jobs. Potter was the opposite. He needed to impress people, but not too much. And by Merlin's beard, did the boy find that fine line somehow. His performance in the first task was as amusing as it was impressive. The way he beat Lucy and Bowl in just a few seconds, with a simple spell, was insane. He recognized the spell. A stunning charm specifically made to go through Protego shields. It could have ended so badly, yet it just worked somehow. He had to admit that Potter had style. Yet now, Cassius had his own dilemma. Neville Longbottom. The boy who lived. The Gryffindor might have had some hard times in the past year or so, with the whole breaking the statute of secrecy with a flying car, breaking into the common room with Polyjuice, being declared insane because he thought he fought a basilisk and slayed it with a sword, and that was the tip of the iceberg. He became a pariah in the Gryffindor common room, slowly losing his popularity as people realized that he was a relatively talented wizard, but definitely not the second coming of Merlin that Dumbledore alluded to. However, outside the castle, the boy was still a celebrity, and the future head of the Longbottom family. People still cheered for his name. Cassius knew that he could beat Longbottom easily. It wasn't anything personal, or an attack on the boy's intelligence or magical power, but at the end of the day, Cassius simply had 2 years of magical training over him. The issue was that he couldn't afford to humiliate him. He couldn't make it too quick, since most of the spectators bought their tickets to see him. He couldn't lose, of course, that would threaten his position in the court as well as remove many prospects in the future. His sister was even in the crowd cheering him on. He had bought her a ticket when he saw how enthusiastic she was about seeing her big brother compete. She loved the first task, and he didn't want her to see him lose to a boy 2 years his junior. Hence the pressure. He expected an easy fight that he would have to hold back immensely to make slightly entertaining. Those expectations were stiffed after the first spell Longbottom cast impacted his shield, and he felt like he was hit by the night bus. What the hell? Wasn't Longbottom supposed to be a third year? Thankfully, it looked like power was all there was to it. The boy did learn a bit of dueling, but not enough to bridge the gap between them. Other fifth years could have easily lost his position if they didn't attention. Of course, that's when Longbottom pointed his wand and bellowed, "Reducto." It was an instinctive response, but Cassius wordlessly cast a shield charm moments before the spell impacted him. Gong. The sound was almost deafening. He could have been seriously hurt if he hadn't taught himself wordless casting. He was planning on keeping that a surprise in his OWL exams. He heard that examiners liked to bump up a grade if someone showed them a piece of magic that was above their presumed education. Cassius leapt to the side right away, reacting on instinct. Lucky he had, for several curses sailed through the space he had occupied a second or so earlier. A spell chain, now. Quite a good one, too. The wand movements had been perfect and the casting had been fast, very fast. Accurate, too. Was it just him, or was the precision missing at the start of the duel? Did Longbottom want to make him drop his guard with a false sense of security, or did he somehow get better during the fight? When his opponent's next volley was strategically placed to lead Cassius into yet another onslaught, his eyes narrowed. It didn't matter what Longbottom was playing at. He was done holding back. Instead of using a standard shield charm, he used a repelling shield and overcharged it. The spell coming his way was sent flying back towards Longbottom, whose eyes widened and ducked. The boy did not expect the overcharged shield to move outward and send him flying back. Cassius' lips curled upwards as he sent a stunner at the downed boy. This expression quickly turned slightly baffled when Longbottom somehow rolled away and retaliated with a wordless windcutter mid-roll. Cassius was able to shield against it, of course, but who did that? This was a school tournament, not a war zone. And yet the boy released a torrent of offensive spells that was just so far above what a third year should have been capable of. Still, Cassius easily kept up, and traded a few spells with the boy, before becoming fed up and deciding to try out Transfiguration instead. A couple of the debris around him were turned into small rats that ran towards the Longbottom scion, who simply pointed his wand at them and yelled out, "Bombarda." Who the fuck used an exploding charm on rats? The rats were vaporized, but half of the dueling platform blew up as well. Cassius was able to redirect the debris with a Depulso Maxima. The dust settled to reveal a coughing Longbottom who had a bleeding cut on his cheek. The look in the boy's eyes was of burning hatred. The blood on his face made him look feral. Wasn't Longbottom's instability supposed to be a bunch of rumors? Cassius was so distracted by the look on Longbottom's face that he almost missed him yelling out in anger, "Lucero! What the fuck was wrong with this kid?" Cassius dove to the side, knowing that this spell would tear through most of the shields he knew. This was straight-up dark magic. It wasn't technically a banned spell since it was technically a variation of the cutting charm and could be treated easily enough. His dodge put him right in the target of a blinding curse. Cassius hastily yelled out, "Protego horribilis." The shield barely held, but it thankfully did. He wanted to see what the crowd was thinking about the boy who lived casting fucking dark magic in public. Was Longbottom an idiot or something? This could easily destroy his reputation. He decided to focus on the duel in case Longbottom did something insane again. He would end it quickly. No longer holding back in the slightest, he conjured a dozen bolas that he banished towards Longbottom. Most of them didn't hit, but a couple hit his knees at very hard speeds. Cassius cast 3 punching charms in quick succession. Longbottom fell to the ground, and the older boy decided to end it with a disarming charm, followed by a stunner. The boy must have tried to send another spell his way since he didn't have the time to shield or dodge, but he couldn't with his wand missing from his hand. Before Longbottom realized what had happened, Cassius' spell hit him in the chest, finally knocking him out. That was a lot harder than he thought it would have been. He turned towards the spectators, only to hear screaming for some reason. Why were they screaming? Did something happen? Cassius attempted to take a deep breath, only to feel a burning sensation in his chest. He didn't remember being hit with a spell. He put his hands near where the pain was coming from. Why was there red paint on his hands? Was this blood? Confusion and shock overtook him as he tried to make sense of it all. The crowd faded into a distant echo as his vision blurred. Cassius struggled to stay upright, feeling a wave of dizziness. The only thing he thought about was concern for Ivy seeing him hurt. His legs gave way, and the last thing he saw before darkness engulfed him was the concerned face of Professor Flitwick rushing towards him. Then, everything went black. Chapter 187, Bleeding Heart. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Pandemonium would have been an apt way to describe Harry's surroundings. Everyone around him was either screaming or yelling at the horrifying scene on the stage. Harry could see a furious Dumbledore practically running towards Neville, who lay unconscious after his duel. What a shame. It had started so well for the Longbottom scion. Seeing the boy who lived duel was one of the reasons many people actually bought tickets to what was essentially a glorified school tournament that students were forced to participate in. They were expecting a spectacle, and by the gods did Neville deliver. At the start, the duel was, by far, the most exciting one. Oh, it wasn't the most advanced in terms of magical ability, or who displayed the most power. No, it was the narrative of the underdog, Neville, trying to defeat a more experienced opponent with sheer guts. Neville fought and showcased magic that Harry honestly didn't expect from the boy, with some dueling tactics mixed in. What had started as a sure thing for Warrington ended up as a genuine competition. Harry could tell when the older boy started taking things seriously, and it was a short time after the duel began. The most surprising thing, he had to admit, was seeing Neville get better as the duel progressed. The Gryffindor wasn't an idiot in the academics department by any means. In fact, he seemed to thrive when it came to practical application and learned very quickly while doing, as opposed to Harry preferring to learn by studying and experimenting. But Neville was objectively not a genius, especially not one capable of refining stances and spell chains in the middle of a duel. It was unnatural. It felt more like a better wizard using polyjuice to impersonate him for some reason, yet Harry knew that it was fundamentally still Neville with his arcane hearing. Sure, he was more focused, and more emotional, especially when it came to anger, but he was still Neville in his core. This jump in ability just didn't make sense, especially in the span of seconds. There was only one thing that could do anything like that was a family crest. Daphne and Blaise jumped in ability and learning speed since their crests were officially unlocked. Tracy did not have that advantage and did need to spend extra time to catch up with them. It would be logical that most ancient wizards wanted their families to become powerful mages and would give them some kind of advantage. Was it some bleed-through, like relearning a spell in a way? No, it was subtler than that in Blaise and Daphne's cases. Neville's crest had to be far more different than theirs. Crests were family things, and it was possible for someone to edit their crest so that they would be passed down differently. Harry could come up with hundreds of ways to achieve this result, but in the end, it was purely theoretical, not to mention that most of them presented a large chance of crippling, or even killing the inheritors of the crest. It didn't explain the temperament changes though. Neville has become increasingly short-tempered and prone to anger since the previous summer. Of course, that could be explained by Harry essentially gaslighting him, causing most of magical Britain to think that he was insane. However, all theories about Neville's progress in magic were halted by the fact that the boy started throwing around spells that would be frowned upon in a dueling setting. Seriously, using an explosion charm to get rid of rats of all things was just unreasonable, especially considering that the platform he was dueling on was made of wood. Things were worrisome but not really critical until the boy used dark magic after Warrington cut his cheek. Of course, they were technically legal spells since they could be healed and countered easily enough, and the chances of even getting a scar afterwards would have been small at best, but it was a scandal in the making. Seriously, Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, the boy who assaulted Slytherins in his first year for being dark, the boy who Dumbledore liked to portray as his successor and the embodiment of the light, started casting dark spells to win a school duel. The crowd was already murmuring at this point, and Warrington had a shocked expression on his face for the rest of the duel. Still, everything went relatively well, and the older boy did end up winning, except for the fact that Longbottom used a fucking wind-stabbing curse wandlessly moments before he passed out. This was already a very illegal spell in duels due to the simple fact that it was invisible and there was a very real possibility that whoever it was used on would end up dead since it didn't slash like a cutting charm but impaled the target with an invisible wind blade. And to make it worse, it was also hard to heal since the areas impacted by the spell are deeper in the body than just the skin that might come with a lacero. And worse, it was cast wandlessly. Dumbledore was probably going to claim it to be the result of accidental magic. He'd make it sound so reasonable, say that third-year students shouldn't really have the ability to do something as advanced as wandless casting and that it was probably just a moment of weakness mixed with accidental magic since the boy was obviously emotional and powerful. He would say that the dark magic was just remnants from the duel that mixed up with the wild and chaotic accidental magic. It would be so easy for the masses to believe him. After all, they all thought he could do no wrong. But that would be pure bullshit. Harry cast that spell before when he learned curse-breaking with Daphne. This was an exact replica of the spell down to every arithmetic variable. Neville Longbottom cast a spell wandlessly, and it was a fucking curse of all things. People didn't really get wandless magic, or how it worked. Being able to do small things wandlessly was something that any wizard could learn. But it was completely restricted to fundamentally simple things, like moving small objects or summoning them. Anything complex was just beyond them. There was a reason why wands were so commonly used. Complicated magic required something to structure it, something like a wand, runes, or even Harry's magic circles. Except for a few spells. To cast a spell wandlessly, and an actual spell at that, not just pushing a little intent and hoping for the best, a person had to be extremely familiar to them. It was something that experts in their fields learned, and it was mostly by reflex. It wasn't impossible to see a healer casting a diagnostics charm, or a potion master taking out their kit, or using a specific spell to alter a potion in some way. It had to be a spell that they had used so much that it became mindless, something that was so ingrained in their daily life that they didn't even think about using it. It wasn't something that a crest could do. The spells inside a family crest still had to obey the rules of magic. Blaise and Daphne still needed wands to cast their family spells. Wandless magic wasn't something that could be stored in a crest. It was not something that someone could inherit. And yet, Neville Longbottom somehow cast a dark curse wandlessly, as if he had done so 1,000 times before, and Cassius Warrington paid the price for it. No one truly realized what had happened until the boy himself started to sway on his feet. A red stain grew on his chest, and people started to scream. The shields around the duel were shattered in the blink of an eye by Dumbledore and Flitwick, followed by a frantic Mediwitch that kept channeling one healing charm after another in very quick succession. At that moment, Harry's respect for Madame Pomfrey grew considerably. Listening to what she was doing with his arcane hearing was amazing. It took her less than a second to realize that Warrington was hit with a dark spell, 2 seconds to isolate the dark magic and stop it from spreading, and 5 seconds to tell what the spell was before countering it. She healed his internal organs, and the young Slytherin could hear Warrington's song start to stabilize slightly. It literally took her 10 seconds to take a dying boy and stabilize him enough that a potion regimen would likely heal him in a couple of days. She conjured a few bandages, probably designed to deal with dark magic, and levitated the unconscious boy outside the arena. Even Dumbledore hadn't even tried to get in her way. Not that he would care, since he was checking on his precious boy who lived, who was simply stunned, and maybe a little bruised. People did not mess with healers, and there was a good reason for that. The Healing Guild was, by far, the most ancient guild in the wizarding world. And while healers took vows before and after learning healing magic, no one could unearth their secrets. Yet should someone attack or even kill a healer, they were banned from any sort of magical healing in the world. Not a single healer would touch them. A simple curse could kill a mage if they couldn't counter it in time, and healing potions could only go so far. And considering how many people just happened to befall seemingly harmless accidents right after killing a healer, the guild probably arranged for them to happen as warnings. There was a reason why no one was insane enough to attack magical hospitals. Grindelwald hadn't done it, and even Voldemort didn't touch St. Mungo's during his civil war. People just stopped pressuring them to join sides since they were bound by their oaths to not take sides in conflicts, to simply heal the sick no matter which side they came from. And in turn, people respected their neutrality. "Is he going to be all right?" someone on his right muttered. It was Daphne, who looked pale and horrified by what she had witnessed. For all their adventure together, this was probably the first time she had seen someone with such a wound. With the basilisk, the whole thing was instant, and the Peruvian instant darkness fog did obscure most of the violence in Hogsmeade. Harry had the urge to reassure her, Warrington will be fine. He wasn't hit anywhere really important, and Madame Pomfrey was able to handle things before it got too out of hand. He's lucky, though. If he was hit just an inch up, things would have ended a lot worse, and if Madame Pomfrey hadn't been there, he would have bled out before anyone could take him to the hospital wing. The blonde shook her head. I recognized the curse. He was very lucky. Harry nodded in understanding, but before he could say anything, Dumbledore came back to the stands and spoke up with an enchanted voice that spread all around the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your concerns regarding the recent events in today's dueling tournament. Rest assured, both Mr. Warrington and Mr. Longbottom are receiving the best care and will make a full recovery. This incident, however, serves as a poignant reminder of the unpredictable nature of magic, especially when not fully controlled. The tournament shall proceed, but I implore everyone to exercise the utmost caution and restraint. Remember, the spirit of this event is in skill and sportsmanship, not in power alone. Well, he fucking called it, didn't he? Honestly, Dumbledore was getting predictable in his old age. The rest of the spectators didn't seem to see it. The crowd murmured in response, some still visibly shaken by the intensity of the duel. Dumbledore's words seemed to bring a sense of calm over the audience, who listened to him like sheep, and Bagman announced the following duel. Harry watched the rest of the duels with a lot of thoughts and theories in his head about Longbottom's behavior. When Tracy won against Dean Thomas, and Blaise defeated Carl Hopkins, a student a year above him in Gryffindor, he clapped and congratulated them absent-mindedly. He had purposefully ignored Neville's recent behavior out of guilt. Something was wrong with the boy, and Warrington had almost died because of it. This behavior was not normal. This temper definitely was not natural for a teenager to have. People didn't switch from irritation to murderous rage during the duel. He had seen it before during the first task, but Harry thought it would have been a one-time event. He had to talk to Neville as soon as possible. Yes, with his mindset, Harry decided to visit him in the infirmary once the duels were over. They had a lot to talk about. The confrontation with Neville should be in the next chapter. I tried to keep things interesting from Harry's perspective and Dumbledore's expected reaction to Neville's mess. As usual, please let me know what you think or if you have any suggestions. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, The Crimson Light. February 14, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville woke up with a killer headache, and his ears ringing. What had happened? He was confused. He remembered being prepared to enter the duel, but it felt more like a fog than anything else. He was fighting this older Slytherin, Warrington. He wanted to win so much. He wanted to impress his grandmother, he wanted to show the world that he was more than a name, more than the product of his parents' sacrifice, he wanted to show Harry that he was worthy of his friendship. Did he lose? He must have. He was knocked out, from the looks of it. He didn't remember much at the end of the duel, only that he was overwhelmed and how angry he was. It was hard to think. Everything was just drowsy. The Longbottom scion tried to get up, but his body just wouldn't move. He couldn't even turn his neck. Instead, he heard voices. It took a lot of effort on his part to focus enough to hear them. What am I going to do with you, Neville? He recognized the voice. It was his grandmother. Why was she here? Shouldn't she have stayed in the stands with the rest of the spectators? She sounded so sad, so heartbroken. Neville had never seen her as anything but a strict and unyielding woman with nerves of steel. To see her like this. It hurt. He wanted to comfort her, to hold her hand. He wanted to tell her not to be so sad. That was until he heard her next sentence. Frank would be so disappointed. Alice would be horrified. Dark magic, Neville. Why did you think that using something like that would be worth it? Why would you tarnish our legacy like this? You were supposed to be the best of us, the best of all Longbottoms before you. Wait, what? What dark magic? Neville never learned any dark magic. He never so much as opened a book that had a dark spell inside. He knew a lot of dueling spells, and he had prepared himself ever since the first task was over, but he never touched dark magic. What you did was reprehensible. Was it my fault? Was I too indulgent? Maybe I was too hard on you. Sometimes I wonder if you're doing your best to push the edges of how much I love you. The way you behaved in school, the bullying, the pranking, breaking into another house's common room, using illegal potions. Frank was never like that. Maybe I should have agreed with Dumbledore's demands all those years ago to let him take care of you. But I loved you too much. You what remains of my son's legacy in this world, and the first moment I ever saw you, I knew then that I would never have let you go, not for anything. Perhaps you would have grown differently, grown into a better man if Dumbledore had raised you. But the past is the past. I really don't know what to do with you. Before Neville could even think about what his grandmother revealed, sleep overtook him once more. The next time he woke up, his mind felt just as clouded as before. He heard another voice speaking. It wasn't his grandmother, it was a male voice, an old voice. It was Dumbledore's, but it felt a lot harsher than it used to be. The kindly old man wasn't there, just an imposter stealing his face, and an unkind one at that. You stupid boy. What were you thinking, using dark magic publicly? Wait a minute, was he talking about Neville? If I hadn't been able to salvage things, you would have ruined 12 years of work and planning. I swear you aren't worth the trouble to keep you around. Sometimes I still wonder if you were worth the sacrifices. Frank and Alice were so promising. His voice was slightly muffled at the end but still sounded furious. What did he mean by 12 years of planning? And what about his parents? Was Dumbledore using him? Did Neville mean so little to him? This had to be a dream, some kind of nightmare, at least. His mind definitely felt foggy. Yeah, that sounded about right, a dream. Dumbledore's voice became less furious, and became more curious, even if there was an undertone of irritation in it. Perhaps I'm not being fair to you. Perhaps it wasn't your fault at all. Perhaps this was always meant to be. I wonder if this is part of the prophecy, a way it is manifesting due to my influence. At least you're not as troublesome as that Potter boy, though. But you're coming very close to becoming a wasted asset, and there are very few things that I loathe as much as wasted assets. Time will tell. Time always does, after all. And with that last ominous message, Neville returned to the realm of Morpheus, hoping that it had all been in his head after all. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a blurred world that slowly swam into focus. The ceiling above him was an unfamiliar tapestry of shadow and light, making him wonder for a fleeting, disoriented moment where he was. It didn't take long for him to realize where he was. He remembered that ceiling and the faint odor of healing potions and herbs. He was in the hospital wing. He lay there for a moment, his gaze wandering over the high, vaulted ceilings, where the moonlight streamed in through the tall, arched windows, painting silver patterns on the polished floor. So it was nighttime. He didn't know how long he stayed like that. It could have been a minute, and it also could have been an hour, but finally, Neville attempted to sit up. He felt a mild ache in his chest. Had he gotten hurt? That was when he finally remembered what happened. Oh, Merlin, the duel. What had he done? Memories of the duel came back slowly, as if he was remembering it for the first time. Warrington was good. He remembered being frustrated after their first bout. The older student was easily the better wizard, probably because he had twice as much experience with magic than Neville did, and it showed. He was more graceful, surer of himself. Neville's reductor curses were shielded against, his spell chains were dodged and countered, his tricks were unraveled in seconds, and it was just unnerving. The Longbottom Scion remembered getting angrier, as Warrington was obviously not putting his whole into the duel, he wasn't even attacking. And when he was taken aback by the Slytherin's trick with the shield charm, he was almost about to lose. He saw the stunner coming in towards him, everything just turned hazy. The duel and the spectators were gone. There was only the enemy and he had to defeat him. The dark cutting curse was a bit overkill, even if it was frowned upon in official duels, it was legal. He had learnt this spell from his tutors in Christmas, in case he was attacked by Death Eater sympathizers. But that's when he used a few spells that he had literally never used in his life. He doesn't even remember where he had learned them. Yet now he could cast them perfectly. And that last wandless spell. Neville never even knew that you could cast curses wandlessly. He had only seen his grandmother wandlessly cast some basic charms around the manor. What is happening to me, he couldn't help but say to himself. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. A voice responded in the dark. Neville stiffened and turned briskly, only relaxing at the sight of Harry's face. What are you doing here, Harry? You're joking, right? You almost killed someone in a fucking school duel. Almost being the key word, Neville joked back, trying to alleviate the situation. This is not the time for jokes. If Madame Pomfrey wasn't there at the scene, then you would have killed Warrington. And don't tell me he would deserve it. Warrington is probably one of the best students coming out of Slytherin in years. He's ambitious, but not immoral, and he's not some spoilt brat like the rest of our house. I admit that I never really interacted with him, but he's never so much as insulted a Muggle-born, let alone bullied anyone in school. What you did was wrong, and you need to admit that before you move forward with your life. Accidents happen in duels, Neville protested, it's normal for people to get hurt. And that's what Dumbledore said to the press a couple of hours ago, and that's probably what the Daily Prophet will be printing. He gave a long speech about the unpredictability of accidental magic, and that the curses you used were only dark in name, and not banned by the Ministry or dueling regulations in any way, since their effects are superficial and easily reversible. But who knows with that old man, he always has an agenda with every action he takes. Neville's dream about the evil Dumbledore came to the forefront of his mind. Had Dumbledore really sorted things out for him again? He owed a lot to the headmaster, but the harsh tone in the dream and the distasteful way he addressed him just made Harry's statement sting for some reason. It just felt so real, as did his grandmother's disappointment and heartbreak. But we both know differently. What you did was not accidental magic. You cast a dangerous curse wandlessly, a potentially lethal spell. So, how did you do it? The Slytherin finished. Neville remembered the red haze, the uncontrollable rage that overcame him in the middle of the duel. Everything was hazy yet clear. He knew what he was supposed to do as if he had done it 1,000 times before. He didn't want to admit it to Harry. That's not any of your business. Harry didn't seem deterred in any way by his denial and gave him a piercing look. You don't remember, do you? You don't know what happened and you're not even trying to find out. Is something stopping you from trying to understand what happened? No, you're scared but you're supplementing it with anger. You don't feel guilty about Warrington, not really, you're mostly just scared that it would happen again. You really should have spoken to someone about it. You're out of line, Potter. Neville screamed back at the Slytherin. He didn't know why he was getting angrier, only that he did. Oh, I did notice that your temper was getting more unstable. I thought it was just your moody teenager phase, but what if it wasn't? In the duel, you got better the angrier you felt. You somehow learned new spells, new tactics, stuff that's too trivial to be put in a magical crest. So, it's something else, something more. Enough. Neville yelled and he waved his arm. He didn't have his wand on him. He didn't even know what this was supposed to do, but Harry immediately waved his wand and caught the spell on its end. The Slytherin gave the spell a curious look, a piercing curse. That could have killed anyone else. And you're even surprised that you know it and can cast it wandlessly. So, a defense mechanism since I know too much. But your eyes. Oh. What is it? Neville bit out. Harry seemed lost in his own world. I'm such an idiot. I'm so thick. How did I not see this coming? I thought it would have been inert after so much time. I should have realized. Stop being a cryptic bastard, Harry, and just fucking tell me. What's happening to me? When was the last time your scar was burning? What are you on about? The young Gryffindor asked, baffled by the question. Harry didn't seem inclined to answer. Instead, he kept talking to himself. It was always there, in the back of your head, trying to extend its influence. All those years, burrowing in, but stopped by your parents' sacrifice, like a locked door. It was inert, contained for over a decade, until someone opened a window. The way it expressed itself, through rage and knowledge of spells in your subconscious. It was already attached, even without meaning to, it was how it survived. It would definitely explain the Parseltongue. What the fuck is going on? Neville yelled out. Just answer the fucking question, Neville. You're distracting yourself from answering the question. Just answer. Answer what? Harry sneered at him. Are you so stupid that you can't even remember a fucking question? It's such a simple thing. Maybe they're all right about you. Maybe you really are just a mad boy. Fuck you, Potter. I'm not fucking mad. Then answer the fucking question. When was the last time your scar burned? Neville didn't even try to process the question Harry asked. He just wanted to prove him wrong. For Harry to take back his words. The answer just came out of his mouth without even thought, when I unlocked my crest. Harry gave him a weird smile. Exactly, that was when the boy's expression turned sad and he gave Neville a pitying look. This is a bit out of my pay grade. I can't help you with this. What you need is to talk to your grandmother, and tell her that your scar got connected to your crest when it was unlocked. She'll probably know what to do. My scar did what? The green-eyed boy just gave him a pitying look. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Your best bet will be a specialized healer or maybe even Dumbledore, but I'm not sure that would be a good idea. Explain, Potter. Someone is coming, he simply whispered. Neville turned towards the door, and then looked back at Harry, only to find the Slytherin having completely disappeared like a ghost. Chapter 189, of Desperate Vultures. February 17, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat on the ground, his back against the sturdy trunk of the ancient tree, its gnarled roots sprawled around them like protective arms. The tome he held was thick and covered in aged leather, its pages yellowed with time and filled with intricate runes that seemed to dance under his gaze. Beside him, Daphne lay comfortably on her stomach, her book propped up on a small mound of grass. Her blonde hair spilt over her shoulders, occasionally catching the weak sunlight that managed to filter through the leafless branches above. They had decided to spend the afternoon there since they were done with their duels for the day and their friends obviously wanted some privacy. The black lake stretched out before them, its surface a mix of melting ice and cold, dark water. It reflected the pale winter sky, broken only by the occasional ripple from a creature lurking beneath. The once icy shore was now a slushy mix of snow and mud, signaling the slow but sure arrival of spring. In the distance, the Hogwarts castle stood majestic and imposing, its many windows glinting in the light. Winter was slowly being turned into spring and the castle was especially beautiful during that time. Nevertheless, the cold's presence was still felt, the air still crisp and chilly. Despite the cold, the runic matrix Harry had crafted created a bubble of warmth around them. The fresh scent of pine and damp earth mingled with the magic, creating an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. Unfortunately, Harry's mind did not share this tranquility. What was currently happening with Neville Longbottom was bothering him immensely. He didn't really like the Gryffindor boy, not really. He was clingy, still had an undercurrent of arrogance and unearned pride. He was foolish, had a very narrow view of the world, and just didn't appreciate magic in the way Harry did. It wasn't anything personal, just a clash of two personalities. But no one deserved what the boy was experiencing. No one deserved to have the whispers of Voldemort's Horcrux in the back of their head. Why did they have to unlock his crest? No, the Longbottom family wasn't to blame, most of it lay on Dumbledore's head. He should have told them about the true nature of the scar, or at least alluded to it so that they wouldn't jeopardize Neville's mental state and risk him being possessed by unlocking their family crest. And considering the fact that Harry had come to a dead end when it came to his research in his multi-dimensional magic, he tried to be productive with his time by looking for a way to help Longbottom. For some reason, any academic work on multiple dimensions was only theoretical in nature or happened by studying standardized spells like Fiend Fire. Considering how dangerous those spells were and how little results they got from their research, Harry was very leery about casting them in a magically rich environment. He wasn't that desperate. Yet. And so, he busied himself trying to find more research on magical circuits. He still couldn't find anything concrete on crests, every single one behaved differently, but Harry knew that crests attached themselves to a person's magical circuits, sort of like a control node, ready to be activated and used to cast spells inside. He thought about theoretically finding the connection with the Horcrux and cutting off the circuits connected to it, essentially cutting it off entirely from Neville's magic in any way. Unfortunately, the risk of crippling Neville or magically neutering him would be too high. Harry didn't have access to the knowledge healers had regarding circuits, so they probably would know a lot more about how to treat Neville's condition. Still, the young Slytherin just couldn't help himself to see a solution by himself. And it grated him that he didn't find any. Harry growled in frustration, and Daphne tried to comfort him by patting his shoulder. You need to stop blaming yourself for what happened to Neville. You weren't involved at all. I know it's not my fault, but I should have seen it. I spent 2 hours a week with him for fuck's sake. The jump in ability, his unstable temper, they were all signs, and I should have realized what was happening. I should have been objective, but I felt too guilty about what happened last year and willfully closed my eyes to the truth, and Warrington almost died for that. Harry Potter. You are not responsible for Neville's actions. You made a mistake, maybe, but it's not your job to look after Neville. It should have been his family's or his head of house. Hell, it should have been Dumbledore coming forward. And look at what he's doing now. He's so caught up in his damage control that he didn't even care enough to make sure his successor was all right. You are not responsible for his negligence. Harry gritted his teeth, I know. But it's something logical, all right. The blonde wouldn't let it go, though. You need to relax. You've been driving yourself spare this year. Hell, you weren't this stressed last year and there was a basilisk roaming around in the school. You did the best you could. You told Neville to speak to his family, to see a healer, or even to go to Dumbledore. Let them handle the rest and focus on you. I guess you have a point there. It's hard to stop caring once you start. I know. Merlin knows I worry all the time about Astoria. And you were the one who told me to not burn myself out. Now, it's your need to take a break. Come on, let's go back to the castle. We skipped lunch so we may as well go to the kitchens. Afterwards, we'll play a little chess, just the two of us. Harry gave her an exasperated yet fond smile. You're relentless, you know that, right? And proud of it. I had to be to get my sister to do anything, she returned with a cheeky smile. Harry stood up and pulled her up. With a wave of his wand, he packed all their things into his expanded bag, and they strolled towards the castle. You know, Daphne started, I was thinking about looking around the room of requirements to start my healing training, at least get a leg up before my OWLS. Harry raised an eyebrow. I thought you just said something about breaks. She punched him in the shoulder. Come on, just answer the damn question. Well, as far as I know, the beginner healing classes for newts aren't that extensive. The spells aren't that difficult and are basic at best. I guess you could learn them, but the books should be publicly found in the library. If you're talking about real healing tomes, then you're out of luck. The room of requirements, as amazing as it is far more limited than it appears to be. How so? She answered with raised eyebrows. I guess I never really explained the limits of the room to you, have I? The room would be more aptly named the Room of Illusions than anything else. Everything you see there is made with some kind of transfiguration, expansion charms, and illusions. The books that you can conjure inside are either doubled from the main school library, and that's only books without the added protections to prevent them from being doubled, or very rarely they're books physically left in the room, without any protections. For example, if it was in a bag, then it wouldn't really count. The chances of getting even a single healing tome, which is considered priceless and whose knowledge was enforced by a guild before Hogwarts was even made, would be immensely small. The blonde huffed, so, no healing tomes. Harry couldn't help but snort, no healing tomes. The rest of the conversation was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice speaking around them. Excuse me, young man. Can I have a word? Turning towards the source of the voice, Harry's eyes fell upon a figure approaching with an air of undeniable authority that reminded him a bit of Professor McGonagall. She was tall and straight-backed, her posture exuding the kind of stern dignity that demanded respect. Her face, framed by tight curls of silver-gray hair, was lined with age but sharp with intelligence. She was wearing some very expensive robes, and a cane that radiated magic to his arcane hearing. On her head sat a vulture-topped hat, a distinctive and somewhat eccentric choice that Harry heard many complaints about during his runes lesson. Of course, it didn't take long for Harry to identify her. This was Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of House Longbottom, and Neville's grandmother. Recognizing the seriousness in her demeanor, Harry turned to Daphne and said, "I'll meet you in the castle, okay?" Daphne nodded, casting a curious glance towards Augusta before heading towards the castle alone. "Good evening, Madam Longbottom. Is there anything I can help you with?" The Longbottom matriarch gave Harry an appraising look, her sharp eyes seeming to analyze Harry, just as he did her. It was easy to deduce her personality. Stern, proud, yet constantly grieving. Her son's death must have hit her hard and she still mourned him. Her posture was rigid, but not unwelcoming. She obviously considered Harry an unknown but trusted him somewhat, probably because he told Neville to speak to her about his problem. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, she nodded to herself, a small murmur escaping her lips, too quiet for Harry to catch. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, hinting at a rare, unspoken approval. "I saw your performance in the tournament. Quite impressive, especially considering your age." Harry simply shrugged. Sometimes a few simple spells can do wonders. "I will admit that my last duel made me feel much to be desired." And he was right. His duel, this morning, was against Crabbe of all people. The boy somehow passed to the second round after defeating Goyle in the first round. Harry didn't even have to do anything but cast a normal stunner which knocked his yearmate unconscious. The older woman had an intelligent glint in her eyes. There's no need for false modesty. Most of the more competent people on the stands knew exactly what you were doing. I would advise against making a mockery of Dumbledore, but he didn't give you much of a choice in the matter. Yes, his interest in me is quite vexing, but it pales in comparison to his interest in your grandson. I would not want to be in his position. She stiffened at the mention of Neville for some reason. Neville did tell me that you were good friends during the holidays. I'll be completely honest here. Neville and I were antagonistic towards one another in the first 2 years of our schooling. It was mostly on his side since he expected me to act in a certain way and was disappointed that I didn't. He apologized at the start of the term, but we are now on friendly terms at most, not actual friends. He doesn't trust me with his secrets, and I don't trust him with my own. The truth is that Neville has been having a hard time in school, nothing serious, but I think he was just lonely. The older woman pursed her lips. Your parents, Frank and Alice, were good friends in school. I suppose it was foolish of me to hope. There's nothing wrong with hope, Madam Longbottom. Hope is a beautiful thing. The world would stop spinning, and life would have very little meaning without hope. Stop trying to sound like an old man, young Potter. It doesn't suit you. But that's enough time for pleasantries. I don't care about what could have been. Hell, I don't even care about Dumbledore and his constant empty platitudes. For some ungodly reason, you seem to be the boy with the answers, so tell me, Potter, what is happening to Neville? What is happening to my grandson? Chapter 190, Wisdom and Choices. February 17, 1994, Hogwarts. Stop trying to sound like an old man, young Potter. It doesn't suit you. But that's enough time for pleasantries. I don't care about what could have been. Hell, I don't even care about Dumbledore and his constant empty platitudes. For some ungodly reason, you seem to be the boy with the answers, so tell me, Potter, what is happening to Neville? What is happening to my grandson? Harry stiffened at the woman's tone and just replied, it's complicated. The Longbottom matriarch raised an unimpressed eyebrow, then uncomplicated. It's a very long story. And I have time, she briskly replied. Can't you just take him to a healer? They should be a lot more qualified about this than me. The older woman snorted, I'm taking Neville this afternoon to a private healer, but you know as much as I do that family crests can be unpredictable. I can't very well tell them that my grandson Scar is messing with his crest, and that's why he almost killed a boy in a school tournament. I need more information. Harry hesitated for a moment and the woman pounced further, let me make this absolutely clear. My grandson, my only remaining descendant, the last thing I have left of my son and my husband, is in danger and you have information that could help. There is nothing in heaven or on earth that will stop me from getting what I want. I don't care about Arcturus Black. I don't care about Dumbledore. I would burn this castle to the grounds with every single child inside, just for a chance he would be better. So, young Potter, look me in the eyes. Do you think I am bluffing? The young Slytherin looked at her in the eyes. He expected a legitimacy probe or something similar, yet he only saw pure determination and steel in the woman's eyes. To his arcane hearing, Augusta Longbottom's song felt like war drums, slowly getting quicker and quicker, louder and louder, until Harry simply nodded, "You're not bluffing." He saw the woman visibly relax and he took a deep sigh. "What I'm about to tell you is not something you should share. This knowledge, if people knew you had it, would make you a target. Many people want these facts to be concealed, Dumbledore included. So, be very careful. I know more secrets than days you've been alive, young Potter," she answered with an amused smile on her face. "I think I can handle a few more. It's your funeral, but I warn you. Should anyone figure out that you got this knowledge from me, should I be endangered in any way because I chose to help your grandson, then don't expect your family name to last very long." The older woman froze, and her amused smile became barely more than a thin line. "Fine. Speak. What do you know about Tom Riddle?" The older woman furrowed her eyebrow and simply responded, "I know enough." "What does he have to do with Neville's condition?" "A lot. Tom's story is a tragic one, not enough to justify his actions, but enough to act as a cautionary tale. He was a brilliant boy, a magical genius, but he lived in a Muggle orphanage in London. Dumbledore saw his potential, and he didn't like it. Every action the boy took, every attempt he made to get help, was stopped by Dumbledore in the background. That kept happening until one summer, London was attacked and he almost perished. The concept terrified him, and he did his best to find a way to never die, a foolish endeavor. Yet, the boy was desperate as well as a genius, a very bad combination, all things considered. What I probably didn't tell you was that Tom's mother was called Merope Gaunt. Surprisingly, Harry didn't see any sign of surprise on her. "I know. I did my own investigation on Voldemort's origins when I discovered his true name." Stifling his shock, the last Potter continued, "I'm surprised you know who he was. You're right, Lord Voldemort was born from the ashes of Tom Riddle. You probably also figured out that Tom had known about his legacy in his first year, you know, being a Parselmouth and all, but it took him some time to find the Chamber of Secrets. From there, he used the basilisk there to petrify students, hoping to repel Dumbledore from the castle since he was the castle's protector. Obviously, it didn't work, until by mistake, a girl happened to be near the entrance. She met the basilisk's gaze directly by accident, and she perished. Tom didn't know what to do, so, instead, hoping that the girl's death wouldn't be in vain, he did something stupid. He created a Horcrux." The older woman, completely engrossed with the story, asked, "What's a Horcrux?" "One of the vilest worst magics ever devised. It was created by Herpo the Foul as a doomed way to achieve immortality. It essentially consisted of ripping one's soul and putting a piece into an artifact, to act as an anchor should their body be destroyed. Tom Riddle was a genius, but as I said, he was desperate. He wasn't prepared for the ritual, which happened to be beyond him completely, and he ignored the risks involved. You see, one of the catalysts for the ritual is murder, and like it or not, he killed that poor girl. That's how he survived." Harry nodded, "Yes. But that's not important. What's important is the fact that the soul is not really quantifiable. Sure, he was ripping shreds of his very being apart to act like anchors, but what he was truly doing was sacrificing parts of himself, emotions, ambitions, and everything he felt he didn't need to create the Horcrux. The issue was that he put too much in the diary. He was still growing. His soul hadn't matured yet, and he was inexperienced when it came to rituals. And slowly, as Tom Riddle slowly started to wither away, Lord Voldemort was born. He did this again and again, until he was barely more than a killing machine, leaving only his hate, anger, and magic in his body. He was a very dangerous being, a good strategist, a remarkable duelist, but that was it. All that remained of Tom Riddle was a monster." "That's all very fascinating," the Longbottom matriarch answered, "and I can see why people would kill for this information. But what does this have to do with Neville?" "A lot. You see, on that fateful day, Voldemort killed your son and his wife in cold blood. I don't know the details, and I don't understand what happened, but from what I could theorize their deaths were used in some kind of sacrificial alchemical ritual anchored to Neville's blood. A life for a life. They would give their lives so that Neville would live. Voldemort cast a killing curse at Neville without hesitation. When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, one of them loses its characteristics. Neville's protection won but at a price. The killing curse rebounded, but Voldemort's soul was so warped, so unstable, that it marked Neville in some way." "You're saying that Neville is a Horcrux?" Harry shook his head. "The truth is that I don't know. I don't know enough about soul magic to postulate that. What I do know is that the scar is deeply connected to Voldemort. It burns Neville when he's near or if he feels an intense emotion. My guess is that Neville's protection protected him for years from its influence, like a door locked away. Until we unlocked his family crest. But how? It's a documented case that possessed individuals can't access their crests. It's one of the fundamental protections put on them since their creation. You have to understand that what happened to Neville is completely unprecedented. As far as I know, no one other than Voldemort has ever made more than one Horcrux. A sacrificial ritual like the one that happened on Samhain hasn't been documented for thousands of years. Hell, no one has ever had an unstable soul like Voldemort. I don't even know for sure if Neville is a Horcrux. The main reason I have this theory is the fact that Neville somehow gained Voldemort's crest when that happened, and as you know, crests use some kind of soul magic. That's impossible. The conflict between two different activated crests connected to a single magical circuit network would make the connection unstable at best. At best, using any spells would have unpredictable consequences as both crests activate at the same time, and at worst, it might even kill the user. Harry gave her a slight grin, only if they're connected at the same time. What if one of the other crests acted differently? What if one of the crests didn't have a physical manifestation, and didn't connect to the magical circuits but used something different to pass on the magic, perhaps even the soul or blood as the connection deepens? Then it would be possible to inherit two crests at the same time. But Salazar Slytherin didn't have a crest. It was one of the biggest perks the founders used to make Hogwarts a legitimate place of learning. Unless Salazar lied. I analyzed it myself. Parseltongue is a spell, one that can be cast by anyone. It is a crest, and your grandson inherited it. The Longbottom matriarch hummed. When we unlocked Neville's crest, it got into conflict with the already activated Slytherin one he got from Voldemort, a crest with unknown origins, probably with a deeper connection to souls. Frank and Alice's sacrifice would stop Neville from being possessed directly, but you allowed the Longbottom crest to act as a buffer between Neville and whatever is in his scar. A scar that probably contained a portion of Voldemort, his knowledge, his emotions. It would explain Neville's jump in talent, like some sort of bleed-through, while it slowly takes over the Longbottom crest. As I said to Neville, his parents' protection locked the door, but you opened a window. And do you have any idea about how to stop it? The older woman asked. No. If I had, I would have helped Neville without anyone being any wiser. You probably noticed that I don't like attention much. But you need to hurry. The more you leave things, the more Neville is affected. How long does he have? It depends on Neville. The bleed-through seems to be more present whenever he fights or feels tremendous anger. Pretty much, the more he acts like Voldemort, the angrier he gets, the greater foothold the scar gets. It's like a feedback loop. The angrier he gets, the crests amplify that, making him even angrier and so on. At the minimum, I would recommend occlumency lessons to at least slow down the spread, but anything more than that is just beyond me. At the end of the day, I'm a 13-year-old wizard and a student at that. When he looked at the Longbottom matriarch's face, he noticed that it was paler than it was before. Are you sure about that? I'm not. This is theoretical at best. I told you that Neville's case is unique, and I wasn't joking. It's why I suggested going to a healer or Dumbledore, although the headmaster's help is bound to have strings on them. And how does a third-year student know about all of this? You have to admit that your knowledge is a little out there. Perhaps, Harry hummed, but I think I have a right to have a little privacy. I agreed to help you for the sake of your grandson's health, and I think I told you more than enough to help. Honestly, if he didn't have a real risk of ending up possessed or dead, I probably wouldn't have said anything. I try not to involve myself in other people's affairs. I don't really have anything more to add about Neville's condition. The rest is fully in your hands. Your parents would have been proud of you, young Potter. Thank you for your help. House Longbottom owes you a debt. Harry suppressed a grimace at the thought of his mother approving of him. I suppose they would be proud. It would be a useless thing to ponder on what could have been and forget about the present. As for the debt, it's not required. I did owe Neville a favor. This is me repaying it. As far as I'm concerned, we're even now. And he meant it. After this, Harry would be completely free of the guilt for gaslighting Neville earlier. Activating the crest was probably something that Neville was going to do this summer either way. He would have been in this position regardless. Whatever happened to Neville after this would be completely out of Harry's hands. The Longbottom matriarch asked Harry one final question. Out of curiosity, if we somehow disabled Neville's crest, would it help in any way? Harry furrowed his eyebrows. I'm not qualified to answer that. A healer would be more appropriate. You thought of something, I could tell. I did not get to grow this old by being foolish. I am going to verify every single claim you made, young man. Why not make one more? Resigned, the young Slytherin tried to think of the possibility. I will reiterate that I'm not an expert in the matter, but as far as I know, the connection between the scar and Neville's magic has already been made. Without a crest acting like a buffer, there shouldn't be any bleed-through, but the connection will still remain. For the scar to influence it, he'd have to consciously decide to use it. I don't know Neville as much as you do, but self-control was never his strong suit. Quite. Thank you for your time, young man. You have been very helpful. Before the older woman could leave, Harry asked one final question. Out of curiosity, I've never heard about removing an activated family crest. It's not a common thing, and it's deactivating the crest, not fully removing. That would be impossible. It's a last resort, though. I'll take Neville to our private healer first, maybe look for a few specialists and curse breakers. But if nothing works, at least we have options. I didn't know that was possible, the young Slytherin commented. The older woman looked sad for some reason. It is. It's not commonly done, and it's often a last resort. But you can deactivate a crest permanently by disinheriting someone and casting them out of the family. I will have to choose between my grandson's life and being able to call him such, because if I do go through with this, he will not be a Longbottom anymore. Well, shit. Chapter 191, Centurion. February 18, 1994, Hogwarts. Blaise audibly groaned at the grating voice of Ludo Bagman resounding all over the arena. He had gotten sick very quickly of the man's voice during the past few days. He would consider it a mercy if never heard Bagman speak again in his life. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third and final round of the preliminary second tasks. By the end of the day, we will have 14 students qualifying from the lower bracket and 14 students qualifying from the upper bracket of the tournaments. Starting tomorrow, age will not matter. Every contestant would have proven themselves enough for age to not become a critical advantage. Blaise had to admit that if nothing else, the man knew how to captivate an audience. If it wasn't for his gambling problems, and the general uselessness of his position in the ministry, Bagman would have made a good career as a Quidditch commentator. However, the man didn't know shit about dueling. He didn't know tactics, spells, or even complex maneuvers. Blaise didn't know why Dumbledore didn't just get a professional dueling commentator for the event, but they now had to listen to Bagman talk about things he just didn't get, and sound like a first-year describing a fight. Maybe it was because he spent too much time with Harry, but such incompetence irked him slightly. Speaking of Harry, the boy had been distracted for the last few days, specifically ever since Longbottom almost killed Warrington in their duel. Seriously, what the fuck was wrong with that guy? Not that Harry needed to focus on the duels or anything. He'd literally won his previous fights with a single spell. The crowd loved it, of course, but they had no idea just how bullshit Harry was at magic. Seriously, Blaise had seen him create spells out of thin air, and when he took things seriously with his space-warping magic, he was unstoppable. He'd even recreated a basic version of Blaise's own light magic. Oh, it was a lot less powerful and less refined, but Harry had done it out of curiosity. Fucking curiosity. People have spent centuries trying to steal the Zabini crest. It was why his father was killed. People just wanted to marry him off to their daughters and have a grandchild with the Zabini crest firmly under their control. His mother had gone mad in grief. She literally slaughtered every single person responsible, and she had done it in a way that no one could ever prove it was her. Blaise still had no idea how she had done it, but she did. She must have gotten an appetite for it since she kept doing it again and again, amassing a veritable fortune, rivaling that of his father, which was still frozen until Blaise's majority by the decision of the Italian ministry. They had wanted Blaise's mother to submit to them, to beg for gold to return to their usual lifestyle. The least he could say would be that it did not work. Once, Blaise thought that he'd been an unwanted product of his mother's many dalliances, one that she had never gotten rid of. He thought that she resented him as something that held her back from her goals, that stopped her from rising too much. He knew that he was wrong. She had loved his father. Alas, something broke in her when he died, and she never quite healed. It was a natural thing for a boy to have such doubts about an absentee mother who was obviously a serial killer, not that anyone could prove it. They weren't close, not in the same way a mother and son should be, but Blaise still loved his mother, and he knew that his mother loved him. Even if it was difficult to be known as the son of the infamous Black Widow. Still, it stung when she told him that she wouldn't come to see him compete in the tournament. Apparently, she was having a great time in Bulgaria with some men who was probably going to be her next victim. It didn't sting as much as it did when she didn't show up for 3 of his birthdays in a row. He had gotten used to the disappointment long ago and learned not to have any expectations of her. He loved her, she was his mother, but he did not like her. But that was enough thoughts about depressing things. He was there today to duel, and he should focus on that. Bagman seemed to agree with Blaise's thoughts as he exclaimed, "Now, you all didn't come here to hear me talk. You came here for the duels, so let's get started with the first duel of the day. And aren't we starting with a banger? We have 2 crowd favorites fighting each other. First, we have George Weasley, or maybe is it, Fred Weasley. It doesn't matter, both are still in the tournament, and we can't make up the difference anymore. Both Weasley twins have shown themselves to be very inventive and entertaining in their duels, relying on tricks and obscure pranking spells that somehow worked in their favor. Dueling experts are baffled by this tactic and how it seems to work, but I have to admit that their duels were very entertaining. On the other side, we have Harry Potter, the boy who won every single duel with a single spell. What a way to start the event, am I right? Harry and one of the Weasley twins, Blaise, couldn't really tell the difference, got down from the competitor's side of the arena and towards the dueling platform. Blaise honestly felt bad for the redhead. People thought that Harry was good with a wand. They thought he was a prodigy. But they just didn't understand how much he was holding back. Blaise's friend had a blank expression on his face. It was a tactic that Blaise was familiar with. It was just disheartening to see an opponent fighting while looking bored, like they just didn't think you were worth the effort. He didn't think Harry got just how big his shadow was. He was fine with it. At first, it was a good way to hide from the reputation of being the Black Widow's son. Blaise was never an ambitious person. He wanted to be rid of his mother's reputation, to make his father's legacy proud. He was lost, and he wanted to find himself. And then he met Tracy. Where Harry was cold and awkward, Tracy was warm and bubbly. She wasn't a genius. Her family wasn't wealthy. She was just his friend, and things just grew from there. When Harry just forgot about him in his research or projects, Tracy tried to get to know him, really get to know him. Was it any wonder that he started to have a crush on her? The first girl to truly try to see who he was, try to understand him, to help him. Tracy grabbed his hand as if reading his thoughts. He stiffened before relaxing slightly as she whispered, "Do you think Weasley will last more than a single spell?" "I don't know. The twins' performance was pretty good in the last few duels." Tracy snorted. They pranked their opponents to submission. That's not dueling. It worked, didn't it? I refuse to call that dueling after what I had to go through while training with Harry. Blaise suppressed the urge to shudder at the memories of Harry's training. Who would have thought that there were so many ways of winning a duel with a single spell? Well, he had to admit to being curious as to which method Harry would use for this duel. Blaise didn't have to wait long, as both duelers bowed and took their stances. The redhead's stance was obviously defensive, focused more on dodging. Someone probably told him that shielding against someone experienced with shield breakers would be a bad idea. Interesting, as most of Harry's tricks took advantage of people's over-reliance on shield charms. The young Slytherin didn't seem to be too hung up about it and raised his wand in a neutral position, and just as the gong sounded, he waved his wand. To the surprise of many, including Blaise, Harry cast 2 spells this time. Of course, it took him less than a second to recognize what Harry was doing. Tracy seemed to come to the same conclusion as he muttered, "He's really using that on Weasley." Blaise didn't answer, choosing to focus on the duel. If Harry pulled something like this off, well, people will talk about it for a very long time, especially in dueling circles. As expected, George Weasley ducked and was able to dodge both spells. He looked triumphant for a moment and gloated, "You missed." Harry just raised an eyebrow, and as if he had timed it to perfection, the spell ahead, which was bluish in color, turned into a small pane, specifically a reflective shield charm. It was a particular variation of a spell that allowed the user to cast shields away from him. It only looked like an attacking spell to prevent loss of energy during its flight. The red spell behind the shield, a stunner, reflected over the static shield and moved towards the Weasley's back, knocking him out. And just like that, Harry won. Most people simply didn't comprehend just how precise Harry had to time that. He had to ensure that the stunning charm would move slower than usual, and he had to make sure that the shield charm would only activate after he went past Weasley. All they saw was Harry finally using more than one spell for the first time. They roared in excitement and applause. Even Harry's opponent just got up and shook his hand. Somehow, Harry still won without showing a single thing about what he's capable of. The 2 spells Harry used can be cast by a normal 4th year after some study. He was making a mockery of Dumbledore's event, and people loved him for it for some ungodly reason. How the fuck was he pulling this off? Blaise tried to not be jealous. He really did. All he had to do was remember Hogsmeade and how terrified he felt as he held Tracy while that monster chased them down. Yeah, Harry's life wasn't one he wished for, even if his talent in magic made Blaise want to tear out his own hair at the injustice. He'd been a sucky friend to Harry, and had essentially forced him to train him and Tracy, not that Harry wouldn't have done it if they had just asked. They were acting like brats during the Hogsmeade attack. Blaise didn't know if it was some kind of resentment born out of jealousy, the fear of the situation, or just a mix of the two, but he acted like a dick while their lives were in danger. Harry told them that he was treating them like adults now, and would stop holding their hands, but Blaise knew that he'd slowly cut them off from his projects. They lost whatever trust he had in them for their little tantrum, and they deserved it. Now, they had to live with the consequences. The dark-skinned boy ignored Bagman's prattling about bouncy spells or whatever inane explanation he came up with, and focused on Tracy. "When he showed us this trick, I thought it would be impossible to pull off in a real duel. The precision necessary, and the danger of attacking yourself with your own spell. How do things just work out for him? Tracy shrugged, no clue. I stopped questioning how Harry did stuff a very long time ago. Quickly, Harry left the arena as the victor, and Blaze decided to just enjoy the rest of the duels. He might have to fight them someday as well. He didn't even know who he was fighting today. But he needed to show his best to the court of Slytherin. Malfoy and Nott were still in the duel. Nott was surprisingly quick and creative with a wand. Malfoy had obviously passed with the skin of his teeth against a mediocre opponent. He wanted to be in the court with Tracy. Friends pulled each other up, right? And Tracy was disturbingly obsessed with joining the court. Blaze didn't get it, but he didn't have to. All he needed to do was support her. Of course, that's when Ludo Bagman spoke up to ruin everything. Our next match is between Blaze Sabini, he perked up, and Tracy Davis. Oh, a Slytherin duel, that's not something we've seen much of in this task. I wonder how they'll fare. Blaze's mind was blank at the announcement, and he saw Tracy looking pale and shocked as well. His mind kept whirring as he went down to the platform. They had dueled before while practicing, and he knew that he was better at it than her. Tracy looked at him with teary eyes. Were they really going to fight for this? For a position in the court? Would it be worth it? The answer was simple. Blaze tossed away his wand, a blasphemous action for a wizard to take, and raised his hands. I forfeit. Tracy looked honestly shocked at his actions, like she didn't expect him to do something like this. Did she think that he valued a position in a school club more than her? Leaving the crowd speechless, the young Slytherin picked up his wand and left the arena, feeling lighter than he had in a long time. Chapter 192, Lengthy Desperation. February 18, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the arena after his duel, if one could even call it that. He felt bad for George Weasley, losing in such a way to someone 2 years younger than him. Thankfully, the redhead was a good sport, claiming that he was impressed by the prank or something. Sure, Harry was taking a piss at the whole event and messing with Dumbledore, but he didn't see how this duel was a prank, and let it go. The Weasley twins did seem in better shape since the first task, where they won 100 galleons by winning the preliminary for their year. He still remembered the sour look on Dumbledore's face as he gave Harry his prize gold and congratulated him. It was something he committed to memory. If he had a pensieve, he would have watched the memory again and again, whenever he felt frustrated. The mere thought brought a smile to his face. It was a shame that the artifact was very rare and extremely expensive. It just wasn't worth spending awarded manor's worth in gold just for a fancy artifact that he wouldn't use all that often. Dumbledore was lucky that there was a pensieve bound to the headmaster's office in the school. There was a legend that the 4 founders of the school discovered that particular pensieve half buried in the ground in the location where the school would be built. This was supposedly one of the reasons the school was located in such a remote location. Of course, the fact that it was under a nexus of ley lines made that little theory slightly suspect in Harry's opinion. As for his friends, they were doing well so far. Daphne was currently on the platform, playing with Malfoy, who was doing his best to survive for as long as possible. If Harry believed that the match selection was rigged before, now he was certain. In the lower year bracket, Slytherins dominated the other houses, probably because most of them had enough gold to get tutors over the years. First and second years were often advised to learn how to defend themselves, since after their third year, the court of Slytherin would stop actively offering them their protection for free, meaning that they had to pay for one of the enforcers to take action. Slytherin was a sink-or-swim environment, and so, most members had to learn to fight, if only to survive in the house. Most houses didn't have to deal with that, and it showed. Dumbledore probably wanted to curb this by arranging for Slytherin students to eliminate each other. Harry did have his doubts, since Longbottom was paired up with Cassius Warrington, a pretty competent 5th year, in his first fight. He couldn't understand Dumbledore's decision to risk his show pony in the first round. Neville would have been better off fighting Crabbe or Goyle. Maybe the headmaster had faith that Neville would win somehow. The boy had been getting a lot better since the start of the semester. Harry was proud of him at first, but now, knowing how that improvement came to be, it just left a bad taste in his mouth. The crowd gasped as Daphne sent icicles at Malfoy, who huddled behind a hasty shield. His performance was the most lackluster by far out of the 6 recruits to the court of Slytherin. Not that Daphne cared about that. She was showing off to Astoria, who was sitting next to him and had stars in her eyes. That's so cool. Did you see that? That's my sister. Yes, I saw that, Astoria. I was the one who taught her that move. You're going to want to see what comes next. It will be very impressive, I promise you. The younger Slytherin didn't have any signs of having heard him. Draco was in an exact position that taught Daphne how to finish. The blonde started with a reductor curse that Malfoy's shield held against barely, and followed up with a particular charm that Harry didn't see duelers use much. It was a simple one that created a black cloud whenever it hit its target, which in this case was the shield. Seeing that her opponent was blinded temporality, she cast a shield breaker, followed by a very strong gust of wind. Malfoy probably didn't even feel his shield break before being thrown away by a large gust of wind that cleared the arena. Daphne then finished it with a stunning charm, ending the duel. There was the usual applause and cheers, of course, and Harry heard Astoria mutter, "This was so cool." The last Potter simply ruffled her hair, making her whine in annoyance. "Told you that your sister was awesome, right? Yeah. Everyone is impressed with you guys. Mum and Dad are so proud of Daph, and you should have seen how many women swooned when Blaise forfeited for Tracy. Oh, it was just so romantic." Harry gave her a small smile in return. He was pissed when Blaise and Tracy's duel were announced, thinking that it might strain their friendships as well. But it seemed to have ended well enough. Blaise was never really interested in being in the court of Slytherin. It was obvious that he was doing it solely for Tracy, and it was nice to see him show that to her by forfeiting. Tracy genuinely looked like she wanted to snog him when he was leaving, and since they haven't really been since then. The green-eyed boy couldn't help but smile faintly. Tracy and Blaise have been insufferable this year, but it was still nice to see their relationship flourish. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by someone poking him in the shoulder. "Harry, do you have a minute?" He turned and saw Neville looking at him with a blank look on his face. Damn it, as far as Harry was concerned, they were even. He had told his grandmother about his scar, and in exchange, his conscience was clear of any wrongdoing he did to the boy. Alas, they were in public, and Harry wasn't tactless enough to tell him to fuck off with spectators around. Plus, he wasn't going out of his way to help the boy anymore, but that didn't mean that they couldn't be cordial with each other. Harry turned to Astoria, who was looking curious as him. "Do you mind if I leave you for a minute? Your sister should come here anytime soon." "Sure," the blonde simply retorted. Harry nodded at her and followed Neville away from the crowd. The Longbottom Scion was taking him to the school grounds for some reason, which was weird since it was a bit chilly, and they didn't have their cloaks. Still, Harry cast a small warming charm on himself and walked with Neville towards the lake. They stood there, completely silent until Harry had enough. "So, what did you bring me here for?" "I wanted us to talk alone. I know you're not a malicious person. I know that you wouldn't really hurt me. You could have told me to get lost back in the train at the start of the year and I would have accepted that. So, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt." Harry tilted his head in confusion. "About what exactly? What did you tell my grandmother?" The young Slytherin froze at that. "I told her what I found out about your condition. I gave her all the details and let her make her own decision. She said that she'd take you to specialists or something, and then she would make her decision. Well, I went to those specialists. They have no fucking clue what's wrong with me. I don't even know what's wrong with me, and Gran wouldn't tell me anything. She's your guardian, Neville. It's completely her right to not tell you." Neville's face reddened. "But it's all right for you to know. I figured it out and have a theory. I'm not a healer and I am certainly not an expert in obscure magic. Maybe someday, if I work hard enough, but not now. I'm a third-year student just like you. I deserve to know. And bullshit. You probably know more magic than some of the professors here. So just fucking tell me." Harry shook his head. "Not without your grandmother's permission. I promised her that I wouldn't say anything to anyone else, and that includes you." "Well, thank you for your integrity," the Gryffindor replied with a snarl, "because I'm probably going to be disinherited because of your little theory." "She's really going to go through with this so quickly?" Harry muttered. "I thought that she'd take more time to see if there are any other options." "You knew about this?" She mentioned it but said that it was a last resort if the healers couldn't do anything. The boy who lived's face reddened in anger. "Well, congratulations, the healers couldn't figure out a way to stop whatever is happening. Some experts, they are. You can't really blame them. Your condition is unique in the very sense of the word. Too many arcane magics interacting with each other in weird ways. I still don't know for sure what's going on. And you're getting my grandmother to disinherit me on a theory that you're not even sure about." Harry calmly responded. "I'm not getting your grandmother to do anything. This was entirely her decision and it's likely to save your life. I lived with my scar for 12 years, Harry. It wasn't killing you. You didn't have your crest activated before." The child of the prophecy growled in response. "Is that what this is? You're jealous that I'm getting better, that I might surpass you, and you're trying to stop me. That's preposterous, Neville. It makes so much sense. You saw how much my crest was helping me improve and you wanted to stop that. That's enough, Neville." Harry yelled, frustrated by the boy in front of him. He took a deep breath. "You're hurt. You're angry. You feel betrayed, like the entire world is conspiring against you. But the truth is that this scar is a danger to you and it's using the crest to warp your thoughts. You're not being yourself right now. You need help." "I don't need help," Neville sneered. "I was fine on my own, without you intervening." "I didn't intervene. You did. You're the one who told your grandmother because you knew that something was wrong. You're the one who realized what you might lose to get better. I don't need to get better. I'm fine just the way I am. I just have to manage my temper, that is. Harry responded in a tone as dry as the desert. So, Warrington was what, an accident? Yes. And how many accidents do you need to have before you finally see that something is wrong? Are you going to wait until you maim someone, or worse, kill someone? This isn't you, Neville. The Longbottom scion froze for a moment. No, this will never happen again. Are you really willing to gamble with other people's life? Your grandmother is not doing this out of hate or spite, and neither am I. It's why I told her the pure truth. I trusted you. Harry shrugged. If you thought I was lying, you wouldn't have told her. Trusting me was the right move, and let me tell you why. You're being influenced by a wizard so evil, so unnatural, that people wouldn't say his name a decade after his presumed death. Do you think you can win a contest of will between you and him? And if you defeat him, are you sure you'll still be yourself in the end? Aren't you ever going to wonder if every decision was yours or a compulsion from your scar? Do you even want to risk that? Neville still didn't look convinced, and Harry continued, do you know what could happen to you? You could slowly morph into Voldemort. You would get angry quickly, then you'll just curse anyone who annoys you. A piece of Neville Longbottom would be discarded away for more pieces of Voldemort to grow. Or even worse, the scar could hijack your crest entirely and pull you to the background. You will find your way to the back of your head, while the scar takes in the reign fully. You will be forever a prisoner in your own mind as your body kills everything you ever held dear. Your grandmother had a choice, this or disinheriting you. If you ask me, being disinherited is the kinder fate of the two. You have to make a choice, either be a Longbottom and a monster, or not be a Longbottom but still remain yourself. I wonder what your parents would have done if the choice was in their hands. And with that said, Harry turned and went back to the castle. He wouldn't waste more time on a stubborn boy who just wanted to rant, not knowing the danger that he was in. Chapter 193, The Second Face. February 18, 1994, Hogwarts. Neville walked outside the dueling arena, seething about the conversation that he had with Harry. What right did he have to interfere in family matters? What right did he have to uproot Neville's life so much? It wasn't any of his business anyway. Why did everything have to be against him? Why couldn't Neville just have a single year without something horrible happening? He remembered his first year when he was unknowingly being taught by the men who killed his parents. He had almost died, saved by some kind of weird magical interaction that made Quirrell burn whenever Neville touched him. He remembered his second year, where he was blamed for petrifying Muggle-born students, just because of being able to speak Parseltongue. He was then trapped in an illusion while destroying some diary. It sounded weird when he thought about it objectively, but that didn't matter. Neville was vilified as an unstable boy, desperate for attention. And this year, all he wanted was to have some friends again, bond with Harry even more so, and have some fun in school. The tournament did provide an opportunity to regain some of his reputation. Not qualifying in the preliminaries in the first task was unfortunate, but he had gotten over it. But the dueling tournament was supposed to be his greatest opportunity, and when he realized that he might have lost, he went too far. He didn't think, with anger clouding his mind, and Warrington had almost died for it. It was just a lapse of judgment, nothing more. Neville didn't mean to hurt him. There was nothing wrong with having a tempter, was there? Harry couldn't be right. He just couldn't. It just wouldn't be fair, he murmured to himself. If there's anything I've learned in the past year, it would be that life is just not fair, a mocking voice interrupted him. When he turned, Neville suppressed the urge to groan. Of course, he had to run into one of the most unpleasant people he had ever met, Draco Malfoy. I'm not in the mood, Malfoy. Funnily enough, neither am I. You're not the only one who has things to brood about, Longbottom. What, your diamond shoes are too tight or something? I'm just annoyed to see your ugly mug, the blonde retorted immediately, before smiling softly. So, why aren't you in the arena with the rest of the people? Just had some thinking to do. Yeah, I suppose you're having a hard time too, with the whole almost killing another student and whatnot. Not that I have anything to help the mood. I just lost my only opportunity at having any sort of security for my house in my time in Hogwarts. Neville furrowed his eyebrows. How? I lost my duel. It's Slytherin stuff and I'm not really allowed to talk about it, but let's just say that I had a lot riding on my duel. It's a shame that I got Potter's girlfriend. It's only logical that he trained her enough to defend herself. Really? Greengrass is Harry's girlfriend. The Malfoy scion shrugged. Don't know. Don't care. They might as well be considering just how inseparable they are. No one really tried asking him about it, but no one in the house had the guts to touch her or her sister. Potter is all nice and calm when you leave him alone, but he could be fucking terrifying when you get a rise out of him. No one wants to risk poking the dragon and all that. I always wondered what happened in that house of yours. So, how did losing a duel destroy any protection you might have? As far as I remember, you still have a nice fortune in the bank, more than enough to hire people to look the other way. Yeah, and I have access to a pittance of that fortune until my majority. Not made sure of that when he took over from my father. As far as they're concerned, I can barely do anything other than bark until I'm 17. And today, I just proved that I couldn't handle fighting a girl in my year, and that's not to mention the opportunity that I just lost. Losing to Potter wouldn't have been a shameful thing, losing to Greengrass, well. I'm in some very shitty few years. Neville frowned. You don't seem overly concerned. I guess I'm just desensitized. I've been doing nothing but losing fights since my father died. I expected this anyway. There's also the calming potion that I drank, I guess. Maybe it's even the fire whiskey I mixed with it. I don't know. That's a pretty dangerous conversation, the Gryffindor retorted. Maybe. But it's better than hyperventilating and crying out in despair. So, what about you? What are you running from? I'm not running from anything. Of course, you are, Malfoy replied with a scoff. I recognize that desperation from a mile away. Is it about you almost killing Warrington? It's a wonder you're still in school. Most people would have been expelled, maybe even arrested. I wonder how many times Dumbledore will have to bail you out. Just stop talking, Neville gritted out. Touched a nerve, did I? The blonde answered with a familiar cocky smile. I have to admit that you're a lot more different than before. I remember in our first year, you were so against dark magic. I wonder if your parents could see you now. Enough, Malfoy. I wonder if they'll be like the rest of the world, disgusted by your actions. I personally think that they'd be ashamed to see you as their son. That just came closer to home than he expected, especially with the possibility of him being disinherited, and just like that, Neville's control slipped, and he yelled out, "That's enough." A burst of magic, born of rage and fear, sent Malfoy flying. Neville followed up with a wand in his hand, ready to send a piercing charm at his enemy, only to freeze in the middle of the action. What was he doing? Why did he even attack Malfoy? The reality of what he had nearly done, what he might have done, hit him with crushing force. In a moment of horrified clarity, he felt like he could have easily just gone through with it, he could have killed Malfoy. And just like that, Harry's words came crashing back. He was getting unstable. The scar was having a lot more influence on him than he realized. Oh Merlin, what was he doing? He looked at the disoriented Slytherin with pity and regret. I'm sorry, Malfoy, and he just ran. He ran as far as he could. Away from other people and their judgment, away from his problems. Neville didn't even know where he was going, but when he looked around a few minutes later, he found himself in the empty Quidditch pitch. It was a place that once represented his freedom and joy. It represented what he could have been before Dumbledore banned him for breaking into the Slytherin common room. It was a representation of his potential, but currently, it was just a good place to vent. He looked at it, with teary eyes and muttered, "It's not fair. It's not fair," he repeated, this time, shouting with raw emotion this time. Another pulse of magic ripped the plants and roots from the ground around him. This time, he took out his wand and sent a blasting curse towards the stands, while yelling, "Why?" Spell after spell burst from his wand, each a manifestation of his frustration and pain, tearing through the air until he was left drained, kneeling on the grass, his breath ragged sobs. "Why do those things always happen to me?" he muttered. "Because it is your destiny," a weirdly familiar voice retorted. Neville turned in surprise but froze when he recognized the person standing next to him. He looked older, and his eyes were purely red, but he knew that face. He knew that arrogant smile. "Tom Riddle," he snarled. "I suppose, technically, I am. You're my scar, whatever is trying to take over my crest." The older man nodded. "I suppose takeover is a bit of an oversimplification. The correct term would be that I'm trying to merge with you." "Merge? You've kept me angry all the time. I almost killed someone." "That's not true. I never urged you to do anything, I just lent you my skills. My temper might have been included, but I did not urge you to do anything. You just never learned to control yours. I can teach you that if you want." Neville scoffed. "You want me to work with you, with the men who killed my parents? Lord Voldemort killed your parents, I am not him. What are you then?" Riddle shrugged. "Something new, something unique. I suppose I'm a fragment of a whole, a shard of something precious, an echo of your parents' murderer. And why should I trust you? You're the one who woke me when you unlocked your crest. You're the one who stopped my imprisonment. You gave me life and purpose. Why wouldn't I work in your best interest?" The Longbottom scion stiffened. "And you want us to merge? You have great potential, one that you've barely scratched the surface. You just lack the knowledge necessary for you to rise, the knowledge necessary for you to grow. The knowledge that I have. I could help you surpass everyone. That Potter boy, Voldemort, even Dumbledore. Why do you think they're so well regarded, why they're so respected? They have power and you don't. But you could. You only have to give me a chance." Neville wanted to deny it outright, but the picture was an attractive one. To get Harry's skill in magic, the respect Dumbledore garnered with his presence. He shook his head slightly. What was he doing listening to Voldemort of all people? What if I don't want power? Neville simply responded. Then you'll die, Riddle answered with a shrug. You'll kill me. No, why would I do that? I don't have to kill you. I don't wish to kill you, my existence is tied to yours. But think about it. If you leave things as they are, we will slowly merge and there's nothing you can do about it. But if you deactivate your crest, you'll cripple your potential. You could be a good wizard, even a great one, but you will never approach Voldemort's level. He will be back eventually, and he will kill you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Dumbledore might save you, but you'll end up as nothing more than a pawn, used for publicity and as a symbol. No. Neville yelled. But yes. You know it and I know it too. But don't think about the negatives. Can you imagine what the two of us could accomplish together, to create a better world, to fix magical Britain? To make it like your old friend, Hermione wished it could be. Imagine that she wakes up one day and sees you create the world of her dreams. We could even try to heal her together. I have memories of the diary's creation. It was my invention, after all. We could fix her, together. Now wouldn't that be something? He had to admit that the idea was enticing, the prospect of helping Hermione. But the prospect of changing the world irked him. It reminded him of the illusion in the diary. Riddle had used that exact same line on him to help turn him against Harry. It could have been an illusion, but maybe there was something subconscious about it. Still, something bothered him, but how many people will have to be hurt? What if I kill someone this time? I almost killed Warrington over a duel. I almost attacked a drunk Malfoy. Tom Riddle's face hardened, as many as it is necessary for us to be joined. Great sacrifices are required to achieve greatness. It's a tragic thing, but it is necessary. No, the young Gryffindor simply answered. Please, Neville, listen to me. I said no, he yelled, I can't. My parents wouldn't have wanted this. If you knew Hermione, you would have balked at the mere idea of hurting people. You're trying to use me, turn me into you. Well, I won't let you. I refuse. I'd rather be a weaker wizard than turn into a monster. I'd rather lose my legacy than turn into you. I'll grow stronger on my own, to create my own legacy, than to inherit your tainted one. Neville ran towards the arena, ignoring Riddle's protests all the while. He ran until he saw her, sitting alone, in a corner, away from the excitement. He rushed towards her, with tears in his eyes. Neville could see her looking more relieved, then slowly turned to concern as she saw the desperation in his features. What's wrong? He looked at his grandmother, with pleading eyes, a testament to his desperation and determination. You were right. You were always right. I need help. I need you to stop this. What are you babbling about, Neville? I accept. You were right, Gran. Please deactivate my crest. Oh, Neville, the bittersweet smile on his grandmother's face broke his heart just a bit. But he would not be stopped. He would not turn into another Voldemort. He didn't need a crest to make his parents proud. He would climb the ladder all on his own, he would work his ass off and he will create a new legacy of his own. He knew that it wouldn't be easy and that the path ahead would be full of challenges, but it was a path he was determined to walk. He would heal and he would grow into a man his parents would be proud of. Chapter 194, Bright Futility. February 26, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry sat in the headmaster's office, looking blankly at Dumbledore, waiting for him to begin. He didn't really understand if it was some kind of power move or something, nor was he interested in knowing. The men had summoned him on the day of his first duel after the preliminaries were over. Having a week between the preliminaries and the actual tournament was probably a way for Dumbledore to get people to maximize his income from the tournament and retain media interest for as much as possible. Even after the excitement visibly dialed down, the Daily Prophet's articles were filled with speculation on the duels, and barely even mentioned Neville's disqualification or his behavior in his duel. The headmaster had probably sent them a substantial sum of gold to print his side of the story about everything being accidental magic or something. It was disgusting, and frankly, it left a bad taste in Harry's mouth, but he didn't expect Dumbledore to do anything else. Curiously, Harry was paired up with Cedric Diggory, one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. It was an expected match, like a rematch of Harry's trick during the first task. Honestly, if it wasn't a public event, Harry wouldn't have minded sparring with Diggory. He seemed like a nice guy, with a good head on his shoulders. It was a shame that he was paired up with Harry of all people. Still, Dumbledore summoning him out of a whim was surprising. Harry expected the old man to keep his distance after what happened in the summer. Speaking of the headmaster, he was still writing with his quill over some parchment. Harry did his best to ignore him and just opened his school bag, took out a book and started reading. It was a nice small autobiography of some cursebreaker that was published a few years back. It was so exciting that it might as well have been a fiction book. With magic, who could tell the difference anymore? Still, it was nice to pick the brain of someone clearly knowledgeable about cursebreaking, and there were enough technical details there to help Harry plan out his next lessons with Daphne. After what felt like an eternity, Harry started whistling an old song whose name he forgot. It seemed that Dumbledore finally realized that Harry wouldn't mind doing it for hours, so he put on an obviously forced smile on his face and spoke up, "I apologize for the wait, young Harry. The dueling tournament has tripled my workload. I have barely had the time to eat." Harry simply shrugged, "All right." The alderman didn't seem happy with Harry's nonchalant response. "I suppose you are wondering why I asked you to come here." The thought did cross my mind, yes. And yet you didn't ask. The last Potter hummed, "It would be impolite to interrupt someone while working." Quite. I see that Arcturus started teaching you some etiquette. I always had manners, I just chose never to use them. It gives a certain amount of freedom when people don't expect much from you. I suppose you've never had that problem. You're buried by expectations, from other people, from yourself. The elderly headmaster looked frustrated by Harry's answer. "There's nothing wrong with having ambition. I would think a Slytherin would have appreciated that. Ambitions and expectations are very different concepts. But it is not my place to judge the path you have chosen, because it would be meaningless to you, wouldn't it? Yet, I do not think you believe that idea. In the end, the only thing that matters is my own opinion. I am happy with the path my life has taken so far. Are you?" The headmaster froze for a moment and his smile was nowhere to be found. "That's a very inappropriate question, Mr. Potter." "I suppose you can blame it on the curiosity of youth," the young Slytherin replied with a cheeky tone. "Now, this little conversation is not why you summoned me here, is it? I haven't set foot in this place for almost a year now, and it's not why you made me wait in my seat for an empty conversation that will probably go around in circles. So, let's get on with it because I have to pee, and I don't think you'll fancy me using your bathroom for it." The headmaster was gritting his teeth at the disrespect. "Fine, let's ignore the pleasantries and get right to the issue at hand. I do not like the attitude you are taking during the tournament, and I want you to stop. It's perfectly within the rules. I am allowed to find loopholes, aren't I? But you're ignoring the spirit of the competition. It might have been amusing the first time, but you're going too far." Harry gave him a dry look, "Just like you went too far when you forced all your students to participate. If you hadn't made me compete, I wouldn't have been doing my best to make a mockery of your tasks and your students. You're the one who forced my hand, just like you forced my hand during my guardianship hearing. You're overstating your importance. I never even considered your situation when I set up the tournament," the old man protested. "But you can't prove that, can you? At the end of the day, the position I'm in is because of you. Malicious intentions or not, this was your doing. If I win the tournament, every citizen in magical Britain will be terrified of me because of what you said in the summer. If I lose the tournament, I also lose any credibility I might have had. This was my only path forward and you know that. You can't expect me to risk my future to make you look good when you're the one who jeopardized it in the first place." Dumbledore frowned. "You are a student in my castle. I can make your stay here just as comfortable as I could make it miserable. And I can now leave the castle. Arcturus would agree in a heartbeat if you're jeopardizing my education, which you are. And your friends." Harry answered with a shrug. "They'll complain to their parents. They'll make sure that there are investigations. Who knows what they'll find out? That's not mentioning what Augusta Longbottom would say if she heard what happened to me. She could even take out her son from Hogwarts just to keep him safe, especially if I send her this." Harry took out a small metallic artifact out of his pocket to the older man's confusion. "And what is this?" "Oh, it's just a small device I invented. It's very good at detecting vibrations in the air and storing them. Did you know that sound dissipates through changes in pressure in the air? And it even has a function to transmit the information to other devices using a variation of the protean charm. Took me quite some time to get it right. Wards can easily detect certain listening charms, but an artifact that literally worked the same way an ear does. Well, it wouldn't be able to tell it apart from any normal magical object." Harry's grin widened and he continued, "Now such a device wouldn't hold up in court, maybe it wouldn't be taken seriously by the media, but it can easily be used to convince a person. I wonder what will happen to your plans if the boy who lived moved abroad, far away from your influence. I hear Ilvermorny is such a good school." "Are you blackmailing me?" the elderly headmaster asked with a baffled expression on his face. "Of course not. It's such an ugly word. Blackmail would be like threatening a student to do what you want, or you would make their life hell in the castle even if they didn't break any rules. Now, making a prediction of what would happen should something unsavory happen, well, it would be like telling someone that they would be imprisoned for committing a crime. There's a big difference between the two. Thankfully, no one is blackmailing anyone, right? That would be illegal." "Quite," Dumbledore retorted while gritting his teeth. "Thankfully, I'm a reasonable guy. I don't want to compete in this tournament any more than you want me to turn it into a mockery, but I have no choice in the matter. If you could find a way to get me to lose without losing my position, then, well, I'd be inclined to take it. With that said, Harry turned and left an angry headmaster behind. Harry really didn't see why the headmaster even attempted to threaten him. The man had to either be desperate or he just did not plan on threatening Harry. The young Slytherin didn't know either one it was, but he had to keep his eyes open in case something happened. Still, he walked back to the entrance towards the competitor's room, where he saw Daphne and Tracy waiting for him. Harry had drilled them every waking hour they had on their dueling. He didn't know if it would be enough to help them, though. Daphne was the luckier one of the two, having to fight Angelina Johnson, a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. While somewhat talented in dueling, it wasn't her strong suit. Tracy got Gemma Farley, a clear favorite to win the entire tournament, who definitely had some tutoring in dueling. Tracy was completely dejected by her luck during the previous week. Harry had pushed her as much as he could, but there was just something missing. "Hey girls." Daphne looked up and asked, "You sure took your time. What did Dumbledore want with you?" "Nothing really. He asked me very politely to stop taking a piss at the tournament." Tracy snorted, "I can't believe the headmaster himself is asking you to stop making everyone look bad. I am curious, though, about how you're planning on winning against Diggory without trying. He's a lot better than your old duelers." Harry simply shrugged, "Maybe I'll have to duel him seriously." "Really?" they both exclaimed. "Who knows?" Harry responded with a shrug. Daphne hit him on the shoulder. "You're mean." He just answered her with a cheeky grin before turning to Tracy. "So, how are you doing?" "As good as I can be, I guess," the brunette responded. Harry tilted his head. "You know, there's an upside to this." "What?" she bit out. "Well, chances are that Farley is a member of the court. You don't have to win. You only have to impress her. Personally, I'll refuse any invitation to join, so you should have your spot guaranteed. I know you're more than good enough to join the court. All you have to do is show the rest of the world that you are here to stay. No one expects you to last more than a few seconds. So, prove them all wrong. You might even surprise Farley enough to snatch a win." Tracy's face brightened slightly, but before she could say anything, Flitwick entered the room, Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory. "Follow me to the arena for your duel." The young Slytherin gave them a cheeky smile. "I'll be back in a bit." They turned and walked towards the half-goblin, his upperclassman towering over him. It must have been quite a comical sight from the outside. Diggory met Harry's gaze with a smile and offered his hand. "Cedric Diggory. I'm a big fan of your performance in the tournament." Harry shook the older boy's hand. "Harry Potter. I'm glad you like it. So, any secret plans for me?" "Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Who knows, I might even cast more than 2 spells." The Hufflepuff chuckled. "I certainly hope you do. It would be a shame for me to come all this way only to lose." Harry nodded at him. "Then I wish you the best of luck." "You too, I guess," the older boy replied, looking taken aback slightly. Trolling people with niceness is so worth it. Like they had done many times previously, both duelers bowed and took their stances, only Harry realized just as he was preparing his magic to cast an instantaneous spell, that he felt some kind of foreign magic activating on him. And just like that, the world froze as Harry's mind turned to overtime. So, that was Dumbledore's plan. It probably would have worked on anyone other than Harry. The men probably anchored some kind of time-delayed spell that would make Harry spasm. It was a dangerous thing, especially with offensive magic. A spell could easily backfire if the twitch was timed correctly. But how did it get past Harry's arcane hearing? Sure, there were plenty of distractions since there were just too many magical artifacts around, but he should have still picked it up. Was it some kind of weird technique to make magic untraceable? Riddle did manage it in his diary. Or perhaps it was something specific to the Elder Wand. Like making concealing spells overpowered when casting a spell. It didn't matter. He wouldn't let Dumbledore do anything like this. With a quick pulse of his inner magic, the spell was nullified with its exact opposite frequency. Harry wanted to see Dumbledore's reaction for a bit. Well, that gave him an idea. This was going to be fun. Right before the timer turned to 1, Harry's stance lowered, and he turned towards Dumbledore with a confused look on his face. Diggory seemed taken aback for a second and froze. "What?" Harry interrupted him. "The headmaster is waving his hands like mad. Is something wrong?" The poor Hufflepuff turned to look to the stands, as did practically everyone. Yet, they only saw Dumbledore with his eyes widened in confusion for a fraction of a second, before realizing what was happening. It was too late, of course, as Harry fired a stunner at his distracted opponent, knocking him out without anyone even seeing it. The young Potter turned fully towards the judges and Dumbledore and bowed. "Thank you for your consideration." He walked away, his steps the only noise echoing in the arena. The moment he finally left, he could hear the pandemonium that followed, and he suppressed the urge to cackle in laughter. Chapter 195, Marooned. February 26, 1994, Hogwarts. Tracy watched Daphne walk away from the arena while feeling both envious and nervous. Daphne had won her duel, to the surprise of many. People just didn't expect the participants from the lower brackets to go through to the quarterfinals, and they would be right. The gap between OWL students and Newt students in terms of power and control was immense. Of course, Harry didn't count. She had to suppress bursting into laughter when she realized what he had done. Using something as childish and as obvious as pretending the headmaster was in trouble to distract Diggory was just hilarious. The fact that he got most of the audience with it just made it all so much better. But even if he wasn't messing around, Harry could easily win the tournament, he just didn't want to. Daphne's win was just suspect. Angelina Johnson wasn't the best dueler out there, but she was miles better than a third year had a right to be. Most of the duel was just Daphne and her being evenly matched until the Gryffindor chaser mistimed a reflection and got hit with a random curse. It was a very anticlimactic end to what was a very impressive duel. Daphne had been holding her own with some weird curses that just bridged the gap in raw power between her and the older girl. They weren't illegal curses or anything, just some curses of slowness, curses that messed with wand movements, and the like. Daphne liked to curse parts of the platform and discreetly trick her opponents into stepping on them. Slowly, Daphne neutralized her opponent's movement by slowly limiting the environment around her, forcing Johnson to shield more likely than not. She had literally held on until she brought down Johnson to a level that she could manage to fight. That's when the older girl blundered and mistimed a spell redirection, which ended the duel seconds later. It wasn't something Daphne had done. The look of shock on Daphne's face showed that she was as surprised as she was. Tracy had looked towards Harry afterwards, only to see him frowning in the same way he did when he tried to solve a mystery of some sort. It probably wasn't him either. There was a chance that Johnson just made a mistake, but it was just unlikely. Someone interfered in the duel to make sure Daphne would win, and that meant that someone was sabotaging the matches. Wasn't that a worrying thought? Still, either way, Daphne lucked out. And now, it was Tracy's turn to fight a girl far older and far more skilled than she was. Tracy didn't really get to show off in the preliminaries and Harry's words rang in her ears. She didn't have to win. She had to impress. Not lost in seconds just a few matches previously. He was unlucky enough to get Percy Weasley as an opponent, who just didn't play along and took him down as quickly as possible. Merlin, that guy had a stick up his bum the size of Mount Everest. So far, 2 candidates got through. Tracy only had to do better than not to qualify. She had to do enough to make up for the fact that politically, not was as big as anyone was going to get. This was her time. This was her chance, the chance that Blaise had given her. Tracy blushed slightly at the thought of her boyfriend. If she wasn't training with Harry, she spent most of her waking time just snogging Blaise. It definitely made Harry and Daphne uncomfortable, but the brunette ignored them. She would pay them back when the two of them stopped dancing around one another and got together. But no, this was not the time to get distracted. She had to be focused. She had to be ready. She was fighting one of the best duelers in Slytherin, and she had to prove her worth. Why the hell was she unlucky enough to end up with Gemma Farley of all people as her opponent? It just wasn't fair. The only good point was the fact that she knew that Farley was reasonable enough to let her shine. To be fair, the organizers did their best to pair fighters of the same gender, and there were only 3 female competitors in the upper brackets. She was either going to end up with Gemma Farley, Angelina Johnson, or Penelope Clearwater. Daphne was lucky enough to get Johnson, but Tracy thanked every possible god in existence that she didn't end up with Clearwater. Losing in seconds was already bad, but losing to a Muggle-born would have been a death sentence to Tracy's dreams of joining the court. As much as people liked to say that Slytherin wasn't a house of bigotry anymore, there was still this unconscious thought of Muggle-borns as lesser wizards and witches. Cho Chang had ended up against Clearwater and she was bound, gagged, disarmed, and petrified in less than 20 seconds. It was just a merciless takedown that looked more like bullying than anything else. Tracy could only hope that Farley would be a little more merciful with her. Professor Flitwick's voice interrupted her musings. Tracy Davis and Gemma Farley, please make your way to the arena for your duel. The brunette stiffened slightly, finally realizing that her time was up. She stifled the nervousness in her gut and walked forward to the entrance. There she met her opponent who smiled down somewhat kindly at her. So, are you ready? Tracy couldn't help but smile at the act, as ready as I'm going to be. I don't think I could have done much to bridge a 4-year gap of magical education. The older girl giggled, maybe, but you've done well to get here. Most of the house is impressed, to say the least. You're the most promising year in a while. We didn't expect that half of the people who would qualify from your bracket would be 3rd-year students. Yeah, but Harry doesn't count, she muttered to herself. Yeah, Potter is a little impressive, isn't he? There will be some grumbling about how he beat Diggory, though. It's his way of protesting the whole forced participation thing. He didn't want to be involved at all. Farley snickered. Well, at least he's entertaining. Took us all by surprise in the first task, and now he's doing it again. At least he taught you enough to get by. He's an amazing teacher. Don't tell him I said that, but I'd take him over most of the defense professors we got saddled with. He has this way of explaining magic, of making you think that's just amazing. It's easy to take for granted until you try to learn on your own, without his input. Interesting. It's a shame that I didn't end up fighting him. Tracy snorted unconsciously before her eyes widened in panic. She hadn't meant to do that. The older girl raised an eyebrow. So, what's so funny then? Damn. How was she supposed to answer that without being disrespectful? Maybe honesty would work. Well, in a fight between the two of you, I have to say that I would bet on Harry. You would bet on a third year over me in a duel, the older girl replied with an incredulous tone. You haven't seen Harry fight seriously. I don't think even I have. What Dumbledore said in the summer, about Harry being as good as the Dark Lord, wasn't an exaggeration. If anything, it was watered down. He's playing around, right now, mostly to just mess with the headmaster and because he doesn't want to deal with the hassle of being recognized as the next Dumbledore or Dark Lord. Interesting. But if someone would force him to fight seriously. Tracy didn't bother stifling her chuckle this time. I can't see that happen, but Harry can be unpredictable sometimes. I can see him respecting an opponent enough to put in an effort, out of curiosity more than anything else, but he's just as likely to just forfeit to avoid the headache. I suppose we'll probably fight in the next round. How do you know you're going to get past me? The older girl smiled. I like you, Davis. Make this fight interesting, will you? I'll do my best. And just like that, the two duelers arrived at the arena, bowed to each other, took their stances, and the duel began. Tracy couldn't really afford to be on the defensive against someone like Farley. Harry spent over a week drilling her on the way to counter the older girl, and he had quickly concluded that taking a defensive approach was just inviting disaster. She sent a few basic hexes and jinxes at her opponent, who just conjured a shield to redirect them. Tracy tried one of Harry's tactics of sending another volley of spells with a shield breaker hidden in between, but Farley saw through it easily and changed her shield charm, making the shield breaker entirely useless. The older girl raised an unimpressed eyebrow, making Tracy grit her teeth. She didn't have the time to show her anger as Farley sent a fairly common dueling combination, a stunner, a cutting charm, and a disarming charm. Tracy dodged two of them and redirected the stunner back at her opponent, who dodged it by just stepping aside effortlessly. They kept going back and forth with mostly small charms. Tracy remembered Harry's biggest piece of advice about the duel. Farley was, without a doubt, her superior in every way. Tracy didn't have Harry's frankly insane magical strength and immense repertoire of spells. She couldn't change spells on a whim either. She was fast for her age, but her spells lacked the potency that Daphne's had. The way Tracy had a chance at winning against someone so much older and more experienced as her, was through surprise. When she saw Farley up her game and visibly decide to stop playing around to end the duel, Tracy decided to implement one of the plans Harry taught her. She pretended she was being overwhelmed by a combination of spells, and she jumped back. Farley went for a finishing combination, but Tracy cast one of the most complicated spells that Harry taught her. It was called the doppelganger charm. What it did was create an unmoving illusion of her and make her invisible at the same time. There was a variation where she could control it, but it was beyond her. Maintaining both the illusion and the invisibility was already straining her control. Tracy walked forward, in an area where her opponent's volley of spells just wouldn't touch her. She did her best to maintain the illusion until the spells were about to hit the copy. She dispelled the illusion, revealing her true location, and didn't let her opponent realize that she was tricked, by sending a lightning piercer at her. It wasn't the most dangerous spell in her arsenal, but it was the fastest. And in this trick, speed mattered more than damage. Most students, even 7th years, would have fallen for that trick, but Farley showed her experience when she was barely able to conjure a shield to block the piercer, but she wasn't able to counter the full elemental aspect of the spell, electrocuting her as well. Tracy didn't let up and stopped holding back. Farley wouldn't keep underestimating her anymore. She sent a wind-enhanced cutting charm, followed by 2 stunners. Unfortunately, her opponent was able to create a repelling shield to send her spells back. The young Slytherin didn't let up her assault, and used a small trick Harry taught her. Apparently, an overpowered disarming charm could redirect spells mid-flight. And if anything, Tracy's advantages were both her speed and her accuracy. Just as she practiced 100 times with Harry, her disarming charm hit the stunning charm closing to the older girl, and she could see her opponent's eyes widen as the stunning charm returned back at her. Tracy didn't have time to relish the look on her face since she had to transfigure parts of the platform as a small hill, to intercept the spells being reflected back at her. With a smaller charm, she made the wooden hill act like a wave and moved towards her opponent in an effort to throw her out of the platform, while she was dealing with her last trick. The younger girl's eyes widened when the wooden wave split into 2 as she neared her opponent. Farley looked ragged and more than a little pissed off. It was a shame. Tracy was sure that her trick could have worked. Now, the older girl wasn't going to underestimate her anymore. She was proven correctly, when, just like that, Farley's spells doubled in speed and tripled in power. Tracy was slowly getting overwhelmed just by defending. Damn it, this was exactly what she wanted to avoid. As a Hail Mary, Tracy cast a pulsing repelling shield, which already strained her magic channels. It was a very power-consuming spell that not only repelled spells but acted as an attack. Farley expertly cut through the force coming at her, but Tracy didn't plan on it working. She conjured a giant fireball towards her opponent and followed it with the strongest gust of wind she could manage. She was running dry. Raw power wasn't really her strong suit. She could only hope that this would work somehow, even if she didn't have her hopes up. Tracy's hopes were dashed when chains were conjured out of nowhere and bound her legs, and somehow, Tracy's wand flew out of her hand. The fire faded to reveal a slightly singed Gemma Farley holding her wand at her, with a small smile on her face. "You did well, kiddo. Very impressive. But that's the end of the line." Tracy let out a bitter chuckle. "I thought I had you with that." "You almost did. You did far better than anyone could have hoped. Now, are we going to make me stun you, or are you going to take the dignifying way out?" Well, Harry did say that if Tracy didn't win, she had to impress them and show them what she could do. And it's not like she expected to defeat Farley anyway. Now, she could only hope that the court would be satisfied with her performance. Tracy raised her hands and spoke up the words that felt bitter in her mouth. "I forfeit." The crowd roared, but Tracy ignored them. Instead, she looked towards a specific section of the stands where Harry, Daphne, and Blaze were cheering for her. She turned towards where her parents and the green grasses were also smiling at her, looking extremely proud. Her mouth unconsciously turned up at that. Yes, she might not have won, but this was more than enough for her. Chapter 196, A Thankless Job. February 27, 1994, Hogwarts. Alastor Moody spent over 2 hours in the Slytherin third-year dormitories before deciding that it was a dead end. Dumbledore's frankly disturbing orders were concerning, but orders were orders. He had learned long ago that Albus always had something up his sleeve and had a reason behind every action he made. Still, ordering him to search some kid's bedroom, one whose parents fought by his side during the last war, was just in bad taste. He did find a few odd things, but nothing really concerning. It didn't take long to break the encryption of the protection charms. On the boy's trunk, thanks to a small artifact he bought from a German wizard during his time as an Auror. Aside from some clothes, a disturbing number of books, fiction and educational in equal numbers, and a bit of gold, the only noteworthy item was a small notebook filled with notes and small ideas. It was mostly concentrated on curses and their counters, as well as the development of new ways of detecting them, and even some interesting research about a new general counterspell that was geared towards curses in general. It would have been some very impressive work for a Newt student, hell, even someone working on a mastery in charms, and yet it was a third year that did it. For the first time, Alastor finally understood why Albus was so worried about Potter. The boy could easily end up as his successor, or the next Dark Lord, the latter being the most likely because of his close association with Arcturus Black. This kind of work was definitely not unique. The boy had likely stashed his other work elsewhere, probably more completed. Still, there was no sign of malicious dark magic, at least not something as dangerous as what the children in Slytherin practiced back when Voldemort was still kicking around. He had to admit that the work was fascinating though, and it wasn't long until he found himself engrossed for half an hour reading it, trying to understand its complexities. Magical theory was never his strong suit, but Alastor was more than experienced with handling dark magic and curses. Still, when he realized how long he spent reading a student's notebook, he decided that he spent more than enough time in a child's dormitory and that it was time to leave. Planting both gnarled hands onto the armrests, he pushed himself out of his cushy chair and made for the door. He could have gone to the antechamber that Albus arranged for him when he came, but to Moody, a period of inactivity was more tiring than work. It came with the job, well, his former job. He was retired now, he reminded himself. Yet, despite his retirement, his feet itched to explore. His eyes sought to examine every nook and cranny of the building for any sign of the enemy. Perhaps this was why he practically leapt at the missions Dumbledore sent his way instead of retiring like most people his age. He could have more time to enjoy the limbs he had left. Students passing by leapt away from him as he entered the hall. He looked about at their shocked faces. It was still funny that people were still scared shitless by him. Those who were not aware of his reputation were still terrified of his scarred face and pegged leg. As he made his way to the arena, Alastor's magical eye took everything in. He grew to love his eye over the years. It was almost worth losing his old one just for how much it enhanced his situational awareness. He peered into classrooms and offices, desks and bags. Magical items glowed slightly, and hidden doors stood out from the walls. When someone got too close, he even looked through their clothing for hidden weapons. It was an instinct that he honed for a very long time. Constant vigilance was necessary. Perhaps if he had practiced this all those years ago, he wouldn't have lost her. Perhaps he wouldn't have been alone. He had been just an Auror back then, a very competent one, but he was dutiful. He followed orders, did his paperwork and went home to his lovely wife. Being an Auror was just a career, nothing more. Unfortunately, he ended up arresting someone that apparently Voldemort considered to be an asset. The following week, he was attacked by a Death Eater squad in his home, and in his surprise, he was barely prepared to fight back. His wife paid the price for his lack of vigilance. Alastor had lost everything on that night, left tortured, beaten, and scarred in a burning home, with a dark mark glowing above. Alastor might have been overzealous in his revenge, and definitely very reckless. He massacred more than a share of Death Eaters, the ones that attacked his home did not survive the month. His recklessness cost him more than a few scars, a leg, and his eye, but Dumbledore patched him up, gave him purpose, and pointed him in the direction of Death Eaters. Alastor relished it because fighting was better than remembering, better than going to an empty home devoid of life or warmth. He agreed to join Dumbledore's movement, his order, out of hatred for Voldemort more than anything else. He had nothing else left in him anyway. Yet, here he was, relegated to spying on a child. An interesting child, yet a child, nonetheless. The former Auror walked up the stands to sit next to Albus, who wandlessly cast a privacy charm, something that Alastor couldn't dream of doing. It was small displays like this that showed just how far the gap was between titans like Dumbledore and the rest of them. Dumbledore turned at Moody's approach. He greeted him with a warm smile that the Scarredman easily recognized as fake, and extended his hand. Alastor, old friend. It's been a while. Good evening, Professor. Enjoying the duels? Ah, yes. They had been quite entertaining. So far, Percival Weasley, Penelope Clearwater, and Gemma Farley have qualified for the semifinals. Ludo just announced the last duel of the day. Daphne Greengrass against Harry Potter. The former Auror couldn't help but snort at the decision. You want Potter to fight his girlfriend. I will admit that my wanting to keep the duels balanced did impact the decision. The bunch of third years were very impressive in this task, and I wanted one of them to qualify. Having an underdog in the semifinals would help sell tickets after young Neville was eliminated so quickly. Well, Potter definitely is no underdog, I can tell you that. I doubted your words during the boys' guardianship hearing, but you were right. He's far more capable than any third year I've ever seen. The older wizard stiffened. What did you uncover? Just a couple of notebooks of his, filled with theoretical work and arithmancy that I could barely make any heads and tails of it. He's analyzing formulas of known curses and whatnot. From the number of fiction books and biographies about curse breaking, I'm assuming he wants to be one. It's not too concerning, but he must have other notebooks that he hid somewhere. Dumbledore took a deep sigh. It is as I feared, then. What is? I believe that young Harry might have been responsible for Neville's behavior in his own duel. I didn't have the chance to examine him since Augusta requested that he recover in their family manor a couple of days later, but I believe that young Harry cast some kind of obscure curse to somehow get Neville to cast his last spell. It's the only explanation I had. He was the only person young Neville spent time around since the year started. There were holes in that theory. For one, a curse should have been detected by the dueling wards as some kind of cheating. But if the curse was somehow anchored to an already known curse scar, it could technically slip by the detection. Still, Alastor had never heard of someone cursing someone to cast a spell they couldn't even do in the first place, especially not wandlessly. Memories of the frankly extremely advanced notebook about curses did come to mind. The boy could technically create it somehow. Still, there were too many unknowns and Alastor wasn't afraid to speak his mind. This is flimsy at best, Albus. You need better than that. I don't think any child would purposely almost kill another one for no reason. He has plenty of reasons. He wants to embarrass me in revenge for my actions the previous summer. By the way, what the hell were you thinking, Albus? The older wizard looked sheepish. I might have been rash in my decision to alienate him. I was just concerned about the influence Arcturus Black could have on a young boy, especially one as talented as Mr. Potter. Well, you fucked up. But if it's any consolation, I don't think Potter has it in him to almost kill another innocent student like that. He's embarrassing you plenty enough with the way he's outsmarting the tasks. Dumbledore's fists clenched. I am not willing to risk letting such a dangerous student remain unsupervised. I did with Riddle, and you know how much of a mess this was. I want you to keep observing him in the castle. I'll say that I hired you as a consultant for the third task. You're getting hyperfixated on the boy, Albus. This is not like you. Perhaps, but it is a very small favor to ask you, Alastor. I'm asking you to trust me here. The Scarredman let out a deep sigh. This is wrong, Albus, and I think you know that deep down. I could understand spying on Lupin, considering his time on the continent and his condition. He could be a real risk to the students, even if he hasn't infected anyone in his life. But Potter is 13. You're blowing this out of proportion. I'm not asking you to spy on the boy, just stay vigilant about his activities. That's another way of saying spying. But I do owe you more than enough favors. I'll do it, but I can feel that this won't end well, Albus. The headmaster smiled softly. Thank you for your trust, old friend. And I am not being too judgmental of the boy. I have just given him an opportunity to make amends by pairing him with Miss Greengrass. He could either forfeit without anyone judging him for refusing to fight his friend, or he could try to embarrass me again, with the cost of the Greengrass family ending up in the crossfire. Alastair knew that there had to be more to it, but before he could say anything, Ludo Bagman's grating enhanced voice started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, sadly we find ourselves at the final duel of the day. Yet, it might be the one you have been waiting for the most. Two underdogs, who were never expected to come this far in the tournament, will battle it out so that the victor shall have the final spot in the semifinals. So, let us welcome Daphne Greengrass and Harry Potter to the stage. The two duelers were walking towards the dueling stage while speaking like old friends, unconcerned by the very idea that they were going to fight a few minutes later. When both students bowed and took on dueling stances. When it was time to fight, Potter just raised his hand and said with an enhanced yet bored voice, honestly, this entire thing was just a drag and boring. I wouldn't even be fighting if it wasn't for the fact that the headmaster forced us with vague threats of expulsion and so on. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who just didn't feel like being forced to duel in front of thousands of people like some kind of magical gladiators, and I'm not really in the mood to pretend to care about any of it. So, let's just call it a day and save ourselves the trouble. I'd rather focus on something less bothersome. Life is too short for this. I forfeit. And just like that, the boy left the arena, leaving behind a sea of bewildered but entertained spectators. Alastair had to repress the urge to burst into laughter at the boy's sass, even if the air around Dumbledore was getting heavier with his barely restrained magic. Yeah, the boy had got one over the headmaster again. Alastair had a bad feeling about this. This definitely wasn't going to end well. Chapter 197, Retrospection. February 27, 1994, Hogwarts. Harry left the arena, barely suppressing his vindictiveness from showing itself. He wanted to hurt Dumbledore in a way that would actually sting him, and he had succeeded. If only he hadn't gone overboard with it. He knew that the headmaster couldn't afford to have a third year winning the second task as well, without even showing any effort. It would have literally been proof that the entire tournament was meaningless and that it didn't test the competitor's magical skills in any meaningful way. And Harry could have won, easily. It would have taken a bit of planning and some creative thinking, but he could have won the dueling tournament by casting a few spells. That was something that the headmaster realized, which made him sabotage Daphne's opponent and arrange for Harry to fight Daphne in the quarterfinals. It was a dirty trick. If Harry won with his usual method, he would be humiliating his best friend and her family in public and would look heartless. If they duel and he won, then the whole narrative that Harry wanted to convey would have been lost. If Daphne had forfeited, then it would look like Harry had heartlessly intimidated her into letting him win without a fight. The whole thing gave him no choice. He needed to forfeit without fighting. It was the best option. Whatever Harry's decision would have been, Dumbledore would have won. His event would continue unimpeded, and Harry's duels would just be an amusing anecdote, a form of entertaining memory that people would have when they think of the tournament, but not the main event. Harry didn't really care about winning the tournament, and neither did Daphne. They had nothing pushing them to win, but neither of them wanted to risk being harassed by the public. Daphne wouldn't have even minded losing after her first couple of duels. Healing and curse-breaking were her passion, not dueling, even if she was getting very good at it. The young Slytherin found himself on the school grounds. He's been finding himself there very frequently, specifically whenever he had to sort through his emotions. The outside was just so calming, especially considering the chaos that often accompanied the tournament events. He liked helping Hagrid with his charms, visiting Fluffy every couple of weeks. Hell, sometimes Hedwig would just fly to him, and he would talk to her as he took a walk. It was one of the few places where he knew peace. Of course, all good things never lasted, since someone interrupted him while he was on a walk. It was a stupid thing, what you did. Harry suppressed the urge to groan when he recognized the voice. Go away, Lupin. I'm not leaving without a proper conversation. I thought I told you that I wanted you to stay away from me if you're not going to tell me what you're planning. If this conversation has nothing to do with it, then we have nothing to talk about. The older boy could hear the man's inner wolf growl in frustration and stifled the urge to chuckle in amusement at the man's temper. You're going to get yourself killed. It's still not your problem. Aside from your obsession with my mother, you don't really care about me, nor do I care about it. Of course, I care about you. This time, Harry let out a bitter laugh. You don't. Let's just make that clear. You might have lied to yourself to pretend like you're a good person, but you don't care about me. You want me to do something you're desperate for, something regarding my mother. My guess is that you're hoping I would replicate the ritual she did on you or might actually discover something she left behind. It doesn't really matter to me if I'm being perfectly honest. What matters is that means that you don't care about me, just about what I can do for you. Fine. Believe what you want. But you're the son of one of my greatest friends, and of a woman that could save my kind. It's my duty to protect you. Until I do what you want, and you'll throw me away. But it's interesting that you didn't react to my theories. So, you think you're safe? You want me for something else? What could it be, I wonder? What could possibly be better than saving your kind? The werewolf growled in anger. For fuck's sake, Harry, stop trying to analyze everything in front of you and listen to what I have to say. You shouldn't keep pushing Dumbledore like that. People who do that tend to suffer a large amount of bad luck. He's going to push back, and you'll only notice when it will be too late, and you will have lost more than you thought you could lose. I think he's more preoccupied with the boy who lived almost killing someone. Sure, he might be distracted right now, but that doesn't mean he'll forget. You're making too much noise for him to forget. You actually hurt Dumbledore, not once but twice. You are getting noticed, and not just by the headmaster. You could have just forfeited silently without a fight. It would have been an olive branch, a way to bury the hatchet and the animosity. It could even just have been the start of an unspoken truth between the two of you. But you just had to get the last word, didn't you? You're more like your mother than you want to admit. Harry glared at the defense professor. This wasn't an olive branch, it was just his backup plan in case his sabotage didn't work yesterday. What sabotage? He summoned me to my office and sneakily cast a spell at me to make my hands twitch, which would get me to miss my first spell. I was able to recognize it and counter it in time, but it was straight-up sabotage. So far, we were playing by the rules, but he broke them. That fact disturbed Harry far more than the action itself. It wasn't the act that Dumbledore tried to curse him, it was that he succeeded, and Harry didn't even notice it. His arcane hearing was always on, especially when it came to things that he considered as threats. Sure, it gave him a headache when there were too many conflicting magical properties in an area, but when it came to magical effects on his person, he was always vigilant, always ready to dispel any spell anyone cast on him. With that skill came a sense of confidence, perhaps even arrogance, that nothing would ever touch him without him noticing it. This confidence was trampled on and torn to shreds by a single spell on Dumbledore's behalf. The illusion was broken. Someone was able to slip something by him, something that Harry just never saw coming. And that thought just scared the crap out of him. It was something that Lupin must have picked on as well because he smiled slightly. I get it now. For all your justifications for your actions, the whole thing was just a reflex. You weren't angry about Dumbledore's plan, you were angry that he almost succeeded, that he did something you didn't see coming. You just lashed out, and you're trying to rationalize to me, even to yourself, why you did that. And believe it or not, you did the same in your guardianship hearing. Dumbledore blindsided you with his accusations and you lashed out by getting back at him. I have to say that I'm relieved. Relieved, he answered with a confused tone. That you're still a normal boy underneath it all. Don't get me wrong, you're a terror with a wand and you can probably outthink most politicians, but you're still a teenager who's confused about his place in the world, and who lashes out whenever he thinks he's vulnerable. What? Harry replied with a raised eyebrow. You're surprised that I'm not some kind of clone of my monstrous mother. Your mother wasn't monstrous, Harry. Say that to her husband, Lupin. Oh right, she killed him. Let's just stop talking about Lily for a bit, Lupin replied with a sigh. You should be more focused on Dumbledore's answer to this. He won't let this go. You called him out in front of everyone, and he already has an easy target to hurt you with. Harry nodded. Daphne. Exactly, and he has a golden opportunity to do it during the semi-finals. You have the weekend to prepare her against any trick she might have to face, to fight against a more powerful and more experienced opponent. I was already going to do that. Lupin gave him an approving smile. Good. One last piece of advice. You need to keep a lid on your temper. You can't just recklessly lash out every time you're surprised by something. I know firsthand just how irritating Dumbledore could be, but sometimes, you need to let things go. Yeah, whatever, Harry answered before returning back to the castle, the conversation heavy on his mind. He still didn't trust Lupin, not one bit. For all the men pretended to be friendly, Harry knew that the man was just trying to buy into his good graces. When nostalgia and knowledge about his parents failed, he tried to make himself approachable, like some fake mentorship figure. But at the end of the day, the whole conversation made him realize just how irrational his feud with Dumbledore really was. Oh, the man was a control freak who wanted to have influence everywhere and wished to turn the world into some kind of children's playground. But comparing it to how Harry handled Riddle the previous year, his approach when dealing with the headmaster was always straightforward and needlessly hostile. He didn't scheme, he didn't lay traps. He just kept responding to every single move by the old man, with one of his own. That approach just didn't work, yet he kept doing it again and again. Something had to change. Dumbledore had proved many times that he could hurt Harry and that he knew where to target. The alderman tried to destroy Harry's future during his guardianship hearing. He inconveniently shined light onto Harry's actions, constraining how he had to act for the duration of his sham of a tournament. Was that why Harry always acted like this when it came to Dumbledore? He was calm when he fought Riddle. He didn't act rashly when Sirius tried to kill him during the Hogsmeade attack. Harry needed to figure out what he wanted out of his enmity with Dumbledore. Getting the men to leave him alone was unlikely, and now he needed to decide on a plan forward. He arrived in the common room. He was engulfed by a blonde bullet hugging him. "Where were you, Harry? I've been looking for you for almost an hour." "I was just on a walk, Daff. I needed to clear my head." "Finally realized how stupid you were when you did that stunt, huh?" The last Potter sheepishly ruffled the back of his own head. "Yeah. It was a dumb idea, wasn't it?" "Oh, I don't know. You only mocked Dumbledore's event in front of every influential person in the country," she answered with a dry tone. "Fine, I get it. I should have just forfeited in silence. At least no one is going to think you're some kind of Dark Lord anymore. Because what kind of Dark Lord says that he won't fight because it would be too troublesome, and too much of a drag? You did technically achieve what you wanted, but Dumbledore isn't going to take this lying down. Don't worry about me, Daff," he comforted her, "I'll handle it. But right now, let's focus on you. Your match will be in a couple of days. Did they say who you're going to fight this time, or are they leaving it as some kind of surprise?" "I'm fighting Clearwater." "Huh, that's worrying. She's not one to hold back. I guess I'll have to up your training." The blonde looked at him, confused. "My training? Weren't we going to do that anyway?" "Well, win or lose, I want you to show the world how good you are. Your study in curses will be beneficial, but I think it's time I teach you something a bit more, how do I say this, dangerous. You proved to me that you're mature enough not to misuse this and that you would follow my advice. It will be pressing, and we'll have to work during every waking hour, but I think a couple of days would be enough to help you learn a few tricks that might really make a difference." "And what is this mysterious tricky subject?" Harry gave her a sneaky grin. "Daphne Greengrass, how do you feel about learning ice magic? And I'm not talking about the spells your parents taught you. I'm talking about real elemental magic." Chapter 198, Crouching Tiger. February 28, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. Bartmeo's Crouch was aware that his recent habit of lingering in his ministry office was excessive, even by his own measures. Many of his co-workers would say he seldom rushed to return home, and they were entirely correct. After all, there was nothing at home that he looked forward to. He had lost his son to the Dark Lord, a shame that still followed him for years. The boy died in a foolish attempt to follow the orders of a dead man, and perished, just a name amongst thousands, in the disaster that was Godric's Hollow. His wife, the light of his life, died soon after, from a severe case of dragonpox. Bartmeos knew that she could have fought it but had just given up. There was nothing left at home for him, just an empty house, a half-mad elf, and painful memories. Committing himself to his work fully was better than remembering his failures, both as a father, a husband, and as a wartime commander. But that didn't mean that he enjoyed the endless paperwork he had to deal with. It was just a chore, one that the last surviving member of the Crouch family definitely did not enjoy. However, it was known that the higher one rose in the ministry, the higher the pile of parchment grew over their desk. This day was particularly bad. Well, this entire quarter was bad, altogether, because Dumbledore decided to make a national event on a whim. And since the man lost his position as the supreme mugwump, the minister was very leery of giving the position to someone else, probably waiting for a substantial enough bribe to do so, but as the head of the Department of International Cooperation, Bartmeos was saddled with the responsibilities of the position. The department's head shook his head in consternation. Cursing fudge had never felt so tempting. But no, this wasn't the end of it. For some ungodly reason, it was decided that the Quidditch World Cup, the European Magical Tournament, were happening in Britain in the same year. Both projects were proposed by Crouch to revitalize the economy and include Britain in the European political scene. It would have been a nice cap in his career, but he did it, mostly, because his wife loved history, and she adored the Triwizard Tournament and the challenges the champions wanted to make. The Quidditch World Cup was a no-brainer since it was a guarantee of income and would attract potential investors into the country, something that magical Britain sorely needed. The entire nation was not considered safe since the 70s, and the ICW had washed their hands of the British Isles completely. Both events would have been good opportunities. However, he did not want to have them in the same year, especially just after a massive prison breakout. The entire thing was a logistical nightmare that the last Crouch could see Dumbledore's fingerprints all over. This had literally quadrupled his workload since he had to make sure that the Department of Magical Sports and Games didn't screw up again. Sometimes, he marveled at the decision to elect Ludo Bagman of all people as the head of a department. The fact that the man was a gambling addict and was drowning in debt was a badly kept secret that everyone from the lowest paper push to the minister himself knew about. Amelia Bones tried many times to arrest the man, or at least get him fired, especially when he was found to selling inside information and making bets using news that he was only privy to because of his position. The men ended up paying a substantial fine to make the whole thing go away, and Fudge didn't want any talk of corruption in his administration, so he buried everything, put his hand in the sand, and pretended the whole thing never happened. Dumbledore's little forgive and forget policy that he kept preaching about for half a century had somehow made an entire generation see the world in rose-tinted glasses. At least it was coming to bite him in the ass with the whole Potter fiasco. What was the man thinking, trying to demonize a 13-year-old boy in front of the Wisengamot in an obvious attempt to remain as his guardian, hoping to scare the Wisengamot, or even the general public into getting what he wanted? It was a somewhat common tactic that Dumbledore used. It was always the same whenever he tried to pass or oppose a bill. He scared people with vague promises of disaster should he not get his way, and that it was all for the peace or prosperity of the nation. The traditionalist faction often opposed this through pure bribery or sometimes even blackmail, to counteract Dumbledore's plans. But to do it on a child, one that, no matter how magically powerful he was just distasteful. Bartmios was in the Wisengamot watching the injustice until the unthinkable happened and the boy started doing the same to Dumbledore. It was a wonderful thing to see in person, especially since it was he who demonized Barty and revealed to the world his son's allegiance, just to kick him out of office. He never really liked Dumbledore. The man was too passive and secretive. He always liked to say that he tried to avoid positions of power since he turned away the position of minister, but he had the ears of half the ministry. When Barty refused to follow his suggestions during the war in his time as head of the DMLE, the men destroyed his career in exchange. Why the hell would anyone even suggest using non-lethal magics against terrorists who actively tried to kill law enforcement? The entire thing rubbed him the wrong way and would have probably crippled the Auror department even more than it currently was. It showed in the way he saw students fight in the dueling championship that Dumbledore arranged. Bartmios was invited as part of Fudge's retinue for the event, a waste of time more than anything else, especially since he had to return to his office to finish his actual work, which ended up with him going home after midnight for over a week. The entire school tournament concept was obviously an easy way for Dumbledore to make up for the gold he lost while building his new prison. It was the reason why third-year students and Newt students were competing against each other. It was the reason why participation was mandatory. The parents' tickets alone would pile up into a fortune, and what parent wouldn't give up a couple of galleons to watch their children compete? No one ever called him out on his bullshit, and for good reason. Every person who publicly criticized Dumbledore tended to suffer a rather long unlucky streak until they disappeared into obscurity. Still, the Potter boy had to have balls of steel to embarrass Dumbledore so much. Winning the first task with a few simple spells and getting to the quarterfinals of the second task without even casting more than 2 spells in every duel, just made a mockery of the whole event, and with it, Dumbledore. But to forfeit because he thought that the whole event was a drag was just the cherry on top. Because what Dark Lord wouldn't fight because it was too troublesome. The entire fear-mongering campaign that Dumbledore started with the boy's guardianship hearing just fell apart with that little statement. Potter turned from a potential Dark Lord to a lazy intelligent boy who found loopholes because he wouldn't put in the effort to do it properly, especially when he's being forced to compete. Bartmios had stifled the urge to cackle in laughter at the headmaster obviously trying to rein in his temper at the boy's statement. The memory alone put a rare smile on his face. It was then that he picked up a small folder, thinking that it was a usual boring report that he had to go through, but his eyes widened when he recognized the secrecy enchantments on it. These documents were from the Department of Mysteries. The last Crouch never really liked the department and he never attempted to even have a shard of influence there. It was just too secretive, and people, including the minister, never really knew what happened there, aside from a few sparse comments from the department head, Saul Croker. Augustus Rookwood's reveal as a Death Eater proved that their security measures could be bypassed anyway and soured any opinion he had of the department's competence. The whole thing was just too shady for Barty's tastes, and it was probably one of the biggest reasons there wasn't really any opposition or pushback when his son's treachery was discovered. Not that he cared. He would gladly burn his career to the ground for an extra day with his wife and son. Still, the file's title was already ominous. Project Medusa. By the time he had finished with the file, he was equal part fascinated as he was horrified. What in Merlin's name were those unspeakable doing? Barty knew that he had pushed the line of morality when he allowed Aurors to cast any spell without repercussions as long as they hit a confirmed Death Eater that had a kill order in the last war. More than a few innocent people lost their lives at the hands of his Aurors, but the results spoke for themselves. Death Eater attacks were down 50% and there was a very large drop in Death Eater recruitment. But if this file was right, if war was coming, Project Medusa would help. Damn his pragmatism. He would hate himself for it, but he had to approve the project. His hands were already stained with blood. What were a few more drops going to change? He had nothing left. He had no one to pass on his legacy and wouldn't betray his wife's memory enough to change that. He had no friends and no true political prospects. Would this cement his name in history? Or would he be painted as a monster for allowing this travesty to go through? What did Dumbledore like to say? Ah, yes. For the greater good. Crouch put his quill into the ink sac, ready to sign and file the proposal, only for a soft voice to speak up, "I would really rather you didn't." After years of experience as an auror, his reflexes flared again, and he sent a curse towards the voice. Somehow, the spell went through the intruder, and in his shock, he didn't realize that a hand made him smell a weird cloth. His eyes widened when he realized what it was, a paralyzing potion. Deciding to see his attacker, Barty clumsily turned towards him, only to pale when he saw a simple mask with a smiling face drawn in blood. The smiling killer. He was dead then. Ickle Barty. You've been a naughty boy, accepting this little proposal. It took a fraction of a second for the men to connect the dots. You're part of. I wasn't at first, but I have to admit that they were very convincing. So, don't worry, they weren't involved in my previous murders. That was all me. The project. The serial killer shrugged. The project will go through even without your approval. The unspeakables are very proud of that one and will just go to another department to support them. Looks like I'm going to be busy in the near future. So, he rasped, you're afraid that it will succeed. If you think this was some trump card we can't counter, then you're very much mistaken. This is like a small pebble in a shoe, annoying but not really something dangerous. Don't blame the unspeakables too much. You were going to die anyway. You were going to be troublesome in the future anyway. This proposal just accelerated things a bit. So, don't take it so personally. You'll lose. The laugh he got in response disturbed him greatly. Oh, honey. I don't want to win. I just want everyone else to lose. The monster in human skin slowly walked with a knife in his hands. He froze just a few centimeters from Barty's face. How peculiar. You're not afraid. Why would I be? I'll get to see my wife again soon. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Then the voice turned sinister, and Crouch couldn't help but shiver despite the paralytic. So, Barty dear, why don't you give us a smile? Chapter 199, Verdant Snow. March 5, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Daphne Greengrass fidgeted as she waited for her duel to begin. The past few days were filled with practically nothing but training from Harry, and while a part of her wanted it to be over with, another treacherous part relished the time they spent together practicing dueling maneuvers and spells that she had never heard of. To be perfectly honest, she hadn't really cared about the whole dueling tournament. She was only invested in making her family proud, or at least not making herself a mockery by losing in the preliminaries. She had qualified for the second part of the tournament, and that was enough for her. And yet, here she was, in the semi-finals of the tournament, ready to fight the head girl of all people. Penelope Clearwater was a muggle-born with an axe to grind. She was especially vicious when she fought purebloods, which meant that she had to endure a lot of hardships, from being underestimated, or even dismissed entirely. Of course, actual bullying wasn't tolerated in the school. No matter what people liked to say about Dumbledore's tendency for forgiveness even the most heinous crimes, the headmaster was very strict when it came to violence. Well, the blonde didn't know about Dumbledore personally, but McGonagall was always there whenever a fight broke out, and the punishments tended to be severe. It wasn't perfect, but it worked well enough. However, what Dumbledore definitely couldn't do was that ingrained subtle disdain and dismissal of Muggle-borns. People never really realized they did it. The whole thing wasn't without a reason. Muggle-borns, no matter how talented, were always going to be working-class citizens at best. In the Ministry, they never got promoted. Daphne could count on one hand the number of heads of departments that were Muggle-born in the last 3 decades, so any political influence they might have had was stifled. Outside the Ministry, they could work in shops, learn a trade or something, but they wouldn't make enough to really rise. The best they could hope for was saving enough to open a new shop themselves, and should they be good enough, they might even make enough gold for people to forget their origins. Florian Fortescue was one such instance. People forgot that he was a very old Muggle-born who opened an ice cream shop that became so successful that he was able to open 2 other branches all over the British Isles. Finally, the best way for Muggle-borns to rise above their station would be to gain a mastery. They can't do that without joining a guild, and that often came with a lot of strings. Guilds were very selective of their candidates, and unless someone proved to be extremely talented in a certain field, acceptance came through favors and donations. Clearwater was obviously angling to be accepted in a guild, and she certainly seemed talented enough to be accepted. Considering the older girl's use of complex charms during their duels, she was probably aiming to join the Charms Guild, and Daphne honestly wished her good luck. But the issue came with the fact that Daphne just couldn't afford to be humiliated. Her opponent was fairly vicious when it came to fighting purebloods. She obviously didn't care about age, considering the way she dismantled Chong, who was just a year older than Daphne herself. She couldn't really forfeit in the semi-finals, since there were only 2 matches that day. People would be enraged at this happening and the blame would be on her head. The whole thing was making her nervous. Harry, who was sitting next to her, held her hand. Daph, everything is going to be fine. She's a lot older than me, Harry, and a lot more experienced. I don't think that I can win. Then don't, Harry simply said, surprising her. This isn't about winning or losing, this is about proving your worth to everyone. I said the same to Tracy. No one is expecting you to win. No one expected Tracy to win either. But did you see anyone mocking her for losing? No, she muttered back. That's because she showed them all that she could hold her own. Oh, I'm sure Farley more than humored her during the duel, so you'll have a harder job, but I believe you can do it. I taught you more than a few tricks to take Clearwater off guard. And wasn't that a surprise? Daphne knew that Harry was powerful and that he always held back against them, but the ice magic that he taught her was proof that it was just the tip of the iceberg. It was something that he had created, something beautiful, something personal that he had shared with her, and it warmed her heart to see him giving something this special to her, even if it was technically out of guilt. Yes, Harry felt guilty. She could understand why he did, since it was his fault that she was in this position. She could also understand why he had to forfeit. He couldn't afford to fake a loss in a duel, but he also couldn't really afford to win without proving Dumbledore's rumors to be true. But for all the remnants of the resentment that Daphne had for the situation, the ice magic was more than enough to make up for it. Fine. But stop fidgeting, Daphne returned, you're making me even more nervous. I'm just worried, he retorted, Dumbledore might pull something. And the whole thing with Sirius killing Crouch. Something is happening, something that I can't see, and I don't like it. Oh, it was one of Harry's few flaws, he couldn't stand not knowing something. He could overthink stuff to an insane degree, but whenever he was stuck, he just became an average moody teenager. Barty Crouch's death was one of those. It was obviously Sirius Black's handiwork, and the Smiling Killer's resurgence during the weekend after months of silence was making a lot of people nervous, especially Harry, who was frankly becoming paranoid. The fact that Black didn't come after him after recovering meant that the man was plotting something, and Harry couldn't figure it out. And as usual, it ate at him. He warded their dormitory and made her and their friends basic protection amulets and distress beacons. He felt more like a cornered animal, fighting off Dumbledore from the front and Black from the back. His behavior was worrying, to say the least. Frankly, if it wasn't for Daphne stressing about her coming duel, she would have smacked him in the head. She probably would after this mess was done with. She didn't have time to voice her concerns since Bagman decided that this was the best time to announce her duel. Daphne Greengrass and Penelope Clearwater, please make your way to the arena for your duel. Harry gave her a warm smile. Come on, Daph. You're going to do great. I know that. She tried to smile back at her best friend, but it probably looked more like a grimace than anything else. She turned and slowly walked towards the arena, where Clearwater and Flitwick were waiting for her. The older girl gave her a disdainful look that made the blonde nervous. Yeah, Clearwater definitely wasn't planning on holding back on her. By the time they took their stances, the entire crowd faded away. Harry taught her to ignore everything outside the arena. It was just her and her opponent. And with a loud gong, the duel started. As she expected, the Ravenclaw began by sending a barrage of spells at her, probably hoping to overwhelm her. Daphne countered with a repelling shield. She learned a long time ago to not match an opponent with more raw power than her, spell for spell. It was doomed to fail anyway. Clearwater easily parried the spells redirected back at her and decided to conjure two lions that leapt at her. Daphne reacted by casting two freezing spells at the animals, which froze them into ice cubes, and dodged the wind cutter that the older girl snuck in between the spells. For the first time, the blonde decided to go into the attack and sent an ice spear at her opponent. It was a deceptively simple attack, because of the curses that she added to the ice, specifically a piercing curse and a variation of the banishing charm. As the blonde expected, her opponent tried to destroy the spear with a blasting charm, probably aiming at incorporating the ice shards into her next attack. What she did not expect was the telekinetic blast that occurred the moment her spell hit the spear. She was definitely taken off guard and tried to conjure a shield to protect her. It worked well against the telekinetic blast, however, it failed to account for the tip of the spear, spelt with a piercing curse slammed towards her and destroyed the shield entirely. She was able to move away, but there was a thin trail of blood on her chest. Daphne gave her opponent a small smile and went on the attack once more. She cast a blasting curse at the frozen conjured animals and banished the frozen remains towards her opponent, who cast a transfiguration shield. It was a curious spell that Harry showed her, that transfigured everything it touched into sand. Daphne tried to bring down the shield with a stunning charm. It was horribly ineffective against active spells, but in a surprising move, the older girl animated the countless grains of sand into a giant fist that came at the young Slytherin with a blinding speed. In her desperation, Daphne cast a dome ice shield. It was a standard spell but one that she enhanced using Harry's ice magic. She put a curse on it to make it even more resistant to magic and physical impact. She could feel her shield being battered one step at a time until she had enough and used one of the spells Harry taught her, the Ice Age. Daphne couldn't do it like Harry did. She just didn't have the raw power and control to suck out the heat of her environment for whole minutes and create a field of absolute zero, but what she could do was send a pulse of cold which would stop any incoming projectile. She followed the spell with a pulse of telekinesis, throwing everything away from her, causing the fog to rise, mixed with some dry ice. She followed with a charm to see specifically through dry ice. One of the first lessons Harry taught her about dueling was the power of misdirection. The blonde could see her confused opponent trying to send spells at her, and Daphne decided to conjure ropes of ice far away from her to make the illusion of her presence there and made them attack the older girl. Frustrated, Clearwater vanished the ice with a wave of her wand and conjured a giant gust of wind to remove the fog, which raised up into the air. Choosing to take advantage of this situation, Daphne used one of the strongest spells in her arsenal. The fog raised and the air started to darken, and the arena started to rain ice. Clearwater used her transfiguration shield once more. Daphne released her control over her spell, before trying to finish off her duel, only to be blasted away by some unseen force. Daphne was barely able to roll away from an incoming wave of spells coming her way and was able to conjure a reflective ice shield, to reorganize her thoughts. What had just happened? Her eyes widened when she saw that every magical effect in the arena was negated. Holy shit, did she just cast a wide area magic counterspell? From the way Clearwater looked tired, it seemed to be the case. Damn, that was just insane for a student to cast something like this. Before she could think of her next move, a strange sound caught her attention. She'd heard it before in one of her duels against Harry, that terrible noise that at once sounded like angry buzzing and the crackling of dry leaves in an open flame. Fire wasps. Whoever invented this spell was a sadist who somehow combined wasps and fire elemental magic. Harry used it as an example of elemental magic being combined with transfiguration. Surely enough, a giant cloud of the insect was coming down at her. Daphne did the only thing she could and cast another burst of her Ice Age spell, killing them, but they were obviously a distraction, and she automatically conjured another shield, just in time to block 3 stunning charms cast in succession. Desperate, the blonde tried one of her last tricks by conjuring giant vines of ice, that she cursed with repelling curses, and animated towards her enemy. Daphne couldn't use her crest directly during official duels, but she found out that using ice to mimic a few spells that she mastered from her crest was a lot easier. As far as anyone was concerned, this was just animated ice. The tentacles intercepted the spells coming at her, redirecting them towards their castor. Clearwater wasn't having it, though, and conjured a giant wave of fire that melted her ice construct. Knowing that a shield charm, even an elemental one, wouldn't do much against this much fire, Daphne decided to double down and released a beam of pure cold. It was a form of elemental transfiguration. Apparently, opposing elements tended to prioritize defeating each other automatically. Clearwater's eyes widened when the wave of fire turned into a beam of heat that did its best to counter against the blonde's beam of pure cold. This became a battle of pure magic, something that Daphne just couldn't win against an older opponent. Both duelers moved closer and closer, and Daphne could feel her magic channels heat up from overuse. The younger girl decided to take a gamble. Stepping backwards, she pretended to lose her footing and dropped to one knee. Sensing her advantage, her opponent closed in to finish off, sending everything she could into her fire. Daphne simply cancelled her spell immediately, and moved away, sending a handful of melted snow at Clearwater's face. It wasn't even a spell. It was just her will made manifest. Clearwater was taken aback from the action, and tried to wipe it away. Daphne tremblingly tried to send a stunner at her blinded opponent. Alas, Clearwater, clearly distressed, sent a pulse of telekinesis sending herself and Daphne flying away. Both duelers slowly got up. Daphne was disoriented, and she could feel her magical channels burn. She barely had anything left in the tank. When she looked at her opponent, she saw that she wasn't looking any better. She was limping and had a large bruise on her head. Her tournament robes were cut in multiple places, including a rather large bleeding cut on her torso. As if they had both come to a consensus, both duelers released their wands and cast a spell. Daphne cast a banishing charm, and her eyes widened when she realized that this was the same spell that Clearwater cast as well. Both spells met in the middle, in what seemed to be some kind of weird struggle. Then Daphne found herself flying away from the platform. She turned to see what happened to Clearwater, and her eyes widened when she saw that she was barely in the arena. Damn it, she had lost by ring out. Daphne didn't know if it was because she was lighter than Clearwater, or just pushed less magic in it, but she couldn't help but feel angry at the way she had lost. At least that's how she felt before the world started to move, and she started to sway. The last thing she saw before everything turned to black was Harry's panicked face. Chapter 200, Eye of the Storm. March 10, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry laid down on a very comfortable couch, pondering about the end of the dueling tournament. Most of what he felt was relief at evading Dumbledore's ploy, unintended or not. He didn't know for sure if the headmaster had purposely put him in the position where he was forced to compete and do well without showing any sign of advanced magic, but the man sure as hell made things difficult for the young Slytherin. Nevertheless, he did well enough and embarrassed Dumbledore all the way. A vindictive part of him relished at the thought. Surprisingly, the match between Daphne and Penelope Clearwater was the highlight of the tournament. People praised the younger girl's inventiveness and tactics. She really took everyone by surprise with it, and there were whispers of offers of apprenticeship on her graduation. Harry was happy for her, immensely so. The blonde had probably gained more than enough opportunities to help her sister than all of her family's gold could ever buy. Tracy, Blaze, Daphne, and Harry threw a small celebration following the end of the tournament. The festivities weren't boisterous, but they were enjoyable, nonetheless. They snuck out of the castle to the Three Broomsticks and treated themselves to a nice outing. Astoria even joined in for a brief while, before her older sister ushered her back into the castle. Daphne, on the other hand, looked slightly less tense. This was the first time she made any inroads regarding her sister's condition, and Harry wished her all the best. Tracy had practically guaranteed an offer to the court of Slytherin, alongside Nott and Daphne. Nott's invitation was an obvious decision because of his father's current position as the leader of the traditionalist faction. Malfoy would have probably been offered one if his father was alive. Hopefully, the court would take the hint about Harry stating multiple times in the common room that he didn't want to join their ranks. Their eavesdropping charms in the common room should do the rest. Harry didn't know if Daphne was going to accept a position in the court. She never really showed any interest in the idea, not like Tracy and Blaze did, but there was no guarantee that Blaze would have been picked over Malfoy either. So far, Daphne seemed committed to helping her sister, anything else would feel like a distraction. As for the tournament itself, after defeating Percy Weasley in the semi-finals, Gemma Farley was able to snatch a victory over Penelope Clearwater. The Muggle-born did put up a good fight, nonetheless, but Farley was just more experienced. There were rumors that the court of Slytherin liked to hold challenges and duels when it comes to getting promoted or whatnot, and since Farley was probably either the king or one of the queens of the court, she had to have trained her arse off to maintain her position. Daphne had proved to everyone that she could hold her own against more powerful opponents. The ice magic that he had taught her was very impressive. It did help that the blonde had an aptitude for it, and she was lucky that elemental magic was so close to transfiguration and charms that they weren't banned from dueling tournaments. It was a funny little anecdote. Since transfiguration and charms were so broad, officials just couldn't decide on a list of allowed spells as they do on offensive magics. So, they just put in that magic not cast directly on a person was allowed as long as any wounds didn't resist magical healing, and the whole thing didn't cause any form of instant or guaranteed death or maiming. The idea is that, in the worst case, healers would be able to put someone back together as long as they get to an injury quickly enough, and that they could cast their healing spells unimpeded. It made sense from a safety aspect, but it made dueling heavily in favor of people who have a knack for transfiguration or charms, instead of normal offensive battle magic. An aura would be disqualified in less than 5 seconds in a dueling tournament, just because of their training. Still, that was 2 tasks out of 3. Only one remained, and Harry could finally relax. Thankfully, the 2 tasks were relatively tame so far. Harry expected Dumbledore to pull something during Daphne's match as Lupin predicted, but the headmaster seemed to have refrained from it. The men probably expected Clearwater to wipe the floor with Daphne, and arranging an accident could easily set back Dumbledore's policy of Muggle-born equality that he built his entire political powerhouse over. But there was always the 3rd task. The final task. And it worried him. The fact that the whole thing was a secret already freaked him out. Harry looked at the window, hoping to distract himself from panicking, and noticed that the sky had grown dark outside since he had taken his seat on the couch. The softly glowing, late-day sun had been replaced by bright, twinkling stars, standing out starkly against the vast canvas of night sky they rested upon. Harry was so lost in thought that he hardly even heard his door swing open. He glanced over his shoulder nonetheless, allowing his hand to twitch towards his wand, but it was only Daphne. "I was wondering where I might find you," she said. "Here or the library are both usually pretty safe guesses." The blonde snorted in disbelief. "It's funny. It's disturbing just how much you like it here, in this room of illusions, when you can just experience the real thing. You could easily build a study like this one outside the room of requirements, in one of the abandoned classrooms or something. I know that this place is useful and everything, but not as a place to hang out in." She had a point. Why did she have to sound so reasonable? Intellectually, he knew that everything in this room was just a bunch of charms, transfigurations, and illusions put together, but he always felt in control. Whenever he felt overwhelmed or scared, whenever he doubted himself, Harry liked to come to this room and feel in control once more. There was something calming and relaxing about it, even if it probably wasn't healthy. "You might have a point about building my own study or something. It still won't be as secure as this place though." Daphne's response was a snort. "Come on, Harry. All I had to say to enter the room was that I wanted to enter your study. Not much of a security system, is it? Fine. But you'll help with the decorations. I'm rubbish at this stuff. Trust me, I know. You might be brilliant at magic, but your tastes leave very much to be desired." Harry didn't know what the blonde expected him to say in response to that, so he just stayed silent. After a good minute, Daphne decided to speak up. "You've been off lately. I was worried." "Off how?" Look, Harry, you have this horrible habit of keeping things to yourself and getting lost in your thoughts whenever you're nervous about something. I just wanted to check in on you. We haven't really spoken to each other, properly I mean, since the tournament ended. The last Potter gave her an amused smirk. The tournament ended days ago. I know. But normally, you would have been with me, getting ready for your next challenge. You'd have something prepared, like a new type of magic or something, an impossible task you give to yourself that you somehow persevere. But so far, all I've seen you do is just lie down and get lost in your own head. That's the thing, Daphne. I don't know what to do next. The whole multidimensional magic is a dead end, and I can't experiment with something like this without some major risks. I don't know what the next task is going to be, so I can't prepare you for it. With Sirius returning and attacking Barty Crouch of all people, with the way things are shaping up to be. I just have a bad feeling, that's all. A bad feeling how? Daphne asked without any sign of mockery in her voice. You won so far. Dumbledore is being criticized for his actions. There's even talk about the Wizengamot choosing someone else as the next chief warlock. You did all that. After decades of people trying, you're the first person to actually hurt Dumbledore politically. You only have to go through another task and that would be it. You'd have won. Harry shook his head. It's not that simple. The elections are months away. People will forget quickly, and Dumbledore will either do something to get the public's opinion in his favor, or he'll force the Wizengamot's hand. He could easily just withhold his new prison and force the Ministry to build a new one. That's not mentioning probably made back a lot of gold during the tournament. Azkaban's destruction somehow ended up making Dumbledore untouchable, no matter what the public opinion of him will be. Fine. Maybe Dumbledore won't be hurt. But that doesn't mean that something bad is going to happen. It's hard to explain. It's like we're in the calm before the storm, the eye of the hurricane, like standing at the edge of a cliff. Barty Crouch getting killed, the Hogsmeade attack, Azkaban's destruction, it's all been building up to something big, something that I don't know. I hate not knowing. And I can't help but feel like the third task will be what triggers it all. Having the event on the day of Beltane, and it being a mystery task as well, it's not a coincidence. Something is coming and I just can't figure it out. And since I don't know what that is, I can't make any preparations against it. I just don't know what to do. Harry hadn't even realized how loud his voice became in the end as he finally voiced his frustrations for the first time in almost a week. Daphne looked at him, with her eyes slightly wider than usual, before steeling herself. Have you thought about not doing anything at all? That wasn't an answer he expected to hear, and that rendered him speechless. Before he could even think about a retort, Daphne interrupted him. Look, I know what you're going to say. It's your responsibility. Dumbledore is going after you. But think about it for a second. Ever since you've been in this school, you've stopped so many disasters. But after each one, there was always another one coming. You've been jumping from one crisis to another that you never even thought about what it all meant, you never even considered taking a break. It's not my fault things like this just keep happening to me. Are you sure about that? Did these crises keep occurring to you, or have you just kept chasing them? You are amazing at everything you do, so much so that it's intimidating. But I realize now that you're not doing it because you crave success, but because you're terrified of failure, terrified of not matching. Harry froze at his friend's words. Daphne had just cut through every front he had and reached his core. It's what's made me a great wizard. I'm not sure it has. I think in all the mayhem, all your fear of losing, that you forgot something very critical. Which is, he couldn't help but ask. Not everything has to do with you, Harry. I know you keep trying to involve yourself in situations that should have never involved you. You did it with Riddle. You did it with Hogsmeade. And you have been doing it in this tournament. For some reason, you crave the conflict, the challenges, like they're making you matter somehow. I do not, Harry protested. Then why didn't you change schools? The blonde simply answered. You could have asked Arcturus to send you to another school easily. Your French is good enough for Beauxbatons, and Ilvermorny has probably surpassed Hogwarts in terms of magical education. The only advantages here are the library and the room of requirements. You could have easily made do with the Ilvermorny library and just come to visit the castle for your research, and you have made no effort to really raid the room of hidden things. So, after humiliating Dumbledore and dragging out his dead sister to the media, you made no moves to leave what is effectively his castle. I didn't want to leave you. Daphne snorted. I would have followed you anywhere, Harry. I don't know about Tracy and Blaise, but I wouldn't have minded switching schools with you. Face the truth, Harry, you have spent years distracting yourself with challenges no student should be able to face, building an identity around them. Maybe you're right, Merlin knows just how often you are, and something is coming. But that doesn't mean that you have to be involved in any way. You need to use whatever time before the third task to take a break and make a decision that you would stick with it. And whatever you choose, I want you to know that I will be by your side, supporting you. Good night, Harry. Good night, Harry murmured back at her. The blonde left the room as quietly as she entered, leaving a pensive boy behind, and a silence that he felt was too stifling.